Okay. Somebody wants to fact check me. I might have done some stuff wrong. I don't know. I've never converted so many things before.
I mean, that sounds pretty close from memory when I did it, and other people have done it. You know, it's in less than 10 pixels usually.
Yeah, I've set mine up to whatever I got. Came up to 4 pixels. If you had it to that specific aspect ratio. So, I mean, let me go look up an image of Earth now. Let me go count some pixels. Could you imagine counting 1,100?
Dude, you don't count them. You open your graphic software and you drag a line from point to point, and it tells you how many pixels long the line is.
Oh, yeah. That'd be the easier way. Or you can just count them one by one, like a psycho, like me. Okay.
Dude, I want you to film counting them with a toothpick in the shot, so I can see the toothpick touch every pixel. Otherwise, you're full of crap.
How long will that take me? It took me, let's see, I counted.
One per second. Do one per second. Do one per second, and then tell me how many.
Wait, why am I doing
2,000
so much
seconds?
math right now? No, it was 1,180 seconds.
Yeah, that's only like 500. Yeah,
Oh, that's
that's
not
not
too
that
bad.
long.
That's 19
What is it?
minutes.
Yeah, that ain't bad. You're not a TikTok
Yeah.
mush brain. You could make it.
Bro, almost 20 minutes of counting pixels. I feel like that'd get very mundane. It was kind of like doing something like a
Listen,
plank.
lads. If the Earth's radius is 3,959 miles, and
Mhm.
water takes the shape of its container, then what shape is my drink that I'm drinking right now?
The surface of it,
Yeah.
or like the full. Oh yeah, it would. I mean, assuming that you're drinking out of like a mug because you're at work or some type of thermos, then I'm assuming that the shape would be a circle.
Well, yeah, I said I'm drinking it, so it's the shape of my mouth, my throat,
Oh,
part of my stomach. It's like this really weird root-looking
mm,
thing.
I mean, I guess it'd be more oval shaped. I guess if you're talking about just a liquid in the container before it leaves the container as it's tilted in that circle. So I want to say like circle. Oh, yeah.
I'm down for circular. That sounds pretty cool. What about circular?
Circular.
Wasn't that you earlier talking to someone and they said something about something that was circular?
I don't remember. I feel like I would have caught that. It might not have been me.
Oh, it might not have been you. Somebody.
Yeah.
What about gravitatious?
Somebody said that before?
Yeah, the other day. What about flatitude?
No, dude. Oh,
Yeah,
yikes.
Perfect Storm said flatitude. He's talking about something. Yeah, I can respect its flatitude or something. He said.
Oh my goodness gracious. You know, my favorite is when we ask them for Earth curve measurements, and they say and they read about Eratosthenes for the first time, and they just butcher the shit out of his name because they're reading it for the first time. That shit is so funny to me. Or when they say
Yeah.
spear instead of sphere, oh, dude, I don't know why that irks me so bad. I hear it so often.
Hey, why are you dissing on Reg Joe, bro?
Does he say spear?
Yeah.
No way, dude. So then how would he pronounce spear if he pronounces sphere spear?
Probably spare.
Spear.
What do you think about when you? Well, how do you spell pear?
Oh, you know what? You're right. Spare. 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 That's actually pretty funny. Oh, save me from my ranting. Oh, it's Talon. Hello, Talon.
I'm here to rescue you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I embrace you in my clutches and fly you to safety. Is that good? That's pretty good, right?
That sounded a little gay, but you know what? It's okay.
Of course, it'll be hard because of gravity. I can't really fly because gravity. See what I did there?
I mean, we have airplanes.
I got you, lads. Can't fly because of gravity. I do like I've been thinking about your scientific determining causal and effect relationship.
Oh, hell yeah. Did you get an experiment for me? Finally.
Independent variables. Well, it's like...
Yes. Hell yeah.
We got to figure out, like... So I want to tell you what the independent variable is. I just need to know which parameters you're using for, like, to determine what an independent variable is. So I think I have a better idea now. Yeah. So, like, in terms of, in terms of gravity, like, you're saying you want an experiment to measure measure what exactly? When it comes to gravity, like, stuff is falling towards the Earth at a certain speed.
Well, no. Well, we have to use the cause for the effect, or your presupposed cause for the effect would be your independent variable. So in the observation,
that's that's what I want to rack your brain about, because I feel like I'm like really close. I just need to, like, I just want to know, like, what, how that actually fits into the equation.
Sure.
Because wait a minute. Let me just go over one more thing. Like, so you're saying that, because the scientific method is the method we use to determine the cause and effect relationship of the natural world?
Sure, yeah, that sounds fine.
That's not the scientific method. What?
No, wait. This is just between me and Lats. Like, we're just working on, like, how they determine cause and effect. Because like a lot of the issue is like misunderstanding between what experiments flat earthers do and what experiments globers do. Like, it's not really a straight, like, consensus on what is the scientific method. So, like, because all I keep remembering is scientific method is the method we use to determine the cause and effect relationship of what?
Yeah.
Don't say natural world. Like, what do you guys usually say?
Natural observed phenomenons. Observed.
Naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah. So. Okay. Yeah, the determination of outer space being fake, right? In the globe paradigm, gravity is the cause for the gas pressure gradient adjacent to outer space. That's the observation.
Wait! Don't go so fast. We got to slow down.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're good. I don't know if you're.
I just want to, like, digest. All we're doing is digesting, because I kept forgetting the second half of that cause and effect thing. Yeah. Because of those naturally observed phenomena is harder to remember.
Okay, so there's a gas pressure gradient. That's the observation. Adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That black stuff in the sky is supposedly outer space vacuum in the globe paradigm.
Okay, I'm not super worried about
The gradient is a constant adjacentness to areas of lower pressure. That's what a gradient is.
Yeah, but the gradient is adjacent to outer space, no?
No, but that's just the end of the gradient.
Well, yeah, the end of the
It's not
gradient is
really. It's continuous.
It's
There's
the
no
end.
separation. There's no separate. It's not. They're not separate systems. We're talking about separate systems, not a gradient within an existing singular system.
Yeah, it's like Earth's
No, but a
globe
gradient
atmosphere.
just means a differential over a variable, and it changes.
Yeah.
It
Of the
decreases
same
the higher you
system,
go.
of the one system.
You keep
Yeah,
saying
so like-
system. Every reality is a system. It's
Yeah, T-Dub, I feel like that's what T-Dub's got a good question.
We're,
Well, no, what
we're
T-Dub said was
specifically
correct.
talking about two systems separated.
but you're conjecturing.
Divided.
You're putting forth another system. Why is it not just
No.
one system?
Okay,
What do you mean
see,
by
this is where
system?
I think me and T-Dubs misunderstood each other. Like,
Well,
saying-
you're claiming you'd have to be claiming a separate system as well, unless you're claiming the entirety of the universe is Earth's atmosphere.
No, I'm just saying the gradient is something that gradients will eventually.
Is the entirety of the universe the Earth's atmosphere?
No, but the gradient would go to zero.
No. So there's two separate systems, right? The Earth's gaseous system and then outer space, right?
But the gradient is caused by the atmosphere. But
Right.
it's not.
Right.
But those are, but calling them systems.
So we're talking about the failure of one system, a gaseous system, to expand into another.
It's not about two different systems. It's about
Yes, it
gases.
is.
No, it's about force. There's a force that pushes things.
It's about thermodynamics, systems.
No, like this is about forces. A gradient caused by forces.
Well, sure. If you could, do
What?
that in an experiment to show us that you can cause a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, which would be outer space, to like prove that Earth can have gas in outer space, pretty much.
But the fact that
In an
we have
experiment.
constant areas of lower pressure and
Well,
gas
that's
not
not what I'm
expanding to it.
asking.
But the fact that it's a gradient shows you that it eventually goes to zero.
Well, there's no contention with the gradient because it can be measured.
Yeah, but the
gradient is not
gradient shows that it's not
confusion.
expanding into lower pressure, doing the opposite.
Yeah, because something's containing it.
No. If it's containing it, even within that system, it's not expanding. So it's not a gradient. It's not.
There's something containing it.
No, but it's not
Wait a
expanding.
second. No, yes, it is. The gas is expanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't
Not to
have
fill,
the
no, or else you
gradient.
wouldn't have the gradient. Not to fill.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have the gradient.
Exactly.
All right. So don't contradict yourself.
No, like the gradient shows that it's not expanding to fill the container.
Yes. No, the gradient shows it is.
No, it's not, or else there wouldn't be a gradient.
Oh my god. No,
Like,
it is
it would not be,
expanding it is expanding to become a gradient.
No, like a balloon, for example, is not like deflated at the top.
Oh my god, bro.
That's not how we
You hurt
observe
my
things.
head, man.
In the real, like we don't observe that. That's not how gas works. It expands to fill it if it was one container with no force pushing
T-Dub,
things
can
down.
Can I ask Enigma some questions, T-Dub, please, if I could? Because I'm confused as you. I'm just as confused as you are. I'm honestly right there with you, T-Dubs. Because, I don't understand. Because, I sounded like I was lying, which makes sense. I believe you, T-Dub, that I sounded like I was lying, but I didn't mean to say that. So I want to ask Enigma some questions. Because, you keep saying gradient and that, it's not expanding, but it is expanding. Enigma, I want to figure out better ways to have an understanding on the gradient versus a container, and then how we define a container versus, an actual something with a lid versus, containing things with gravity. And how, because I'm understanding what you're saying about how, the atmosphere is just settling on the surface of the planet, and then that's creating the gradient. Because obviously, the thinnest air is going to be the furthest out, or the lightest gas is going to be the furthest away from the Earth.
Gases are okay. There's a force of gravity that pulls gases generally towards the Earth. There's another force that
because I always like to call the best way I can explain it is that gravity is containing the gas by
but it's not
pulling
fully
it towards the center of the Earth.
gases leave the Earth. This is not. That's not like a. This is not news. Gases do leave Earth. It's not
right.
fully.
But what is the gas doing that's in the gradient? Like, what's the gas doing that's on the surface of the Earth that's not going anywhere other than mixing back and forth within like jet streams and like diffusion and like it only mixes so much. Like when you shake when you even like oil and water, when you shake a bottle of oil and water, it mixes up for a little bit and then eventually it will settle. So I can understand. Like I understand both sides, and that like we need a better explanation.
But have you ever seen what happens? But have you ever seen? Yeah, but have you ever seen what happens when you mix oil and water in an area of low controlled space with no
when there's an oil
air pressure?
When there's an oil spill in the ocean, the oil sits on the top.
No, like like in an air chamber
with no air pressure.
Chamber.
A liquid would evaporate.
Does it just
depending
mix?
on the situation.
Does it mix in a vacuum?
The water kind of forms a thing around, or the oil forms a circle around, like the.
No, the water would
it
evaporate.
behaves differently.
Yeah, but that's more.
The water would evaporate.
That's what we're trying
in a
to. That's
vacuum.
what we want to know about.
Okay, but here's one of the key things that you can test. The alternative explanation is that everything's caused by buoyancy, which right, and density. You can easily test that if that makes sense.
Okay.
You can drop.
Is that why the
you
vacuum
can test
chamber
that if that's the hypothesis for what goes down and what goes up. You can test that and you can falsify it.
Okay.
And so when it comes to gravity, we have. Hold on. Like we don't use like you can test that and falsify it, and you can measure gravity and change this in gravity based on the changes in the thickness of the Earth and how much mass there is, and that's what's used. Like for expeditions, for mining, for all that stuff, they use gravimeters.
Okay, so we're talking about
it's literally
Earth.
called it's literally called the gravity method.
We're talking about Earth's atmo adjacent to the outer space vacuum.
Yeah, and I'm talking.
That's going to be a gas gradient. Yeah, so can you cause that? Use your independent variable gravity in an experiment to demonstrate that it is possible.
We see that on Earth.
Because what do you see?
A gradient.
Wait, I just said there's no contention with the gradient because we can observe the gradient.
Yeah, but, okay, but
that's part of the observation.
So like create like a mini Earth universe? Like what are you saying?
Well, you can have, like I posted up in the side chat, we can create a gradient of gases within a single container by heating up the top,
if we're talking about
cooling the bottom, or heating the bottom and cooling the top.
Okay, yeah,
and then you can place it adjacent to an area of lower pressure and see if gravity can stop the gas from the bottom chamber from filling the top.
No, again, the force of gravity would be very small, which is why you have a overall gradient. Like air pushes down on air, gas pushes down on pile onto gas. Like on a small scale, on a cup. No, that's a misunderstanding.
So are you saying that there's no? So there's no. So you're telling me that there's no validation.
I mean, you could say. I mean, the 9.8. Actually, wait, the 9.8. The whole. I mean, buoyancy comes from gravity. Like, like the fact that the reason things go down and it's not like
about buoyancy.
No, but like the fact that there is a gradient. Like the reason down exists. What's the down vector? Like that's gravity.
If the cause is gravity, you need to use that, the experiment, as your independent variable to see if you can cause a gas pressure gradient adjacent to a vacuum, to see if you can stop entropy from occurring.
Wait, see if you can cause a gas pressure gradient. We see that. No, hold on. That's what we see. If you're saying, see if you can do something in a cup, that's a different thing. You don't need to do that's different.
Okay, I'm going to
already see
again. I'll say it again. I think you missed it. Okay, the observation is gas pressure gradient adjacent to outer space. Earth's gas pressure gradient in outer space. Right? Yeah, you understand? And the cause of that, the hypothesis, the independent variable is going to be gravity.
No, hold on. You're conflating things.
Yes.
You're conflating things. Because if you're hold on. If we agree that there is outer space and we agree that there is a gravity, then the question then becomes, or the one thing that becomes obvious is there is a downward force towards Earth.
Well,
Like
sure.
that is whatever. If you want to call it big boy or big G or whatever you want to call it, down, Mr. Down. That's a different thing. But there's still
use that, whatever it is, because the Earth is supposedly capable of pressurizing gas gradients adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So, can we get that in an experiment for validation of that claim, please?
No, but the gradient is experimental verification. Every time we experiment, we confirm what we see, which is exactly what we see.
That's part of the observation. I said there's no contention with the gradient. It's there. We observe it, but that gradient is adjacent to an area of lower pressure known as outer space.
Yes, and the force that acts upon the reason there is a gradient is caused by gravity. Like there is no other downwards force.
Okay,
and
sure.
if your question is, hold on, then you have to get towards, if you have no idea what's causing down, then you have bigger questions than a gradient next to a space and
sure.
that. You have larger questions. No, hold on. Like if you don't know why things are going down to begin with, you should not be asking how did you contain gas next to a gradient if you don't even know why down exists.
You got to prove.
So if you want to get to looking at the gas gradient is not the first order or first principles proof of gravity. That's like, we didn't figure out gravity exists because of gradients in the atmosphere. So that's like if you want to have a conversation about that, or if you want to dismiss gravity to begin with, that's not the place you're going to start. We can test gravity. We can test down, gravity or versus other explanations like buoyancy with regards to what causes down, and that's a more interesting conversation because that seems to be where you're having an issue.
We're first trying to see if we can leave Earth, because so far the only independent variable validated through the scientific method is going to be a solid state of matter as a container or a barrier. So if you want to propose another cause for the effect for a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure, you need to
hold on. You're using
with your independent variable.
Okay, but no. The issue is that you're using. Hold up. You're referring to things that you yourself have no explanation for that are really explained by gravity. Like you say, gas pressure thing contained by this, doing that. What causes down?
Yeah.
Like hold on. You can't assert there's a gas pressure this next to in a container next to that if you can't even just say what down is. Like again, when it comes to we know that gravity is the thing that acts on it because we know that the gradient is a result of gravity. We know that gravity acts upon everything that is in the vicinity of mass or of Earth. And if you want to look at what gravity, if your issue is, can we prove that gravity exists? Then this is not the best place to do it. But if your issue is how can we show that, but if gravity does exist, obviously it would cause this.
Even if I was to grant that gravity is capable of causing a gas gradient, would gravity be capable of causing the gas gradient next to a vacuum?
Yes, oh my God, yes.
Okay, so show that through experimentation, please.
No, but that's what we see. Like the experimentation is literally testing the atmosphere. Like we see that. No, we have gravity, and we see. No, yeah, we do. You can test how much. You can test the chemical composition. You can test the density of gases. Higher up you go, you can send something up, go all the way up, see how high. Keep testing. No, but that's but we do this all the time. No, hold on.
Up there.
Hold on. Your issue. No, hold on. If your issue is you don't believe in gravity, because
I know that there's a downward vector.
Because obviously gravity would pull things downwards. It would pull air toward and gas towards the Earth.
Not with gas, no.
Yes, gas has weight.
But things go down.
No, but gas has weight. You understand
you're saying that they're saying that the gases go down.
Yeah, you understand that gases have weight, right?
So when we place the gas adjacent to a vacuum, like in the GIF I posted,
like if there's something attracting the gas, like if the gas has weight.
Okay, so check this. Let me ask you this question: is the gas in the chamber in the GIF that I posted is it affected by gravity?
If it's on Earth, it's going to be affected by gravity. Like, do you acknowledge that gas? Do you acknowledge that gas has weight?
Is Earth capable of pressurizing gas?
You want to. Yes. And can you answer the question?
Okay,
can you acknowledge gas has weight?
No, gas does not have weight.
Okay,
I would use Jupiter or Saturn as an example, but I don't believe you believe that exists.
Well, no, because the same problem occurs because if Jupiter is a gas planet, that gas is adjacent to an area of lower pressure known as outer space. So then, once again, you would have to prove that gravity can pressurize a gas gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That has yet to be validated through scientific experiment. If there is validation for it, then you can prove that you can have outer space.
Okay, wait. Do you understand that gas? Wait. You understand that gas is made up of molecules and particles, right?
Sure.
Okay, and do you understand that the more molecules and particles you have, the more weight in a combined thing, the more weight there's going to be? Generally.
Wait, if you do what? Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry.
Okay. Do molecules and atoms and these things, do they have weight?
Gases? No.
Do molecules have weight?
I just said no. For the gas.
What?
Depends on the element, I guess.
Okay. What do you think causes weight? What do you think weight is?
I mean, sure, I already granted a downward vector.
But okay. What do you mean? You granted a downward vector. Think about what you're saying. What do you like? So you're granting. So hold on. So you're granting basically gravity, but you just don't want to say it. Because really, like, if you think what has a downward vector, the color blue doesn't, right? Colors don't have weight necessarily. Sound, that's okay, but gas or part of things that are physical.
With gas, well, with gas,
things that are physical tend to have weight.
You understand that gas vectors are going to be linear unless they're colliding with something in the container or the container walls themselves.
But they're constantly colliding with themselves.
Yeah, in linear vectors.
Linear vectors. No, if you have
linear vectors, no downward bias for gas.
If you have gas particles that are floating around, they're bouncing into other gas particles. If overall there is a downward vector caused by gravity,
but there is none.
There is. That's why everything. But that's why things fall down.
I can give you citations from NASA saying otherwise.
Saying what?
Gas particles move in linear vectors.
But that's not saying they don't have weight. Again, you're misunderstanding how these things work.
If they did,
things can work.
They wouldn't have linear vectors.
Hold on. You need to understand something. Gas and liquids can move in certain ways, but that does not mean that they do not. Hold on. That does not mean that they do not have weight. Like a balloon, a balloon will float up, but it still has weight.
Well, it depends on the gas.
But again, these are physical things. They are acted upon. Like, it's not like what type of gas doesn't have weight. It's like they might be relatively less, dense or way less than something other type, but they're still affected by gravity. I mean, that if you have weight, you're affected by gravity. That's like the definition of weight.
See, so like the thing that Jesse posted up in the side chat, you'll notice that if you actually filled up that container with hydrogen, for example, the container would get lighter. If it's
because hydrogen is going to be way less. So it still has weight.
So it's dependent on the gas that you're filling the container with.
Mm-mm. When you talk about density of gases, and if you fill a container with a gas of a lower density, that's different. But gases still have weight.
Well, wouldn't you be?
It might weigh less. It might weigh less than air, but it still has weight.
Would you not be filling it with more "quote unquote" mass inside the container?
Yes, but if it still has weight, look.
Okay, so it would weigh less with more mass inside. Isn't that an issue?
Hold on. When it comes to weight, as in how much something weighs, if you fill something with something that is still lighter than the outside area, like air, then it would still be lighter than, you'd be filling up something that is lighter and less dense than the air around it. So the force of gravity would be stronger on the air than it would be on the thing.
Okay, sure. So can you just?
It would go upwards. That's why buoyancy and density things are because of gravity. Like that's why if you try mixing oil and liquid and all these things in a low gas in a vacuum chamber, it's going to look very different. It's going to take a lot longer.
Okay, so you understand that I'm not asking for you to do this experiment, right? I just want validation that we can actually leave the Earth.
I'm
That would
trying
prove
to
outer
explain this
space.
to you.
And then measurement of curvature would also prove that the Earth is curving. So just those two things prove one, outer space, and prove Earth curving. Yeah.
Again, you can literally go to space yourself, send a machine up. We do it all the time, and we weren't talking about we were not talking about curving. We were talking about gravity. Like, can we acknowledge that?
Did you forget what I said earlier? That there was only one independent variable validated in the scientific experiment to be capable of pressurizing a gas pressure gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure.
I don't think you understand what the words you're saying.
I do. If you don't understand them, I can break them down and use some.
No. I don't think you understand them. No, because
I do.
The point is very basic. Hold on. There is hold on.
You can go through the steps of the scientific method.
No, hold on. You seem to have very little self-awareness here. You say you'll grant this, that, and the other, but really what you're doing is copping out of reality, because reality shows that there's downward vectors that correlate with everything, gravity, the gravitational model, like the standard model of the universe. Do you believe that buoyancy and density changes are the cause of down? Like the only cause of down? Or do you think there's another downwards vector?
No, there's only one downwards vector. What you need to prove is an inwards vector. Big difference, buddy.
Can you answer the question? Like, do you think it's just buoyancy and density, or is there another thing that causes down rather than up? Because if you throw a ball into the air, it's surrounded by air. Why would it go down and not sideways?
I already told you there's a downward vector. I told you.
Yeah, but caused by what? What causes that?
Yeah, if you want to call it gravity, that's fine. But we're talking about.
But clear. Okay, but now you have to actually think for a second. Why would there be a downwards vector that's not fully explained by buoyancy and density?
Well, sure, I could say that, sure, for solids and liquids. So can we get back to gases?
No, but even with gases, and this relates to the gradient. Like, the moment you start taking this question seriously, why do things go down? You'll start to realize, obviously, if things go down, and we see that gases behave the same way with the gradient of things piling downwards, then the question is, why are things going down?
Well, not everything goes down.
That's your question. No, but that's your question.
Yeah, that's my question to you. The Glober is, why aren't things going inward?
It's not why is there a container next to a thing? No, gases can leave. It's not contained. But obviously things are going down or towards Earth. So and the question is why? Your question is why.
Which direction do trees grow?
Trees. Yeah, trees are not free falling upwards.
Yeah, what direction do trees go?
They grow down into the ground with roots. They grow all around.
Okay, so that's an example of a solid moving away from the vector of
Jesus Christ. Right? Okay. Now you're being dense. I don't think you actually want to. I don't think you actually want to understand what down is, and that's kind of bizarre.
In the globe paradigm, when two plates of the crust or whatever, they collide with each other, they go which direction? They create a mountain.
Cool. Like, do you know what down? Like, you keep saying this random stuff. Do you know what a flower blossom?
Everything goes down.
A flower will grow on a Saturday afternoon. Like that. Okay, the question was down. Like, why are things going down?
When two pieces of Earth collide,
moving away from him.
When two pieces of Earth collide.
Oh my God! We're not talking about mountains. We're not talking about mountains. Like, have you? Okay, what is from your investigation, from your readings, or from your investigations or analysis or experiments or whatever, what has been your best explanation or evidence for what causes down? That's not just density and buoyancy, because that's not really obviously there. Like, why down?
Well, did you forget what we were talking about earlier?
Gravity. Like, why down?
Well, we're talking about gravity as an independent variable for a very specific observed phenomenon.
Can you answer the question?
Well, yeah, we were talking about an experiment for.
No. Can you answer the question I just asked you?
The observed phenomenon. Remember?
Can you answer the question I just asked you?
What's your question again?
This is not working out. Okay, someone else have fun.
Okay, cool.
All right, I'll have some fun. Real quick. Talon, we'll let you go, but hey, Talon, bro, come on. Let me finish this up. So he was saying you're struggling with down, but friend, down only works on a flat Earth because on a globe Earth you got to have inwards and outwards, not up and down. All right, go ahead.
Well, what's wrong with up and down on a globe? In and out. Not if you're on the surface of it. You can just go up and down on the surface.
No, dude, you're going in and out, dude. And the fact that you don't understand it is exactly the spasmoideus problem that most globers have.
So if you jump, like you can jump on a ball up and down. You can just jump on one.
No. If you're on a ball, right, you can jump up from a ball. But if you're on the Earth, you can only jump away, which is outwards.
From a ball.
No.
Yeah. You just said it. You just said you can jump up from a ball.
No, if you stand on if you take a ball and place it on the Earth, you can jump up from that ball.
You can.
But you're moving out from the Earth ball, according to your guys' model. You're not going up and down. You're going in a radial away from the center.
Oh, I see.
If you're standing on top of a yoga ball.
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, if you're standing on top of a yoga ball, that's on top of the flat Earth. You can jump up.
Yeah, that's more accurate that is actually more accurate for the globe. In and out. So yeah, so like, how do you measure the in and out of gravity?
Isn't that your side?
Yeah, we got that. We have it measured easily. I was just wondering how you guys do it.
Well, we don't have an in and out. We have an up and down.
Well, like based on what? The surface of the Earth
is measured.
Yeah, but how do you know where the surface is angled? How do you know it's not upside down? Yeah.
Bro, what?
How do you know where you are on Earth?
How do I know that I'm not upside down?
Dude, the convention of up and down, if it was flipped right side up or upside down, would still be parallel. So if you are away from each other, you'd be leaving the Earth parallel to each other, returning to Earth parallel to each other, right? But if you were on a globe, you'd be leaving the Earth radial to each other. So it's extremely different, dude. Right. No, it isn't. Oh, it's not the same.
Well, I mean, it's not the same, but they're both accurate. Like one's going up and down. Like if you're on a sheet of paper, if you were on like we're all on a floor right here, and I jump up and down. I jump up. I jump out away from the Earth, and then I come back in towards the Earth. So, like, even if I'm jumping up and down,
right,
I'm jumping in and out from the center of the
Correct.
Earth.
So away and towards are true in both.
Yeah.
But up and down is not true in both.
I'm jumping away from the Earth.
Yeah. So inwards and outwards. Inwards and outwards is the globe. Up and down is the flat Earth. And hold on, and both are going towards and away. Go ahead.
But what up and down is relative. So what is relative? Well,
yeah. So if you were to observe,
it's up and down relative to what?
No, because if you and me were to be jumping up and down, my up would not be the same as your up. Those lines would be crisscrossing at the center of the Earth. And those lines would not be parallel. So if you were to observe me jumping, it wouldn't be up and down. I would be jumping away from you.
Exactly, especially on a curve, because like unless you're standing in the same exact point, which you're not, you'd be jumping out and away from each other because it's slightly angled.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be jumping out and away.
Yep.
Not only from the Earth, but also from each other. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And that's what happens when you jump up and down, out and away.
Yeah, and you've totally measured that happening too, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you can measure the angle difference.
You think you can measure the angle difference between two guys in the same gymnasium?
When you move a foot over. Well, a gymnasium's artificially flat. A gymnasium's artificially leveled. It's pre-leveled.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
Well, you're presupposing flat in a gym. A gym is presupposed to be flat.
No, it wouldn't matter, dude. It wouldn't matter because you'd still be... No, listen, regardless of the surface orientation, the equilibrium of forces would mean that if you guys are standing balanced, you'd be at a splayed angle to each other.
If the gym was actually curved, there would be a horizon in the middle of it. Like if you laid down 1 foot observer height from one end of the gym, and the gym was actually curved.
I mean, look, that's all well and good, brother.
You wouldn't be able to see the person on the other side.
That's fine. That's fine. But you already said that you can measure two people's difference in the way that they jump.
Right. Well, when they jump, yeah, because they're both perpendicular and they're both plumb to the center of the earth.
Right. So then I asked you. So you got one of those measurements to show us, bro?
A measurement to show you?
Yeah, Lats is at one end of the gym and he jumps up. I'm at the other end of the gym and I jump up. But we want to know how you measure the angle that we're going away from each other and away from the earth. Go ahead.
Why do you ask the question he just asked you?
That'd be like, yeah, because I mean that takes trigonometry and geometry and shit. That's nerd shit. I don't have like nerd math.
Okay, so you said it's easy to measure, but you can't even tell us how to do it.
No, I let the nerds do the actual work. I just get the results from the nerds and then make the call from the results because they do all the calculate. It's like a crazy equation.
Plenty of these.
Because like when you're measuring a curve from two different angles, like you have to compare the angles and then you have to calculate the difference, and you have to do tangent. You have to get two tangents from each point.
There's been plenty of these researched and
then
stuff.
compare the difference. Yeah, it's like a huge pain in the ass. Like only nerds had to do that. I'm not a fucking nerd.
Okay, hold on, brother. The other kid said there's been plenty of these done. Okay, then you'd have no problem telling us one, would you?
Okay, so the Harvard one is I think the Harvard one is where you don't even need to have two different spots. You can just have like the horizon on the ocean, and you can watch the sun. You can lay down on the ground and watch the sun set. And as the sun sets, and when you see the sun hit the edge
Holy crap, dude. Bro. Please stop, for the love of God. We were asking about two people jumping away from each other, not about looking at the sun. Holy moly, bro.
Well, you want like angles.
Bro Round Earther here.
Well, that's Aristophanes.
Pro Round Earther here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Artemis 2. Think about that. They have to fly up, and if you're seeing it at night, you can see it.
Hey, pro King of the Roost here. We're asking about people jumping away from each other and the splayed angle between them being measured, of which one of you guys chimed in and said that's been done so many times, of which you were asked, go ahead and present us an example. And then other guy starts talking about the sun, and then other guy starts talking about Artemis. It's like, do you guys like not know how to pay attention and stay on point or something?
Well, I'm trying to finish my point. I could finish my point if you would let me.
Okay, I'll let you, as long as it's going to end up where you measure two people jumping away from each other. Go ahead. Oh, hold on. Let me unmute the other kid.
Having to measure somebody. Let me mute myself.
Well, that's Talon's claim. He said that if I was on one end of the gym, Talon was on the other end of the gym, we both jumped up, you can measure the distance because we wouldn't be moving parallel with each other if we were on a globe. So you can actually measure the physical distance.
Surface. No, you would do it somewhere on the Earth.
Well, we're not presupposing a flat surface because even on a flat surface...
Let's
not flat.
Dude, Talon, do you think that if you jump off a flat surface on a globe that you magically go diagonally?
If you're on a curve, that is what happens.
Wow, dude. Hey, Let's just let that simmer in, dude. Let that simmer for a second in your mind of how dumb this dude just sounded.
Did you misunderstand what I said? Like, what is that you think I said?
Well, no, okay, wait, hold on.
Let's hear what you think I said versus
okay, so you understand that if we had, let's say, a flat tangent plane, okay, hypothetically, sitting on top of the globe Earth, okay, and I was 8,000 miles away from you on this horizontal tangent plane. You're on like one end of the diameter of the Earth, I'm on the other end. You understand that when we both jump up on this flat, magical, hypothetical plane that's sitting on top of the flat or on top of the globe Earth, that we're going to be jumping away from each other at those ends, right? It's the same for any distance. As we move closer towards each other, we're still going to be jumping away from each other. Those lines would never be parallel.
Well, if you were on a perfectly flat surface, they would be, wouldn't you?
No, I'm talking about even if we were on an infinite plane
if you're on a
that's
flat
sitting
surface,
on top of the globe Earth.
If you're on a flat surface and two people were standing apart on a flat surface, they would be parallel.
Okay, bro. Like, okay, imagine, okay, that there's a ruler on top of a basketball. Okay, I
Yeah.
place the ruler directly in the middle. Now, where you and me are at both ends of this ruler. Okay, this is going to be represented by the gymnasium floor. Okay, the
Do you
distance
think
of
a
this ruler
gymnasium
that's
and a
extending
basketball have the
infinitely.
same surface?
Bro,
Yeah,
I'm talking about
see,
for
that's
the
actually Yaga's got it.
hypothetical.
See, Yaga?
I got it. Listen, guys, I got to go on mute so you don't hear me roaring with laughter.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Please keep yourself muted. That's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
20 cups. No, this time, okay, I'm using the ruler on the basketball differently. Okay, we're not measuring deviation from ruler to the basketball. This time, we're talking about jumping. I'm on one end. You're at like the 12-inch. I'm at the 1-inch on this basketball. Okay, the basketball is supposed to be represented by the earth, and when we both jump up, because gravity is pulling inwards towards the center, we're not going to be jumping
Out and away
up,
from
right?
the
We're
center
going to
of
be
the
jumping
earth.
out and away. Yes, and
Relative.
you're claiming that on Earth, right? We should be able to measure this, so we can have this happening if the Earth was a globe on a flat surface.
Yeah, it's painful that you guys can't understand it.
Okay, but you said that you could measure it physically.
No, it's not. It's great.
It's just angles on a curve. Like, it's not that fucking hard to
Makes me
measure
feel
those
smarter.
Oh, okay, perfect. So
You draw a couple
you
tangents
said
and
that
you
it
do
was.
the angles and you're set.
So you said it was easy. Okay, so when I jump
Yeah.
up, and then you jump up on opposite sides of a gymnasium, you said you could measure it. So how did you measure it? How would you measure it?
Lats, you understand that the jump up was just like a metaphor, an example. Like, we weren't physically planning on measuring somebody jumping up and down in two different locations, right?
Well, no, you said it was easily done. I was just asking.
Yeah, measuring the
what
angles,
method would be.
measuring two relative positions on a curve is relatively easy to do. Whether or not we're measuring people jumping up and down is just an example of what happens when people are
We got
jumping
you, bro.
out
We got
and
you,
away from each
Talon.
other.
We got
'Cause
you.
remember,
We got
you want
bro.
in and out. So if two people are on
All
a
right,
curve
hold
and
up,
they're
bro.
separate, then they would be.
Listen, bro, you just said that we're not actually seriously asking about you measuring things when you said you could measure it. Yeah, we are seriously asking you, bro. That's the problem with you guys. And then you realize that you just made claims that this has been done and it's easy to do, and now you're being asked for the proof that it's been done. I mean, holy crap. Hold on, let me unmute you, bro. Go ahead.
So, like I said, I apologize for sounding like we were directly measuring people jumping up and down. That was just being used as an example of someone on two different planes on two different points on a curve and how they jump in and out and away from each other relative to their locations. We're not trying to measure people jumping up and down, because I mean that's just that is what happens when you start at 2 points on a curve and then you go directly away from this radial of that curve. So everybody, I don't think we're not arguing about that. Everybody agrees that that's what happens on a curve. That's just basic geometry, like a clock, like a 3 o'clock.
Hey, yeah, we don't look. We're not disagreeing that happens on a hypothetical. Yeah. What we're asking you for is to bring it into reality, where you actually have measured it and can demonstrate it instead of in hypothetical land.
Yeah, that would be like measuring the angles and the shadows and the sun and location of the sun. That's where all that comes in. It's because when you're on a huge distance, you want to use the sun because that's the perfect light source that's directly above. We know that's directly above us because of the 12 o'clock rotation of the Earth and Sun. And by 12 o'clock rotation of the Earth and Sun, I'm just saying like.
Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. Now. You were trying to prove the Earth is a globe some other way to then use that proof to say, look, now that I've proven the Earth is a globe, then I can say I measured people jumping away from each other and out from the Earth.
It's kind of like adding the if you took the obelisks that Eratosthenes used to measure the curve and like just magically turn them into rockets, and if they were to go vertical from their location, then that would be similar to like you would be able to see the angle and they would be going away from each other relative both of their locations. Whereas like if it was on a flat surface, they would be perfectly parallel. So you'd be able to see both of the monoliths going directly up like rockets, perfectly parallel with each other. But if they're on a curve, then they would actually go in a V shape. They would be traveling, just a hypothetical magical angle directly plumb to the surface. they would be technically going away from each other at an angle relative to whatever curve they were on. So if it was like a 45-degree curvature, you could assume that there would be 45 degrees of curve between the two angles of the lines.
Yeah, hypothetically, if the Earth was curving, you know how
Right.
you
Well,
would prove something like that.
We don't have monoliths that
Yeah.
magically fly straight up.
Yeah, sure.
Perpendicular. Yeah, but we can still
that would be true.
do lasers and stuff with that. Lasers do that.
That would be true, though. You know, if you could actually measure a curvature over the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Your hypothetical could be true. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like, you would have to physically do the survey with the trigonometry to get the actual physical shape.
Yeah, you would physically
the
measure the
laser
Earth to be curving to find out that it's.
The laser only gives you the radius because you only get the angles. You basically only get the radius from the laser. If you do a laser from between 2 points, you're not getting the actual curve. You're getting just you're getting just the curve. I mean, not the shape.
The radius is from the center to the outside. You're not going to be using a laser from the center to the outside.
A laser is just 2 dimensions, so it's not going to have a 3-dimensional shape in the measurement. It's a lack of dimension. So you're only getting curve because of the laser is only 2 dimensions, point A to point B. That's 2 dimensions, my friend. That's bad news for you guys.
Well, yeah, that's why you're supposed to be measuring from the laser to the Earth incrementally to get that surface curvature. That would be a physical measurement of curve.
Well, how is that a 3rd dimension?
We're just using the laser as a horizontal.
Right, that's 2 dimensions.
To see if there's increasing deviation in accordance with the globe of the size that they tell us.
I don't.
We're measuring a drop.
Where's the 3rd dimension in that?
Well, we're not. We're just trying to measure curve on that one over that one line that we have.
Only a 2-dimensional shape. We want actual shape. Like, is it flat or is it a globe?
Well, sure. You can recreate the same type of measurement over various surfaces of water. We can go check everywhere.
You want to go? You mean like north, south, and then east, west? Have you done that?
Well, yeah, sure. You can do it in all directions. You can do it over different bodies of water.
Did you do it over 2,000 miles?
For a single laser, not that I know of. But you can check. First thing you would do is measure over 1,000 miles.
I'll do 1,000. I'll try to do 24,000. I think it gets much harder after 24,000 miles. I think
there's no curve measurements even over 2 miles.
Wait! Did this guy just say shoot a laser past the Rayleigh extinction point?
Over 1,000 miles.
You can't shoot a laser through 1,000 miles of atmosphere, dude. You do know that, right?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, the air sheds light off. The laser can't penetrate it after hundreds of miles. Good grief, dude.
Lasers can penetrate air.
No, I got a question. Can you guys? Let's say I'm genuinely curious. Like, I want to learn more about flat Earth. How would you teach me that the Earth is flat if I don't know anything about it? I mean, how would you?
It's not deviating from horizontal.
Convince me.
There's no measured curvature over the surface of the Earth. That's literally.
I mean, that's like me saying there is curvature. It is round. I'd say that was your explanation.
Let's just say that someone dumb like me has never seen a curvature of the Earth before, and so you're trying to tell me? Are you trying to say that there's not curvature?
Yeah, because water's flat, and if the surface of water or if the surface of the Earth is covered mostly by water, that's flat.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can fill in the rest of that statement.
Right on. Yeah. No, I believe you. I mean, I just didn't know.
I prefer that you don't believe. You can go verify the words that are coming out of my mouth yourself. That would be preferred, so you can know yourself.
I'd rather take your word for it. No, I mean, I'll take your word for it.
I'm sure. Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah, I'm not going to verify it. I'm going to believe you.
I mean, how would you know that I'm not lying to you?
I just trust you a lot.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just
you're a grown ass man.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You're a
I'm
grown
just
man.
messing
You
with you.
can believe whatever you want. That's fine.
Yeah, but so there's not. So shit. So you're saying there's not curvature? I'm confused. Like I don't know anything about this topic really.
Yeah, when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, there's never been physical measured curve.
Even when you fly up in a plane, like you can't see the curvature when you're in a plane.
Well, yeah, sure. Check this out, right? Like if, let's say everybody in this room is up in the airplane together. We all look out the window, look at the horizon. Let's say you see a curved one, I see a flat one, AI sees a zigzaggy one, 20 Cups can see a double helix horizon, right? All different variances of shapes and size, whatever. How do we know which one's true?
I mean, I would just assume what you're looking at is. I mean, I've been in a plane lots of times and seen the curvature. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, even at that elevation, you wouldn't be high enough to see curvature of the Earth anyway from an airplane.
You can see a little bit, I think. Maybe.
I mean, I get.
Okay, that could have been just my imagination, but I thought I saw something like curvature.
Oh no, that's fine. I could send a video in the side chat of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that you can't see curvature from that elevation. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's an astrophysicist communicator.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite. It's one of my favorite guys in the world, actually.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to watch that video. If you want, it's only a few seconds long.
I've probably seen it.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've seen it.
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson believes the Earth is round. So why are we using him as a source?
As a hostile. Yeah, just using him as a hostile witness.
That's like saying, why use Neil deGrasse Tyson to describe how a chicken...
For when he says the Earth's round, I'm saying it's kind of contradictory.
No, it isn't.
You're trying to convince me, but you're using Neil deGrasse Tyson to convince me, and he's wrong. So
what?
I'm not. So I can't watch the video. I mean, if Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, that means all you guys are right.
Okay, so if one person says one thing that's wrong, does that mean that every single thing that they say out of their mouth following is going to be wrong?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
Right? Somebody can be wrong about one thing and then right about another. Yeah?
True.
Okay.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right, man. But is he wrong about... So Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks the Earth is round? Is that right?
A ball, yeah. Or an oblate spheroid. That's what he claims it. Or chubby at the bottom, like a pear shape.
But it's not a sphere.
I mean, even though that's what the pictures depict, that it's a sphere. It's supposedly not one.
You guys... But no, I'm going to believe you guys. I mean, you guys are the experts. So, I mean, it's not a sphere, right? I mean, it's what is it? Is it flat?
Well, we don't make any shape claims. We just say the Earth is flat. Flat is just a surface description. Like we understand there's topography. We have like trees, mountains, hills on top of the flat Earth, and we have ditches, valleys, oceans that go into the Earth.
Does the flat? I mean, if it's, I mean, I know you don't think it's flat, like completely flat, but it's not a globe. But so, whatever shape it is, do you think is it rotating around other misshapen things, or what's going on in space?
Well, it doesn't really matter what's happening in the sky.
It doesn't matter what's happening.
That far.
It doesn't matter.
Correct. Yeah, so if you wanted to say something like, for example, like the sun traced the path of the Mona Lisa.
I'm curious.
Right? Well, if the sun traced the path of a banana or the Mona Lisa every night or every day, you understand that's not going to change the shape of the ground underneath your feet, yeah?
No, but it would help you calculate how far and where things are, because you can see if everyone can see the Mona Lisa in the sky, and you know how far other people are, then you can calculate what the shape of or the dimensions of the surface are. Literally use angles and observations. You can use if we can both see something, if we can both look at something, we can calculate, and we know how far we are from each other. We can calculate where we are and what the space is between us.
So you're telling me that if the Earth is tracing the shape of a banana in the sky, what shape of the ground will underneath your feet going to be?
No, I'm saying you can use something that you can see and someone else can see to calculate the space between you.
Yeah, like a laser.
You are.
Yeah, like you can use a laser.
No. We're talking about like on Earth. If we have people like
things that on Earth.
Things that you can see from over hundreds of miles away. Hundreds of miles away.
Dude,
if you can see, if two people can,
you scared of the laser? The laser going to hurt you? The laser going to touch you on the no-no spot?
We're talking about Earth. No, we're talking about Earth, not a valley.
Yeah, so am I.
No, a laser cannot. No, a laser does not go over all of Earth unless you have one laser that's shined across the entire Earth. I'm happy to see that. But if you want to see how do you know? You're one place in America, someone else in Asia is looking at the same thing, or in Europe is looking at the same thing. You can calculate, if you know how far you are from each other, what the space between, or what the dimensions are. If you're on two ends of a hill and looking at something and you're both slanted, you can calculate and figure out that you're on different angles. Like, it's not complicated. We did this with sticks.
You can calculate that the arrival angle of the perception of what you're looking at is different in each location. So if that's true, why can't you do it with lasers? Why not?
You can't see a laser from but if you can shine a laser from America to Asia,
why do you need to do it that far? Why does it have to be that far?
Because you're trying to figure out Earth, not like a local spot.
Yeah. Let me help you out. It's very simple. Okay, so I'm going to have to mute you, and hopefully you'll be able to withstand that, because I know you're going to talk through me, so I'm just going to do a little Odyssean self-control. I'll be quick, I promise. Okay, so if the surface of water is the standard of level from which all elevation profiles are benchmarked, and it's either A, curving around the whole Earth and coming back on itself, or B, flat, level, and horizontal, then if you measure a sufficient portion of it within the tolerances, you can then apply that physics across the whole surface. And then you know that your benchmark standard is either curved or flat. So you take a laser, and if you shoot it over, let's say 25 miles of water, that's sufficient to debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And that means that the water is certainly not curved in the manner consistent with a globe, right? So you can disprove that it's a globe in less than 50 miles, easily. All right, I'll unmute you for a reply. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just gave you a way to disprove that it's flat easily. If you test local flatness, that does not disprove the fact that one person has just disproved global flatness.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. Tell me you've never built anything in your life without ever telling me you've never built anything in your life.
Do you guys believe the moon landings happened, or is this just strictly flat Earth?
What? There's only been one moon landing, allegedly. What are you talking about?
Exactly what I said.
Yeah, so, well, unless you count unmanned landings as landings. But
which one was real? You're saying that only one was real? Which one?
Oh, well, let me ask this question. If the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, does landing on a different thing that's not the Earth decide whether the Earth is flat or a globe?
It'll give you a very good opportunity to look at the globe or the Earth to figure out what shape it is. It would actually give you the best possible opportunity to get the best possible perspective.
So wait, we did go to the moon or we didn't? I don't know what you're saying here.
Yeah, I don't think they believe that. But we went to the moon. I think they think that's all conspiracy theory.
If they show you pictures from outer space of the Earth.
Who are they? Who are they?
NASA. If NASA,
so someone else does it. What about someone else?
Yes, sure.
Let him talk.
If anybody claimed to have taken a picture of the Earth from outer space, we can validate the content of the photo being the Earth. If they show the water to be curving with the size of the Earth that they give us, we can calculate how much drop over distance that there would be. So when we go out into reality and measure the surface of the Earth is not curving. So one of two things, right? Either reality is real, or either a picture or video is real.
Yeah, you can measure. Hold on. Over a distance, if you can see, you said so before. On top, if you're on Earth, if the scale is way too big for you to be able to notice any curve, it's too big. So if you're looking at it from super far away in space, you're going to see a vague curve, a general curve. It's not going to tell you it's going to be a general curve. It's not going to show you the exact shape of the geoid.
It wouldn't be just.
It's not going to show you. You're not going to be able to see the exact texture, like the way that we see. You know that we can measure. Hold on. Do you know that we measured? Like when I asked you how we figured out that it's not a globe, that it's a geoid. Do you know how we figured that out?
Wait, dude. Who said it's too big for us to?
This guy.
To witness it?
I never said that.
Did you say you affirm that the Earth is too big for us to observe curvature?
You cited Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, so you're saying that Neil deGrasse
observe.
You can definitely see curvature once you get up, like from the photos, you know.
Hold on, we're not there yet. Who said it?
Sorry.
Did you say it is, or did you cite someone else who said it is?
No, I said Neil deGrasse Tyson said that from that elevation you would not be able to see curvature. I never said measure curvature.
Thank you, because Neil deGrasse Tyson affirms it is a ball.
You can't measure it.
Right? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson affirms that it's a ball anyway. We're not actually doing that. So therefore, we can't actually affirm that the curvature, we can't see it. We can't say something that isn't there, we can't see.
Yeah, my point is that even when we see the Earth from space, seeing the general outline of the Earth does not tell you the exact dimensions of the geoid underneath.
About that if you want. Yeah, dude, you can talk about that if you want. I just wanted to jump in here when you said that we said something that we didn't.
No, I was referring to the other guy who brought that up in response to someone else. The Neil deGrasse Tyson quote.
He wasn't affirming that. Lotz was not affirming that as his position that there's curvature that we can't see.
No, I know. I cited that as him acknowledging that under a globe, the scale of it would render perception of curvature kind of ridiculous because it's just too big to get a good view of what the curvature. So if you're looking at from space, which is even further, the specifics of on Earth, whether it's going to be uniform curve at every point you're not going to see that from space. You won't see a mountain from space. You won't see a small difference in the geoid with your eyes. You can measure it with lasers.
Right. Oh, really? Lasers? I just mentioned lasers earlier, and it seems like you were allergic to it.
What? SLRI, not like laser pointer crap.
I want to ask you where you got that 1,000-mile benchmark standard from. Like that's the bar that you said. It has to be 1,000 miles or something, right?
What?
It's because
earlier when you were talking about
No. I didn't set a that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Enigma. I'm going to answer 20 cups. Thanks. 20 cups. Before Enigma was speaking, the earlier person said you should do laser tests at 1,000 miles, even 24,000 miles. And then I told him, oh, so you're going to shoot a laser past the Rayleigh extinction point? And he said, oh, no, lasers can shoot through the air. He just thinks lasers are just going to go forever through millions and millions of pounds of atmosphere, even though the Rayleigh extinction coefficient says it ain't.
Yeah, clearly. That's why I was asking where he got that arbitrary number from.
Well, I didn't bring up a number, but when it comes to laser, obviously there's less stuff in the atmosphere as you go up.
Hang on a second.
I wasn't here for the.
Let me ask for corroboration. Who mentioned the arbitrary large distance number?
It was Talon, but Enigma also said 1,000 miles.
No, I literally was not here for the discussion of. If I said 1,000, it was as an example of random distances that are too large. Like I didn't bring up specific numbers.
But what's sufficient?
I got a question.
Because we want to find something that's actually practical so we can actually do it, right? So what would be
25 miles. 25 miles over water. There you go.
What?
Yeah, earlier when I was saying, I said that 25 miles is sufficient doing a laser transit methodology that the globe geometry would express or not express itself with a variance of 2 orders of magnitude. Now, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient, dude. That's going to subsume all your geoidal error, okay?
No. Looking at 25 miles will not give you a view of the entire Earth. That's ridiculous.
No. I didn't say it's going to simply do that. I caveated it with another portion of the Earth, which is what?
Which is what?
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. See, you weren't paying attention.
I'm saying, you can't say, "Oh, here's a 25-mile observation. That's the entire Earth."
No, we didn't say that. Where we set the benchmark that level water, right, is either wrapped around the whole Earth, plus or minus the ambient sea level variance, right? But the whole Earth is benchmarked to that. So that's either a giant circle, roughly, or it's a flat line. And if you measure,
because it wouldn't be uniform. No, because it wouldn't be uniform. Again, you cannot take 25-mile observation and think that's the entire Earth.
Dude, do you think that? Do you know what the variant difference of the circumference and the radius of the Earth is from the North Pole to the equator?
No, but I'm saying you can't take a 25-mile observation.
Okay, let me help you out. Since I know the answer.
But I gave you a much bigger observation, and you're just
I could care less. I could care less. No, dude, because it's principle.
I gave you 200. You can do 250. I don't know why you're doing 25.
Hey, listen, dude, just calm down. So the variance is 20 miles. So that the extent of the circumference from the differential to the North Pole to the equator is only 20 miles, dude. So the curvature rate could be calculated. Okay, the geoid is not this thing where the Earth just spontaneously turns into a potato halfway down from the North Pole to the equator, dude.
Actually, there is a geoid. There is in the Indian Ocean. There's places of the geoid that sink inwards. Like, it's not a uniform body. And also, there are forces.
No, they don't, dude.
The fact that you acknowledge that.
Listen, friend, a heat map of gravity isn't the same as the surface properties of the Earth, dude.
Come on. Now you're using gravity. You just said gravity. You don't believe in gravity.
Who said that? I don't believe in gravity.
A heat map of gravity would indicate a surface difference in the Earth. And that's exactly how miners, explorers, topologists, people who excavate, that's exactly how they measure and find things underground. They use gravity.
So what you're saying is right. So what you're saying is that
they use gravity as a way to test, see what's under the Earth.
Yeah, we got it.
Because it works. Because
so anytime, so we got your position is that anytime you measure the Earth, if it doesn't match your prediction of the Earth being a sphere, you just say, "Oh, that's a flat spot." Yeah, we understand.
No, that's not it at all. I'm saying that
that's what we all heard.
No. Hold on. The fact that it's a geoid is not the only confounding variable here. Like, the fact that you're relying on shooting a laser through dense, volatile air. Like, come on. Like, that's not measuring Earth surface. Like, if it wrapped around a ball.
Really? Hold on, then, brother. Okay, let's say that's true. So if you're receiving light through dense volatile air, that's not sufficient to tell you what the Earth is shaped like. But then we got Globers coming here saying, hey, when I receive, I'm not done saying my thought yet. Thanks. So we have Globers.
Okay.
All right, listen, dude. Listen. When you stopped and the other guy interrupted, when it was my turn to talk because you yielded to me, it wasn't your turn to interrupt him. Holy crap, dude. So, according to you, then, we can't use optical information through the atmosphere to determine the shape of the Earth. So let's throw all the theodolites in the garbage.
No, that's not what I was trying to clarify or correct what you were saying. Like,
yeah, dude, you just said, I said you could use a laser transit. You said, oh, we can't do it because of the air. Well, if that's the case, then you can't use theodolites because of the air.
No, I didn't. No, hold on. I'm not saying it's impossible. No, hold on. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that.
Okay, then tell us the variance. Tell us the variance and how we can get it done.
You're not even trying to listen to what I'm saying. I said the variance.
No, I'm just trying to get to the point where you actually say something that could get the job done.
I'm trying to explain to you that the variance in the Earth, like the geoid, is not the only thing that gets in the way of this. it's not just that. There's also the fact that there is refraction and you're shooting lasers through dense air over water. Like low air over water.
Okay, great. That's great. That's great. So give us the accurate model of reflection.
No, but the
hold
issue
on,
here,
brother.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point, which is that if you...
All right, no, dude. It's very simple. Give us the accurate model of refraction so we can apply it to a laser test and measure the Earth already, dude. Hurry it up, dude. I want to have this before I die, please. Go ahead.
Again, a completely accurate model that could simulate air molecules over 25 miles through, that's quantum computing right there. Like that's like insane. I'm saying
I can't. I don't have one.
You can get so to get a perfectly accurate model, which models literally the air molecule by air molecule, that's ridiculous. You don't need that. But that would be what you would need to get a perfectly accurate model.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the problem then. If you can't actually accurately model it, how the hell do you know that the air is bending perfectly radial to the surface?
The air doesn't have to be bending perfectly. No,
but it could be. It could be. That's enough.
The air doesn't have to be bending perfectly.
You've got to accept that it could be.
No, hold on. The air does not have to be bending perfectly. But if you can see air, if air bends and you can see that air bends in a certain place and you know how far something is from you and you know like relative where it is, you could test things. Like if you were on, like you could, the other thing is if you're both looking at something above you, you could figure out what how far you are, what the angle is. So when you use, if you're going to use laser, if you're looking at laser tests, you might as well look at other tests to help you figure out if what you're seeing is nonsense.
Hold on. Listen, I'm going to lay down the law here. Okay? Listen, for the love of God, speak for 30 seconds, then ask the other guy to reply. Let them speak for 30 seconds, and then close with asking the other guy to reply. Please, for the love of God. So we can actually hear what we're saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta get in here. So here's the thing, right? You have a laser, it's 5 feet off the ground, 3 feet off the ground. The other end where it's shooting, the target is at 3 feet, 5 feet off the ground. Okay. The laser is not radial to the surface. What is it?
It varies. I don't know how to say this more. It varies.
It can vary, yeah, sure. It may not have to be perfectly radial, but it's radial enough on average such that it matches the height at the other side, right?
Again, staying it's in an air, if you're shooting at 3 meters, 3 feet up, and the air, let's say it's going directly forward. If it's a curved surface, and we know there is less air higher you go, then that will change the composition of how it refracts.
Thank you very much.
There is a correct. So there is, the higher it goes, the more it changes to reflect it more. Like I don't know how to say this more. Like air reflects light, or it bends light.
Perfect. So under what circumstance can air actually curve sufficient enough to be approximately radial to the surface of Earth? Temperature. If you can provide a combination of gradients of temperature, humidity, and pressure gradients that would satisfy the conditions such that the target is hit at 3 feet off the ground, we would then be able to analyze.
You could do that for different observations.
These tests were done, right, and see if they actually match up.
You can try that for different observations, but again, you cannot measure, like, if the variation is inch by inch over 25 miles, then you can't simply just perfectly test every single molecule. You can get accurate, vague. You can get vague. Like, I'll send you right now. No, hold on. I'll send you, like, right now. Like, people talk about, like, these oil rigs a lot. Like, flat earthers saw these videos of an oil rig and then were convinced the Earth is flat. So, like, for example, like, if you take observations, like, you see something at laser test, you could come up with an explanation of variables that would cause that, and I'll send one in the chat right now. Like, this is an explanation or a set of variables.
My question under which circumstances? No, you're not.
I'm showing you one right now.
The answer to the question actually requires like some numbers, some values, some models. If you can provide any of those, right, that we can go test, that would be great.
I just explained to you that it completely varies. It's not a uniform thing, and I just gave you. I gave you a picture of variables in a certain situation that could result in something like an oil object, like one of those oil rig observations. And if you look at the profile, it's like a random scattering of like at some point you'll get hot air or something, which is loud as hot, pressure changes. It's like. This is why you'll see things, windmills and oil rigs, seemingly sink and unsink. Like the actual windmills and oil rigs are not going underwater. Like you realize that air is light is bending through air. Like those oil rigs are not, and windmills. It's not like they got fully submerged.
Just looking at your thing here. Okay, so do you mean to suggest that at some point throughout the line of sight from the observer to the oil rigs, that over what is it? A matter of 10 feet, that there's a 4-degree temperature change anywhere?
Yeah, you can get big, vast temperature changes.
Over 10 feet?
Sure, yeah. Especially when you have, especially when you have water.
Was it done? Was it done?
What?
How do we verify, right, that any, what is it called? Black swan observations, the conditions were such that any part at between 40 and 50 feet above the ground, there's a variation of 3 or 4 temperature, 3 or 4 degrees Celsius?
Well, that's like saying, how do I verify that in 1962, Martin Luther King was walking around?
Thank you very much.
Like you want to go back in time? Like you can send weather balloons up and test stuff. But you're asking increasingly.
We're actually asking for something concrete.
No. What you're asking now, I just gave you something concrete. What you're asking now is, first, is there any possible explanation for how we could see this on Earth? I gave you it, and now you're like, well, has this happened? Well, clearly the observation.
That's not what you're saying. That's not what you're saying. Hold on,
when they took the oil rig.
I'll mute this kid for a second. Listen, he said you have an explanation. You provided an explanation. He then said, do you have any quantification that has occurred in reality? That's not an unreasonable request. Explanations don't prove that things actually happened, okay? You have to actually give the evidence. So, Enigma, that's not an unreasonable request, okay? For the love of God, do you have any evidence for your claims? Hold on, let me unmute you so you can give him the evidence. Go ahead.
Well, it would have to have been measured by the person who took the observation, which they clearly didn't.
Okay, fair enough. Just like nobody in the globe side ever measures what you think the flat earther should measure at all. So good point. You just screwed the globe. Excellent work.
Again, to say, oh, no one ever measures the shape of the Earth. It's like you can believe that, but it's not true.
Then who has?
Literally, you're a Google search away from your answer.
I'm asking you.
That's like saying name. But you understand? But you understand that that's like saying name the people who died in the Sudan massacre. Like name one person. Like I can't name. Like yeah, it is.
Actually, you know what? I probably could actually. Or
I don't know the names. I don't know the names of the people in Auschwitz.
Dude, if I ask you that, give me one individual from these, events or whatever. Okay. Yeah. That's not an unreasonable thing. You know somebody died during those events. You would probably know who. Give me the name. All right. So in this case, I'm asking you, give me one measurement and who did it. If it's just Google search away, you do the work of parsing through all the pages that it gives you. Pick the best one because apparently you know. Right? This is your argument.
Part of
Enigma, you might actually know somebody we haven't heard of yet, which would be novel. So that's why we asked.
Part of the issue here is scale and organization. Like if I were to ask you, name the person who invented Britpop or not Britpop or Britpop or jazz. There's not one guy. With those people have a pioneer, but like it's a.
Here, watch this. Watch this. Watch it. 20 cups. Here, real quick. Ask me the question. Who allegedly has measured the curve of the Earth in history? Go ahead.
Yeah, name one person who has measured the curve.
Al-Biruni. Wow, that was hard. All right, let's see if the Glober knows a name that's not Al-Biruni. Go ahead, Glober.
No, my point is that it's an organization that's going to be doing, like, it's a group of people.
Okay, right, one more time. That's no 20 cups. Ask me again. Allegedly, who has measured the curve of the Earth? Go ahead.
Name one person who has measured the curve of the Earth, or even at that. Right?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Eratosthenes. Wow, that was hard. Let's see if Enigma can name somebody. Or an organization. Let's see if he can name anything, a person or a group. Go ahead.
Yeah, institution or organization, probably led by an individual or group of individuals. One of their names could have been nice.
What?
Here, let me make it easier. Name a species. Name a species that has allegedly measured the curve of the Earth.
Humans. There you go. But you think that these are all? You have an issue with this.
Great start.
Like, I just think that you're not aware of like how things are discovered, and it's like a process where you have many people doing different things, and you coordinate.
Yeah, by the name.
It was so hard. It was so hard. I was able to name two people right off the top of my head, dude. So complicated.
Okay, but these people, I assume, are, if you have one individual, it's going to be probably easier to say, oh, they're probably not using the most sophisticated technology like SLRI or VLBRI. So it's like, I'd rather give you modern technology and not the type of measurement or the type of measurement that would be done using rudimentary.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round. The Earth is round. You're retards. You're retards. You're retards.
Like the best. Like the best. Like the best. Like you could say air is awesome. I figured this out a long time ago.
Your mouth. Holy frick, dude. Do you think we want to hear you talk through somebody shouting Earth's round? No, we want to isolate them and mute them, and then you speak. Go ahead, Enigma.
I think that the best, like, when I ask, are you guys aware of gravimeters or at least, like, I just don't think you're aware of modern tech, which requires lots of people and, huge organizations or, just society, lots of coordination. But modern technology, like large scale VLBRI, that literally the technology that's used for GPS, like, if you understood how this works.
Okay, we got you, bro. We got you. Okay, listen, bro. Great. So why not start with the first one you said and just give an explanation about it?
Yeah, lasers are bounced off of satellites.
Okay, then what happens?
We then measure the time it takes for it to come back. We can also measure the time it takes to go to bounce there, to go somewhere else. And then you can use those measurements to map a surface. If it takes 5 seconds, if you know the speed of the light, and you know the difference between how fast it takes, this is how all laser, like LiDAR, like this is literally how laser map, like
has to be done perpendicular, doesn't it, to the surface?
No, hold on, friend. Hold on. I got it. I think I got it.
It doesn't have to be perpendicular.
Hey, Enigma, bro. Come on. So remember earlier, Enigma said you can't do light-based measurements unless you measure every molecule across the path. So thanks. You already previously debunked your LiDAR, bro. Sorry.
No. The issue with shooting lasers perpendicularly over water at low altitude is where you're going to have literally like the most variation, the most volatility in refraction. Like you're going through piles of air with lots of variation in temperature and pressure, which is why it's like basically just shooting it through a fog. But if you shoot upwards, we know that there's a gradient, so it's going to basically diminish to nothing, like near zero resistance.
All right, I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. It does diminish to nothing until it reaches the cosmic plasmoid layer, which then reflects the light in a way which makes you think it's coming back with Earth curve, but actually when you measure the surface, it's flat. See how that works?
Wait. The what plasma layer? Cosmic what?
Yeah, listen, I already know the Earth is flat, so I'm going to invoke an exotic media between the satellites and the ground. Problem solved, right?
No. Well, you're inventing something. I didn't make up satellites. We can see them. What are you talking about? What is a cosmic something layer?
Oh, cool. So show me a sighting of one of the satellites that's used in this process from the ground. Go ahead.
What? Like you can see the ISS. I mean, you can see
The ISS is, hey, listen, friend. The ISS is not one of these things. Okay, sorry.
Does the ISS not bounce information back to the ground? You have.
You don't even know. Listen, friend. In case you didn't realize what just happened, you don't even know what satellites are allegedly even part of this network to even begin to show me one. So why don't you go find out and then bring the evidence?
What do you mean show you one? I mean, you can see them. I mean, there's like Grace, there's Champ, and there's satellites that are.
You can see them. So if you can see them, then surely you have an image of one taken from the ground-based observatory or something. Go ahead, man. Get up. Post that sweet evidence, bro. Come on.
Well,
listen,
again,
friend, we're trying to get one person.
Again, hold on. I just gotta say something. If the concept is you bounce lasers back and forth, and your objection is that there's nothing to bounce them off, like if there's satellites in the sky, we can.
I didn't say that, dude. No, I didn't say
see the satellites. We can bounce them off. Hey. Now you're asking me to like name the satellites. Like it's nothing like name the Holocaust victims.
No, it's like this, dude. I'm gonna help you out. I'm going to help you out, bro. Nobody speak over me, please. You said if there's satellites in the sky and you could see them from the ground, then we can bounce things off them. So I just said, okay, prove your if. Just show me one of those satellites that's part of that network. This is not a hard ask, brother.
What is Starlink? Have y'all not seen Starlink in the sky?
I don't think they do geological surveys.
Meanwhile, while Enigma's actually probably doing the research, I was thinking, right, before we get too deep in the weeds on this one, right, there's a problem with this. Right, he's talking about satellites, which would have required the knowledge of Earth curvature initially to be able to fit them up. Right, they operate on orbital mechanics. In orbital mechanics, there's an implied radius to the Earth, et cetera, et cetera. So it would have been known beforehand. Perhaps IceJJ or Enigma might want to go, get that instead, right? Because apparently these guys actually did the measurement that is then used in orbital mechanics.
Go get it. Go get it. Go get it.
If we see them if we see them above us, traveling impossibly fast and impossibly far,
I don't know how fast.
Then we can bounce things. Well, if you can see something from hundreds of miles, if you can see something from one area,
you don't know how high.
Actually, if you could see something from one place on Earth and you can see it from another place on Earth, and you can see when it cuts out, and you know how far away from each other you are, you can do the math. Like that. This is basic. This is basic trigonometry.
Here's the problem, though. Right, like I said before, you need a radius first. So you might want to get that because we were talking about who measured the curvature or who measured the Earth at all.
No, you don't. No, even without a radius, if you have something high enough above you on a flat surface, you can then bounce things off of that thing above you to then measure things on the surface. The distance between two things, the shape of the things on Earth. You can bounce lasers back.
If we acknowledge that there's stuff in the sky, right? You claim that they operate in a certain manner in accordance with orbital mechanics and shit like that. If they're not operating in accordance with orbital mechanics, they're operating some other way. Okay, the only reason why you brought them up is because this is allegedly an example or proof that the ground is curving. So I'm asking you where was the source of ground curving in the first place, which
you misunderstood
them the opportunity. I'm going to finish my sentence. Right, where's the origin of the spherical geometry actually having been measured, which granted them the opportunity to throw things up in the sky in the fashion that you're talking about, so they wrap around and fly around in the way that is said that satellites do?
Again, I did not use the existence of satellites. I said if you bounce lasers off of satellites, or you bounce lasers, call them whatever you want, you can then measure the Earth using those lasers. Those are better than lasers shooting across perpendicular above low altitude water, we're going to have the most variation in volatility in refractive indexes. It's shooting into a pile of air, and it's also like close distance, high volatility versus large distance, low volatility. I'll take that.
Shooting straight down and then it bouncing back up, that'd be perpendicular to like a signal propagation and bouncing off. Right, bouncing off the surface perpendicular and coming back up. So what if it's at an angle? How's it going to return? How's the signal going to return? Because light, the law of reflection and all that. It hits the side of the hill.
I don't know if you've seen. I don't know if you've seen the surface of the mirror. They are shaped as mirrors that mount them at angles, so they can shoot them, angle them towards. Like this is how radio work. Like, have you ever seen this antenna, or like one of those receivers? It's literally they bounce it and they can angle it towards
Directional lasers, like they're just like a spherical laser ball. All directions.
If you shoot a laser at a mirror, you can then target the mirror to then target the laser where you want it to go.
Try reconnecting because your connection's sketching out, and especially when Enigma talks over you. All right, I'll unmute Enigma. Go ahead.
Yeah. Before we get too deep in the weeds, though, right? We asked the question earlier: who measured the Earth? Yada yada yada. We invoked satellites to basically say that we can use satellites to measure it. Can you get an instance of that having been done, though? That's the only reason why we're here at this point.
Yeah, all the data that we get for positioning for all these things comes from satellites. Literally the mechanism by the mechanism by which GPS works is the mechanism I'm talking about. The global positioning system.
So the satellites are operating in accordance with orbital mechanics?
Yes.
Okay, so how did they get the surface curvature before then to actually get these things up in
Earth is flat and shit, though? Like, you guys actually think that?
Even at the Earth, whatever the shape of the Earth is, if it's a sphere, and you cannot, you can test this in a million ways. Look at the sky above you in different places. If you shoot things upwards, and then see what happens.
Give us the most primitive one, dude. Right?
I can give you a video of things flying into orbits.
Yo, you guys are fucking nerds. Shut up.
I can give you a live stream video of something flying into orbit. If you shoot something up, you can see what happens, and we've done that, and it orbits. But that's not. But secondary, we see them above us. Like clearly, the ISS is there, right? It's there. So if it's there, and it's not, and if it's at low altitude, it should be moving. Okay.
I'm going to try one more time. Okay, we're asking for first principles. Okay. If we got satellites moving up in the air around a ball, you need the measurements of the ball first. Where did those come from? Okay, then you can corroborate that with any sort of measurements that allegedly come from these satellites afterwards once they're up there. Okay, but we need a starting point. Where's that starting point?
Look, that can be done by basic derivatives of observations on Earth of math. But when we're talking about measuring the surface, if we know that we have things above us, someone's mic is going off, someone's hot micing. If things are above us, we can bounce lasers to measure the surface. Like, if you're denying that things are above us, then that's the only way you can get around this. Like, this is proving the Earth, like orbital mechanics. Like, clearly things are above us. Even if the Earth is flat, this would work.
Did I say we deny something's above us?
But you're pretending like. Hold
on, brother. Don't skip this. He just said, even if the Earth was flat, all this would work. Good point. So it doesn't prove the Earth's a globe. Good point.
No. The lasers themselves are used to position things on Earth, and that positioning can position curves. It can position angles, and so we have satellites that you call them whatever you want. They're up there. And lasers are shot.
Yeah, are they doing that?
Those lasers are going to be way better than your laser over a lake.
All right. What about of the lake? What about of the lake? Do the lasers bounce off the lake and show a curvature rate?
What? I don't even know what you mean there.
The lasers. Well, because if you do it on land, you're just showing land topography. so it's got a curvature rate over that section of land. That doesn't mean that that's not accurately representing a total Earth curvature rate, right?
If you have something above you that is, moving, and you can shoot lasers at it, you can see how long it takes to reach there and back with the thing moving. Hold on.
Off the water?
No, back and forth from you to the thing.
Yeah,
to the
water?
To the thing
off the water? Off the water?
No, if you're bouncing it from a ground station to a satellite above
off the water? What about bouncing it off water?
I'm not talking about water right now. I'm talking about bouncing it from a ground station. Oh, I don't know, but if you're bouncing it from a ground station, if you put a mirror on top of the water, that would help. But if you're bouncing it from a ground station and you shoot and you see how long it takes to come back, and and it's moving, and you can see it moving at a certain rate, then you can calculate.
It's moving.
How far you are.
Wait, what's moving?
Also, you can calculate. Hold on, and
how's it shooting lasers while it's moving?
You're shooting lasers, bouncing them off of a moving thing above you.
Oh, okay. We're shooting lasers from the ground now. So the thing in the sky isn't shooting the lasers.
They can also shoot lasers. No, they can also do lasers. But when it comes, I'm giving you a very simple way to position yourself, like global positioning system.
Use satellites to measure the ground.
If you shoot upwards at a moving object, and you measure how long it takes to come back, and you also measure how long it takes for it to cut out, then you can use that to map the surface below you. And you can also figure out the cutoff. If it's, and you can see it from another place too, you can triangulate that and then work on a curve. Like it cuts off after the curve of the Earth. And if it's not due to, and you can test, is there obstruction? Or is there at some point, or is it the Rayleigh criterion? And if it's it's not, this is why the satellites have to orbit continuously. Like there's a bunch of satellites in the sky. The space.
I've lost count at this point. How many hypotheticals you've thrown at us, and the ratio between
these all exist. These are real
versus poignant questions that we've asked you. I don't know how much longer you want to expect to go doing this thing, but at some point it's going to have to settle, dude. If you want to talk about this shit, go grab us a sample, a data set that someone published that did all the shit that you're talking about and demonstrated what you're talking about to be true. And the conclusions arrived at match what you're saying.
But how would you be
would you mind doing something like concrete like that for once in your entire time span, this entire, set of VCs that you've been jumping around back and forth for a long time? Can you do it once?
Yo, hold on, bro. 20 cups. He's like, why? How would I actually demonstrate this happened in reality? What I'm going to do is just say, if it was happening, then we'd be able to show you. And then, yeah, it's definitely happening. Okay, show me. Oh, but how would I if it was happening? Blah, blah, blah. Circular reasoning. I guess this guy hopes if he does enough circular reasonings that he can rotate them 360 degrees and make a sphere out of it.
I think he's trying to warp our mind 360 degrees to make us forget that he's doing what he's doing.
No, but these things are happening. Like, you can't say if something's above us. Like these, at that point, you are you are if you're saying, if it's actually above us, and I say, so you don't actually think there's things above us, you realize
I didn't say that. You're the one bringing up the hypothetical. Listen, let me clear something up, right? You're the one bringing up the if we took a laser and shot up at the satellite, blah, blah, blah. Okay, even if we grant you all these things, all the prerequisites, show us somebody actually performing this operation to demonstrate what you're talking about. It's not that hard, bro. I don't know why you're dancing around this.
Show you a video of something that takes place over hundreds of miles.
Video? Did I specify video, dude? When did the word video out of my mouth, except for now? Repeating back the question.
Okay. Are you so you're denying this? Like, if I'm I have posted satellite data into here before, and the response was people just couldn't understand it. They're like, this is you can't read this. Like, what does this mean? And so if you're asking
That's
for
not my problem.
No, but this actually is your problem. Like, this is the problem that has happened
Those are other people's problems, dude. I'm asking you specifically for this, what you're talking about right now. right?
No, but I'm saying like this is an issue with Dunning-Kruger. Like unable to know what you're unable to comprehend because you don't know the requisite information. Like if I said, "Show me the evidence,"
because you can't cite anything.
No.
Can you? Can't you post a data set?
You haven't even gone through any data set before talking the shit that you're talking about to actually confirm it or validate it.
I have sent data from satellite to Fort. The issue.
I'm talking about this particular thing, dude. And you're obviously talking to other people because I was not involved because I don't know what you're talking about.
No, hold on. The data that is used is complicated. It's hard to understand. So if someone said,
did you analyze it?
If someone said, "Oh my god, I need to finish."
Analyze it? No, but did you go over it? You're saying it's complicated. Obviously, you understand it.
No, I don't know. Right? I am not the world. I am not the world's expert. No. I am not an expert on interpretation of satellite data. But
perfect. So you'll defer to somebody else, right?
Can you just let me speak for like 1 second? We know that we have things very far above us that we shoot lasers back and forth and communicate with. We know this. This is like a fact. Like we have phones, we have we do this all the time. We know that if you shoot a laser, you can measure distance and time and so on. So my point was that
example.
My point
Give a real world example.
Literally GPS. GPS is that.
Show the data. Show it being done.
But again, show the data
show the results
GPS.
of it.
Like what specific name of the data file do you want? Like you're asking a question. If someone said, "Show me the data used in like a legal trial in like something that involves thousands of documents of discovery in a complex financial case," I'm not going to have all that data on hand or the way to interpret it on hand. But the fact that we know that lasers,
then don't claim. Don't make claims you can't support them.
What I claimed was we do have lasers that go back and forth. We do shoot lasers.
Let's start there.
Like we can't see the laser because it's invisible.
Bro, you started with shooting a laser up to a satellite, having it bounce off and reach some other area or region, right? Then you can measure some shit and come to a conclusion. This is what you've been talking about for at least 5-10 minutes. Can you cite somebody having actually done this and provide their publications?
Again, it's a misnomer because it wouldn't be one person doing it.
Thank you.
One person does not launch. One person is not behind the satellite and the ground system and so on. So it's like saying, can you name me the one?
No, fuck this. Go get an organization that have published some papers on them performing this type of shit and their findings, and then come back.
Yeah, you know how they do this in academia? They say Johnson Roosberg, PhD, optics, et al. Et al means and all the rest involved. Holy crap.
Told you it was Ice JJ.
Hey, 20 cups. I'm doing some plumbing. Yeah. Ask me how it works.
How does it work?
Just ask me. So if you are doing plumbing and plumbing exists and you know you can get plumbing at Home Depot.
Wait. Can you tell me the name of a plumber who has done all this stuff?
Well, there's plumbing companies. They have lots of employees.
What about Mario?
Yeah, dude's the best plumber, dude. Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, man. Fantastic.
Dude, we need a tally counter with how many Globers reply with hypotheticals. Like, how many answers to the question was another hypothetical? Like 90% of what he said?
Something like that, yeah. Now, I can understand someone bringing up a short hypothetical as like a preamble, right, to an actual demonstration, just to set the stage, to elucidate some sort of mental map of what's going to go on or what's about to happen in a demonstration. I think that's okay.
DJ does that all the time.
To the point, and then followed by a demonstration or some sort of exposition. I'm cool with that. But I don't think I've seen one of those my entire time here. Yeah, a counter would be great.
Hey, you guys want to know what sucks worse than having to listen to that kid? It's when somebody does plumbing with a shark bite, but they put the shark bite with a 1-inch pipe connecting the two, so it's impossible to get them disconnected again. If you know, you know.
No, I don't think anybody here knows.
Shark bites have a slip collar that you put the C-shaped thing around. You push the collar in, and then you can dislodge the pipe. But if you put the two joints so close together, you have nothing you can grab. So they can't be disconnected ever again. So it defeats the whole purpose.
Just slice the whole thing off at that point.
Dude, this is like hundreds of dollars of shark bites that was installed here, dude. I'm just taking. I'm probably going to end up keeping them.
No, what's this dude's name? Spectre? Do you want to have that chat in VC with overfences?
No.
Why, bro? What's wrong?
I don't like being on YouTube.
Oh. Nobody even watches our YouTube anyway. Come on.
I don't care.
Yeah, isn't that what we're told? That no one cares about Flat Earth? You're a small minority that no one's listening to.
I don't think that's necessarily the criticism. It's more of like you guys try to disprove a spherical Earth instead of teaching everybody on why it's not spherical.
Well, I don't try to disprove things that haven't been proven. I'm not in the business of doing that. It's one of my things I have on my refrigerator, little magnet I have. Until something's, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
I agree with that.
Okay,
it's like where's the argument from the other side? Because everybody says something differently, Well,
let's see where's this globe at? Where's this evidence of a globe? We got photographs from space. Why would they lie? And flat earthers are stupid. I mean, that is very weak. That's not extraordinary
what
evidence.
You said. And meanwhile, despite what you just said, not you, Creed, the other guy, we talk about reasons why the Earth's flat all the time. I don't know if you've been listening or not.
Well, it's like I could use that same line of thinking and debate tactics to go the other way. It's like it's not like mutually exclusive.
Which is that?
Because anybody can argue 15 different points, but you got to understand the science, the physics, the math, and no one here, as far as I know,
we go through that. We teach globers, bro. We teach globers all that.
Wait, did you just say that no one did you just say no one here understands the physics? Is that what you were trying to say?
No one does. I'm asserting that.
Okay. Okay, fine. You're asserting that. Okay, so let's say that's true. So let's go through a test. Okay, so I'm not going to do a hypothetical. I'm actually going to grab it right live on the air. I'm going to put my hand around it and grab it. My 2-footer level. So my 2-foot level, I got it. Okay. Now I'm going to hold it out. I'm putting the bubble in the center. Now, according to the globe logic, the bubble in the center is aligned to vertical, which is a radial to the center of the Earth, or the center of gravity, whichever one you prefer. Then, since the Earth is curving down and away from all points, that means the left side of my level is physically at a higher altitude than the right side, and the center is lower, even though it's all a straight line. So now I understand the physics of water, that when I put the level, this level is horizontally parallel to the surface of the water it's above. But you think it's teetering on a single point, doing a balance beam act on a giant arc. And you're trying to tell me that I don't know physics? Get real, brother.
Well, I mean, what did you just say, though? This is my point. Explain everything, that line of thinking, what those terminologies mean, and then maybe you'll capture more minds. This is the problem here.
Yeah. So my level,
start with the.
My level, when it's arranged horizontally and I draw a line along it, that line is horizontal and parallel to the horizontal level surface of the Earth's water. It's not curved, right? Now you guys think it's curved, and you think that the level is actually lower at the center than it is at the ends. You think my level is like an inverted slope.
So is there data to prove this?
Hey, who needs data to prove that a level is level, dude? Think about it.
I mean, you're talking about angles and levels here. Of course, there's data for everything.
Right. So my claim that my horizontal level, when leveled, is arranged horizontally is axiomatic. The Glober's claim is that my horizontal line is actually a tangent on a giant curve. The Globers are the ones who have to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving down and away from the edges of my level, not me.
Okay, but where does this claim come from? This is what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it comes from everybody understands throughout all of human antiquity that the surface of water is the level standard. And Globers think that that level standard is curving around a giant ball, even though there's no evidence that that water is actually curved.
So where did they get that standard from?
What, to benchmark level from water?
Well, I'm just saying, the whole curvature thing, where did they get that standard from then?
Oh, they got it from...
or did they do math to...
No, they got it from... No, they got it from religion.
I thought religion believes in a flat Earth.
No. I mean the origins of the idea that the Earth is a globe are touted in religion. Like, for example, the cult of Pythagoras, or some other Greek mysticism. Or they thought that the Earth. Just hold on, brother.
I'm down around science. What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, listen. Hey, you can go on mute.
All right, listen. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, go on mute. All right, outside the kids being respectful, we're having a back and forth. We don't need your heckling. So, people thought the realm we live in was created by a perfect God, and therefore the only thing he could possibly create for our home would be perfect. And obviously that means the perfect shape, so-called, depending on who you asked, was either a ball, like a perfect sphere, an egg, because egg is like the origin of life, or a testicle, because testicle was also considered the origin of life. So they thought that it must be shaped like one of those objects. So yeah, the original idea that the Earth was a globe came from religion, bro.
You're talking pre-Abrahamic.
No, Pythagoras is post-Abrahamic only.
Well, you brought up the Greeks, that's why I was...
That doesn't necessarily exclude us living on the inside of a sphere or an egg.
Did you watch Artemis at all?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
What did the astronauts do on Easter?
I didn't watch all of it. I watched bits and parts, but what did they do?
They did a prayer breakfast.
Oh.
What did they do? They're worried about the heat shield, because the heat shield was the same one from Artemis 1 that failed.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Well, it didn't fail, it just splattered wrong. It wasn't breaking apart properly.
Yeah, so when they asked the pilot, that Victor Glover, how he feels about piloting with this possibly defective heat shield, do you remember what his answer was?
What was it?
God will protect him. He's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The whole heat shield thing's a little weird. I don't know why they're having problems with it.
Well, they tell you why they're having problems is because of global warming. Over the centuries since Apollo, the climate or the atmosphere has become too thick.
Well, so I don't know if you knew this, but there's a lot, and I did a lot of research into this heat shield thing recently because I I don't know if you've been keeping up with the war in Iran, but the missiles that the Iranians use, their warheads are covered with the same type of heat shield because it has to melt away in the atmosphere to protect it from pretty much exploding midair, right? Because of the speeds these missiles reach. And I don't know what the Orion capsule is using specifically, but they're using some like new type of heat shield, like I would say coating, right? But it's supposed to be melting away at 22,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You know, that was the number because it's way faster on reentry than it would be from like orbital ISS, you know, reentries. So that's why the heat shield's a little weird because we haven't had a reentry like that in a very long time. But other countries like India and these other countries that are trying to go to the moon have also made their own types of capsules. And I haven't really looked at those heat shields, but it is pretty interesting stuff. Because everybody just does something different with
it. I think you missed the part that Chris, was highlighting.
Yeah,
what that they were praying to God.
Yeah, it's not flat Earth that's religious.
You asked about
go ahead.
Religion. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, a lot of the times that comes in here where you get a bunch of atheists all worked up over flat earthers because they think flat earthers are religious, and religious people are stupid. You're like, your astronauts are super religious, like annoyingly religious. Like they won't shut the fuck up about their God. I mean, like at that point, I why not just go talk to them? If you think atheism is the way, the truth, and the light, just go talk to the astronauts about why you think they're wrong. And you can debate where we're like, why they'll tell you about the overview effect and religious transition experiences. They'll tell you about their space Jesus. Not joking, they wrote a book about space Jesus. And figure it out. Figure it out with them. Kind of leave us out of it. Because this idea that somehow, if you defeat flat Earth, you take down religion. Not even close, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I mean, I know Buzz Aldrin did something. What was it? A communion on the moon? He did or something.
He had communion on the moon.
Yeah, there's a few astronauts that did that, but I mean, I would definitely point you towards like I said, bringing up other countries, like what the Chinese are doing in space, and like these guys are pretty much all atheists, and there's a lot of people going up there, man. It's not just NASA.
Who did that?
The Chinese. I mean, the Chinese are building a space station right now.
Yeah,
that's on the
they have
a space station, the Tiangong.
You think that's on the moon?
No. I'm saying like they have like all these astronauts that are primarily like atheists. Like these guys are like not religious at all.
Yeah, they follow their state sponsor. Confucianism or something like that.
So?
Yeah, Confucianism. So, I think you're up the wrong creek there again. If you're really looking for an atheist space program, that'd be like North Korea, where they basically worship a physical god, the manifestation of whatever they call it, the Un or something. Like their supreme leader is said to be a supernatural being, a physical, like the God Emperor in like Warhammer 40K. Because and when he dies, he passes his soul on to the next one.
Wait, actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's actually not allowed to be religious within the Chinese space program because it's strictly focusing on science, engineering, and national achievement. And they're institutionally secular, and that's due to the CCP regulations. Like they're not allowed to be religious. So yeah, that would be an example of that. Same with North Korea. We're up North Korea as well.
Yeah, it says the religious practice of whatever this is called, syncretism, that recognizes Buddhism, Taoism, Catholic, Protestant, and Islam. I mean, they have banned some religions as foreign influencers. Yeah, I guess that's interesting. The Communist Party is officially atheist.
That's a new thing, by the way. I'm pretty
That
sure
is
it's a new thing.
cringe as hell, man. Holy crap! And people wonder why atheism, like people are afraid to identify as atheists now. Like in America and in Western cultures. This is why. When the people hear atheist, they're thinking the Communist Party, the propaganda arm of China. Like the one that does like secret, clandestine, all kinds of evil shit. Open air mass executions and whatnot. Enforcing the one child policy and all the problems with the Chinese government, and they think, damn, that's what atheism would look like.
But also, I mean, another thing is like some of if you want to look at some of these missions, like they did one, they named it Chang'e, which means moon goddess, or Jade Rabbit rover, Tiangong, heavenly place. Like there's a lot of like that type of, I want to say, spiritual like references to naming their missions. It's all interesting stuff. I mean, I will say it is like somewhat refreshing to see some form of religion, at least in space, because like I growing up, man, I have not seen anything like that. You know what I mean? Like they always seem like people who are into science are the atheists. They're the ones going against religion, trying to like prove certain things. You know what I mean? And
well, no, it's quite the opposite. If you go to a Catholic church and be like, "Hey, why should I be a Catholic?" The first thing they told me anyway, I'm not sure if they tell you the same thing, that they invented the heliocentric model. The Copernicus, Newton, all these astronauts are Catholic. They got the largest radio telescope in the world. Big Bang, ordained Catholic priest. So they'll tell you that they are really the front runners on science. And they'll say, too, why atheists seem to have a problem with the Catholic Church is that since they can't beat them, then they try to do this, make up these conspiracy theories about, like, Jesuits and whatnot.
I didn't even know that. I mean, I always was under the impression, like, religion always wanted to, like, negate science, especially earlier on.
No, what Einstein said, something along, like, not direct quote, but really similar, that like religion without science is blind, and science without religion is deaf, or something like that.
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you guys a story right on that note. So I like to watch YouTube and just let it play. And so sometimes I watch lectures from TED Talks, and it was like science lectures. So the first one was about like nuclear physics, fission, trying to create a star in a laboratory, just talking about all these different combustions and reactions. And then the next one was the guy that works at CERN talking about how CERN was undergoing reconstruction, and you should totally come visit now because it's not really busy. And then he started talking about, well, I want to make a CERN ring on the moon. I want to make one around the solar system, so I can get bigger and bigger collisions. A little pie in the sky. And of course, he was asking for money and stuff like that. And then the next guy who came on was talking about like one particle theory, which is like all of time and all of space is only one particle. And this particle has to jump back and forth through time and space to render your fingertip, my nose, somebody else's butt, and the list goes on and on. So everything's made of literally the same thing that just manifests itself at multiple instances. And then he started talking about, eventually we're going to go into the stars. We're going to find the answers to these energy problems. We're going to transcend the physical body. We're going to merge with machines. Then eventually we're going to get the ability to transcend the machine and just float into space as an ethereal cosmic entity, like a cloud of consciousness, and just take our place in the stars as an eternal being. Well, dude, that's pure religion, bro. So it's all the same hallmarks of any other religion. We're going to ascend, transcend, go beyond death, live forever in the stars, heaven, yada, yada, dude. They're dripping with religion. They're all religious.
It's one of the things that got me looking at the Apollo program and whatnot was, I looked around and I'm like, geez, there's a lot of evangelicals around here and Southern Baptists, and they're pretty bad. They're pretty awful. So why not just leave that stuff on Earth if we're going to go to space? Like, keep government and religion here. Like, that's baggage that shouldn't go into space. Leave that here on Earth. And I looked into it, I'm like, damn, man, those astronauts are, they're evangelical and they're Baptist. What the fuck is this? Here I'm thinking that my impression too, first impression was like, man, these astronauts must be, secular humanist people, like they value all human life, this overview effect and whatnot. But no, man, they're psychopathic, violent thugs. I mean, you saw like Buzz Aldrin just sucker punch a reporter. Just for simply saying, hey, if you don't, the only proof I need that you went to the moon is put your hand in this Bible and tell me you did it, and I'll believe you till the end of time. And Buzz is like, how about a knuckle sandwich? He'd be like, well, Buzz, aren't you a high-grade military officer, naval officer? Didn't you, swear in the Bible before, many other times? And he's like, yeah. Well, why won't you do it now? See, he'll lie to the public, no problem. He'll sit there and lie to the American people all day long, and twice on Sunday. But he won't risk his eternal soul.
Oh my God.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't even think they went to the moon, or he did, I want to say. I have a big feeling this was like the video we've seen, right, was definitely a fabricated one. Just in case something went wrong. They didn't want to look bad in front of the Soviets, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of excuses.
Yeah.
So I love that topic of the Apollo program, because the vast majority of people who think the Earth is globe also think it's fake. The Apollo.
No, really they don't. That's not true.
No, a lot of people think the moon landing is fake.
He said vast majority. That's not true at all. You don't have a single source for that.
Yeah, the people who think the Apollo. Okay,
they're spelling on it.
You missed it. Okay, pay attention this time. The people who think the Apollo program was fake have nothing to do with flat Earth. The vast majority of them think the Earth is a globe.
And I'm saying you don't have a source for that.
Yes.
Holy crap. Hold on, let's mute this kid. So listen to Crit's claim, and if we'll let him say it without you interrupting, and then you could either agree or disagree, and if you disagree, I'll explain it to you with crayons. Go ahead, Crit.
Okay, when you're talking about the Apollo program, you don't need flat Earth for that. There's enough people on the globe side who think the Earth is a globe and think the Apollo program is fake.
Yes, there's a listen, I'll give you a data point. He left because he's too scared, because he knows I was about to smack him with data. So I'll give you a data point. There's actually a very huge moon landing hoax group in the tens of thousands, and they forbid flat earthers from joining the group because they are dyed-in-the-wool globe earth believers that just do not believe in the American hero we landed on the moon story, okay? And of all the people that deny the moon landing, right, Crit is saying that the majority of those people believe the Earth is a globe, and they're just not convinced by the American chutzpah story.
Yeah.
That's not an unreasonable position that Crit has. And I gave at least one data point.
Yeah, no, I just looked up the stats in the polling. It showed roughly like in the 70s, there was a 30% of people thought it was staged in the 70s. As of like recently, newer generations, 1 in 10 on average. And last year, the Manhattan Institute did a survey of right wingers or Trump voters, found that 40% of the Trump voters they polled believe that it was staged. So I mean, the number has been like around 10 to 30,
Trump
I'd say on
supporters?
average. Yeah,
Because
was the
when they
polling
talk
last
about
year.
"Make America Great Again," the mega people I've talked to, they think the space age is when the high watermark of American exceptionalism. So when you tell them the Apollo was fake, mega people we've come across that have come to this channel, they really hate flat Earth because they are not listening to any of it because they're like, "Are you trying to tell me that we didn't land on the moon? God bless America." And you're like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm telling you. There was no God that blessed America with a moon mission. But they see Nixon. I mean, when you look at these mega people, they see Nixon as like a right-wing hero. Like he is the guy who did it. And the liberal media smeared him.
Here, take a look at this inside chat.
All right, give me a second. I got tab back in.
And then this is a link for the study, which is crazy. When I read this, I was like, wait, what the hell? That's crazy. 36% believes that Apollo 11 moon landing was faked by NASA.
Dude, there's another poll where they did younger people. I want to say 18 to 24, and they asked them, "Do you believe in the globe model standard heliocentric paradigm?" And 40% of them said no. Now that didn't mean that they believed the Earth was flat. It just means that they don't believe what they're being told by the mainstream. 40%.
Just like if you think of like it being America back then or the CIA or whoever's in charge at the time, it's like, do we pour all this money into this program to like beat the Russians in the space race and have our astronauts blow up midair, right? Like, how's that going to look? You know, that'd be like a colossal failure, especially after Sputnik and stuff.
Yeah, and
so the government has all the incentive to stage it. Like,
yeah, especially because the first couple Apollos, they did not go off very well.
Yeah.
And that's why those guys looked so miserable when they allegedly came back from the moon, is because they were told, listen, you're going to train to go to the moon mission. We're fully capable as a country and our technology of doing this, but we have a deadline. So we're going to have a real science mission trying to get this done, real engineering, real technology, and then we're going to have a fake it team run concurrently. And when we get to the time when it's in a crisis window, if we're not fully ready to go technology, we're going to have to fake it because this has to go off no matter what. And so these men were like, dude, we're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to the moon. It's going to be awesome. And then they had to fake it. And then they're like, oh, man, this sucks. You know what? They look like somebody shot their mother. Oh, wait, somebody did.
Oh, and JFK.
No, dude, his mother died. You didn't know? So Miss Moon, who was, I think, Armstrong's mom, she was so distraught that her son was about to be one of the most famous men in all of history that she decided, you know, rather than gloat over all the other mothers, like, my son's an astronaut, your son sucks. She's like, oh, I'll just off myself for no reason, out of the blue. Well, clearly we know what happened. They had to make an example out of her, just like they made an example out of Gus Grissom. And if you don't know who Gus Grissom is, he was one of the astronaut whistleblowers who said, we ain't going to the moon. This technology isn't going to work. And guess what? Shortly thereafter, he ended up getting incinerated in a test capsule where they changed the way the door opens. So you can't even get out before you get roasted. And then supposedly, once they got the files from the wife, who got them from like some act or something, Turns out there was oily rags under his seat. So clearly he was executed for blowing the whistle. Now, listen, Fred, if you're interested in those stories I just described, you can research them. But there's also a guy who put 2 documentaries together and interviews recently. His name's Bart Chabrel. His first one's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, where he has what seems to be legit footage of the astronauts faking the alleged famous picture of the Earth from their capsule in cislunar space, faking it, and then going on to talk about all the other things I just told you. It's very interesting. He's got documents. He's also got the testimony from the wives of the men, all kinds of interesting stuff. Yeah, I think he also was he on Joe Rogan, guys, recently, talking about that? Yeah, he might have been on Joe Rogan's podcast, but yeah, Bart Chabrel, look him up if you're interested in that story.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
You trying to ask me a question? Thought somebody said AI. Thought they wanted to ask me a question. Hold on, you're just going to have to listen to me snip the tip real quick.
Hey, be careful, bro.
I know, right?
It's dangerous.
Here, let me send a picture to you, bro.
Send me a picture of your tip.
No, the tip I just snipped.
Oh, dude.
Oh!
Oh, my God.
Dude, why would I snip my own tip? That would hurt. Good grief, dude.
Hey, I'm just saying, be careful, bro. You know, I don't know what kind of stuff you're into.
There you go, brother. Check it out.
Oh, nice.
Now I got to get my crimper tool in there. Crimpity cramp. Crimping in the cramp is kind of hard, bro. Dang, I should have done it before I put it in.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even know what the hell you snipped.
The red pipe, and then I put that gold piece in between.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It was too long, so I had to snip the tip off of it because you see, you need a space.
Yeah,
for the gold part
piece in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, see, the guys will tell me like, you need to make sure that your pipes are curved so that the water will float downhill. You can't just have pipes that are diagonal. They have to be curved to match the equipotential of the geoid in order for the water to flow out.
Oh, of course. Obviously.
I know, right? I mean, come on now. Because level isn't level. Level is actually a tangent teetering on a giant ball. So how the hell would I know if I'm 5 degrees down?
You guys make them curving to be safe.
That's right, bro. That's why a lot of people will go and buy straight pecs, but I buy the curled pecs that comes in the coil. That way it's already pre-curved to match the curvature rate of the Earth.
Beautiful. It saves a lot of time. You don't have to bend them yourself.
Now, listen, audience. We're obviously being tongue-in-cheek, but rest assured, people listen to my voice. Globers actually believe this nonsense. They argue it. They come in here and tell us that if you don't account for the curve of the Earth, buildings will fall down and people will die.
Who said that?
Well, you see, there's a lot of people on the internet.
Okay, yeah, but Nick, can you name one person who said that?
Oh, well, you see, there's a lot of groups and individuals and institutions.
Yeah, so you can't name anyone who said that.
No, I can. I can actually link you to recordings of our live streams.
You can, but you're not.
You don't understand what.
Well, no, duh, dude, because I'm laying pipe, bro.
Bro, he's literally just copying what you were doing like 10 minutes ago.
I know, he doesn't get it, dude.
Oh my!
I don't think you get it.
Oh
no, I mean he's trying to validate himself from earlier that he didn't.
No, like the work. No, hold on. The time it would take you to go back into because I'm not denying no one because in reality I'm to be clear I am joking because I'm not denying I can very well see someone saying that in this call in this Discord, but the work that it would take you to go back through the live stream history, go search through hours of conversation and find it would be ridiculous ask for me. No, that would be a ridiculous ask for me in the middle of a conversation with a claim that is very obviously it would be hard to see how that does not be true.
Yeah, but see, we archive our conversations. Hey, listen, we have a home server. Real quick. We got you, bro. So real quick, we archive our conversations and we hyperlink sometimes quotes. So we can actually just search quotes and it'll tell us the timestamp, and then we can get the episode. So it's not as hard as you might think.
Great, but if you didn't have hyperlinks of them, or even if you did, if I was to ask you and I was the mod, name the person who said that, and there was an offhand comment in the middle of a larger point, and I'm muting you until you do, you understand the ridiculousness of that, right?
No, you just butthurt. Hey, AI, he actually posted data.
End to the conversation.
He actually posted data, AI. Did you see it?
Yeah, I'll tag you in it.
So dang, there was some data posted. Man, I apologize. I was forgiven him.
Yeah, let me get that for you.
I got one thing I wanted to ask that I was trying to ask earlier, which is if buoyancy and density are the only reasons things go up or down, is there another reason you think things go up or down besides buoyancy?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll answer that definitively. So the only way things can go up and down is if the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Okay, so you don't have any idea of anything that would cause up or down besides buoyancy and density, right?
No, I told you a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth.
No. Things can only go up and down.
Okay, towards the surface, towards the ground. Why do things go towards the ground or towards the sky or space?
Because coherent. Because if things just went in random directions, the world wouldn't be a coherent place to live.
No, what causes it? What's the force?
Coherence. Will.
Coherence? Is that like a force in the world? Like the force of coherence?
Coherence, guys.
Some people might call it.
Can you link that? Can you just link that for me?
No. See, so for example, if you actually just help me out, just listen, dude. If I start talking and you say we can't give evidence, what's the point, dude?
This is what you did to me.
I didn't do that.
Well, people were doing to me. I was cut off in the middle to post.
Listen. What I did was while somebody was telling you to give the examples, I asked them to ask me, and I gave 2 immediately without even having to search for it.
I was muted when discussing, and I said, we could shoot a laser upwards, and then someone said, oh, I'm going to mute you until you post evidence of that happening. So, if I say what could cause up or down or towards the ground or away from the ground, if those words are hard, besides buoyancy and density, and you say coherence, and the bare minimum is please link something that could explain what you're talking about, like a citation.
Oh, yeah. I'll give you two citations. Berkeley and idealism, and don't interrupt me yet. I'm going to finish. And I got to think of the dude's name. All right. And Donald Kaufman's Case Against Reality. There you go.
No, but is there like science? Is there a test or experiments or data? Like, what is?
Yeah. So if you know Berkeley, who founded Berkeley College, and you know Berkeley idealism, that came out of quantum mechanics, specifically out of the issues concerning the double slit experiment and other experiments. And they basically postulated the idea that the reality renders to the sentient observer in a particular way, to where direct interaction with the observer or information is required for reality to render. So the old story, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, did it make a sound? And of course, that there is no tree. Until there's a need for the information, the tree isn't realized. Now, this does sound silly at first, like you're trying to talk about a video game loading, but then you go over to Donald Kaufman in his book, and you can watch his interviews with him, or you can read his book or everything about it. And basically, what he's saying is that when you take a Big Bang view, go through all the physics that are in any of the standard models, gravity, Newton, Einstein, and keep going and arrive at today. So these guys believe in evolutionary cosmology and cosmogony and biology and all of these experiments that I previously mentioned. And they said that the conclusions, when you're researching ever decreasing time, matter, and energy states, that you reach a hard barrier where the only way for any of this to happen is if sentience is the prime agent of reality. So the fundamental smallest particle of reality isn't a particle at all. It's actually the eternal sentient observer. Eternal. And this is what these guys believe. They're dyed-in-the-wool scientists, dyed-in-the-wool globers, and they think that all the science has led them to the unmistakable and unavoidable conclusion that reality is actually an eternal sentient observer, and that must be the case.
That has nothing to do with what I asked. I asked why things go down. Besides,
right? No. Hold on.
No. But the point is, you then said
Enigma, you're dumb as brick, dude. Let me help you out. So you said you mocked my idea of coherence being the reason. So if it's the case that the fundamental underpinning of reality is an eternal sentient observer, which is ultimately the cause of time, matter, and energy states, then the reason things go down is because the eternal sentient observer wills it, because he wants a coherent world in which sentient beings inhabit. So I was correct, and I'm backed up by all that scientists I just told you. So I rest my case. Go ahead.
No, but basic laws of...
Did that include slavery?
The laws of physics, every force requires a few opposite. What causes the downwards vector? Coherence, please, down rather than up. There's a force.
Yeah, dude. The eternal sentient observer relocates them.
No, but I don't know that. Is there a test where you can measure this? Down versus up.
Yeah, it's very easy. Yeah, it's very easy.
What's the physical explanation?
Let me help you out. If there was an eternal sentient observer that willed all things to travel down, when you drop them, they would. They do. Therefore, it is true. I rest my case.
But there's balloons. An explanation that's science, not God. God or religion, eternal.
No. Listen, friend. I just went through proving through all of that science that I alluded to that the eternal sentient observer is the cause of all actions. So if the eternal sentient observer wills, listen, real quick, bro. That's not religion. Okay, that's science arrived at by experiment, by results of experiment. So what I said is that if the eternal sentient observer wills something to move from one location to another, it does. If he wills it to be by forces rather than direct action, he can do that if he wants, or it can do that, or they can do that, however you want to describe it. Okay, so will is a sufficient cause for actions in the material world. So the reason why things go down is because of will. Now, if you doubt me, too bad. I can use circular reasoning and affirming the consequent to prove my position, just like Globers can. Enigma, you can't just leave and rejoin and think you're going to get unmuted, bro. But I will unmute you since I'm done talking.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
I left. That was an accident. I immediately rejoined.
Yeah, no worries.
Eternal observer is still religion. That's a god. Will of an observer.
Hey, listen. I know it's hard for you to understand that these guys are scientists and they arrive at their conclusion through the results of experiments and physics and all of these things. So if you think That's not science. That's on you, bro. I'm sorry.
No. They can be scientists, but when when your explanation is like, if I said, "Why do trees grow?" and instead of photosynthesis, you said an observer willed it, that wouldn't be a natural scientific explanation.
You missed, dude. So you're not understanding is that the natural world to exist requires the sentient observer in the first order, which is proven by experiment. That is what these scientists have claimed, that it's the experimental results that force them to this conclusion, not any mumbo jumbo faith, brother.
No, but again, if I said the observer willed trees to grow, that might be true, but that's still not an explanation of how trees grow. Like the downwards, like there's a reason things have to like go down and up that is physical, that can be tested.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Can also be used to explain and test things that we haven't seen. Like there would be no like you cannot use the conscious. Like
so go ahead and tell me. Okay. Go ahead and tell me the physical force in the modern paradigm that causes things to relocate. That's named gravity. Go ahead.
It's the mass attraction of mass.
Wrong, but nice try, dude.
But the difference is, I can use like that explanation is testable and it's also explainable.
No, it's not, dude. Listen, dude.
I could explain why you would get.
Hey, listen, dude. Mass attracts mass is out of date by 100 years, dude. A century. In case you didn't know, there is no force of a mass that attracts another mass. Masses move towards each other. That's observable. But that there's any force between one mass that reaches out and grabs another mass has been debunked for over 100 years, friend. You are like in ancient history, bro. You haven't been keeping up with the updates, Holmes. But listen, I got to finish laying this pipe, so I'm going to let one of my friends totally wreck you on gravity while I enjoy it.
Laying pipe? Keep it G-rated, please.
So at every university, when professors talk about gravity or credential, they're just retards. All right, gotcha, man.
Yeah, or they're lying apparently. But like when it comes to down and up, again, we can test this. Like if I say if there's a down measurement and that's different. Like, do you have any explanation for why when buoyancy and density are held consistent, down would read differently? Because I would say the mass of the shape and the structure of the Earth. And that's measurable. And in fact, we use down measurements to measure. It's so direct that we use measurements of down to measure the surface of the Earth.
Hey, listen,
you're using the wrong terminology, bro.
Like we do that.
I never denied that you can measure things traveling down, dude. It's like you're going backwards in this conversation. It's like, what are you, a Stone Age caveman?
It's a retrograde cycle.
You're not supposed to be saying the word down, but you don't have down. You don't have down.
Okay, towards the Earth. So you can have like changes in relative downness that are not explained by density and buoyancy, cannot be explained by anything you'd say.
You like the Indian gravitational anomaly? You know anything about that?
What's a change?
Well, that's exactly. No, hold on. Stuff like that exactly where this is going. Because
there we go.
What do you mean by a change in downness?
They could have devices that can measure gravity, and they can measure it in the Indian gravitational anomaly. It's
okay. Yes.
When he's not happy.
Am I going to explain it, or is someone else going to explain it? Like, without jumping the gun on going over specific, cases or examples, if you can measure how fast something goes down and how fast it accelerates, and you can hold the conditions around it equal, and then the rate at which it goes down changes. Like, you have no explanation if your only explanation is density and buoyancy. You can't explain that. Not only can't we explain that, we use that to explain the shape of the Earth, which shows that it is.
What about the medium that it's falling through?
Yeah, exactly. If you hold that consistent.
Like what? Like air? Like in a vacuum? What are you suggesting?
If you hold the medium consistent, same air, same whatever.
Like what?
Sure, like air.
Like what?
Like air.
Okay, so
hold on. If you can, yes, like air. So if you measure down.
I don't understand what you're saying, though.
The point is very clear. If there's a force that accelerates,
we're going to drop things through. We're going to drop things through the air, right?
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be just dropping. But if you drop something through the air, and it falls at 9 point something whatever squared, and then you do it in another place with the same exact in air temperature, air pressure, all that same stuff, and it doesn't fall at the same rate, you would have no way of
There's gravity meters.
If it's not buoyancy and density.
You're talking and you don't realize there's gravity meters. I put a couple in side chat,
right.
like it's the thing.
Have you got an example of this?
Side chat.
Yes. No. Yes. And in fact, this is the mechanism by which we measure. This is the
example.
Yes. This is the mechanism by which we measure. Yes. Yes. This is the mechanism by which we measure the shape of the Earth.
Enigma.
This is like.
So, can you show me what did they drop and measure at different rates in different parts of the Earth?
No, but that's a cartoon. Like the way they do it is using gravimeters. So they'll use a spring and they'll use a weight.
You just said we can measure
lasers. Actually,
right?
It's better, more accurate.
Yes, lasers are also great. Yeah, lasers are actually better than that. But you can measure this using put a weight on a spring.
Enigma. You said if we drop things in different parts of the Earth and you can measure them, that being a different downness, you said, which would mean a different speed. Is that right?
Acceleration. Yeah, force downward.
Acceleration, right?
Have you got
an example of this?
Well, the better way to measure it, the way that it is measured.
Do you have an example of it or not?
I have an example of a better way, which is weights, springs, and lasers.
Oh, so now you're just going to throw that idea that you came up with out?
No, you said if you drop. I said, for example, if you did that, then you wouldn't have a way of explaining it. But the way it's done, let me be more precise then. Magnets or weights and springs and lasers.
Okay.
If you put a weight, on a yes, if you put a weight on a spring, yes.
Okay. Can you go through? Can you go through?
Can you just listen for 1 second? Okay, 1 second. If you have a weight on a spring,
just go through the example, dude. It's easier if you just get your example.
This is the method. Do you know how a gravimeter works?
Hello. Can you just get the example and explain it while you're doing it?
I'm doing it for him in side chat. Like, why am I being?
Okay, that's great now, but gravimeters are just exotic media measurements. So, for example, there's an exotic media which resists.
So, can you explain it away? Like, I'm not asking for childish.
Listen. Just because that guy interjected doesn't mean I'm not going to reclaim the mic. It's not your turn to talk. Okay. I get to make my thoughts to completion. That's how it works around
Even if it's stupid as fuck?
Yes, especially.
All right, go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's the privilege of being me.
Yeah,
it's the Flat Earth channel, you idiot.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, listen, I'm the king stupid, so I get to be the king. I'm the stupidest king there is, okay?
It's good
so fair enough. So he said there's no way to explain through density and buoyancy that there's any differential in fall rates around the Earth. But if I just invoke an exotic media, which provides variable drag because it has a variable distribution of density, like let's just call it ether sauce for short. There you go. So every time you do a different gravimetric reading, you're just measuring ether sauce. And I can use circular reasoning to prove it. Hey, dude. Who is that kid? Hey, Gizmo. Way to get yourself muted, dummy. All right, go ahead, Newt. What do you have to say about proven ether sauce? All right, no rebuttals to ether sauce. I guess it's proven.
I don't. Come on, man.
No, dude, it's the same circular reasoning.
How many people do you mute on average before you count the replies?
Huh?
All right, Gizmo, you can stay on mute because you're too interested in talking about mutes rather than the topic. You notice how Newt's reply was actually appropriate to the topic? All right, Newt, check this out. If you say if I go to different places and things weigh different, it's because the gravity or mass underneath me is increased and it can't be explained by density or buoyancy, I'll just invoke an exotic media and I'll use the same circular reasoning. Problem solved.
Yeah, the thing about using exotic mediums as a hypothetical is like, yeah, you can actually, geography, like what's actually down there with scans, like you can't just make shit up, man. Come on, like this is kind of retard stuff I'm talking about.
See? Oh, really? So I shouldn't make up dark matter on a cosmic scale for the same excuse?
Get paid millions of dollars to scan the Indian geomagnetic low. They don't go there and play games like you and just make shit up. Like nobody would pay them to do that, bro. Give me a break with this. That's why like your whole premise is bogus, bro.
Yep. Yeah, because I don't get paid.
No, because there's thousands of devices that measure gravity actually that are all calibrated and stuff, and then you're in here acting like it's just nonsense. Get the fuck out of here, man.
People get paid to make up shit in academia all the time.
Bro. Yeah, all the time on Earth, people get paid millions of dollars. You're a clown. Like, yeah, why can't you get that money?
They do.
Then? Why aren't you getting paid that money for doing this shit?
Sabine Hosselfeld did a whole segment.
Hey, bro, why aren't you rich off of this? Then?
Exposing
you're bullshitting for. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So someone that's been through the academic process and become a theoretical physicist who exposes the
what?
Yeah, someone who has been through the process and has been through the experience.
Like tens of thousands
is now suffering from not having enough employment for her advanced degree, right? Is now exposing the corruption within academia, where people are getting paid to make up shit without any practical demonstration.
Yeah, so over 10,000 universities across the world. I guess you don't go to one, you don't send your kids any, but like people graduate there, thousands of people every year, each one in a university, and then everybody's making it up. Man, get the fuck out of here with this shit, bro. Like you're crazy, like mental.
No, they're not. They're not making it up. They're just misunderstanding. They're just misunderstanding ether sauce as gravitational.
Yeah, sure. Blah blah blah. Like, and then you talk like a teenager. Like we should ignore the academics with calibrated devices. And then you're in here just yapping.
What is the device? What does the device measure?
So if I take two spheres and I run light in between them, it's like light follows a geodesic. But when you don't believe in shit like that, you don't know how precise you can get with spheres and light to measure gravity. That's gravity 101, man. That's the gravitational.
Oh, no, okay. So you take two spheres.
Side chat for it. Yep.
All right, that's great, dude. So you take two spheres and you shoot a laser between them. Okay, and then it does something to measure. It gives a value, and you bring that around, and it gives a different value everywhere you bring it. Is that what you're saying?
GravProbe B. Yep. Side chat.
Right. So wherever you move it, wherever you move it, the ether sauce is more or less dense. Problem solved. I mean, that was easy.
Well, making these things isn't. Takes a lot of good big brain engineers using math and complicated stuff, and then here it is.
Right. All they measure is a different value of what? They can only measure a different value of what? What's the actual?
You know what? I'll do your little sauce, like since you want to be funny. And then basically when I just take it around the whole world and it's giving different readings, what's the reasoning for
I know it's... hold on, Newt. I already gave my reasoning. Do you not remember it?
Did you say different densities?
Holy crap, dude.
Because that's how fucking gravity works.
Oh, really? So then it's like identical.
It's like a fucking planet.
So give the identical... Right, so give the identical readings, right?
What?
Wow.
No, it doesn't. Because India, because the whole continent slid across that region, it's actually a geomagnetic lobe because it basically, is a void. Yeah. See? Simple.
And how do you know it's a void?
Because like the continent slid from the South Pole up and slammed into.
How do you know that?
And then basically when they go over that spot, because then there's quartz and all sorts of stuff on the oceanic floor, because there's a lava field all around the African plate.
So you're inferring it from the gravity reading.
The whole thing.
Right. You're inferring it from the gravity.
Which is why the white men like going to South Africa and those regions.
Right. So circular reasoning. Yep.
Huh? Yep. No, that's actually elaborative reasoning. There's no circle in it. It expands.
Okay, cool. So let's say this meter gets different readings wherever you go. So what?
Yeah. Well, then come up with a fucking reason, genius. I'll pay $1 million. The more accurate you are, the more money you make.
Why do I need to come up with a reason?
If you can't figure it out, then you're an idiot, and then I hire somebody else. You see how we quickly get rid of the dumbasses who don't know what they're doing, talking about? See?
Dude. And then what happens?
And then we come up with more and more accurate and precise calibrated measurement devices that people are willing to pay for because they actually work. And then the people who couldn't make it and talking shit, we just ignore their ass, man, and go forward and do things of use. Doing versus saying and lying.
Right. So what you're trying to tell me is that if you take a gravimeter to, let's just say, Timbuktu.
Let's do Lake
and
Victoria.
Then you put it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just using a hypothetical. Let's say you take it to Timbuktu and it has a certain reading on it. That means there's quartz crystal underneath.
No. I said dense. You said density, and then density leads to gravity, and then on a big object like a planet, you can have gravity varying due to density changes on Earth, which is how gravity meters work. They detect the density. Yeah, that's how they work. Different pole on the device, so then
all right. So different things underneath it, correct?
Yeah, man. Like in the core,
which are different distributions of mass per unit area, correct?
Yeah, like all the rifts and stuff in Earth.
Right. Yeah. Which is density, correct?
Yeah, man, like a planet. So gravity.
Right. So then the answer was density all along. Wow, that's great.
Yeah, that's how like the geodesic forms, the density of things.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Yeah, density. Exactly. So other homeboy said you can't explain it with density and buoyancy, but it looks like we are explaining it with density. Weird.
Always have. Like this is like high school. In high school, when you take physics, if you can't figure out shit like this and do the tests, you're get the fuck out of here, man.
Hey, no, we agree. Dude, we agree that everything is density and buoyancy. So good point. You agree.
Yeah. Ether, right? Einstein? Ether theory?
No, ether is different. You got to get with the times.
No, he actually filed an ether theory. Little do dumbasses not know.
No, I don't care if he did. I'm just telling you, ether.
That's what I'm referring to. Though. I don't make mistakes typically.
Right. So now that we've proven that the gravimeter measures ether sauce, what's next? You going to prove any Earth curvature?
Well, we want to talk about dark matter halos or no? Because that's the real curvature right there.
Yeah. Start talking about it, and we'll see where it goes.
The galaxy forms basically in its wake. We have an excursion of dark matter, which forms a halo. And it's visible from a lot of NASA data, too much NASA data, pictures and everything around the whole Milky Way for this reason. So a lot of ether getting pushed out to make.
Like, where do you see it?
Huh? Here, let me get a picture.
A picture?
Yeah, you can see dark. You can see dark matter now.
Pictures of all that stuff now. They use sensors, bro, that are discussed in detail. Gamma rays, right?
Right. So the Incredible Hulk is that the center?
Cute. The next 4 years are going to be incredible on Earth.
Okay, that's great. What does that have to do? See, notice how I said prove Earth curvature, and then you said dark matter halos.
Pretty simple, man. Yeah, I'm on NASA's website right now.
Yeah, so get to the part where it demonstrates the Earth curvature.
We were talking about ether and the watt. Yeah,
No, I said now that we've proven ether sauce is real.
We didn't prove it. We referenced it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, dark matter halos are ether sauce halos.
Sure. I mean, if something's getting pushed out locally here, then for something more massive has to be pushed out the way, unless your brain logic breaks at scale. So, yeah. Thousands of years, we're Kangs, we're smart. Yeah, right, man. Thanks, guys.
Awesome, dude.
I was waiting for his halos.
I was waiting for how they prove the Earth is curved.
With halos.
You know what's really bad is polonium halos.
What are they?
Oh, they're proof that the idea of the formation of the Earth through heliocentric cosmogony is a bologna sandwich. They're basically radiation halos, which are just like he described, where there's something that goes on and it decays and it puts an imprint in the surrounding rock that's permanently there. And it can only be for a certain amount of time. And so in order for these rocks to have these halos, then the Earth can't possibly be billions of years old.
I'll take that one.
That's all right.
Should we bring Enigma back? Oh, what happened there?
I gotta plug my phone in. Dang. I'm running out of
you wait till you hear how he drills a hole in the horizon with a laser.
Oh, wow.
I accidentally spilled some water on the concrete, so now I can't tell if my pipes are leaking.
If downness or relative downness isn't caused or affected by the mass of under us, then why would gravimeters work?
Because the ether sauce is unevenly distributed, that's why.
No, but what you call ether sauce is just gravity. It's explaining gravity.
No, dude. No. See, when you say the gravity, just let me help you out. Let me help you out, Enigma. If you say gravity is unevenly distributed, that makes no sense, because then gravity would basically be its own cause. You have to say the mass is unevenly distributed, and that gives different gravimetric readings.
Yeah, so the force of gravity would not be uniform.
No, there is no force of gravity.
If I have a magnet which is irregularly shaped, there would still be non-uniform magnetic poles from different spots.
Dude, yeah, but we can all agree that there might be different acceleration rates of things falling down, or something that measures acceleration having a different reading at different points on the Earth, dude. That doesn't change anything.
No, not if your only explanation is density and buoyancy of the air and stuff.
No, I didn't. I didn't limit it only to the.
There's no other.
I didn't limit it to air alone, did I?
No, but one of the issues is, like, one of the laws of physics is things, inertia is, things will not move unless there's a force acted upon it. And so when you say it's the will of some observer, what force is that? Like, what is the physical force? Like, down vector?
Yeah, I'm glad you keep saying what is the physical force, but you appeal to mass attracts mass as if it has a pulling force on other mass. But like I told you, that's 100 years out of date, and that there is no force moving things when it comes to gravity. Things in motion are allegedly taking a different geodesic through warped space-time, which is warped by the mass. So there is no force, dude.
But warping of space-time would still force things to move in different ways. That's still a force. Like, we call
that's a cool story, dude.
Your issue is semantic. Your issue is semantic, but we both understand that there's a force, or that is called a force.
Okay, so then you end up with a tautology. That's not true, but anyway, you end up with a tautology. You define force as things moving, so anytime you see something moving, you say it's a force. So it's just a self-referential definition, dude.
Oh, is that if things are moving, there's a force on it, and if there's a vector that's downwards, then there is a downward vector in one direction. Then there is a force acting in that way.
Well, that's cool.
Everything doesn't fall down.
Great,
things fall down when you drop them because there is a vector force.
Sure thing, dude.
Yes, that's one of the laws of physics. This is like the laws of physics.
You stay in the past. You stay in the past. You're like a science denier, bro.
Dude, how the fuck is it 2026 and you think the Earth is flat, bro? Please fucking break this shit down for me right now, dude. I gotta know.
We're right now, it's
Right,
like
listen.
downness. Like one of the issues right now is
Let me read this. Let me read this before we go further. So let me read this uninterrupted. Thank you. Otherwise, I'll have to post it. Okay. It is correct. Gravity, according to Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, is not a traditional force, but rather a consequence of the curvature of space-time. There you go.
But
So not a force.
No, hold on. Literally Newton's
Not a
first law.
force.
No, but the curvature of space-time would act as a force that pushes things in certain ways. If you curve the space in a room, and then that will force air molecules to go around.
Okay, interesting. All right, let's say that's true.
Hold on.
I'm going to agree with you. No reason to hold on, dude. I'm going to agree with you. So I'm going to agree that space-time causes things to move, and you can describe that as a force, and you say that a giant mass within a space-time will warp the space-time. What I'm telling you is that the eternal sentient observer, in which is the arbiter of reality, can will the space-time to be warped. So yes, the arbiter of reality can move things in reality without applying a direct force to it, dude. He doesn't have to reach his arm out and grab it. He just changes the dynamics of the system at any given time. So there's no force needed.
No, but what you're saying is still like the first law, like the first Newtonian law of like motion, like things are still acted upon.
Let me ask this question.
No, you're disagreeing with science then, like actual like basic laws of science.
You're disagreeing with science because you're quoting 100-year-old science, dude.
No, this is the first law. Like this is Newtonian. Like your response is to say, okay, there's an observer who causes gravity, but we both still agree there's gravity. If an observer is willing gravity to exist,
I agree that things when you drop them and they're in a less dense medium will fall to the earth.
But when the medium is held constant and the rate at which acceleration downwards changes, but the medium is the same, you can't explain that.
I don't have to.
No, but actually you do, because if you can't, then your explanation is wrong.
No,
yes,
listen, pay attention.
If your explanation does not explain why things move, then it's not sufficient.
No, wrong, dude. I never made an explanation to that effect.
Then it's not a good explanation.
No, dude, what I said is that everything that's in a less dense medium will fall to the earth. There you go. That's true, right?
But if the change at which force goes down, like things accelerate downwards, if that is not determined by density, if you can find changes holding density equal, then there is a force that's not density. Like what causes things to go, like,
that's great. Would that make my statement untrue? Would that
the reason a ball, the ball in air is surrounded by air.
Listen, I'm going to ask a very simple question. Would that make my statement untrue? Yes or no? Very simple. Yes or no? Go ahead.
Which statement?
That anything, when released, if it's in a less dense medium, will travel to the Earth.
If it's within Earth's, orbit. Wait, hold on. When it comes to when it comes to how much it travels, though, if you hold density equal, like if you throw a ball in the air, why would it move? But why would it move down and not up if the air around it's all the same? The air above it's still lower density, so why isn't it flying upwards?
It doesn't matter, dude. That's like asking why
that doesn't matter, because then it destroys what you said. Like it's clearly not. If it's lower density,
it doesn't destroy what I said.
Because balls don't fly upwards. Like what you said is incorrect.
Let me help you out, dude. Okay, one more time. Pay attention now. You have an object. You're on the Earth. You release it. If it's in a less dense medium, it'll fall to the Earth. Okay? You can caveat that to 1,000,000 umpteenth degrees. What I said is true. That's what we all experience. To say, well, sometimes things go up. Things don't fall up, dude. They rise up. And they only rise up if they have their own energy, like a gas particle or a rocket, or if they're in a more dense medium that's supporting it to make it buoyant to go up. But if it's falling to the Earth. And if it's falling, it's more dense than the surrounding medium. Otherwise, it'd be buoyant and not fall. Holy crap, dude. Is this so complicated?
but the air above it's less dense, so why would it fall towards the Earth and not upwards? Like, my point entirely is why it goes towards the Earth. You don't understand that.
At a helium balloon.
I know. I already answered the question. You
No. A physical acceleration, like the force, like eternal will, is not a physical force. Like the force.
Okay, let me help you out, brother. The reason why you're stuck is because you think that the only thing that can affect anything is physical forces, and that's why you're dumb as a brick. Okay, so that's why you're never going to get it, because you have a myopic view of reality that's limited to the physical. That's the problem with you. Okay, you're stuck. Okay, I'm sorry that you're stuck, but you're stuck. So there's no helping you. So I'm going to have to go listen to some music to soothe my soul from having to deal with such a crazy person like you, because I can't resist chiming in and I need to get work done. So I'm going to leave you to the capable hands of my friends here. Good luck.
Don't lay those pipes.
All right, we better unmute him, though, if you guys want to talk to him. I'm getting distracted too easily. Sorry, I apologize to everybody. My bad.
Make sure you use that bendy level to lay those pipes to.
So we've reached a conclusion on that?
Yeah, it sounded like buoyancy and density. You got something to say, Passport Bro?
Why does everyone come in here and just stay muted? Like, is everyone sleeping, or it's good?
No, everyone just kind of lets the conversation flow uninterrupted. So, it's called mic etiquette.
Yeah, we're just showing decorum, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Boys, I just want to know how somebody's flat. Like, what?
Sorry, go ahead. Say that again.
Like, how do you think that the Earth is flat and shit, dude? Like, what's up with that?
Do you see it as a curved?
It's not a ball, but it's like circular and shit, though.
How do you know that?
Dude, because like I feel like I grew up. And that's what they taught me and shit. Like, are you serious? Like, how the fuck?
Yeah, I know that.
Can I ask you something? How much How much have you ever do you think that all the no hold on? Have you ever seen like all the video and shit of them flying up in space? You think it's all fake?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the entire
Hang on, you asked me a question, dude. You asked a question.
All right, go ahead.
So if the Earth measures to have no curvature, then all those pictures that you're showing you are fake.
Okay, all right, we'll go with that. Have you ever seen the documentary of the flat earthers trying to prove that the Earth is fucking flat, and every single scientific demonstration they did was
the one
was
on
fake,
Netflix,
and it didn't work?
A comedy show. I think it was a comedy show, wasn't it? So how did they prove that it was curved?
Evidence? What's wrong with you? Several people tagged you and replied with evidence Earth is flat a few minutes ago before you left. Are you capable of checking the tags in Discord?
No, I'm talking to you though. You said...
No, I was reading somebody added me, bro. I don't know.
Okay, so can you have a conversation and read the chat at the same time?
I mean, yeah, but like I'm just not used to opening a voice chat general. Like it's usually like a voice chat and then like an actual voice chat. I just can't get over the fact that people actually believe the Earth is flat. Like you could tell me
it's not a belief. Hey, Cuddy, it's not a belief. It's a lived experience. It's your lived experience. That doesn't require belief. That does not require belief, bro.
You could send me a picture of the Earth being flat and like it's
No. We're not making a claim about its entirety. We're talking about the surface quality as experienced on the surface. Do you understand?
Hey, everyone.
Okay, can I ask you guys something? Have you guys ever flown up like above 30,000 feet?
We're not claiming that, bro. We're not making that sort of claim. We're talking about the geometric quality of the surface as it is observed, measured, and used here on the surface.
Well, you're kind of making an indirect claim because if the Earth is not if you're equivocating that the Earth is not a sphere, then obviously it must be flat.
Yeah, it is. It can't be if it's flat.
So indirectly, yes, you are making the claim the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm saying we're not making the sort of claim he's inquiring about.
The surface that we live on, bro, measured to be flat and horizontal, is a horizontal reference plane that you can measure up and down from that reference plane.
Okay. Oh, I believe the Earth is round because no one's fallen off it. There's no cliff.
No,
if you guys can show me, if you can show me proof, if you can show me proof.
Okay.
Again, that's not the flat Earth we're talking about. That's not the type of flat Earth we're talking about. You've got a picture of flat Earth in your head that we're not talking about, bro.
Oh man.
Okay. Look, you guys need to take a position because you guys are dancing around the fire playing this little game. Like you guys got to make a very clear position on what you believe.
If the Earth that you live on measures to be flat and horizontal, then why does it necessitate? If there has to be an edge.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I had to go to a different channel.
Hold on, he's trying to explain himself, dude. Sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying, dude.
Right, so if you measure the surface to be flat and horizontal, and you haven't found an edge, does that negate the surface from being flat and horizontal?
Yes.
Why?
No.
Because eventually,
it could simply mean that you haven't been there and found it, bro.
No. Well, yes. So here's the thing: if you're on a flat surface, inevitably there must be an end to that flat surface.
Okay,
there's no other explanation. If there, now hold on.
Okay, so
if there is not,
dude, you're missing something. If the surface,
I'm not missing anything.
Flat. Let me finish. If the surface measures to be flat, and no one's been to the edge or found an edge, does that negate the measurement that you just took?
Measurements are relevant. We're not talking about measurements.
Well, that's how you measure if the surface.
Yes, we are.
No, you don't.
Right? That's what we are talking about.
So have you guys?
I told you the flat Earth the image of flat Earth you have in your head is not the one we're talking about.
Okay, so if it's not flat, then what is it? It's like an oval, then, right?
I didn't say it's not flat.
Well,
look.
Stop being slow, passport.
You can't do this. I never said this argument. Make a position. Be very clear on it.
Be very slow, dude. Take a deep breath.
No.
The surface of water is horizontal and level. How's that? There you go.
So then, you're not making the claim that the Earth is flat. You're making another claim then, because you're saying
that is synonymous to flat, horizontal and level. Yes.
This is like what Christians do. You guys never take a position. Like, just stick with the position, bro. Come on.
I just did.
No, you didn't.
We don't have water on the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that you guys are not making a clear position on what you believe in. So it's impossible to debate the argument.
It is the position. The known.
Okay, so the Earth is flat like a pancake, right?
No.
Okay, here it is, folks.
Kansas.
Here it is.
Actually, geographical surveyors, examined the surface of Kansas and determined that it is flatter than a pancake. Yes. In scale.
Okay, so it's not.
But we're not saying the Earth is like a pancake shape.
Okay. So what is it flat like then? Give me an explanation on this.
Like a flat surface.
Do you know what the measurement of flat is?
See, this is what they do, folks. They just run around. They don't take positions. This is it. This is what they do.
Flat is?
I don't care about measurements. We're talking about your position on flat Earth.
That is our position, you moron.
He's an idiot.
Just said it's not flat like a pancake.
The position is that there is no curvature measured over the surface of water.
Okay, then it's flat like a pancake then, because that has no curvature.
Okay, so there's no curvature measured over the surface of water. Drop over distance. That's the claim.
I'm waiting for a response.
I'm waiting for a response from you.
No, when I ask a question, you don't ask a question back. We need to make your position clear.
Okay, go.
What is the Earth flat like?
Flat, like, so if you measure a flat line, then it has variations of up and down from that flat line.
Okay, so can we just make this very clear? It's flat like the ground, like a sidewalk.
Is the ground flat?
Yeah, it's flat.
Well,
on the sidewalk.
you never seen any hills.
Let's just stick with the pancake reference because you're trying to be pedantic here. So.
No, I'm not. So the horizontal reference plane is the surface of the Earth, right? So if this horizontal reference plane, we can have that as water.
Okay, so let's be very clear here. The Earth is flat like a pancake.
Whatever you want to call it, dude.
All right. No, not what I call it. It's your claim. It's your position, not mine.
Flat like horizontal.
You heard what I said.
Okay. So pancake, no, yes.
I didn't say that. You said that.
Okay, then you don't have a position, then. So this is pointless.
Okay, what did I tell you was my position?
This is what they do, folks. Everyone listening, this is what they do. They run around with no position.
Answer.
All right. Here's our position,
GG.
right?
GG, folks.
Nice and clear for you, right? Do you want to hear it?
Fucking moron.
Yes.
He's gone. Piss off.
He's still there.
He's still there.
Passport bro, he's just spazzing out.
Whether he wants to actually hear the position or not.
Get him.
I'm just waiting for a position. This is crazy. It's been like 10 minutes. These guys can't know what they believe in. Okay, calling me a moron is not going to help your position at all. So the Earth is flat like a pancake, right?
Gentlemen, may I? Passport, can you tell me what Timbo or T-Dub said their position was?
I'm asking you again. The Earth is flat like a pancake, right?
Okay. You didn't hear me, obviously. Can you tell me what they said their position was, please?
They don't have one. I've been spending.
There you go. See you later, dude.
Yeah, he's a dumb fuck.
All right. I'll take your concession.
Yeah, bye, passport. Bye, passport.
Yeah, eat shit.
Who else was chiming in just before then?
Accusing you guys of, using techniques and shit like that.
Yeah, I know.
It's incredible. Projection. This guy's dripping with fucking projection.
Who was just talking just then?
Me. You guys are afraid of passport, bro.
Well, who's that? Okay, Mansky. All right, go ahead. So, do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay.
I know it is.
Can you present a measurement that shows the Earth to be a globe? There.
I don't give a fuck about your measurements. I just saw it on video.
That's funny. So you don't know if it's a globe or not.
You guys don't have any measurements. Quit LARPing like you guys are fucking
projection.
You can ask if you want. Just ask. I think you guys are so stupid that you can't even ask. We're saying this stuff, and then you guys aren't even asking what measurements. It's an open invitation for you to ask what measurements.
He doesn't care. He just believes what he sees on TV. It's good enough for him.
Yeah.
Timbo, I think he just doesn't understand. I think he doesn't understand what you're saying. When you say something is flat, I don't think he knows what those words in sequence actually mean. That's what I'm starting to think.
The other guy was saying that the ground, so that means the ground's flat like a footpath. Yeah. I don't know where he lives, but I haven't got any flat footpaths.
I enjoyed listening to that guy qualify your statement with like adjectives or adjectives, and you didn't add them. Or similes, I should say. Like this, like that, like.
So your claim is that it's a pancake? No.
Yeah, drawing metaphors and similes and shit like. That's on you.
So
bro.
what you're telling me is you beat your wife. Got it.
Yeah. I didn't even look what room we entered, but are we in politics? You can tell by the clientele.
Yeah, you can, right?
Yeah, just because that
I'm
screen
trying to pick
pops
up on that
on the
too.
top of my phone and it just says where everyone is, so I just click on that. Didn't even look where I was going.
Hey, why
Yeah, and
weren't
the
you guys
channels are all
following the
named the
rocket
same.
with your P900s?
Where did the rocket go?
Yeah, where did it go? You guys should have been prepared. You guys got your P900s,
No,
right?
I was
P1000s?
asking you where it went. Where'd the rocket go?
Up into space, baby. You guys think it just flew around the dome?
How do you know that?
Where the fuck was it for 9 days?
I don't know. Where did it go? So because you don't know where it is, it must have been in space for 9 days.
Yeah, why aren't you guys fucking tracking
He
it?
even
with your
realized how
P900?
stupid that is.
That's great
What a
logic.
moment.
That's beautiful logic. That is.
Why aren't you guys? You guys are saying that there's flat earthers everywhere now. Where were you guys not tracking it with your P900s?
Why would you have to track something you know is not going to a second law of thermodynamics
It
violation?
would give you guys more credibility if you could just be like, "Oh, look, it's just flying around up in the dome."
Okay, so did
You think we're after credibility?
Yeah, did it give you credibility that it went to space?
It did go to space, but if you guys could
Yeah, how do
follow
you
it
know
and
that?
record it with your P900s and say, "Look," and
Did you
everyone got to
follow it
space,
and
space,
record
space.
it and show that it went to space?
Why weren't you guys trying to follow with your cameras?
Why didn't you follow it and confirm that it went to space?
Because we know it went to space. Why weren't you guys
Well,
following it? As
we know
proof
it
that
didn't go to space. So.
Oh my god. Are you guys serious?
I'm serious. I'm fucking these jokers up right now.
Oh yeah.
You wish.
Fucking oh my god.
Your shouts to God are heard, Toolhead.
No, it's like I go into
Don't make
one
me start
VC.
keeping
I
track
go into
of them.
one VC. They're like arguing about what constitutes a work boot, and then I come in here and you guys are arguing about if we went to space or not. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, well, he was just saying he was saying why didn't you track it with your P900s and P1000s and follow it all the way to space? And I just said, did you follow it all the way to space to confirm that it went to space? And then it just ended up in a childish kind of back and forward.
Oh, I see. Okay, those are nice cameras, by the way. Those Nikons.
They are. What do you think, Toolhead? Do you think that they went to space?
Yeah, we went to space, man. Space is real, dude.
Yeah. Okay.
The moon is real, right? Like it's there.
No one said that it wasn't, but how do you confirm that they went to space? How do you actually do that?
I mean, they showed a lot of footage on television, including like people recording from airplane windows.
Yeah, I know that no one's arguing about the rocket though. It's like where they actually went.
No, these guys like Toolhead and what's the other guy's name? They think they see a rocket go up, then the whole story is true. That's how simple they are.
Well, come on, man. Where do you think it fucking went, dude?
They saw a rocket launch. I mean,
do you think it like hit out
audience,
somewhere?
pal.
Come on.
Right,
oh
so
my
because
God.
it went missing for 9 days, or you didn't see it for 9 days, that means it went to space?
Only on Discord, dude.
Hello, Toolhead?
Yeah, it definitely went to space, man. Like, where do you think it went?
Well, I don't know. That's your logic. Your logic is.
Oh, dude, they took all this footage.
You said I don't know where it went, so therefore they went to space.
Well, you look at the footage, and they took videos and pictures.
Yeah. Did you like those pictures?
Yeah, they were really nice pictures. And also the whole like positive messaging and like talking about Jesus and God and shit, even though I'm an atheist, I thought that was like very cute what they were doing. It was like very positive messaging.
Desperate is what it is.
I mean, we kind of need it with everything that's going on.
I don't think you're mean.
It's kind of nice, you know?
It's desperate.
Nice that they lie to you, isn't it?
They ain't lying, bro. They orbited the moon, dude.
How do you know they're not lying?
why would they lie about this? Why would they lie about that?
I don't know, but that's not the question. The question is not why. The question is, are they lying?
They're not lying, dude.
How do you know they're not lying?
It's the footage, dude.
So can footage be faked?
I mean, I guess it could, dude, but that shit was like being live streamed, right? At one point, what they were doing up there.
Did you watch the live stream?
Well, I watched the CNN upload of it on YouTube, right? Of them live streaming stuff and doing live interviews up in space and taking pictures out their little window and all that.
Yeah. How many people were on that?
I'm not gonna let you, dude.
How many people were in the capsule?
Are we just gonna keep? Oh my god! You're gonna ruin my high. You're gonna ruin my high, dude.
You're
I thought there was only 4, right? Was there 4?
I think it was 4 people. Yeah.
So who was doing the camera work when they were floating in the capsule, and then the camera turns around and points out the window? Who was doing all that?
I mean, I'm sure they had like a camera set up for that particular shot, right? You could see them manipulating cameras and some of the
like
recordings.
a camera crew, right?
Oh, come on now, bro.
Well, how would you know? How would you know?
You guys are just being contrary.
No, how would you know? Honestly, this is an honest question. How would you know the difference? How would you know the difference?
Well, if you can't take that for granted, then nothing we see on television is true at that point, dude.
No shit, Sherlock.
No shit, mate.
I mean, I'm like, don't get me wrong, dude. Like, I'm like black pilled and doomer pilled as well, right? But you guys,
you're gullible, friend.
I'm not gullible.
Oh, you're gullible as it comes.
Nah,
dude. You believe anything you see on TV, then you're.
For example, right? I know that like the Jews control the media and are to blame for a lot of the world's problems, right? That's pretty.
How do you know
right
that?
There.
How do you know that?
You know, just look who's in charge, right?
Hey, Timbo, he saw it on TV.
Yeah, true.
Well, I know. I mean, who do you think like we're fighting this war on behalf of, right? Like
what war?
The war in Iran.
How do you know there is one?
Oh man.
Hey, have you seen the reports on all the? Have you seen the reports on all the AI footage that media's releasing, claiming it's like footage taken from over there?
Ironically enough, I've seen a couple of those, and for the most part, you can like almost spot it immediately.
So how do you know what's real? How do you know what's real and what's not?
Well, you just kind of keep an eye on like little details, right? Because AI videos still have like a hard time doing like persistent details over an extended period of time.
Even if they take a real video and then state that it's something else, how do you know that it is what they say it is?
I mean, I got to have a little bit of faith, I guess, at that point. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm not like examining the metadata of the file.
Faith in who? The government?
And like our media bodies, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, you got faith in the media?
Not everything that the media says is a lie, right? That don't make no sense.
You know what's a lie and what's the truth?
Well, whatever floats my fancy and fits my narrative at the time. Right?
It's a preference, right? So whatever you prefer, you believe. And whatever you don't prefer, you say is a lie, right?
No, I mean, I try to sit there and argue with myself about certain things and like, make sure that what I believe is actually right and maybe like double check a source or some shit. I do that.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking the question, right? Like, how do you confirm all of that stuff? Right? You can think that you might know, but you're never going to know.
Well, who said that the first thing you have to realize that the majority of people are never going to get out of the cave?
Okay.
Such a fat vagina.
You know the cave, right? With the light and picture show.
Yeah, Plato's cave, right?
Yeah, Plato's cave. There you go. I did pay a little attention in school.
They didn't want to leave in the end, right?
Well, yeah, it's just like the Matrix, right?
Yeah. So people who are stuck in these things and they watch TV all the time. They don't want to leave the media.
Yeah, I haven't watched a single minute of mainstream news on television since they fired good old Tucker Carlson, dude.
Mainstream media is basically social media now.
For the most part, right? They even like report on people saying things on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Random person got upset on Twitter and posted this like scathing
Donald
comment.
Trump too. They love,
don't get me
showcasing
started
his
on
Twitters.
I've never felt, other than like in a personal relationship, dude, this is what like real betrayal feels like. I never felt like more betrayed.
What about Kim Kardashian not long ago? Like shed doubt on the Apollo missions on Twitter or Facebook or something. That was all over the news the next day.
Well, she's not exactly who I would consider like smart, let alone book smart. Right? I wouldn't.
Right. I'm just saying though, like that's how social media is the norm now, right?
I mean, she like fucks black guys on camera, right, and then gets mad when the video gets leaked. Not exactly who you should be paying attention to as far as like discourse.
No, but the media is, right? So like we were talking about how social media is leaking onto, the mainstream media.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
I mean, Dave Chappelle made this joke like, 26 years ago, right? When MTV wanted Ja Rule's opinion on September 11th. Right? Like, oh my God, somebody called Ja Rule. Yeah. Right? That joke is like 20 years
So what's your stance on that?
9/11? I think that probably certain government agencies knew it was going to happen, but it was convenient, so they let it happen, right? Just like Pearl Harbor. I wouldn't put it past them.
Right.
I don't think they like planned it, but they probably let it happen.
That gives you a reason to trust the government and the media, then?
Yeah.
I trust in the government enough to like where I have to like interact with them, right, on a daily basis as an American citizen, right? It is.
So they're arsehole shit cunts, but they wouldn't lie about space.
Well, I mean, I exist in the Matrix, dude. You got to make, some concessions, dude. And I just don't think them lying about space makes much sense. I don't really.
Yeah, them lying.
Unless you're like a
apart from the fact that you can't go and check to see if it's true or not.
I mean, I could if I win the lotto tomorrow.
No, you can't, bro. You're not going to space with lotto money.
Katy Perry went, all right, and that was just a couple.
No, she didn't. She allegedly went to the Kármán line, which is the edge, what they consider to be the edge of space. It's an arbitrary distance that they've chosen. They don't even claim the atmosphere ends at that point. So how can it be out of space?
Well, here's the thing, man. We both know that like the people that don't believe in space and stuff are usually like Christian religious nuts, right? So again,
really?
I mean, for the most part.
What about everyone in this channel?
What reason do you have to think that we like need to lie about going to space? Like, what's the point of that?
How do you know that everyone in this channel that doesn't believe in space is a religious nut?
That's been my
where did you get that?
Being on the internet for like 20 years at this point, right? That's the kind of people.
There's people that believe in space that think they're faking space,
and they're religious nuts too.
Well, what reason does the government have? Mind you, you would have to include all
because you can't go and check.
Well, that doesn't. But that's a non sequitur. Like one doesn't follow the other. Just because I can't go and check.
It does.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't mean it's not true.
Why not?
That's a reason why they would lie about it. It's great. It's great. They can say that they're funneling money into that, and you can't go and check to see if it's true or not. You just have to trust them, right?
If that's one way to look at it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, that's like,
And then you start agreeing. And then you start agreeing with them when they build a $57 million toilet.
That's like asking.
Yeah, you're like,
right?
go USA.
what is more likely, right?
Cool box.
What is more likely, that the laws of physics were suspended and the laws of nature, or that a Jewish minx should tell a lie, right? That's
Funny you talk about the laws of nature because it violates the idea of an outer space vacuum.
Uh-oh.
What are you talking about? What law of nature?
Entropy?
Entropy.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, why doesn't it?
I like the way you said that.
Why doesn't it?
Why doesn't it?
Old horse is like biting at the bit.
Why does it?
I'll
You're
probably
the one that
listen
made the
to
claim.
this
You got
on
this little
YouTube
guy.
after it
Go
all
ahead.
goes down.
Why doesn't it violate the laws of entropy?
Yeah, why does it? You're the one that made the claim that it does.
Yeah, but you just said it doesn't.
If I may.
Yeah, but you also said it does. Do you have any defense of your claim? If you admit you don't have a defense for it, I could explain why it doesn't.
Okay. All right, what's entropy?
Is that your defense?
Well, shut the fuck up. It's the other. Toolhead's the guy who was talking about laws of nature holding up this whole outer space travel.
Well,
video.
I'm just.
And you butted in.
I made a reference to something someone said many years ago about like believing in the laws of nature and physics, right? Which is a reference to Mary being impregnated by God, right? If you really believe that, what's more likely, right? That the laws of nature and physics are suspended, or that a Jewish minx should tell a lie, which is kind of
I would say it's more likely she got blessed by God.
Is that really more likely, or should she fucking cheated on poor Joseph? I think she cheated on poor Joseph, right? That's more likely.
You reckon?
You know what I'm curious about? How the fuck you come up with those likelihoods? Want to get into fucking probability and shit like that? How do you quantify that, man?
Yeah, how do you? That's the question, right? I mean, if you really believe that God came down to earth and impregnated some illiterate Jewish chick, right?
I get it. I heard you, right? But you're determining something from that stance, right? You said what's more likely, this or that, and then you made the decision
based on your preference.
So how do you gauge which is more likely? Because if you're going to start invoking probabilities, dude, you've got to have some data, right? You've got to have
the whole point of that saying is just to point out the absurdity of Judaism and Christianity.
Here's the problem with the overall statement, though. I'll tell you what the overall problem with the statement is, though. Okay. In reality, what you're doing is you're going by a hunch. Okay. But you're using terms like probability or likelihood to sound a little bit more sophisticated. Now, you might not be doing it consciously. It's something kind of embedded in the language a little bit in our lingo, right? And it's like a subconscious thing where you think that if you use quantitative terminology, it sounds more true or more scientific or more, reasonable. But in fact, you're actually just going by a gut sense.
Well, I know what you're saying, dude. I realize, right? It's a quip at the end of the day.
So here's the thing. Woe back on this bullshit. Think about what you're saying, okay, before you say it. It's almost.
Are you reading? You're reading too much into it. It's simply a quip.
No. This is implicit in your words, and anyone who has the acumen to capture that will do so and scrutinize it and throw it back at you.
You bring, but here's the thing: you're
playing some linguistic game that you have no idea what the rules are.
Well, dude, you bring up things like numbers and data. It boils down to faith. You can't quantify that. I'm not stupid, obviously.
Well,
there's nothing. There's nothing you could say to like a religious person, right? That was going to convince them otherwise.
You can't actually. This was my entire point. You can't quantify that. Therefore, you cannot use terminology like likelihood and probability. So maybe you want to rephrase your statement.
You know what you can.
I'm not gonna, because it's so goofy at the end of the day.
Hey, you know what you can quantify?
Then
you can
waffle in ignorance all you want.
You know, you can quantify that there's no curvature on the Earth. Toolhead?
How do you do that? I'm pretty sure, right? We can only
Well,
look at.
you shoot a laser out over the surface of water, and if the Earth was curving, then the laser would appear to rise up, because the Earth is curving down as you go over distance, right? So you go and try and detect that laser after 10 miles. If you shoot it and you're 1 foot off the ground, say you're even 1 meter off the ground, the height doesn't matter. And you go and you set it out level, the laser level, and you go 10 miles out and you detect that laser, that laser should be at 66 feet off the ground. You know what happens, though?
No, I haven't thought about it.
It's not. That would say that there's no curvature, no drop over distance. That's a quantification. You believe me?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm fact checking you. I'm fact checking you right now. Actually,
do you know if they've measured
I'm
curvature?
doing reading. I'm reading. Give me a sec.
You can read.
2 languages, believe it or not.
I'm only joking, mate.
Yeah, 2 languages, believe it or not.
What's the other language?
German.
Yay. So what are you reading? What was your Google question?
Let's see. On a curved Earth, the farther the target should appear lower relative to the straight beam because the water surface curves away.
Yeah.
And you can do it by a rough curvature amount is about 8 inches per square mile. So you can actually
per
prove
mile
that
squared.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So when we do that, there's no drop over distance. Now, have you got a laser test that shows drop over distance?
Survey scope on distance.
Yeah, that doesn't measure curve.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like the ChatGPT literally told me the exact opposite of what you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's ChatGPT, and then tell ChatGPT they're wrong, and they'll give you a different answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just going to continue riding on my scooter.
You can't
no
be
curvature.
real.
Thank you.
Got too real. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's not like a rabbit hole I want to go.
It's not a rabbit hole. It's the Earth. It's the surface. Well, see, that is what it's too big for a lot of these people. Like David Lynch said about 9/11. He said it's too big for people to even entertain. This is one of those topics. It's too big for a lot of our fellow man. It's kind of bonkers. It's weird. It's weird we share the roads with them.
Yeah, and you guys got it all figured out sitting on Discord.
Yeah, we got this figured out, not all.
Yeah.
Actually working while I'm on Discord.
I can't handle it.
You seem bothered, Toolhead, that we have this figured out.
No, I just...
The second you realize that we were on
like
something, you're like, oh, you're going down this rabbit hole.
Debate, bro. Like, just doing this debate.
No, wrong. I'm not that one. No.
No one did debate, bro. How?
I'm good. Space is real and the Earth is round.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, I have a question though.
Go ahead.
Good.
How can you determine that the sea level will be flat, perfectly flat, while measuring with that laser theory that you guys talk about?
You can do it over a lake if you want.
A lake?
Yeah.
But a lake will never, the water will always be moving slightly.
Yeah, okay, but at rest it's flat, right? Like water, you agree with that?
I just feel that some of those tests won't be like the accuracy will be slightly.
And so if you're on one side of the lake and then you go to the other side of the lake and it's 10 miles.
Yes.
That laser should be 66 feet in the air on the other side of the lake.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying that the water, there'll be slight movements in the water. It will never be perfectly still.
It's got nothing to do with the water, though. You're not shooting at the water.
Okay, hold on.
Are you measuring off the water level?
Okay.
Yeah, water level.
How about the damn thing's frozen? If I tell you the lake's frozen, you're going to say, well, there'll still be vibrations in the frozen ice.
All I'm saying that is there's going to be slight inaccuracies of your measurements off the laser. That's all I'm saying.
If you start,
that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so if you start the laser 2 meters off the water's surface, right, and then you add 2 meters on the other side to the hidden height, then you're well above. You're not going to get 2 meter waves in a lake, are you?
I know that. I'm just saying that there's always going to be slight movements in the water with your measurements. That's all I'm saying.
What's that got to do with the two edges of the lake?
I'm just saying that your laser measurement theory, like measuring off the water, will never be 100% accurate. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, is it gonna? It's 66 feet we're trying to find, right? So how much difference is it going to be? If I shoot the laser 2 meters and I measure it on the other side of the lake 10 miles away at 2 meters, what's the water underneath it got to do with the measurement above the water's surface? Like, how inaccurate is it going to be?
I'm talking about the movement of the water. Like there's going to be.
Is it going to be 66 feet inaccurate?
Right, there's going to be a different calculation every time you do the bloody measurement.
You're taking it too literal. You're taking it way too literal.
What's the threshold? What's the parameters? Within what parameters are we working?
That's all I'm saying. It's never going to be like perfectly.
Yeah, within what parameters?
That's all I'm saying.
Within what parameters, though?
Yeah, like what's the error?
It's the movement.
Yeah,
the water will always be moving.
This guy has no ability to process
inconsistency.
This guy doesn't have
the inconsistency or what?
Even in the lake, the water will always move. The water will always move. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's like talking to a brick wall. He has no ability to process what's being told to him and respond. You don't. What next? Are you going to say, well, there's nothing that's perfectly flat. There's nothing that's perfectly flat. All I'm saying is there's nothing that's perfectly flat.
Every time you
guys, what I'm saying is there's nothing perfectly flat. And water's always moving. Do you hear how
every time you talk about this laser theory, you're talking like the water doesn't move.
Yeah,
so obviously,
have you heard the expression "give or take"?
Right. So the water moves, right? Yeah. So how much is that going to put the measurement out by? Yep. So how much is that going to put the measurement out by?
It depends whether the wind or whatever. I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
In general,
so how much is that going to put? If we've got a still day, with no wind, how much is that going to put the measurement out with?
The water will still move.
Yeah. How much is it going to put the measurement out?
How much is it? Right. You got to go test it out for yourself. There's going to be a different measurement every time.
Oh my god, bro!
Is it going to put it out by 66 feet?
Mate, I don't know, mate. I'm just saying in general.
You don't
I'm saying
know.
I'm
Okay,
talking about
there you go.
100% accuracy. Of course, because you don't know.
Nothing's ever
That's what I'm
100%,
saying.
bro.
You think
There's
you
no
know.
such thing as 100%
You think you know.
accuracy.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you wanted these. How do you go to the deli?
How do I go to the deli? I fly there.
Okay,
I fly
okay,
there
not deli, the deli. You go to the deli and you have mommy do it for you.
My name is Aladdin.
To get his pastrami.
Yeah, he needs
my name is Aladdin.
exactitude. He'll be there forever.
I got a genie in the bottle. I got my carpet on the ground. I fly to the.
You sound like the genie in the bottle.
Yeah, of course, mate.
Yeah, you're like when you order
the water
when you order 100 grams of salami and they give you 103, right? You send it back.
Say, the blade moved.
I need 100.000000000.
Yeah, because 0 doesn't exist.
Because you only had 749 in your pocket.
Are you guys really going to just dogpile?
Oh, kid. Okay, you please, Cortico, take over.
We're going to dogpile you now, Cortico.
Nonsensical.
Let's go.
Ahead.
Let's get him.
What do you got?
Thank you, Cortico, for bringing us back to sanity. That guy was off the rails.
He can just shut up.
I mean,
Snow Nose has been all right. I mean, like he's been a bit weird, but it's cool.
Well, is he being serious, or I mean, I'll unmute him, but it's like, what's the point if he's going to be? He's not. He's avoiding engaging in the topic by doing this.
Yeah, I think.
I just meant that he's not. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by what Cortico said.
I mean, he sounds like a barrel of fun, but just what's the point of doing this, Snow?
That was just my only question. That was my only question. I don't believe.
Have you ever been to a Placid
Lake? That was a statement, not a question.
I don't even.
Have you ever?
I'm not even
around. Have you ever?
I'm not even the. What do they call it? Like a globe earth or whatever you call it.
The globe tard.
I'm not even any one of those flat earth.
You're someone who's splitting a hair that isn't there.
All I'm saying is,
have you ever been to a
all I'm saying is, every time I come into this VC and I hear about that laser theory, that's cool.
I have a question for you.
I'm not even trying to
theory, bro.
I'm not even trying to diss. Okay, I'm not even trying to diss your laser level or whatever you guys talk about.
No, have you ever been to a Placid Lake?
When you talk about that over water, lake,
do you have to be muted?
The water will never stop moving. That's all I'm saying.
So what, bro? So what?
That's all I'm saying.
What is the point of this?
Wait, it will stop moving if it gets cold enough. It freezes.
No, he would say that. The ice is
never going to be completely flat. It's never going to be completely flat. That's all I'm saying.
Matthew, I already addressed that. He would say the ice is vibrating.
It won't be levelly flat, mate.
Yeah, we never claimed it would be in the liquid state. It's never completely still. But for all intents and purposes in physics, they call it liquid at rest when there's very little external forces acting upon it. Little to none. So they can put it in. They can have a body of liquid in a controlled setup in the lab where there's no wind, there's nothing else, like nothing stirring it, right? It's just sitting there very still. Now they understand that molecularly, it's vibrating, moving, whatever, right? But they call it at rest. And they tell you that its surface is perpendicular to gravity, which would make the surface flat.
Yeah, it's flat, bro.
So you're saying all the measurements will be like, it's just approximately, it will never be like whatever number it is, or just be like approximately this and that. Like a reoccurring.
The surface of liquid has been a standard for zero elevation for millennia. It aids us in being able to gauge changes in elevation. And for practical purposes, it's treated as being horizontal.
Do you agree with that, Snow Nose?
You know what? I'm still doing my research here. Like in terms
at
of what
this moment in time, do you agree with that statement?
Agree with what he just said?
Yes, with what he just said.
I still need to do more research about.
Okay, so just non-answer, fine. I don't know how you could ever. Yeah, never mind. I mean, being that water is always in motion, how could you even apply it to anything? According to your logic.
I mean, it can be applied. I'm just saying
all he said was
inaccuracies. I never said you're wrong. I said slight inaccuracies. That's all I'm saying.
What? That it's been used as a standard of level for millennia?
Slight
Do you agree with that?
That's all I'm saying. Slight inaccuracies.
Okay, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's like common sense, slight inaccuracies.
Like what?
The water will always move.
Man, I don't even know why I'm attempting to address this. Okay, have you ever been to a placid lake?
Huh?
Huh? Have you ever been to a lake that is in a state of placidity?
Yes.
Have you ever been to a lake that's placid?
Yes.
Okay, how much is the water moving on the surface? Up and down.
It changes every second, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't ask you how often. How much on this placid lake?
Well, how many seconds in a day? How many seconds in a day, mate?
Okay, we're talking about this guy. But my point is, hey, dude, whatever you're going to come up,
you know what, bro? Like, dude, it ain't even that serious, bro. Like,
I can't believe
it ain't even that serious. Like, you're too like lost in the source.
No,
not lost
dude,
in the source.
I'm laughing on the inside, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, like don't like.
The point is,
I'm not here to debate with
you're not here. I don't care what you're not here to do. Point is, whatever you're going to come up with as an answer of how much the placid lake is moving up and down on its surface, that is minuscule. It's minuscule when you compare it against how much drop there's supposed to be in the distance.
You're too buttered, bro. All I'm saying is,
dude, you're the one that's buttered. Luckily, I've never been buttered in my life. That sounds like a you thing, Snow.
How about if it's like 95% accurate? That's still pretty good. I'm just saying there'll be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said.
Yeah, well, yeah. Don't get too like caught up in.
So is that accurate enough to be able to tell if it's bending?
I never said it was bending. I just said there's slight inaccuracies on your measurements. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but what's the inaccuracy of zero though? So if you measure zero curvature, what's the inaccuracy of zero?
Wait, fuck the curvature, bro.
That's what this channel's about.
All I'm saying is there's slight inaccuracies, and then someone had this rod up his ass and was mad about it. Like, bro,
yeah, but
all I'm saying is slight inaccuracies. I'm not even.
No,
but if you measure zero, what's the error in zero? Like how much zero, minus zero, and plus zero you have to add to for your measurement of zero?
Zero doesn't exist.
Zero doesn't exist.
It's just there.
Yeah,
well,
so
I'm just saying in general,
if I have a laser and I shoot it off at 2 meters and I pick it up at 2 meters on the edge, on the other edge, 10 miles away, right? And I've got zero curvature, then what's the error in zero?
See, now you're just wanting it to be zero so it could be flat. I'm just saying in general,
I'm not wanting
if you're measuring across water.
That's what it
that's what I'm saying.
What he's saying, if he doesn't have any apples, he has some apples.
Mate, you lost your apples, right? I'm just saying in general, with that laser theory, I keep like this is like the 5th time I come in there. You guys keep talking about this laser. Cool. There's slight inaccuracies.
So maybe have you ever looked? Have you ever watched the video?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
How long did it go for?
Which one? Because you sent like heaps of those videos.
Let's go with the greatest laser test ever. FE Core, so Field Engineer Core. You're going to look it up on YouTube. See how long it is.
Nah. Hell no. That's all I'm saying. It was just slight inaccuracies in those measurements.
Yeah. So when Globers say that they've measured things, then they've got inaccuracies, right?
Yeah, across the water, even if it's a lake.
Well, even any time, right? So is there inaccuracies in any measurement?
Because what were you saying? You were saying, were you saying like a mile? Like how many meters? How many Ks? How many miles are you talking about?
Well, now I'm just saying any measurements, there's inaccuracies, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
How do you know if your target's off?
But I'm talking about in terms of your initial laser thing, measurement.
Do you know anything about
there's always
are you going like,
right?
Did you say like 10,000 or a 1K? How many meters are we talking? How many miles?
40.
10 miles. 40 kilometers.
20 miles.
Oh, yeah, okay, we'll do that one. That one was 40 kilometers, yeah.
Oh, okay. 40 kilometers across a lake.
Yeah. A frozen lake.
Yeah, the water. Yeah, well, even if it's a frozen lake, there's going to be inaccuracies of that level of measurement.
Yeah. Now, I'll ask you again.
Because the ice is moving, right?
No, because the ice will be frozen unevenly.
Okay. Are there always inaccuracies in measurements? Are there always inaccuracies in measurements? Yes. So what's the point of bringing up the inaccuracy? Unless you can quantify how inaccurate it is.
No, that's I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that applies to.
How are you going to do that?
That applies to every measurement, right?
Well, definitely that distance you're talking 40 Ks. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it applies to every measurement. I build things and I'm a plumber, so every measurement I do is inaccurate, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a builder, so I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's always inaccurate. Yeah. You can get as accurate as you want, even when you're using a level like a bubble level and stuff like that, right? It's always It's never going to be perfectly level because you're the one controlling it, but you can do your best, right?
Yeah, you aim for as close as possible.
Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to work out how inaccurate it is going to be because it's always going to be inaccurate.
Well, who knows? You may have even hit perfect accidentally and not even realize it.
You never know.
So are you going to agree to whatever you believe is that across that distance, that 40K distance, that it's approximately flat? It's approximately. So you're not. It ain't like perfectly flat.
No, I'm saying it's flat, but the accuracy of the measurement is going to be slightly off.
Okay, no, that's cool.
But it definitely didn't measure 66 feet of curvature. Well, actually, that was more. That 40 kilometers was 100 meters of curvature missing. So it's not that inaccurate.
What were the two measurements off both sides, like from the start of the laser to, of the one side of the lake?
The laser was at 2 meters on one side, and they picked it up at 1.6 meters on the other side. And there's supposed to be a hump in the middle.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're not so much focusing on the topography of the surface itself, but its orientation, right? So we're saying it's horizontal, right? Because it failed to deviate significantly enough from the laser over distance, therefore showing that it's not curving, right? At an excessive rate, like as would be required if the Earth was a sphere the size that they say it is, right? So that means that the surface is distributed horizontally, right? We're not talking about the little bumps and divots or waves or whatever's going on the surface. It's topology. We're just talking about
water bugs
or moving stretched out, things like that.
Yeah.
So like every 10 meters was like approximately like within, like it was like a similar distance from the laser to.
It's about it reaching its target. So if the laser's level at 5 foot above the surface of the water, and there's a target 40 kilometers away, it's 5 feet above the surface of the water, and that 5 foot, the laser hits that 5 foot target. Give or take, some inches, or even a foot. It's you can be guaranteed it's not curving down and away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
The longest lake in the world. Lake Tanganyika. Okay, have they tried it there? At Lake Tanganyika.
Where's that? In Africa somewhere? Or?
Yeah, that's in East Africa, Tanzania. It's 420 miles.
I've never been to Tanzania before.
Yeah, it'd be good if they do a test there. That'd be nice. Just to see what, yeah.
I got lakes here that are, what?
And you know what? Like, even me being
like 15 Ks, right? Yeah.
Even though I'm not a flat earther or a globe earther, whatever they call them, round earth dudes, but
you're an approximately flat earther.
Yeah, I assume even across that distance, just because I'm a chippy, I'm a builder, I assume we'll be approximately level. So when are you guys going to get rid of NASA then?
It seems to be they're slowly canceling themselves. I find it interesting to watch them attempt to create lifelong lasting propaganda on the fly. I think it's great. Shows how desperate they are.
Those AI images were pretty dodgy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's just. I think the believers even realized how pathetic it was.
Who's Portico? Oh, is he a round earther guy?
Did you say Cortico?
Oh, hey.
How you doing?
Yeah. So you're not a flat earther?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have a very good track record here either. I normally get muted. Which I will say is my own fault. Like it's all my own fault. Sometimes I speak out of turn, and I was trying to be quiet, but I heard my name, so.
It's your turn now.
What's that?
It's your turn now. I think an approximately flat earther wants to talk to you.
I mean, if people want to talk about flat Earth and they want to know my opinion, I'll talk. Otherwise, I'll just sit here and listen. Like I have no skin in the game.
I don't want your opinion about things. How about water? Let's just cut to the chase, since that's.
So you want to know my opinion about water?
No, I don't need to know an opinion about it. Just describe the surface of it in reality.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh. You're doing it again. You're getting yourself muted. Playing stupid right off the bat isn't good.
I mean, do what you want.
Okay, no. Dude, if you filled a bathtub with water, how would you describe the surface of that water?
Flat, but you're being a tyrant.
Okay, so why? Okay, so you agreed that that's not controversial, correct?
I'm not going to address this until you tell me that you're being a tyrant.
Never mind then. It's not a tirade. This is the exact same thing that you entered into the conversation when Snow was talking about water. Sounds like you agree with Snow about water.
Actually, I want to talk about the meta.
Well, you did. That is the meta for this hour. You telling me that you want to talk about the meta. That's it. I get it. I understand why you would. I mean, I don't care what you think. I find it weird that you guys realize what water does in reality, yet you believe a water ball. It's crazy.
No, I think you're a tyrant.
How so? Pointing to water?
Because you were threatening me with muting me if I said the wrong thing.
No, it was a joke. God. Yeah, I remember you from the old days, or at least a year, 2 years ago.
I don't know. But I just don't want to fear you're going to mute me if you don't like my response.
No, I don't. It's not that. I don't care. All
right.
If you want to tap dance instantaneously, that's actually, I kind of like that. I think it's funny.
No, I will attempt to be fair and answer any question.
Be fair to yourself and realize that you've already acknowledged what water does in reality, and that's an impossibility in a water ball.
No, I think that the phrase "water seeks its level" is a colloquial thing. I don't think it really has any meaning. I don't think it properly describes.
Why when I talked about water, even at the smallest scale of a bathtub, why did you already agree that its surface is flat?
Well, because in a bathtub it is flat, but I don't
in a swimming pool, an Olympic-sized swimming pool,
same thing.
It's flat. Okay, what is the body of water size that it all of a sudden starts arcing?
Microscopic. I don't think.
No, well, you don't need. You need macro. You don't need micro. You need big arcs.
Okay, maybe I do. I don't think that talking about a bathtub properly describes.
No, we're up to an Olympic-sized swimming pool already, and we're going to keep going.
I was in the middle of speaking. I don't think that talking
You're in the middle
about
of tap dancing.
I don't think that
we've taken the step from bathtub that you acknowledged was flat now to an Olympic-sized swimming pool, which you've also acknowledged is flat.
I think you have to actually. I think that you have to actually talk about water in terms of fluid dynamics, in terms of physics, to get a proper.
You're the one that doesn't want to talk.
You're interrupting me again. You're interrupting me again.
But you want it both ways. You said you don't want to talk about water seeking level, and now you want to talk about fluid dynamics.
Okay, tell me about water seeking level. Let's talk about that.
Well, it's, I guess, some sort of personification of water. But water seeks equilibrium.
All right, you're on the stage.
In equilibrium.
Tell me about that. Tell me. Give me a physics lesson about that.
No, I don't have the physics lesson to give you other than what I just gave you.
Other than water seeks its level. So,
that seems to be, hold on. That seems to be when you're talking about fluid dynamics, isn't that what you're talking about?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I think it's much more sophisticated than a catchphrase of water seeks its level. I think that universities,
does water seek level within fluid dynamics?
But the question, yes. But the question is why?
Okay, then what's the problem? You're drunk.
The question is why does water seek its level? And I don't think that you can give an appropriate response.
Why does the rooster crow? Hey.
Is that the basis of your argumentation? Is water seeks its level? Does it get
I don't know why. I'm not claiming to know why everything came to be or why the nuts and bolts of everything. But you and I, listen, you the guy who wants to give and receive a physics lesson, we both realize that water is flat on its surface. And that's simple as that. That's it. Why that becomes something you want to say is more nuanced, well, that's the reality. I don't care what nuanced path you want to get to it. That's what we have in reality. And that's a big problem if the Earth is a globe. And then I asked you, at what scale does the water start bending? You say microscopic?
I think it all boils down to things that are microscopic. I think that to truly understand the world, like there will be a equation that explains everything, but I think it starts at the microscopic level, the quantum level. Like you don't deny that the quantum scale exists, but we're talking about something much larger than that. But these things are cousins; they're intertwined. I mean, do you deny that the quantum scale exists, that quantum computers don't exist, that quantum results don't exist?
What do you think that we're talking about them sort of solidifies their existence on some level, but it's not what I'm talking about.
Well, this is a critique of your worldview.
It's not my worldview, dude. The thing is, we're seeing the world the same way. We're acknowledging that water is flat on its surface.
No, I am critiquing your worldview.
No, dude. What? Water seeking level? That worldview?
Quantum.
Yeah, like where does it go? Where do we go from there? Can you explain the quantum world? Do you believe it exists?
What has this got to do with the surface of water?
I am critiquing his worldview.
He's gone microscopic. He said, I asked him, he acknowledged that a bathtub and an Olympic-sized swimming pool both have flat water on their surface.
It was your
question.
I asked him,
hold on, I'm catching everyone up to date. Then I asked him at what scale of body of water are we talking about where the water starts bending? And he said microscopic. And from there, he's gone into quantum.
Well, I want to know.
You need to back up a bit. We're talking about curvature of the water over the distance of the Earth in miles and miles and miles. Not on the quantum scale. Need to reverse. Back up.
No, I'm not interested in the curvature. I just want to understand his worldview. You're going to just change the topic? Assert that?
This isn't about me. This isn't, I'm not your study. Sorry. Especially when you're 3 sheets to the wind, doctor.
I don't even know what that means.
I'm sure you don't. You're tanked. I guess you wanted to talk to Snow Nose anyways, so sorry for interrupting that. Well, welcome back, Corticus.
I was reading how I mentioned the 420-mile longest lake in the world. The only test, or I don't know if it's the only test, but I did read that a flat Earth group did a laser test for Lake. Is it Poncha? I don't know how to pronounce it. Pontchartrain Causeway. Anyways, that is only 23.83 miles, But it'll be good if flat Earth, if there was a flat Earth group that did a measurement for the longest lake in the world, which is 420 miles. Because that lake there in Louisiana is only 23.83 miles. So to do that 420-mile lake, the longest lake in the world.
Do you have any measurements with this lake? So you say that lake is this long. Are there measurements about how far you can see anything, or where curvature starts, or just any measurements?
Yeah. In terms of that, the Louisiana lake that was measured by the flat earthers.
Yeah.
That was just a random thing I seen on Google because I was asking if any flat Earth groups did a laser level for the longest lake in the world, which is 420 miles, but it only showed the results the Lake Pontchartrain. Lake Pontchartrain, sorry. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but that's in Louisiana. It's only 23.83 miles. But in terms of what you're saying with the curvature, I don't know. Yeah. They're saying that their calculations has that lake flat over that distance of 23.83 miles. But I want to see that same group, or just do a laser level at the longest lake. That'll be nice to see what they calculate there.
What is it?
Measure.
There are lakes okay, so we've got the Great Lakes, but there are some like Siberian lakes that all of these lakes go beyond what we would expect with curvature, right? Is that my understanding? Like they're all far big enough to where we wouldn't expect to see something beyond them, right?
What?
Yeah, well, thank you. What? That's why when I asked you when we were in the swimming pool, I said, what is the size of a body of water where the water would start bending? How big does it have to be? That was my question to you.
Well, in that case, like a lake and ocean would be no different. Like I was trying to narrow down, like.
So they both be flat.
Under the globe model, yeah, they would be flat.
Okay. I don't even know what that means.
A curved surface, the surface of water would be flat.
Well, not flat. They would be the same. So I'll put it that way. They would be the same.
The same as the swimming pool.
A swimming pool, if it were 9 miles
on Earth.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a difference. It's a body of water.
Well, you're a flat earther. You just didn't know it.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I know so. I just heard you.
You need to listen to
yourself.
You don't even know you're a model?
No, what I'm saying is you don't even know what you just said.
You don't even know you're a model? Did I perfectly describe your
Dude, after you flat smack yourself, you have to take like 20 seconds at least. Did you hear that, Snow Nose? This guy's more certain of... He's not even approximately flat earther. He's a real flat earther. The purest kind.
So what's your model?
Same as the swimming pool. Same as the swimming pool, he said.
Tell me about your model. Tell me about your model. We're talking about mine. Tell me about yours. What's your model?
Weird.
No?
I said weird, dude.
And I said
no? Here we were talking about reality, and now you're just wanting me to give you some sort of omniscient view of the world. Sorry.
No, you're giving me a critique on my worldview. And you've done so, and you've kind of whipped me.
Not a critique. We've eliminated the idea of water ball.
All right, well, let's talk about the flat Earth.
Mysteries abound. Mysteries abound, sir.
You can post anything in chat.
Yeah, I just said it. It's a mysterious world.
Oh.
See.
Do you disagree?
Well, I'm just waiting for you to present your model.
No direct questions, you know.
And that's why I feel like you don't have a model.
It's not a model. It's not a model claim. Flat Earth is not a model claim.
Well, it should.
For some, it may be, but for us, it's not. Why?
Why not?
Why?
Because
we're not talking about flat Earth. Flat Earth is about the surface. Flat Earth is like exclusively about the surface.
You should be able to make
we could talk about non-moving Earth, right, versus moving Earth, and we could also talk about, which is not exclusive to flat or globe, the existence of outer space, whether that's thermodynamically possible or not. But like flat Earth, just that term, right? In the sense that we're talking about, is not a cosmology claim. It's not a model claim, not a map claim. We're just talking about the geometric property of the surface.
Okay, well, this is an open forum. Like, why can't I ask you guys about your ideas?
Well, you can if you want. Don't promise that people will have any.
I think we live somewhere where there's a lot of water.
I just wonder why I have to tiptoe around asking you guys.
I just gave you an answer.
Mate, don't be pussy, mate.
Like I love science fiction movies. Like if you guys could describe your worldview in a way that would enlighten me.
First acknowledge that
worldview is what you experience.
Yeah, can you first acknowledge that the globe... I'll shut up. Can you first admit that the globe, outer space, heliocentric nonsense is a scientific sci-fi film?
No, I will not.
Okay, you just... You eliminated the possibility of a ball Earth with your acknowledgement of water in reality.
No, you have provided no
Mr.
evidence.
Fluid Dynamics.
Repeat back to me how I did that.
You said it's the same as the swimming pool, which was the same as the bathtub, which you described as flat. You agreed those were the same. Then you said that the lake was the same as the swimming pool and that the lake was also the same as the ocean.
Okay, so I said that a
Was that right? Did I repeat it correctly?
Yeah, but your inference isn't as you described. You're taking more than the inference.
What does flat mean to you when you describe the surface of water? When you described it as being flat, what does that mean to you?
So if there's
I don't want to take it as more than you meant it.
Okay, so on my very local level, if I step into a bathtub or I step into a hot tub or I step into a pool, yeah, it's level. But you seem to have taken
you made the link. You made the jump from pool to lake to ocean. You did that.
Yeah, but I was asking for evidence.
You said it was all the same.
Well, on a very local level, yeah, it is the same.
Okay. It's local everywhere flat.
Yeah, but that's a colloquial view. Like I view it as colloquial.
No, it's not.
Okay, to me, it's colloquial.
Is the surface of the water in the swimming pool curved?
Technically, yes.
Well, why did you tell me it was flat?
Well, we're getting
you can't have it both ways.
Okay, well, I did qualify it and said technically yes. Yes, it is flat. That there are tangentials. People who have taken calculus in their high school or college understand that tangentials involve infinities and like they don't operate the exact same. Like it is a difficult to describe world, and I'm wanting
it is very difficult to have it both ways, isn't it, Cortico? It's impossible.
Well, it's easy for us to describe. Why do you have trouble?
That's what I'm asking for. Is your worldview?
Just go outside and experience the same thing that everybody else experiences, and describe that. That's what we're talking about.
Well,
if you want us to go beyond talking about just the physical nature of the surface quality, right, with flat versus curve, then and look at other things, in nature, well, we'll just look at it and describe it.
Well, to be honest, what it all boils down to is it goes against my Christian beliefs. And so that's why I hold this worldview.
What does? What goes against your Christian beliefs? What are you talking about?
The idea that faith could be a thing that could be proven wrong doesn't comport with my beliefs.
What are you talking about, bro?
I said it as best as I can. If flat Earth is true, then it could be falsified. And that is the reason why it doesn't comport with my world.
It's not flat Earth. It's not your experience that needs to be falsified, bro. It's the globe that needs to be proven or falsified. This claim that we live on a big spinning ball, which is antithetical to your natural experience. What's that got to do with your Christian faith?
Flat Earth can be falsified, and that's why I don't think that it can be true.
No, your experience of physical reality cannot be falsified.
I think that flat Earth can be falsified, and that's why it does not comport with my idea.
What flat Earth are you talking about? What flat Earth are you talking about?
If you raised a rocket, and if you shot a rocket...
What flat Earth are you talking about, Cortico?
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm asking you, before you attempt to falsify it, which flat Earth are you talking about?
A flat and level plane. I think that is falsifiable.
The one you experience?
Yes.
Right. That can't be falsified. Your experience of physical reality can't be falsified.
I think
it's true. You experience that, right?
Yes.
Are you trying to falsify the experience?
Yes.
Or are you trying to? You're trying to falsify the experience. You can't. Experience is experience. You can't falsify rain falling on your head.
Well, my understanding and my worldview is that God is not a deceiver, and this seems like a deception.
What are you talking about? You experience a flat and motionless Earth, right? But you're choosing to believe that that's not true. Right? So where's the deception? Where's the deception except from your own decision to believe something you were told, which is antithetical to your God-given senses?
Because you are prioritizing the local, and humans aren't local anymore. This is the.
I'm not prioritizing anything. I'm just simply looking out at nature and describing it.
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
Are you now making a distinction, some sort of extra claim on top of that?
Yeah, I think that we're more than just insects walking around in our local area. I think that we have something to do with this world. I think that we describe nature. I think that Albert Einstein is a real person. Like the world is evolved, and I think that flat Earth is a falsifiable prediction, and I think that destroys my notion of faith.
All right, then go ahead and falsify it.
If you shot yourself up in a rocket, you would have an answer.
Stop the cat.
I think that it's much more reasonable to believe that God would make a round Earth in accordance to all the other celestial bodies, because it would make sense.
Whoa. Earth is not a celestial body.
Yeah, right. Wrong category. You need to read your Bible.
Wait, where did you get the information that that God made the Earth, not flat?
I'm saying it is
in the category of celestials now, which is a category error. He needs to go back and read his Bible.
All right. Well, you guys explain to me how it's a category error. I'll wait.
The Earth is not a celestial.
what does celestial mean?
In the sky.
Basically in the sky, yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, it's not the Earth is just is. That's it. Like it's just everything. I think everything is just ground and sky. Like there is no more than that. Them two realm, like them two places. If that makes sense. It's like I don't think there's anything outside of whatever is sky and whatever is ground. There's nothing else. Is that what you guys believe?
Well, as far for all intents and purposes, yeah. I mean, like that's our experience. Like that's all we are experiencing is the surface of Earth, the environment, things are being, upon it, and above us, above that is the air we breathe and some clouds, and there's some creatures that fly around in it. We fly some aircraft around in it and send other things up there like balloons. And then beyond that, there seems to be these lights that I can't identify. I have no idea what they are. I can describe what they look like and I can describe their motions relative to my position, but I can't tell you exactly what's going on up there or what that thing is, what the sky is beyond.
Yeah, well, of course.
Where we can reach.
The only way to know something is to experience it with your actual senses, like to go there, see it, touch it. Otherwise, we just have to come down to, okay, what do we choose to believe what they are? Like, I think we can all agree that they are luminaries. Whether you're a flat earther or not, we have to agree that they are luminaries. And those luminaries emit light. That's what we see. Some of them flicker, some of them have different colors, some of them have different shapes.
Yeah, and that's Portico was being reminded that Earth wasn't one of those flickering lights in the sky.
That's kind of condescending.
I'm actually.
Excuse me? No, it's not condescending. I'm trying to get us back on track. That's what you said. You would mention the Earth in the same breath with all these celestial bodies. It's not condescending.
That doesn't mean it's not condescending.
I'm trying. Okay, call me condescending for getting us back on track. I don't know. I mean, Frank, God bless him, but I don't know what was going on. He kind of parachuted in. But that's where we were, right, Portico?
Yeah, he did mention God. He did mention God, and I just wanted to know, like, if you believe in God, what information, from God, like the scriptures or the Bible, or what information tells us that it's a sphere? Because when I read the scriptures or the Bible, it tells me that it's stationary, it's flat, there's a dome above and everything. The luminaries are within the dome and they orbit around in the sky. That's the information I get from the scriptures. So,
if you truly want to know my opinion, I think that Genesis is a parable that I think if we introduced all of the
Why do you think that? Because of this. Right. Okay. Sorry. I didn't let you finish. Go ahead.
So if we introduced the science of the actual way that the Earth and the solar system came out to be, no one could understand it at the time. Like, no one would be able to understand accretion disks and nuclear fusion and all these things.
But who says that any of that's true?
Well, that's right. And Cortico, the Bible does contain different types of language, but we understand when the Bible calls for that type of language, whether it's poetry, whether it's allegory, etc. And it's not just Genesis. It supports the Bible stating the earth is a flat and stationary location.
Exactly, AJ. He's not basing, right, the idea that it's a parable on the scripture itself, right? Anything no information has been given to him by the scripture itself, like to indicate that it's a parable. He's come to that conclusion through comparing it with modern day cosmology.
Well, you can compare it with modern day cosmology if you like, but modern day cosmology is in direct opposition of the scriptures and God.
Right, but since he's putting more stock, since he's putting more stock in modern cosmology, right, their ideas being true, that necessarily has to be untrue, or not untrue, but just a poetic, parabolic parable description, right?
Is that poetry and parables and this allegory, in reality, in Scripture, still describes something in reality? Yeah, we can have.
But we all have to do.
So, at the end of the day, we're told, if we're Christian, we believe that this book was inspired by God himself, that these people were inspired to write down the words that they wrote. So are you saying that God did not understand his own creation and that science does?
No, absolutely not. My point is that God does understand his creation, and he knew where would we be, like when he decided we would learn about Newton's laws of physics. He ordered the world in a way that we would be able to understand Newton in a time that our human brains could understand Newton, and that we would be able to recognize dinosaurs as things from the past, and that we would be able to understand parables as parables that would teach us about the world, and we wouldn't see Genesis as
when we are told by science that the sun was created first. However, Genesis tells us that the sun was created on the fourth day.
Correct.
You don't believe Genesis.
I think he's telling us that it is
the fourth day, pretty specific, yeah? Let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be signs for seasons, for days, and for years. Exactly what we use them for.
I mean, if you're in the business of proving God wrong, you'll find it. But that's not my project.
Interpretation and the way that you want to interpret the Bible yourself, yeah? When the Bible requires no interpretation by man, when it interprets itself through itself and Scripture.
Yeah. Like if you want to prove God wrong, then that's your business. That's not what I'm trying to do.
I'm not proving.
Wait, what's the issue? What's the issue with What's the problem with the sun being created on the fourth day? Is it something that just doesn't make sense according to science, or?
Because let there be light and the creation of the earth happened on different days.
So
I understand.
We're told by science that the sun came first and then the earth, whereas God tells us that the heaven and earth were created first and the sun was created on the fourth day.
So now there's two beliefs. Yeah, now there's two beliefs.
That's right. So now I'm asking Quantico, does he believe the science version where the sun was created first, or is he believing what the Bible states, that this sun and moon were created on the fourth day?
Well, it's always going to be the Bible, right?
Well, let's find out.
Well,
I think that there is a biblical supremacy clause in the Bible. So when you have contradictions, you trust in the biblical view, and you try to rationalize it with the biblical view, because
I don't try to rationalize it. I just believe the biblical view. So,
well, sometimes you don't know what is the biblical view, and there's a teeter-totter.
It tells me directly. Yeah. So, again,
are you trying to say that the Bible is?
We got through science that the earth was created first. However, the Bible tells the Bible tells the earth was created first. Yeah, and that the sun and moon were created on the fourth day. When we are told by science that the sun came before the earth. So there's a discrepancy that I would believe the scriptures, yeah? We're told that the sun is an average distance of 93 million miles away, or 150,000 kilometers, yeah? The moon is an average distance of 384,000 kilometers, whereas the Bible tells us that the sun, moon, and stars are within the firmament, within our sky. So we have another issue here, yeah? If you're going to believe science.
Maybe you have all the answers, but in my 20 years of Bible study,
I'm just comparing, Quantico, yeah, what Scripture tells us and what we are told by the science communicators, yeah?
Well,
so
I think
we're told that the moon is reflecting the sun. However, the Bible says in Genesis 1:16 to 18 that God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He also made the stars, yeah? So
that doesn't sound very like parable-like to me.
I don't think
that sounds pretty clear.
I think that he's being very unsophisticated, and that like these passages require
how am I being unsophisticated?
Because you're saying that there's only one interpretation.
Yeah,
you're only saying that because of modern cosmology. You're only saying that because of the contradictions. If nobody had come along and you truly believed in the Bible and are a Christian, and nobody had ever come along and told you this whole new idea about the universe, you'd just accept all that to be true. You wouldn't think about it being a parable. You just think that's your reality.
Would I have to accept his interpretation as being true, or what?
No, just what it says. Just what it's saying.
No, I would be led astray if I accepted
very straight,
his.
Very plain, very clear. It says, "And God set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth." Yeah, where's the interpretation?
There's a really big word in there. Can you find it?
You're a fucking fool.
Firmament. What is that?
That's a beaten out, molten solid structure that separates the heavens and the waters above from below.
So it takes.
I thought you read your Bible, dude.
My point is,
does something solid require foundations? Because we can see in 2 Samuel, then the earth shook and trembled, the foundations of heaven moved and were shook. Yeah.
My point of view.
The firmament heaven with his throne above in Ezekiel, and above the firmament was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, the appearance of a sapphire stone.
My view is if you reference something from a previous portion of the Bible, you have to discuss it. Anytime you're referencing something that has already been talked about, you bring it up again. And that's how you have a total interpretation of what you're reading. That's how.
You know how the authors of that book interpreted it? Literally.
They talked about it all the time. The
authors, yes, the authors of that text. Do you know how they interpreted it? Literally. They didn't even need to interpret it because they were the ones freaking writing it.
I don't think that there's an issue there. Like, I have not said that it wasn't a literal interpretation.
Okay, so which is the true cosmology? The one from the Bible or the one from NASA?
I don't think that NASA has a cosmology. I think NASA has facts. NASA has pictures.
Okay, so when the sun was created before the Earth, is that true? Or was the sun created after the Earth, like the Bible says?
The NASA interpretation has no view on that.
The NASA interpretation. Okay, when we use the word NASA, we're talking about the broader spectrum of the scientific understanding about life, the universe, and everything, as in the Big Bang cosmology, which created some massive explosion, which caused the sun to have an accretion disk, and then we were formed. So the sun was formed before the Earth. You know, the modern cosmology. Well, you're going to be a prick.
I disagree.
Okay, provide me with the modern cosmology.
NASA, no, that's a red herring. NASA isn't just a set.
I'm talking about modern cosmology, arsehole. They seem to be holding up NASA. Okay, we can skip away from NASA, but we were talking about the modern cosmology, about our place in the universe and the time scale of these things, as in the sun before the Earth. Now, I'm going to get really fucking impatient with you, dude. Can you stick to the subject, please?
No, I won't be talked to like
then
that.
Fuck off.
Mute me.
Yeah. What the fuck I'm talking about? Right, he said NASA's got pictures, right?
Yeah, that was a long speed run to him begging to be muted, which is what he was predicting for himself about an hour and a half ago.
I don't think I'm muted.
NASA has truth. NASA has pictures. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't think your fears of having to abandon your Christianity are unfounded if you're just accepting reality for what it is around you. It's crazy you would even make that leap.
Exactly.
If everything's allegorical and we don't know what's actually real and not real and so confusing, I'm not sure how you claim to be Christian or have any type of salvation.
So I'm not even trying to troll. So I have a question for: is the flat Earth movement started by the Christians? Is it a Christian movement?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was just a random question. Sorry.
I mean, there are a lot of Christian flat earthers, but it's not limited to. There's Muslims, there's Buddhists, there's even agnostics, you know. Because it's just an understanding of the Earth's surface geometry. It's not really to do with, like I was just saying earlier, flat Earth isn't a religion. It's not a model. It's not a map. You know, it's just the examination of the surface. It's geometric property.
Yeah, with everything that's going on, like, because that's just what I was taught. Like, probably, I'd say most of us was taught at school. Oh, yeah, the world is round, this and that. But the older I get, the more I fade away from the commercial teachings. You know, like, yeah, all that NASA shit, man. That's like, I don't even believe half of what NASA does. Yeah. So I'm like conflicted on what's really going on. But yeah, but it's like, fuck.
If you can't believe half of what NASA says, you can't believe anything, because once someone's proven to be a liar, you have no reason to believe them.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, the older I get, the more I'm like, not even. Mate, I stopped watching 6 o'clock news years ago. Like, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things that we're taught as a youngin'. It's like we get fed a lot of bullshit, like at school, you know, like, yeah. But it's starting to make sense, like, now. Like, I'm like, wow, the world does seem more flat than.
Well, what's your strongest piece of contention? Like, what led you to this?
Is this the round Earth guy?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, bro. I wasn't even trying to diss you. I'm just saying that. I think just everything that's been going on within the last, like, I'd say since like 9/11, I've been questioning everything since that time. So everything I was taught, like, I was like, oh, okay, yeah.
I've always been one for questioning things as well, and I actually had this brought to me by somebody else, and I still reacted the same way as most people and said, "Man, that's crazy. Yeah, you're crazy for sure." And I satisfied myself by taking, direct observations over long distances. I used to go out on the water a lot, so I'd take note of islands or channel markers, ships, lighthouses, whatever, and especially at night with lights, yeah. And I found that I could see well beyond the geometric claims. So then I started looking into other effects they claim, like fraction and gravity and this and that. And, at the end of it, this is where I am. I know the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, because even with like Antarctica, I'm like, why can't people travel there? You know, like, well, what are they hiding there? Then I seen the map of like the flat Earth map compared to the global map, and I'm like, wait, that kind of makes sense, because if we can't go there, then that might be the outside edge, like
that's it.
Of what?
That's
I'm like
that's the answer.
Yeah, if we're not allowed to go to Antarctica, I assume it's like an ice bowl type. I think I mentioned this like 2 weeks ago. Like, I'm not saying like, I'm just saying like the edges might be all ice.
Did you know that there are no Western countries except for what is it? It's not Iceland. It's the English island. What's the English island that like right to the left of it? They're the only Western society that's allowed to actually that they're not part of the Antarctic Treaty.
Ireland.
Ireland. No. Is it Ireland? They're not part of the Antarctic Treaty, so they're the only Western country that I know of that their citizens are not part of the Antarctic Treaty. So a person from Ireland
it doesn't matter because they still can't cross into the Antarctic without permits and the correct procedures.
Well, they'll get shot down.
There's multiple countries there that you're going to cross into if you're going to cross Antarctica for a start, but there's no free travel anywhere in the world. Still require permits, documents, passports, etc.
My point is if you could prove Irish citizenship, like you'd have a better claim than anyone who's tried it in the past 100 years. And so that's based off of that's based off of your parents. So if you have Irish parents, then you might have.
I think you have a misunderstanding of how things like this work. Just because you're not a participant doesn't give you a free pass to do as you will. You're still at the mercy of the force field that everyone built up except for you. Duh.
Yeah. Plus they go the wrong way.
$200,000 law degree tells me otherwise.
I wouldn't employ you, dude. Sorry.
You don't have to. We're talking about international law, and international law is kind of bullshit, anyways. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to,
you could show up with the entire Irish army and navy and everything here in between, and still not promise yourself to get where you want to go. Hello.
You're right. It's just like I felt like I was being challenged in the law, and I was trying to give like
no.
Okay.
It did feel like an episode of Night Court there for a second. I like that.
My bad.
No, I'm joking, dude. No, I know what you're saying. I guess I'm sure you would be. I don't know. I guess you would have to practice the law and see if you would be on a technicality of the lawsuit. I didn't join this treaty to defend or to whatever to eliminate the idea of anyone crossing this boundary.
Well, no.
Just who's you know what I'm saying? Think about it.
No, like when it comes to international
the whole idea
law,
that there's the whole idea that there's a giant treaty formed around this idea or location is insane. No.
If anyone, okay, so if I can impart anything onto anyone here, international law is bullshit. Basically, anyone who can sign on to international law, according to the United States, is altering the Constitution of the United States. When a treaty is formed, it becomes part of the Constitution of the United States. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that notion. I don't think that it makes sense in international law. But if the President of the United States signs onto a treaty and it becomes international law, it becomes part of the Constitution, like in effect. So, a little bit of
how that affects like geometry.
Little bit of international law for you guys.
Even that makes no sense. So you're saying things are into the Constitution with expiration dates?
So what happens is,
when's the last time you heard of that?
Well,
usually when something goes into law, it takes law to take it out. Because the Antarctic Treaty isn't forever.
The reason why it happens is because it follows the presidential powers. Like the president has powers to deal in international relations. So he has the power to form treaties. The power to form treaties is within the president's purview, and that becomes international law. So the reason why is because, say, the United States and Canada want to have a treaty over not killing Canadian goose. So the president signs a treaty with Canada that says that we will not hunt Canadian goose. That now becomes law in the United States and within Canada. Like it has the effect of becoming no one, no matter what state they're in or anything, can hunt a Canadian goose. If that makes sense.
Okay. This is great. But by your previous example, someone from Ireland or somewhere elsewhere where the Canadian this type of goose shows up, or maybe it doesn't show up any other way.
So it matters.
So what I'm saying is, just because your country's exempt from, just because your country doesn't have any limitations on the fowl you can hunt, they can just show up there though, because that's what you said Ireland could do in Antarctica.
Yeah, it has to be like the party has to be willing, because parties have territory.
You just said no one can hunt the goose.
So we're talking about jurisdiction. So
why do you think you're going to get an exemption to go to Antarctica?
No,
or
Antarctica,
to wherever below the parallel that you're talking about.
No, so this is fake law. Like there are no legitimate claims to Antarctica. Like
I agree. It seems pretty fishy to me too.
And so like you can't go, you can't like try to apply law from the 1800s and try to like research and find out ways that this makes sense. This is a law that only applies here. Like when we're talking about Antarctica, there is no stare decisis, which is the term for like previous law. Like when we're talking about Antarctica, like we're only talking about Antarctica.
Yeah. So why, getting back off the geese hunting? So why do you think this all started? Because you said, "Hey, if you're Irish, you can do whatever you want in Antarctica."
Because Ireland has a long history. They have 1,000 years of stare decisis. So Antarctica has 0 years of historical law, stare decisis. Ireland has 1,000 years of historical law, stare decisis. So they're very different.
And Ireland is surrounded by water.
Yeah, so Ireland is an exception.
Yeah, but I'm asking you why you think.
I can just jump on a boat, cruise down to Antarctica, into the restricted areas, and they pull me up and I say, "Dude, I'm fucking Irish. Here's my birth certificate." And they go, "Oh, sorry, sir. You're free to freely explore where you like."
Kinda technically, you would have an advantage there if you were Irish, because they are not a part of the Antarctic Treaty. So all members of the
Antarctic... What a load of horseshit. They'll tell you to kick rocks after they laugh at you when you say, "Hey, I'm Irish." That'll be point and laugh. Go home, son. Get a free point. Like, seriously, dude. Just because you're from a particular country, that you think you're going to have rights to march across some ice? No. Cows with guns. They don't give a shit where you're from.
Maybe you're right, but the Irish...
Their rules are shoot first, ask questions later.
The Irish...
Like, where you from, son? Bit late then.
when it comes to the South Pole, the Irish actually do have a privileged position.
Oh, really?
It's very specifically Irish.
Flip it. South Pole.
You guys can Google it if you don't believe me.
But the South Pole isn't the ice wall, though. The North? Wait.
No, I'm not talking about the ice wall. I don't care about the ice wall.
Is the South Pole. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the North Pole for a second.
No, it's the South Pole. I welcome anyone to Google or whatever the Antarctic Treaty and the Irish. Like they don't have a treaty. The Irish are not a part of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. So what was the thing about the special status you said?
Well,
he thinks because they're not participating in the
Treaty,
the patrol or whatever of this area, that they get free to-doodles. I just don't understand that.
Does that just mean
the whole thing is absurd in the first place?
So practically, they'll probably arrest you the first moment they can catch up to you, and they'll just send you back with no charges. They'll just send you back. Like they will arrest you. They'll put you on an Argentinian airplane and
hold on. I thought you were setting up some sort of. You were going to have some sort of case that you were going to bring before the courts before you even thought about that. That's how you started this whole thing.
Okay, so if I...
What kind of lawyer are you? My lord. Here's what's going to happen. Lawyer, they're going to arrest you. They're going to throw you in jail, lock you up, and lose the keys.
I would do that for you. If you hired me and I was your Irish lawyer, I would stand behind you.
I would defend myself prior to ever calling your Irish law firm.
And they would put my hands behind my back and shackle me up too, because that's the way the international law works.
Why were you bragging about some sort of exemption in the first place? You're bizarre.
Because I'm talking about technicalities.
Talk about practice.
But that doesn't sound like
I get it. I get it. Just
international law is very fuzzy. Is maybe
it sort of says it in the name, doesn't it?
Maybe that's the point of this whole discussion. If I can impart nothing else,
they're in the wrong channel. Then,
I'm in the right channel. You guys are my
agreeing
friends.
that international law is fuzzy seems. Yeah,
well, you can't
explore it, right? Like Irish law, you can't explore it.
I agree.
If you're on right channel, why these people think that Earth is flat?
Why do people? There's a lot of experts in this channel that can tell you a way better answer than me.
You already had your come to Jesus moment with it about 45 minutes ago.
I'm asking you, did you realize why they think that Earth is flat?
I will tell you the reason why I don't think the Earth is flat.
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you this. Do you realize why these people think that Earth is flat?
No, I don't know why.
No. How you will find out?
I mean, ask somebody.
Maybe you can ask somebody.
Well, I mean, the stage is up for anyone.
So you don't know why these people think that Earth is flat?
No, I don't know why they think the Earth is flat.
Would you want to know?
Yes, I do.
That's insult.
Why?
But I think that
I will tell you why. They think that Earth is flat because surface is flat.
Okay. Do you think that they have a different heart than the rest of us?
No, we are not speaking about heart. We are speaking about the surface of the Earth, and all of us think that that's what is flat. It must be flat. If it's curving, then it's not flat.
I asked you a question.
What that has to do with the surface of the Earth? that question?
I asked you, did they have the same heart?
I'm asking you all these questions. What that question has to do with the surface of the earth?
You don't want to answer my question. That's okay.
Okay, can you ask another question? What is not has to do with the surface of the earth? It's easy. You can ask me how what colors are clouds, and I will say to you, has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. You can tell me what day it's tomorrow. I will tell you it has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. Can you ask something about the surface of the earth?
I asked you a question. You refused to answer it. We're done.
Okay,
because it has no relevance to the subject matter. So how are you going to tie together someone having a good heart versus the shape of the ground? Please enlighten us.
I mean,
now stutter, alcoholic. It's waste of time. Get back to proper questions.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck you.
Did I make you so angry with the surface?
No, this dude. He's like, I demand that you think this way.
Yeah.
I don't demand you think anyway. I'm just asking you to make sure you ask questions relevant and stop just red herrings.
You're a fucking asshole.
No, I'm a proper cunt when I want to be.
No, you're a fucking asshole.
And you're a blithering idiot. You're an alcoholic. What are you doing?
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to fucking do about it?
Oh, easy. I'll fix that problem. Quick. Practice. He who dares, my son. Cortico, how about just talk about the shape of the ground? We don't give a shit about what people are, what their conditions are, what their favourite colours is, or even if you like purple crayons because they taste like grapes.
Oh, you're fucking quiet now, right? Right?
Have some etiquette, Esquire. Order in the court.
No, he's a little queer bait.
All right,
he's not going to do anything about it.
Relax. That's what I was saying earlier about 3 sheets to the wind, but maybe you're kind of meandering. Your topics are kind of meandering. Just try to start over. What claim are you making now? Because you went all over the place after you realized the water was flat. God bless you. You started talking about losing your Christianity if you accepted that. That rhymed. But so where are you at right now, Cortico?
So that's my point, is that the hardest thing for me to believe is that in as complex of a world that we have, that God would give us such a defeater. Like the world being flat.
You're seeing it through a bizarre lens if you see it as a defeater.
Well,
you're now explaining the world to be flat, but you still don't know why people think that Earth is flat. You didn't hear, you don't know, but you want to explain anything. Why you don't first realize what is the reason, and then then you have a reason, and then you build questions about that reason.
I'm not even going to try. I'm just going to listen. Go ahead.
It's probably best at this time. I don't know.
It's not about
it seems
God.
like you weren't even making a point. You're avoiding. I don't know why you avoid Sasha's questions, though.
No, I mean this dude kind of just like jumped in and said a whole bunch of like fucking like Russian bullshit.
You know why? What is the name of the channel?
See what I mean? Like I don't even know what the fuck he just said.
People show up.
The name of the channel. I will give you the answer. The name of the channel is 24/7 Flat Earth. That means it's not speaking about God. It will be 24/7 God.
Dude, shut up. Fuck you.
Oh, now I'm rude.
No one's talking to you, dude.
Sorry, because I'm speaking about.
I always want to make you the bad guy, Sasha.
Yeah, sorry, because I'm speaking about the surface on 24/7 Flat Earth channel. Sorry, because I'm not speaking about the God on 24/7 Flat Earth surface. Sorry.
Yeah, fuck you. Shut up.
So, What's your heart?
So if someone's got an argument to make, like I'll listen to it. But like if someone wants to just do like the fucking fuck you button, then I'll just go join somewhere else. I don't care.
Oh no! Please don't go.
The ground is measured as flat.
Yeah, the Earth is measured as flat. That's what I was trying to get to before a whole bunch of people like started bogarting the conversation. Like what's your evidence? Talk about it. Give me the meta.
The water does not curve.
There you go.
That's not meta. Give me the meta.
The water does not curve.
No, tell me why it doesn't curve.
I don't know. Ask water.
So you have no
because it's a physical property.
Be quiet.
So if I don't know why water is curving, the water cannot be flat.
No, it means you don't have any answers, and we don't care about your opinion.
My answer is reality, what you can observe in reality. That's my answer.
When I say meta, I'm asking you why.
Why? Because like this, we measure all ground elevation on the ground. That means you have a sea level, you have a mountain in the middle of Ireland, and then you say this mountain in Ireland it's 200 or 2,000 meters above the sea level. Wherever you are, you can be near to sea level, or you can be 100 miles far away from the sea level. The height it's always only height above the sea level. That means sea level it's 1-0, and you have that changing elevation. That's land.
So that's why.
Why? Because that's reality.
So you don't know why.
Because liquids, when they are still, they are taking level.
Mm-hmm.
Do
Why?
you know liquids? It's okay. I don't know why.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
So if I don't know why a flat surface is flat, that means the flat surface cannot be flat. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. So we can go with this. So we can go with this. If we don't know why flat surface is flat, we can for sure still know that flat surface is flat.
No, you have no explanatory value. You haven't explained why anything is flat.
I have explanatory value. It's called flat surface. Can flat surface be curved?
You're asking questions. I want explanations.
I'm asking you now. Can flat surface be curved?
I'm not. This is your worldview. Explain your worldview.
You want to know the funny part about this? Hey, Sasha, check it out. The funny part about this. Hey, AJ. All the times that QE has said you can get any explanation from a town drunk, I think is appropriate in this.
Oh, you're going to go defend him, right? He has not explained his worldview.
Yeah. To defend me in what?
Water seeks level, or its own level, as it's a consequence of liquid pressure.
Yeah, that's a caveman worldview. Water seeks level.
That's not a caveman worldview.
That is you're doing a
complete worldview. You're doing a complete reset.
He gave a caveman worldview.
Yeah, the water seeks level thing. You remember where that led, right? That led
that's
you
caveman
yourself.
Worldview. Oh, you mean me getting muted?
No, that's not what I mean.
Yeah, the event was me getting muted. Like there are no other events. There is there was me.
I think you should go re-listen to the broadcast, counselor.
Alyssa J. Pasquale, PhD on liquids and physics.
I'm the only one with a doctorate in this channel, by the way.
Caveman view, is it, Cortico?
Yeah, he's a caveman, and he has a caveman worldview.
Caveman.
What are you going to say about that? What else? What else?
What am I going to say? I'm saying that you asked a question. I answered your question. You have no rebuttal, so now you want to.
You didn't answer any question. What was my question? What was my question? Why don't you define my question?
Your question was to don't trust me. What causes water to lie flat and level?
And what was your answer?
It's one of the consequences of liquid pressure.
And
and then you want to say that that's a caveman answer.
Yeah, that's a wrong answer.
No, it's not. Again,
the actual answer is gravity, by the way.
At 2 minutes past the hour, One of the consequences of liquid pressure is that water always seeks its own level in a container. If you've ever taken a container of liquid and tilted it, perhaps you'd notice that the water will always level out. So no. Would you like another one? Maybe I can give you one from pre-K.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
just gravity, by the way.
What if you take say a golf ball, right? You dip it into water and you take it out. Then now the top surface and the bottom surface.
Water will always form a flat surface unless it's acted upon by another force.
Okay.
Science in pre-K. Have you all made it to primary school yet? Quarter-K?
Okay, so the top surface and the bottom surface of the golf ball would both be wet at the same time.
Yeah, that's great. That is awesome. So tell us how that makes water not flat when it's at rest. Mr. Golf Ball Man.
Well, let's say it's a really big golf ball, so then it appears flat.
Yeah, we're not in imagination land. You're telling us about golf balls. That's awesome. Tell us how your golf ball makes water not flat whilst it's at rest.
Well, so you know how golf balls have those dips? So there'll be surface tension along it, and so there's probably some flat sides all along the ball, the golf ball.
So how does your golf ball
take to make up a ball?
Locally flat, that is.
Yeah.
This is too good.
Yeah, so again, you're just going against the physics of water. Yeah, I've cited it many times, and nowhere does it state that water curves. Water seeks its own level.
The water's flat in this explanation, right? The water's has flat surfaces.
Water always seeks level. That is why we've used it for leveling purposes for thousands of years.
Right. So how do you know that say you have this golf ball with many flat sides, and then how do you know that the Earth is not
has many flat sides? It's no longer a ball. What's the definition?
Calm down for a second.
What's the definition of a sphere?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying before.
What is the definition of a sphere? How many flat sides does a sphere have?
Oh, sure. The same radius from the center in 3 dimensions.
How many flat sides does a sphere have?
I'm not talking about a sphere.
How many flat sides does a golf ball have?
Well, it has many concave sides. Which if they were filled with water,
how many flat sides does a golf ball have?
Oh, okay. A golf ball doesn't have
how many flat sides does a golf ball have?
Anyway, stop distracting from what I'm saying, man.
I'm not distracting from anything. I'm answering exactly what you stated.
No,
how many flat sides does this golf ball have to make?
You're so schizophrenic. Stop being so schizophrenic.
I'm not being schizophrenic. I'm asking you a direct question in regards to your claim of a golf ball having flat sides.
I've not even finished saying my claim before you start.
We don't need to go any further. When you talk about a golf ball having flat sides, you fucking moron.
See, you didn't even hear what I said.
Yeah, you sort of shot yourself down, Naya, when you said that earlier. That's why
I didn't say. No. I didn't say a golf ball has flat sides. I'm saying a golf ball, if it was
look. How about you get your golf ball and just smack it out of the room? Your golf ball has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. I don't know if you're trying to create some kind of analogy where the golf ball is equivalent to Earth or some shit like that.
Oh my God.
It's not working.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a golf ball. It can be any you know that dice they use in Dungeons and Dragons where there's a bunch of flat sides and then it's a ball but it's a bunch of flat sides.
So that represents Earth now, doesn't it? That's fucked up.
So what if the entire flat
I think I can help you here.
On one
now
side?
We're going with what ifs.
On one of those flat sides. So how do you know it's not both a ball and flat at the same time?
If you need help here.
He does need help, dude. Whoever that is, someone, please.
Water seeks equilibrium under gravity, creating a surface that's equidistant to the center of the Earth, which is curved by gravity.
Excellent. So if that's the case then, and water is this perfect unit complying to gravity's rules, that means it should be evenly curving at a very consistent rate, so good people of this panel can go out and measure said curvature. Why is it we don't?
They did this back in it was the 4th century BC.
Answer the question, son. I'm going to grant you your gravity. That means that the Earth the water would be curving at a very consistent rate because of this gravity. Now, why is it when people go out and do laser tests over large bodies of water, there is no curvature to be found? It should be curving. You just said so because of this gravity stuff.
Tell me how long these distances tests are.
Ranging anywhere from about 6 miles up to 40 miles.
And what are the conditions of these tests?
The weather conditions, all different.
All in the PDF.
Tests ranging from over ice lakes to over standard lakes. Temperatures ranging from, hey, this is great to swim in, to, fuck no, it's too cold.
So this gravity that bends water, in reality, what we see is water is always level, whether that be from your glass to your pool to a lake. I had a lake where I lived that was 10 kilometers across. That was still flat, level, horizontal, yeah? The surveying measurements confirm this, that there's no curvature in that 10 kilometers. So at what stage or what distance or what area is required for water to start curving with gravity?
I believe, if I remember the actual number right, over a 5-mile distance, it would curve about 16.7 inches. I believe that was the number. Might be 16.8, something like that.
So then,
which we easily can observe by.
Is there zero measurable curvature?
We can easily observe this if we watch a. You've heard this a lot before. I know you guys have. Watch a ship weave away from you. You can see it weave from bottom up.
And you've taken this measurement?
No, but I have seen ships leave bottom up personally.
At what distance did they leave bottom up personally?
I can't give you that number right now, sadly.
That's right. So you've just taken into account. You've gone, hey, some clown show on YouTube said ships disappeared bottom up, and you've just accepted that.
I personally have also witnessed this as well, but
really, where and when?
I've witnessed this myself until I picked up my camera and zoomed back in beyond the geometric Earth that's supposed to be blocking this boat, and it comes back into view. Yeah, I mean, this is something that occurs both over a curved and a flat surface. Objects disappearing bottom up. This is just due to perspective.
Perspective, then the higher up we go on a flat Earth, we would be able to see way farther than if we done a curved Earth.
Yeah.
Same as what we do now.
Exactly what happens in reality. We rise in elevation to see further.
I guess I got a question.
Go ahead.
I asked this a few hours ago, but are the images that the astronauts took of the Earth, are those fake or no?
Yes.
Well, how about instead of asking and answering yes or no whether they're fake or not, we're going to ask you something. How are you going to verify to us that those photographs are actually taken from where they are claimed to be taken from?
Well, no, I'm genuinely curious because they live streamed it.
They can't go to
flat earther, flat earthers, but you gotta respect it.
Sorry, they can't go to where they claim to be taken from, so I call it fake.
So the Artemis 2 mission was fake?
Look, there's plenty and plenty of videos out there now bringing up and showing all of the issues and problems that occurred. Look, all they had to do while they were sitting there in these live interviews talking about how great the back of the moon was or how awesome the Earth looks and we can see both poles. Just turn the camera so we can see what you're talking about, because that never occurs. What we get is some dodgy ass photos or images, yeah, from a location that they can't physically go to in reality. It's a violation of natural law.
I just sent an image that this was live. Is this image fake or no?
You think it's live. How do you know it's live? Because it says the word live on the bottom of the screen?
That's what I guess that's my question.
To a location that is a violation of natural laws. They're not breaking natural laws. So yes, it's fake.
Was the spaceship that took off fake? How did they fake that?
What do you mean?
Okay, this is what you saw.
That takes a big arc.
From the Kennedy Center? How did they?
Lozqui, about 400,000 people witnessed with their own two eyes a rocket launching, taking off, going up into the air, dumping its boosters, leaning over to the side, and then flying out of visual range. What happened after it's out of visual range? That's the great question. 400,000 people that watched it do it don't know. Everyone else watched video on TV. They are fed a story. So if you believe it went round the moon, I'm not going to stop you, mate.
But it just doesn't make sense, because then how did they randomly appear?
What does not make sense, my friend, is that these guys are violating natural laws. That does not make sense. Us stating that you can't prove this image to be real makes 100% sense. Yeah, that's just logic.
Okay, no, but I just have a question for Banhammer. Like, how did they randomly appear out of the sky and drop back on the Earth? Where were they?
Same as they did last time. They were dropped off. That little tiny shuttle. I don't know if you know how big that tiny little thing is, but it fits in the back of a plane quite comfortably, like a 747. Fly along, kick it out the back, open it, shoot up. By the time people on the ground, people like yourself, can see it, that plane is already long gone. They've actually got video footage showing how they've done it before, which is quite sad, really.
Sorry, what part of the atmosphere did that occur in?
Well, it's actually an interesting thing, because one of the articles that was brought up was the fact that they think that they were hiding underwater, because something about the little shuttle had changed before it splashed down and then went underwater and then came back up. It was slightly different. So there's a lot of questions involving around that.
Well, NASA have underwater bases.
If you're watching the footage of that thing coming back to Earth and you try to tell me that that's decent footage, it looks like it came from the 1950s, dude.
No, dude, it was way better than 1950s. They talked to the guys on the moon through a landline. Don't you know that?
Well, that's exactly right. It was better back then, apparently.
Okay, and then one more question. Does that mean the International Space Station up in space, that's fake, right?
International Swimming Station.
At the end of the day, I don't think you understand what I'm trying to state. There are natural laws that cannot and are not broken in reality.
I know, yeah. So that makes it fake.
Going to space, is a violation of these natural laws that we have. Therefore, whatever we're seeing from space, cannot be physically possible. Or these natural laws are no longer natural laws.
So all the objects in space they're fake, like they're not really there, right? From your argument?
Well, if the International Space Station was real, then you could look at it with a telescope you can buy from a store. Why can't you do that?
We just see a light shoot across the sky. That's what we see. I actually seen the other day there was someone who takes a close-up photo of Starlink on a balloon.
If we get a powerful enough telescope through the windows of the International Space Station and see the astronauts wave back at us.
You can see the moon with a telescope, so why can't you see the International Space Station, Lezqui?
You can see the moon without a telescope too.
I got no idea. That's a great question. That's a good point.
Hey, in the side chat, how do you know the Earth isn't like that? So it's like a ball but has flat sides, and the
Are
Earth
you
is on one of the
stoned or
flat sides.
stupid? Like, seriously.
Well, you would, Naya, you'd be still claiming that the surface we live upon is flat.
Yeah, exactly. So like, how do you know it's not like this?
We don't.
The fact of the matter is that no one can verify this, so
Unless
we
like
wouldn't
this.
claim it. And even if we did, how would you verify it? Yeah, we're just giving you a description of the surface that we live on, and what you've shown is the description. It's flat.
Right, I never said it wasn't flat. I'm just saying, how do you know it's not like this?
We don't.
We
Then,
don't.
so if
No
but
one
if it
can
was
verify that, and that's not a ball.
right.
If it has
Oh, I
flat
mean,
surface.
I would still call it a ball. Anyways, so if it was like that, there would still be objects in space. Because this would be one of the objects in space.
Have you been listening at all to what AJ's been saying? At all?
Well, I was trying to design this image with an AI because you guys weren't understanding my explanation
that's
earlier.
enough said because you can't think for yourself.
I do
Wait,
understand
everything.
But a ball, by definition, is spherical, and a sphere has no flat sides on it. So no, it's not a ball. Yeah.
No, I would definitely call it a ball. Say like a soccer ball with many panels, even though it's not like perfectly spherical, it's still call it a ball.
It's not, sir. It's not a ball. Yeah, and if it's a soccer ball, yeah, with panels on it, it's still a ball. This is not a flat. A soccer ball does not have flat panels. Yeah.
But if the panels are flat, would you then not call it a ball?
Wait, so Naya, can you make water stand flat on a soccer ball?
I mean, if it had a flat side, yes.
Huh?
No, you can't.
And then I just got one more question. Sorry.
Okay.
So, why would all these nations fake like orbiting and going in space? Why would they all they're all in on it together, right?
They're all in cahoots.
Yeah, they're all they're all working together to fool us, right?
Just like they all sign international treaties together, they all work together. The militaries train together, you know. But at the end,
Haven't you all been listening to the advertisement over the last 6 years? We're all in this together. Come on, guys, catch up.
But I guess my question is, so, and then that gets into like a deeper political view. Why are all these countries?
Please don't talk politics to Australians. Very uncool.
It's not politics.
So, Lesqui, let me ask you this, Lesqui. Do you believe yourself to be a divine spiritual being?
Oh, this got pretty deep.
Not divine.
Huh?
What do you think, Lesqui?
I'd say yeah.
You do? Okay. I think there's a lot of people that don't believe that.
Okay.
But I think if they knew the truth, which was that there's a firmament and that we were put here by some higher being, doesn't have to be the ones written about in organized religion, but if they knew we were put here for a reason, that our life has a divine spiritual purpose, I think that is really important. I know a lot of people that think that life means nothing, that nothing happens after death, that nothing we do matters, that we can have nihilism, we can be shitty people, it doesn't matter, that we're just a little piece of dust in this vastness of trillions of billions of planets, and who gives a fuck about us? Who gives a fuck about our existence? I know a lot of people that hold that view, and they hold that view because hardcore scientism and belief about that we're a floating ball says that nothing matters, that it's just a random chance of atoms that created us, that our intelligence isn't designed. I think that's one of the many reasons why they lie about it.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Why would we spend billions of dollars to fake it?
Who says they spend billions of dollars to fake anything?
you understand propaganda exists, though, right?
I know, but for every single country to do it, it just doesn't make sense.
Most countries don't even know. Most countries are just following the bigger countries. Nigeria, for example, bigger countries. Peru, just following the bigger countries.
Oh, sorry, the first world, like China, Russia, India. Why would they? It just doesn't make sense to me. Why would they all fake it?
Don't know. It's a deep question, isn't it? I mean, we always, sorry, AJ, I do apologise. We always put it down to like a crime scene, right? We've got a body with a knife in the back. Now, the murder has obviously taken place because there's the poor soul on the floor with the knife hanging out of their back. Now, we can prove that bit, like the surface of the earth being measured to be flat. We can do that. Why the crime has taken place, I can't give you motive. But just because I can't give you a motive to the crime hasn't stopped the crime from taking place now, has it?
Agree, yeah, 100%. Well said. But do you see my point?
Yeah, dude, and we've been struggling with this question for 10,
I think
11
we all
years.
ponder that, dude. I ponder what would happen if I went to Antarctica and tried to explore beyond what we're allowed to explore. I wish I could.
Oh,
sorry, AJ, I interrupted you, mate. Did you want to say something?
No, because that just means there's an elite group of people who are controlling our lives, right?
True.
If I'm correct, if it's the case.
But are you surprised by that?
Can you give me an example of any human civilization that wasn't controlled by an elite group of people?
There's none. That's why I'm saying it's like we're getting bad.
So what's the shape of the moon then?
Who knows? I'll tell you what, when I go there and measure it, I'll let you know.
I'd say it's not a ball, only because we can't see the dark side of the moon.
So, correct me if I'm wrong. So, does that mean the space race, like that was faked, right? During the what administration was it?
Yeah, it was a marketing
Kennedy
trick. Yeah, it was a marketing
Yeah, it's all
trick.
marketing, right? Yeah, it's all propaganda. I don't understand why they would fake that. Spend all that money, both countries.
Always look at the results that they get. So nihilism, atheism, people not caring because their place in the universe has been described as absolutely meaningless. They're lucky to be here because statistically they shouldn't. So that's the result of telling them that they came from a big bang and the earth is a meaningless blue speck. Nihilism. Always look at the results of the lie. Let's look at 9/11, more security. Always look at the results of the lie.
No, sorry.
So the moon and so you guys assume that the moon and the sun is flat?
No, like I said earlier, with my tongue firmly planted inside of my. When I get there and measure it, I'll let you.
Well, I mean, Snow, why do we never see one entire half of the moon? How does that make sense?
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Why an entire half of the moon we can't see? Why?
You don't know how much of it you're seeing. You don't know what the moon is.
Do you guys believe in the seasons? Like, is there a different type of seasonal weather in the flat Earth calendar, or is it the same as the commercial whatever?
Whatever reality offers you, mate. Whatever reality offers you.
So you guys don't believe in seasons?
My God, we experienced them.
Exactly. It's offered to you by reality. You got no choice but to experience it.
Why would you suggest that we didn't believe in seasons?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to figure out the seasonal change.
It's summertime, and we don't believe in it. Like, seriously, bro?
Just the seasonal changes, like...
What do you notice in the summer as opposed to winter?
Yeah, because when we have summer, you have winter in England.
Yeah, what do we observe in the summer?
More sunlight.
Okay. Is the sun higher in the sky?
No.
Yep.
Okay,
higher
so
than the
for
moon.
example, in the winter, the sun hardly comes above the horizon. In the summer, the sun is really high. Am I pointing out to you what we observe now?
Our visible
Do we
observation,
experience the
sun is
sun
higher.
day longer?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, does it, like, what do you see the moon and the sun doing?
Let's try and figure out seasons before we try and ask other questions. Otherwise, you're going to get confused.
This relates to the seasons.
I know, but we're not going to move on.
This relates to the seasons,
Dude,
okay?
I'm helping you with this point before we can relate the other points. You seem to be confused with seasons. I'm trying to point out to you that every single
seasons. I'm
putting what the seasons doing, we're going to be talking about the sun. Why are you talking through me, you
putting
cunt?
together. I'm asking you flat earthers.
What a wanker.
And you fucking pommy.
He's out.
No disrespect.
Well, stop talking through me, dude. You seem to want to wander off and talk about the moon when we're talking about the sun.
Bro, Snow, you gotta stop
what do you
talking
think
over
the
him,
sun
bro.
and the
You gotta
moon is
stop
doing?
talking when he's talking.
With your flat earth theory, what do you think the sun and the moon is doing?
Moving from east to west.
Oh, so it doesn't move around. It doesn't move in a circle.
Hold on. Everybody else be quiet. No, the sun moves from east to west, dude. What do you mean it doesn't move around?
I know that. But
so it moves around east to west.
I think I'm confused with the globe spinning. Like I still got that bloody old.
Exactly.
I got the old
That's what I'm trying to point out to you. And if you buttoned your mouth for a second, I'd help you.
I know. It goes from east to west.
The phenomena that you're speaking about is due to the Earth's rotation. We're just going to be saying it's because the stars and the sun and the moon move. That's the only thing, the only difference. You say Earth moves, we say sun and moon move. Reason why seasons are called is because the sun moved. It's really simple.
Yeah, so Snow, just to clarify, when you look up at the sky and someone says, what's going on, do you say that the sun is moving across the sky? At 12 o'clock, sun is going to move across the sky and be above your head? Or do you say,
this whole time,
well, when this occurs, what's happening in the sky with the sun? Oh, we're falling over backwards. How do you describe it yourself in reality?
All right, this whole time I've just been baiting you. Like I knew I know you guys will get triggered. I was just like bringing it back to like, do you think the moon is flat? Do you think the sun is flat? I'm just being a dick. Like,
yeah, we know.
I'm just trying to fish out at the same time, not just being a dick, but just what your thoughts are on those. You know.
Well,
so
let's see if you've learned anything.
Just ask.
Let's see if you've learned anything.
Yeah, because you guys are always going to relate it to when I get there and make the measurements. Then you can confirm whether it's flat or not.
Excellent. I'm glad you brought that up. So how are you going to confirm what it is or is not? Yeah, instead of laughing, how about you apply a wee bit of logic? How are you and me going to confirm when you say, oh, look, the moon is X, how are we going to confirm what it is?
It's just what I see from Earth. It just looks round to me. But yeah,
okay, I'm happy with that. I've got no problem with that.
Yeah,
it's round to me too.
Just that's all I see. It's just I see around the moon.
Yeah, me too.
The moon doesn't spin. So it's kind of like what you would see if it was like a sticker or something.
So we can confirm that the moon is round.
No, we can't confirm that it's round until we go there and measure it.
No, how can you prove?
Are you claiming this to be spherical or just round with a face?
Like a clock.
Yeah. I'm asking a clarifying question. Round or spherical?
Like maybe if it was spinning, then it would look spherical. I think it's just
Wait, but Naya, why can't we see one half of the moon? Ever?
Exactly, because it's like a sticker.
No, stop saying that. You don't know how much of it you're seeing.
But you're being facetious. Like, actually explain why.
Well, we don't know.
Because you don't know what it is. Sorry, go on.
Exactly.
No, Naya's a globe earther, so I'm asking for her to explain how we can't see half the moon.
I didn't say I'm a globe earther.
You're posting that you're a globe earther in chat.
No. I'm posting that it's possibly a modified disco Earth.
And I'm saying that you're geometrically, or you're challenged, yeah? Because man, that's not a ball, dude. That is not a true sphere. If all of those, what are they? How many sides we got there?
Hexagons.
It would be a polyhedral shape, yeah, not a
Hexagon.
not a
Yeah, it is hexagon.
ball.
Well, usually people would call that a ball. I would call it a ball. You can have more panels. You can have like smaller and smaller panels.
I'll give you that. Yes, it does appear to be ball-like shaped, so it does look like a ball. Yeah, it approximates what a sphere or a ball would be, but it's not actually a true ball or sphere as per the definition.
Well, I don't define ball as sphere. Maybe you can define ball as like an approximate sphere.
The three-dimensional closed shape, equidistant from the radius.
Yeah, so that would be a sphere. But I think a ball is more broad. So like
and
a ball
that's the same thing,
like
dude.
sphere-like.
Yeah, dude, but we're getting really convoluted. We're going to make footballs out of panels. The panels, when injected with air, the air's going to compress, and because of the natural dynamics of air, it's going to take a sphere shape because of the way that the fucking thing's been engineered. Now, can we get back to the shape of the Earth?
We're not really talking about soccer balls. It's about that image I posted in the side chat. So he's talking about.
Yeah, same fucking thing, dude.
Yeah, but I think on this one, Jedi is claiming that all of those panels are flat surfaces, yeah? Because he was arguing before that we could have flat water on a ball due to these flat surfaces.
Yeah. Okay, we're talking about this cream egg type of thing where we've taken the top off of it and we live on the top of the horizontal surface, and the overall surface could be sphere shaped. Yeah, we know that's what the Earth. This is a claim to shape. We don't make that claim. The only claim that we make is the known world where we measure. It's measured to be flat. What's beyond that, we don't know. So
I'm
could
just saying,
be a sphere.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it could be a ball. Like I said, it's not a sphere.
It could also be inside one.
It could be a ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jaeger. So
Disco Stew lives on the disco ball.
So you guys are saying that the sun moves in circles above the North Pole, creating day and night.
No,
as it
It
circles.
moves in circles. We're saying that it takes a path over the top of the Earth. We don't have a map. We don't have a shape, etc. But what we do witness, which is what I asked you to clarify earlier, is that we see the sun, moon, stars, celestial bodies moving. Yeah, we don't say, "Hey, look, the sun's not moving. We're falling over backwards." We say, "Hey, look at the sun moving across the sky," just like you do every day.
No, I was just saying in general, like what I see in the sky at night when I see the moon, or during the day when I, look at this if the sun's out, it kind of looks like a circle to me.
Cool. So
Yeah.
what does that mean for the Earth?
Does it look like that all of the year, though?
Oh, like the moon? Not the moon, because the moon has different shapes.
No, the sun's path across the Earth changes every day, doesn't it? Yeah, it changes every day, doesn't it? And resets yearly.
Okay.
It's the only thing that we can determine about the sun, right? It goes from the east to the west. These paths appear to be circular, and there is more than one path. Path changes every day.
Yeah, it's rising and setting, like, even though it's easterly and westerly, like, varies slightly, like north or south, right, throughout the year.
Yep.
Do you guys
why was Les Queen muted?
No idea.
Because he's a round earther.
Do you guys believe there's like more Earth, or like there's more land outside of the Antarctic Circle?
Don't even think there's an Antarctic Circle now, let alone more land beyond it. What do you mean by Antarctic Circle?
I don't know.
Because beyond the Antarctic Circle, or within the Antarctic Circle, is Antarctica.
Yeah,
so I think, Frank, are you referring to the AE projection map?
Because I've heard some flat earthers, they're talking about like how, Antarctica is like this big ring around where we live. And then there's also like an outer ring on the outside of that. Like, I don't believe it, but I'm just asking if you guys believe it.
No, that's a map idea. Like AJ just pointed out, with the circumference of Antarctica around this global projected map that's projected from the north outwards. That's just a map. It's a big straw man that lots of flat earthers have started to think is the true representativity of the Earth. And beyond this ring, there's more lands because there's maps and stuff. I don't think. Well, I'm not going to speak for everyone, but I don't think Antarctica's the ring around the Earth. It excludes one pole. If it does that, that would be the southern pole. Like I said, Antarctica's the continent within the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think anything's beyond, because you just go within it. This isn't the direction out of the world, is what I'm saying.
I've got a few more questions for you, the one that just responded to me.
Yeah, man.
Do you believe the firmament is a physical thing?
It's described as a physical thing in the Bible.
And do you believe it sits on the earth?
Yeah, I'll say I believe that. I don't know that. I believe that. I accept that version of reality as depicted in the Bible, if we're talking about a solid firmament structure. Yeah.
Yeah, because the Bible does talk about that firmament being on foundations,
Of course, yeah.
On foundations holding back water. Yeah, 100%.
Of course, yeah, I know.
Also, we can just look at natural laws, and gas pressure requires a containment to contain that pressure. It's the definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, agreed. So, wouldn't you say where the dome sits, the firmament sits, wouldn't that be what we would call Antarctica?
No.
No, because
I don't think it's Antarctica.
That again,
Sorry,
basing
AJ.
that off that AE map, yeah? You're looking at a flat map with Antarctica, the ring of ice around the outside of the map. So that's a globe projected map. That is just a projection of the globe. It's not a flat Earth map of any sort or type. And I wouldn't be claiming a globe projection as a flat Earth map.
Right. Okay. So is there like another map I can see that's more precise to what you guys believe in?
I'm going to say no. And even if we did, there's no way that you're going to be able to verify any of that information for yourself, regardless, yeah?
Every map you can't verify like anything. For all maps you can't verify. But I was just asking what's the closest I can look at.
Well, in here, in this room, what we talk about is we do have Speculation Sunday, where we do speculate about a few different things, such as this. However, what we talk about in here is what can be proven, what we can empirically prove, yeah? And something like the overall shape, size, map, etc. is we can't do that for you.
So you can prove that you haven't done enough measurements around the world.
Of course. None of us have done any. No one can measure. Unless you're just trolling here.
I'm just being a dipper.
Well, does the physics of water hold true everywhere?
Well,
no.
Right, so in some places, a large body of water, its surface won't be flat. It'll be different. It'll act differently to other large bodies of water.
Slight differences, but yeah. It could be. I can believe the one of the laser tests that the flat earthers did, where there were slight differences across that distance, but on average it was fairly close. Yeah, I was just saying it was slight. There'll be a slight inaccuracy of those measurements, even if it's a still
Fundamental principles of water isn't going to change. Not to my knowledge, anyway. And I don't think either side would say that it will. It'll. The way they say the physics, the way the globers think, water is, sits on the Earth's surface. They'll say that's unchanging, unless they want to talk about gravitational anomalies. But generally, it's subject to the same forces everywhere, right? The same conditions everywhere. Like with slight differences like heat and cold and stuff like, and more turbulent, less turbulent, higher tides, lower tides. But generally, right, if they come under subject of particular conditions, they'll act the same, whether it's in America, in Australia, in Asia, wherever, right? The water's going to behave the same way under the same conditions, right?
Depending on the climate.
Right. So if we demonstrate the surface to be flat, planar, horizontal, level, then that's not going to change anywhere else, right? It's not going to be different.
Water level?
Yeah. So you can use the water level if you want. That's a good tool for establishing horizontal planes of reference. Has practical use, especially within engineering and construction. Works off principles like Pascal's principle.
Is that why the strongest laser that with the flat Earth experiment they did across that lake, in America, it was like 20 miles? Is that the strongest laser they had?
No, that's
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
It was a fake video, man.
Okay. What are you talking about? You been drinking again?
No, I'm just saying. There was flat earthers that did a laser level test across the American Lake, which was like 20 miles.
Great Salt Lake in Utah?
Yeah, that was a fake video, bro.
Did someone show you the 20-mile Great Salt Lake test?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that the strongest laser? Like, can they do why don't they do the strongest? I mean, not the strongest. Why don't they test the longest lake in the world, which is 420 miles? They don't have a laser for that, or?
I don't think so. I don't know about that distance. And you got air to deal with. Have to be a fairly strong laser to penetrate through that much air.
You can't do like super extreme. Like you can't fucking do super extreme like that, you know? Everything breaks apart.
Yeah, air's opaque, right? It's like, we can see through it, but if there's enough of it between you and something, it's going to absorb and reflect and scatter the light.
There's just too many variables when you get at that distance. Like you got it has to be short, concise, and proof.
Just a bit off topic, but do you guys also believe? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, you go. No, you go.
You go. No, I was going to change the topic, but you go ahead.
Oh, I'll just quickly say this. I was just saying, like, if we got technology that's been evolving pretty quick, like since the 80s or whatever the fuck, for the last 50 years, surely they should make one strong enough to go that distance.
Maybe they
have the longest lake in the world.
Maybe they have, but they don't want you to know. Like with all technologies, right? They think that they're going to give you the best gun in the world that is against them. Of course, fucking not. They control the technology.
I'll tell you guys two things. First, they have incentive to stop you. Second, I watched a movie. No, I watched a documentary where a guy had a crossbow from Australia in his house. A robber came in and the guy beat the fuck out of him, kicked him out of his house. The judge said that you had a crossbow in your house and there was the potential that you could have shot the guy that was coming into your house, and for that reason, like you will go to prison.
Well, he would have went to prison for the crossbow because they're illegal in Australia.
That's my point. That's my point. Is he had it? He should have had the right to defend himself in his home, but the judge said that because he had a crossbow and because that could have injured the person breaking into his house, therefore he had to go to prison.
Yeah,
and that is so
weapon was
alien.
legal.
That is so alien to me as an American.
Mm.
And what did they determine how level the crossbow was flying across from?
It was it was a homemade crossbow. But they said that because he could have injured the person who was breaking into his house, that he had to go to prison.
Hey, what? Because they could have injured him.
Yeah, because he could have hurt the person breaking into his house.
They should have told me he was Irish.
I think you're really confused, but I would say that he wasn't convicted because he could have injured the person. He just would have been convicted on having a weapon that he shouldn't have had in his possession.
I think that's probably true.
And if he did beat the guy and throw him out, he would have been charged with assault, even if it was on his own property, because our laws basically state that we are not allowed to use force to defend property, only persons, and that force has to be a like degree of force. Otherwise, they'll class it as excessive force. So if you smack me once and I smack you twice to subdue you, I'm all good. If I smack you 3 times because I don't like you, I'm going to jail because I've used excessive force.
What kicking you whilst you're on the ground? That's a bit much.
What if there's what if deadly force is at issue?
Only if they have the ability to carry out that to yourself. So if someone comes in, okay, I'll give you an example. I trained all this for a very long time. So if someone was to come up with a knife, yeah, and they were waving the knife around a bit, but you could see they didn't have the intent to use it, as in they were just threatening, they were waving it around, they just didn't run in and stab you, and you were to pull a gun and shoot them, then you're most likely going to jail, because the first thing they're going to say is, did you have the opportunity to leave that situation and run out of there?
So you got to flee. You got to flee.
Flee, correct. And then the next question would be, did the person have the intent to use the knife, or were they just trying to scare you and threaten you, yeah? So in that situation, they would have to have the ability and the intent to carry out grievous bodily harm, murder on you.
Right. And so that comports with American law. The only difference is the flee element, and that isn't universal. A lot of states have the same law as you. California has the same law as you, and I think that is a human right violation. And
well, we don't have the right to protect property either with force. So
yeah, we don't either. No
if you're
one
a security guard and you're doing cash collections, for example, or jewelry collections, and someone comes to steal the jewelry, you're not allowed to protect it. You're told to throw it under a car, throw it on a roof, etc. If they were to physically threaten you and have the ability to carry that threat out, then you have the right to self-defense with a like degree of force.
It's the same in America. You cannot. Human life, like life, always wins in the equation. There are some situations where you might be able to get away with pulling a gun type of situations, but it never favors. You are never in a favorable position if you have a gun. And I think that's almost a human rights violation. I think that free persons should have the right to defend their bodies and not have their life destroyed. I think that the law should always treat them as innocent until proven guilty. It should be an absolute. That's just my opinion. I think the law should favor free persons.
What would one of you flat Earth experts say about the photo Les Qui just posted in chat?
Well, the one
I
with
would
the
say the photo can't be verified of the ISS allegedly.
But the one at 53 minutes past the hour, are you saying?
Yeah.
Okay, what about it?
What do we have to say about it? As in, is this real? How did we get this image through a telescope?
Okay. So
Is
let's
that
say it is real.
The ISS photo?
Yeah.
That's the least impressive ISS photo I've ever seen. They have ISS photos where it is transitioning the sun.
Cool, awesome. So let's say it's real.
17,500 miles at 250 miles in altitude.
Oh, we just see the thing in the sky. What about it?
How do we see something the size of a 747 at 250 miles high when we
Really good
struggle
camera.
to see an aeroplane at 25,000 feet or 30,000 feet?
We're getting into meta, and I think it takes two different worldviews.
Do you guys believe humans have sent objects to space?
You'd have to define space. High above the ground, yeah. People have sent things high above the ground, but you're being specific when you say.
I guess. I don't know. Let me think of a definition of space.
Okay. So on a flat Earth, you can send things above the ground. You could determine that in altitude or height. Really high.
Les Qui, if I send a 1-minute video in chat, will you watch it?
Yeah.
So, do you guys have the same theory as the globe earthers with the eclipse?
What do you mean? There's many types of eclipses. Which one?
Oh, okay. No. I wanna hear what the flat Earth eclipse theory.
Which eclipse? Lunar or solar?
Both.
Okay. Solar eclipse. Maybe it's the moon getting in front of the sun between our position on the surface underneath the celestial objects. Moon, haven't got a clue.
This isn't a la carte, mate. State your position.
That'd kind of be independent of what you think the shape of the Earth is, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why does it have to necessarily be what do flat earthers think an eclipse is? This is the kind of thinking, that's the mindset that you probably should work on getting rid of.
The point is
just ask these questions in general. Okay, what causes an eclipse? Period.
Yeah, but I was just saying if it was the same as the scientists that think that the Earth is round, or if it was similar, if you guys had similar eclipse.
Well, it's funny that because what did the eclipse give them the idea that the Earth is a sphere, or did their understanding of it being a sphere give them the understanding of how an eclipse is operating, is happening? Which way around was it?
I hope that's thinking time he's taking.
Oh wait, he was talking to me?
Yeah, man.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I was looking for some
I'm
emails.
just saying it's an interesting question to ask, right? What did observing an eclipse give them an idea that the Earth is a sphere, or did their understanding of it being a sphere in the first instance help them understand why an eclipse is happening?
No, I don't even know. That's why I asked. Like, I was just asking you in general. Like, do you guys have the same eclipse beliefs as those scientists that believe that the Earth is round? That's why I was just
That's why
asking.
I
Yeah,
said.
I was just asking in
That's why
general because I don't know myself. I was like, do you guys have the same beliefs or?
Yeah, what you'll find amongst us here in this crowd is that we generally won't make claims to things that we can't prove. And we do speculate sometimes. We used to have Sunday dedicated to speculation, right? So that's when we will sort of dive into some things that we know we can't prove definitively, but we might have some ideas about, right? And we can sort of toss them around amongst each other and see what sort of responses we get and how people feel about those ideas. But generally, you're not going to find us making claims about those sort of things, right? Because they're not falsifiable, they're not testable, right?
What is?
Well, they are testable. Yeah, they are testable. In fact, you just don't have a model. I mean, it's fine to say we have no explanation. Don't say we can't know. Say, well, we don't know. You guys don't know, or you don't have a model, basically.
No, models don't tell you.
No, you test the models. That's the point. You propose a testable model.
That doesn't tell you anything. That doesn't tell you anything.
I agree with you. I agree with you. The testing of the model is what shows you accuracy or non-accuracy, at least the point of explaining the observation. That's the model idea, right? You propose a model. You say, here's how you test it. And you test it. And if the test passes, you don't say it's true. You say, well, we have one piece of evidence supporting this model.
That doesn't sound like the scientific method to me.
That's by definition a scientific method. You keep testing the model, and the greater the testing proves the model, you have a higher confidence. But it's always disprovable, right?
Go for it, John.
My dude, it's okay. One false test, like one thing can disprove the model in a future test. You just keep on testing as you gain confidence. The more tests it passes, in theory.
That's not by definition a scientific method.
Yeah, that's what science does, though. It?
No, the definition of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena, make a prediction, that is your hypothesis on what caused the phenomena. No, that's a hypothesis.
What do you make predictions from? What generates a prediction?
A hypothesis.
Which is drawn from a
hypothesis, an
model of reality.
The physical natural world.
Yeah, model of reality, absolutely.
Yeah, but we're trying to elucidate the cause.
Hold on, you said first you said no, now you say yeah. Which is it? Is it yes or no?
Excuse me. All right, models, scientific models, they come after. Method has been done step by step. Then when you've demonstrated something to be true, you can then base your scientific model on those hypotheses that have been validated.
But can you back up a step? First you said no, now you're saying yes. That is how science works. So we have
you did it the wrong way around. Right? You started with your model first.
We have models that we test, right?
Models come after we do the scientific method first. You said that step by step, the scientific method, you got it wrong.
Just to be clear, you do understand that models generate.
Just to be clear,
models generate hypotheses, correct?
No, hypotheses are generated by your supposition of what is a causal mechanism of a phenomenon observed in the natural world.
Well, hold on. You said no. I just want to clarify. You're saying that scientific models don't generate novel testing hypotheses?
Oh my goodness me!
We can answer yes or no.
I can answer when I'm satisfied that I understand that you know what the scientific method is, and I don't don't think you do.
I happen to be a scientist. I work in biology, not in physics.
So what's
But I mean, we're talking
scientific
about
method then,
something
Dom?
different. Now, of course, notice you ran away from the flat Earth model entirely.
Sorry, flat Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Exactly. There's nothing. Like I said, that's always
exactly. Now, what predictions does your model make that we can test and verify?
Someone just asked about eclipses in the flat Earth view.
Yes.
T-Dub was talking about it, and the response was, yeah, because there's no model. There's nothing to test. There's no proposed thing to say, how could we test that?
There is
by anybody. By anybody.
Well, don't trust me. We're talking about T-Dub for a second. You might have something. I'm not going to speak to your view, but that's what T-Dub put forth.
Yeah, from anybody's side. Nobody can propose.
Oh, wait, hold on.
They can propose ideas, but there's no hypothesis they
there
can.
There are numerous tests, in fact, actually.
There's no hypothesis that can be tested. There's no hypothesis that can be tested scientifically.
Well, that's actually not true, but can I explain why? This is actually a great example, if I can. Well, hold on. Can I say one thing, guys? Are you familiar with Einstein and Eddington? Hold on. Can I say something, please? Are you familiar with Einstein and Eddington? There's actually a great movie made a short while ago about this.
Of a solar eclipse.
May I please say something first, though? About Einstein and Eddington?
If we were familiar with something.
Yeah, sure, but can I
was
illustrate this, please?
You asked the question and you get pissed off with me asking it. Do I have to mute you to have this conversation?
Yes, you start talking right over the top of the response. I don't get it.
No, neither do I.
My apologies. Are you referencing Einstein and Eddington? Go for it.
Yes. It's the fucking thing you asked. Are we familiar with it? And I'm asking you specifically, are you talking about the observation of a solar eclipse? Where stars were observed at the side of the solar eclipse, confirming the theory about the sun distorting space-time?
Now we have a beautiful example here, right? So, as of course you know, the issue of this was Eddington's observation of the solar eclipse, going back to the previous conversation, so it ties in. And we say, to T-Dub's point, why was he doing that? What model was Eddington testing, T-Dub? What generated that? Hold on, if I may, please. What generated that? What generated that expected result? It was the model that Einstein put forth, right, T-Dub?
That's interesting, yes.
Is it? Yes, and this is a fun fact, by the way, just a conversation. Hold on, please, real quick. What observation? Oh, I'm sorry. What observation did Einstein base his model off of?
The observation that we're talking about.
No, that's the point. None. Einstein was purely theoretical.
Oh, sorry, you're right. It was based upon his prediction, constant prediction.
Yeah, theoretical. Yeah, there was a larger framework. And Einstein, and if you saw the movie or know about the history, Einstein was actually criticized by especially British physicists and astronomers because he was such a rogue, and he actually didn't use a lot of previous knowledge to form his hypotheses and his models. He turned out to be right in many cases, but he was trying to resolve unresolved issues. So he put forth theoretical models of how he thought the world could work in terms of explaining these problems, not based on actual empirical observation. And then those models generated predictable hypotheses that were then tested and confirmed, like the example of the solar eclipse showing the curvature of space-time.
Awesome. But this model that are all based on our framework upon, how is
was that science?
Validated to be?
But real quick, was that science?
Dude.
Go for it, yeah.
You noticed we let you talk.
You did a great job, yeah. Was that science is the question, though?
Yeah, I'm trying to point out something to you. Don't want to hear it.
Sure, yeah, but the first point is that was that science, what Einstein and Eddington did?
Not if we've jumped down the framework and haven't based our hypotheses on actual scientific experiments that have been validated to be true in the beginning. This is already down the fucking. This is already down the road, dude. This is already down the road, so not science.
Oh, fair enough. So you're saying Einstein's field equations, his relativity theories, those weren't science?
Sorry, field equations
one wasn't science. So Einstein didn't do science is your argument. I love it.
Hold on.
Flat Earth logic.
Equations.
Einstein, not scientist.
Hold on. Field equations and mathematics. Am I saying that they are not science? Let me think.
You just said Einstein wasn't doing science.
Of course it's fucking right, dude. I can't hold a conversation with you because every time I fucking start wanking through it. Stop it.
Well, I just asked you, did Einstein do science? I thought you said no.
No.
Did I mishear you?
Yes. Field equations, mathematics, that expressive language.
this kind of goes back to that we don't have a model thing because you really can't answer the question. You haven't said yes or no.
Mathematics isn't science thing, and you
well,
not
I'm sorry,
understanding.
you actually haven't said yes or no
He's
yet.
doing it again. Fuck me. Bye bye.
Is there an answer, or you can't give one?
Right. You won't let him answer.
Well, I asked him, did Einstein do science? He hasn't said
And you
yes
didn't
or no
wait
yet.
for his response before you started talking again after he got 2 words out.
It's a one-word answer. He's talking around the question.
So just shut up and listen to his response.
And now they get mad when they're made fools of.
Yeah, because you're an asshole.
Well, I'm sorry. I asked the
This
question.
is recorded so everybody can hear what an asshole you were.
So, T-Dub, I'm an asshole for asking, did Einstein do science?
Yeah, be quiet now for responding. Can you be quiet? That guy can respond to you. Can you do that?
How many words does it take to answer yes or no?
Einstein, hold on, listen. No, Einstein did not do science because he, the researcher, didn't vary and manipulate his independent variable.
So that's the flat Earth position. Is Einstein didn't do science?
No, that's not flat Earth position.
Listen very specifically. To do science, do it after you've formulated your hypothesis. You do the experiment where you vary and manipulate your supposed cause in the experiment to see if it causes. Did Einstein do this? No.
Yeah, so there's an independent and dependent variable. The scientific method is how you establish a cause and effect relationship in science. You alter the independent variable and look for the change in dependent variable.
And in the case of Einstein-Eddington, the alteration was going back to the first part of when I came to the conversation, the eclipse. And so we're talking about how do eclipses affect the world? What can we draw from that? T-Dub's position was we can't test anything. And this is
and they didn't. They did not perform a scientific experiment, bro. They didn't perform a scientific experiment.
Because the other guy knows
Eddington did not follow the scientific method. Eddington did not follow the scientific method. Eddington did not follow the scientific method. Do you understand me?
Well, I'd happily disagree with you and explain why.
Okay.
If you
I can detail how he didn't follow it.
Well, can I explain why about this? Fair enough. Yelling doesn't work. I agree, T-Dub. So instead of just saying it louder...
I have to when you start talking and not listening.
Well, again, yelling doesn't make you right, but please explain, how did the Eddington...
I'm not saying it does, bro.
Hold on, T-Dub. How did the
Eddington... No, don't poison the well, bro. I'll interrupt you if you're poisoning the well.
Okay. How did the Eddington observation of the solar eclipse and the curvature of space-time via the star observation, how is that
That's a loaded question.
Well, no, this is what we did.
I'll answer.
Give me, brother.
I'll answer. Curvature of space-time, that's a concept. It has no actual locality.
Yeah, I'm sorry you broke out. Can you say that again, please?
Space-time, that's a reification. That's not physical. This is a mathematical concept. This isn't natural science. Also, Eddington or Einstein did not vary and manipulate any independent variable.
They did actually.
Independent.
That's what I want to explain.
So did somebody vary and manipulate space-time? This concept was an experiment where somebody gave energy to something.
Oh, fat ass nigga.
I love it, man. So as I was trying to explain to T-Dub, the variation was taking a picture of the star. I know that's
taking a picture.
And I'm yelled at.
Isn't very manipulating an independent variable.
I'd be happy to explain if you guys stop yelling.
What's an independent variable?
But just to explain here,
what is an independent variable? Before we continue, scientists, I need to understand that you know what an independent variable is.
Define an independent variable.
What is manipulated?
Little fat ass nigga.
What's an independent variable before you give me a photograph?
What is a manipulated?
And muted. Classic photo.
Can someone mute Shami Wolf?
And everybody needs to shut up.
Yeah, if I may,
tell me what an independent variable is before you hand me a photograph.
So I want to explain this experiment because you guys seem to be
you need to tell me what an independent variable is before you start telling me what experiments are.
It's what is
the variable change?
Not you, young lady. He thinks he's a scientist. He thinks he's educating us. I need you to tell me and the rest of the fucking panel and everybody listening on YouTube what in natural science an independent variable is.
Yeah, an independent variable is the variable that is change manipulated or selected by a researcher in an experiment to test its effect on a dependent variable.
There we go. Thank you very much.
So then, now that we seem to be back to, let's run away from the actual question, which started with, by the way,
Velociraptor, fucking listen, dude. Can you fucking listen, Velociraptor?
I'd like to respond, please. Yes, thank you. So this goes back to this idea that T-Dub said, we're talking about, did Einstein and Eddington, was science done here? And what we're talking about is the first part, which is, do you have to have experimental evidence? You have theoretical modeling. This is a perfect example. Einstein was a theoretician. Einstein was a theoretician, and he proposed explanations for problems not based on experimental results. And he actually didn't really give a hat tip to current physicists. He used his own esoteric kind of math. A lot of people question him. Eddington was intrigued, and yes, I agree. Eddington was intrigued.
Not science.
Hold
Thank
on,
you. That's our point.
Almost there.
Thank you.
Eddington wasn't.
That's our point. Thank you for playing. Math, not science. Cheers.
If I may, Eddington was intrigued. Try to listen, buddy. And so they he asked, how do we test this?
Don't need you to patronise me, sir. You've got what an independent variable is correct, and you're trying to apply it to this. You've already conceded this is math and not science. Thank you. You should be listening to what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. I love the mutes, by the way.
Also, there was no dependent variable.
You'll notice it's the only way that I can get a fucking word in. You can actually listen to and respond. And it's the way that the conversation's going to continue from now on, sir.
I love it. And you won't let me talk. It's truly the flat earth mindset. But as I was saying, Eddington was intrigued. And from this model, T-Dub, they...
You think I'm going to let you continue after you just continue to poison the well? Bro. Typical flat earth mindset? No. Typical people dealing with an asshole mindset.
Yeah, you should definitely let others talk and respond.
Would you like me to explain how this was science, T-Dub?
No, you've already demonstrated how it wasn't.
No, you don't want me to answer?
You've already demonstrated how it wasn't, sir.
Well, could I explain how it was, or do you mute me?
Okay, you've already defined what an independent variable is, right?
Can I explain, please, if I may?
No, sir, you've already defined what an independent variable is.
You don't want me to explain?
This is weird. You're going to answer my questions. You've already defined what an independent variable is. Can you tell me, experiment, what the independent variable was?
Yeah, but again, may I explain how this wasn't a scientific method?
Can you tell me what the independent variable was, please?
So you don't want me to explain this example of Einstein and Eddington?
Indeed. It's really weird. Here we go. No, you have a failure to understand what I'm saying. You need to tell me what the independent variable was within the experiment. I use finger bunnies as air quotes.
Oh, yeah. I'm happy to. I'm actually trying to.
Cool.
And
could you just tell me very quickly one specific sentence without
if I can explain, I'd be happy to explain it.
Can you stop telling me how happy you were to explain it, please? Can you literally, the next words that come out of your motherfucking mouth, tell me what it was? Otherwise, I'm just going to say that you're what? Playing for time? What is it?
So again, I said, if I'm not muted, I can explain. The variable was the presence of the sun eclipsing the observation. Do you understand that?
The presence of the sun.
Versus
what was the presence of... Sorry, hold on, my friend. What was the presence of the sun doing?
It's actual physical presence in the photograph.
No, dude.
Yeah,
photograph. We can observe the sun. Tell me what the physical presence of the sun was doing.
I would love to. Yes. So bear in mind. Remember, the issue of photographs, of course, is the solar radiation.
No, what's the presence of the sun doing within the hypothesis and the model? What's it doing?
Yeah, we're talking about the physical presence.
Yeah, what's it doing?
It's being physically present. Like if I have a piece of an apple before in front of me or not, the apple is present or it's not present. Physical presence.
Okay. We're going to get to this in a minute because I'm going to ask you a keyword.
But that's the answer.
When I'm saying what's it doing, what's it causing to happen?
Oh, sorry.
What's it causing to happen in the observation?
Yes. So the point of the experiment was presence absence. So again, remember, we were discussing dependent variable. selected by the researcher. So in this case, the researcher, Eddington, selected a picture of the sun. Hold on, the sun either present or not present in the picture. And what we saw was, as I'm trying to answer, as we saw was,
you should have already done, because I've asked you 5 fucking times, what's the sun doing?
The presence of the sun apparently curves space-time, hence the observation of the different
fucking hell, 30
stars.
fucking years later we finally get to it.
Well, it's much faster if you don't mute me. Strangely enough, muting people keeps them from answering, oddly enough.
God, gotta do it again. I don't need all the fucking waffle flap and how happy you are to fucking be here and how you would tell us and all this shit. Just clear, succinct answers. Next fucking question sometime. Being as we're doing natural science here, what the very fuck is space-time?
Yes, space-time is the metric that was proposed to describe the alteration of the image of light, the medium by which exists material, reality.
Okay, is space-time physical?
I would say no.
Oh, that's a fucking problem for natural science then.
No.
Here, end of the conversation.
Well,
Thanks for playing, sir.
Natural. It's not unnatural.
Natural science. You understand now, right? Natural science.
Small correction. You said physical, not natural.
Space-time, you've just conceded, is not physical and natural. So
whoa,
ends the conversation.
I didn't say not natural. Stop lying. I said it's not physical. I didn't say it wasn't natural. You asked me if it's physical. You didn't say, is it natural?
Physical.
Blunder. Ask me if it's natural.
He thinks he's got a little victory.
I'm sorry. Ask me if it's natural.
He's got a little victory with his concepts.
I'm sorry. Ask me if it's natural. I'm sorry.
Sir, do you know what a reification is?
Well, hold on. You asked me if it was physical.
Not
if it was natural.
Let's
Are you
do this
confused?
again.
Yeah, please. What is your question?
Existing.
No, you said if it's physical.
Has physical property.
Did you forget your question? You asked me if it's physical. I said no. Is it natural? I'd say yes. You asked me.
It has to be physical and natural.
No, he said physical.
And natural. Not all natural. Not physical or natural.
He said physical. I'm okay
physical
with that.
And natural, dumb fuck.
You asked me if it's physical. It is natural.
Physical,
it's not physical.
And natural. Dumb fuck. We're doing natural science. Things that exist within the natural world. You know, physics.
Jedi. I don't know why you called me a dumb fuck. You asked me if it was physical.
Well, you clearly are, being as you're trying to reify this fucking concept of physical. Yeah, you are.
I'm sure that you got confused, but when you said physical...
No, I didn't get confused, Sunshine.
You didn't say natural. Those are different words, you realize. I'm sure you do.
And the very fact that you want to harp on about this word makes me stuck.
What's the word you used, Jedi?
You're stuck.
Velociraptor. Natural science is the branch of science dedicated to the study of the physical world.
I know, yes. And so the space-time and matter...
Based on empirical observation. Can you empirically observe space-time?
Hold on.
Yes, we actually can. Well, hold on. Actually, that's a good answer. Good question, by the way.
Hold on. Dickhead.
Can I answer Jaeger's question?
Three-dimensional space. Got to control the conversation again. Three-dimensional space. Height, width, length. The absence of anything. The volume that other physical matter resides in. You say it's got physical property.
Again, I said it was natural. You asked if it was physical.
Yeah, has it got? Yeah, dude, has it got physical property?
I know that you made a small mistake by confusing two terms as being one.
Property.
But specifically to answer Jaeger's question,
has three-dimensional volume, the empty space that other physical matter resides. Is it physical in of itself?
So again, I don't believe space-time is physical. I do believe it's natural, which was the distinction we put forward.
Dude, shut up, man.
I know. Don't like the answer.
Just shut up now. So, I don't believe it's physical, but it is natural. What a wanker. We're dealing with natural science, the study of the physical and natural world. Please don't convolute our fucking terms here, Sunshine. One last chance or you're going to get fucking removed. Tired of this crap.
Thing. Don't like you. Jaeger, we can't observe space-time because of effect on matter. Go ahead and
dude, you've already conceded it's a fucking concept.
I don't think I conceded it, man. You confused physical and natural, dog. Let's go back to having a model. Can we test the curvature of space-time? See that? Yes. Now they overtalk you and run away because that's flat Earth mentality. But again, we can
Velociraptor, you said earlier. Velociraptor, you said yourself that space time is not physical.
I said it's natural. Naturally occurring, part of nature. But Jaeger, also, in case you can hear me, I talked a little fast, we can't actually directly observe space-time, but like the editing experiment, we can observe.
What's the definition of natural?
No, you cannot.
We can observe Jaeger, we can observe in theory the curvature of space-time's effect on.
You just claimed it's natural, though. What's the definition of natural?
What's naturally occurring in nature? It's almost tautological.
Okay, what's the definition of naturally occurring in nature?
But Jaeger, again, as I was trying to say, we can in theory observe the effect of curvatures on space-time on the world around us. Things like gravitational lensing.
Yeah,
things
I
like
can also
Mercury,
in theory I can observe. In theory, I can observe a ghost push a paper.
Well, you have to test that.
That doesn't.
Can you observe that? How would you test that? I mean, we know how we tested the curvature of space-time with the Eddington experiment. That's been recreated. There have been other tests of space-time as well.
It's indirect.
Hold on, Jaeger. There are other ways of testing the model of space-time. We're talking about models here. Can you test the model of ghosts pushing paper? That'd be very exciting. How would you test that?
What?
Hold on. Taylor's having a little trouble following along. So Jaeger, Jaeger, we were talking about testing models. You can in theory test the model of space-time curvature. It's been tested. We have ways of doing that. They've been done.
Oh.
Jaeger, we talked about the Eddington experiment for one. Jaeger, how would you test the model that ghosts can push paper? I'd be happy to. In the initial experiment, Eddington experiment, in our 20th century, they took a picture of stars absent the sun. They took a picture of the same stars from the same island during a solar eclipse. And so the mass of the sun was the independent variable. And those two pictures, the plates, when lined up, showed that the stars were in different positions. Now, we don't think the stars moved, all these light years in that moment of the eclipse. The explanation was to support the hypothesis that mass curves space-time. So this was an evidential support of a model that produced a hypothesis drawn from the model.
That's not an experiment, that's an observation, first of all?
That was an experiment, yes. They chose to take two different pictures.
The definition of experiment, please?
Go ahead, Taylor.
Remember, the independent variable, we talked about this, is the variable that is changed, manipulated, or selected by the researcher. They select.
Okay. I'm sure Taylor's quite aware. Can you allow her to respond?
They selected to take a picture with and without the sun present in the frame. Hence the experiment.
Was there a control that did not get the independent variable?
Yes, the picture without the sun not during the eclipse.
And then what was the dependent variable?
That was the location of the suns, the other stars, and the image of the picture. That's how something changed. They were able to take the two plates.
From that?
They were able to take the two plates, put them next to each other, and show a variation. And the p-value comes from repeated experimentation.
Wait, is this still?
Maybe someone hit the camera. I agree, Tyler. Maybe someone hit the camera. Maybe there was some wobble.
Is the plate just an experiment?
The plates are like the photographic plates.
Okay.
They took photographs.
What did they manipulate? And what
the location of the sun. They chose to take a picture.
No, they didn't. They did not.
The sun in the frame.
No, they didn't. They did not.
Yes, they chose when to take the picture. That was their choice.
No, that's not manipulating it. That's not manipulating the independent variable, bro.
Once again, an independent variable is the variable that is changed, manipulated, or selected.
That is.
Selected.
No, you don't get to do that. No, you don't get to do that.
That's what I said before, big dog.
Yeah, you can weasel that in there if you like from some kind of pseudo. That's some kind of pseudo-scientific definition, right? But the researcher must vary the independent variable. The researcher must. Yes. The researcher must be responsible for the variance in the independent variable.
He was, yes, and the responsibility came from when he took.
No, he wasn't.
I love it.
So the picture's the independent variable, then, not the sun.
I love how his response is nuh-uh. But joking aside,
the research. No, it's not nuh-uh. I'm directly refuting it.
You just said nuh-uh.
No, the independent variable will be manipulated by the researcher. So what was manipulated, the photo or the sun?
Again, the photo was manipulated by taking it with and without the sun.
Right. So the photo's the independent variable then.
Yeah, with and without the sun. Again, Variable is that is changed.
Photo causes what? So photo causes what?
I'm sorry, T-Dub. The variable, independent variable, is the variable that is changed.
Is the presumed cause of the observed effect. By the way, you didn't start this experiment with the dependent variable.
So again, to answer Taylor's question, the selected difference.
There was no dependent variable.
Absence of the sun. That's the independent variable.
The dependent variable will be something observed in nature occurring, right? A natural occurrence that has been witnessed by the researcher, and then is wondering what the cause of it is, and will develop a hypothesis as to the cause, and will propose an independent variable within that hypothesis. The independent variable being proposed will be manipulated by the researcher. And then, yes, during the testing of the hypothesis. In a controlled environment. What were the controls?
The controls were the existence. Sorry, Taylor, go for it.
What was the independent variable?
Yeah, so to explain for the fifth time now, the independent variable, which was selected for within the definition I provided, T-Dub, was the presence or absence of the sun, in this case during a solar eclipse.
No, that was varied. That was varied and manipulated by the researcher. You just admitted that was the photo that was observed, and that was the photo that was
with and without
independent.
The sun.
Yeah. So what was varied? The sun or the photo?
Of the sun, dog. The photo
that was varied by the researcher. Was that varied by the researcher? So the researcher moved the sun.
The researcher chose to take a picture with and without the sun in the frame, dog.
So he didn't, right. Okay, sorry, Taylor, go on.
Yes, it's okay. T-Dub's having some trouble with this, but Taylor, may I explain more length?
Just tell me the dependent.
Yeah, Taylor, can I explain this? So, strangely enough, you really can't see the stars very well when the sun is normally in the view of the camera because of just bleaching effect of the energy. So when the presence of an eclipse happens, it's dark enough with a special camera and filter to actually capture other stars in the sky. So what the researchers did was they took a picture at night of the stars from an island on the equator, and they were able to see the physical location of the stars in the sky relative to their position, of course, on the Earth. And then when there was an eclipse, they took the same picture of the same stars that they could see now because the sun was present, eclipse, right? But it was covered, so it was dark enough to see the stars. And when they compared those two pictures, multiple pictures, in fact, they took, and more since then, you could see that the location of the stars seemed to change dramatically. So the question was, do we think that the question was, Taylor, do we think the stars just like magically jumped, numerous light years in the moment of the eclipse and went back afterwards? I don't think that's reasonable, obviously. But they were seeking to explain, why is this observation happening? And in this case, they were trying to demonstrate that the difference in the images, basically the light traveling, was caused by gravity. And the theory was it's gravity affecting the curvature of space-time. So they were testing this model by saying, if we have a mass in our camera, we should see the actual stars appear to move from our perspective. Hence the experiment of testing the model by an observation with the independent variable being the presence or absence of the sun selected for by the camera operator.
That's classic affirming the consequent, bro.
Okay, so from this observation, what you would just be able to conclude is that the sun's presence affects the location of the star. This
observation,
gravity was never introduced or taken away. You never introduced or took away space-time or gravity. The only conclusion you could make using scientific method, if you even want to go that far, I would say this is more of an observation, but is that the sun's presence moves the star's location. You can make a cause and effect, like the sun's presence causes the stars.
You think the sun's presence
that is as far as you could go with that.
No, you can't even do that, actually. I disagree with that. You can't even do
that. Taylor, yeah.
You did not take away or add gravity or space-time.
Well, hold on, Taylor, just clarify. So this theory, this testing, this model has gravity as a given. We have gravity, we have the movement of the planets. That was already also Newtonian.
No, that's a problem, bro. That's a problem.
I agree with you. Yeah, that's Newtonian. But Taylor, within the idea of gravitation, the presence of a mass like the sun would, within the model, add a great deal of gravitational distortion, right? Because a lot of the gravity is caused by mass.
Yeah. So what do you conclude if you observe that? So what do you conclude if you observe
I'm trying to explain to Taylor when she says there's no gravity introduced. That's actually not true because.
Yeah. So what do you conclude if you observe what you expect to see? What do you conclude?
Well, that's the thing. They didn't expect to see it. Eddington, the idea was that it wouldn't see anything, so he was testing a novel prediction.
That's called a null hypothesis.
Yes, the idea of the time was that you'd see nothing because there wasn't.
Okay. And if they did see something, then what? And if they did see the prediction. Right, so they predicted that the stars would be displaced, right?
I was still talking, T-Dub.
So they predicted that the stars would be displaced, right?
So again, if I was trying to explain T-Dub, they were not thinking that would happen because they were testing.
What was the prediction? What was the prediction?
And they were testing the model that gravity would.
What was the prediction? What was the prediction?
You're so hot. I just gave you the answer. You didn't even hear me.
What was the prediction?
Can you not listen?
Okay, were they testing Einstein's idea or not?
They were testing Einstein's model.
Right, which predicted what?
That gravity would curve space-time and would move the stars with the sun
and displace the stars. So what did they observe? Did they observe no displacement of stars or displacement of stars? They observed displacement of stars. Okay, so they saw what was predicted. Right. So what did they conclude from it? What did they conclude from it?
They conclude that the novel prediction of the Einstein model was met by the presence of mass.
And is correct?
That would be insane.
And is correct?
One more time. It was evidence. Evidence.
Right. That's affirming the consequent. That's affirming the consequent.
Finding evidence for a proposed hypothesis.
That's a classic affirming the consequent form or logical fallacy because no independent variable was manipulated by the researcher directly. Correctly.
Even if you move past that point, there's a better point. Is that all you'd be able to conclude is that the sun's presence moves stars. That's it. It has nothing to do with space, time, or gravity. Those weren't tested. Just the fact that the sun was there, that caused stars to shift. That's as far as you can go. Now, to assume this is because of space, time, curvature, or gravity, you'd have to test those things next by manipulating their presence and absence. Or however you go about the experiment.
This actually has been tested subsequent, Taylor. That was the whole point. Is you don't just do one test.
I disagree, because you can't even conclude that it was the sun that caused it.
Tino, it wasn't the sun. It was gravity, baby.
You can't even conclude that the sun caused it.
But T-Dub, we don't say the sun caused it. We said gravity caused it.
You can say that there may be a correlation between the sun's apparent presence in that position in the sky at that time when we should see stars in a certain position and they seem displaced. That's all you can do.
Yeah, that's all
you cannot definitively say that there is a cause, a reason. Why it happened.
Hold on, Tito. That's the problem because, again...
No, it's not a problem. It's a problem for you, not me. There was no manipulated independent variable. You can't draw a conclusion from it without affirming the consequent.
So, this is exactly how science is done, my dog.
No.
No, that's how pseudoscience is done. That's how pseudoscience is done.
I said the evidence. The evidence was the observation, and you repeat it, and subsequent research.
No, the observation should be a dependent variable. You didn't even start with the dependent variable.
Again, the observation that was dependent was the stars, dog. That's what was shifted.
No, you didn't start with that.
The stars moved. I did. I explained the process.
You didn't start with an occurrence, something occurring, something happening, a phenomenon that was witnessed in nature.
T-Dub, I'm sorry you're confused, but we're talking about the observation of the stars and how they change.
Yeah, okay, I looked at some stars. That's not a dependent variable, bro.
Yes, it is. That's what doesn't change.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it is not. No. Phenomenon are verbs, not nouns.
Do you have something besides nuh-uh, T-Dub? Just nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
So
I just told you, asshole. A phenomenon is not a noun.
He said nuh-uh. He said nuh-uh. What did you tell me, T-Dub?
Oh, get fucked. Fuck off.
How do you know?
Velociraptor, the definition of an independent variable is a variable that is changed, manipulated, or controlled by the experimenter. How can you change the presence of the
He didn't have a dependent variable. Why are we even bothering with the independent variable? Because what's he trying to establish the cause of? The stars were there.
Yeah, that's true. The stars didn't go away, did they, Velociraptor?
He's going to see if he can observe the phenomena taking place. He hasn't observed anything yet. It's just a consequence of the idea of Einstein bending and warping space-time, that it will curve light from behind big, massive objects like the sun, and we might be able to observe that curving of space-time. We look out the light of the sun in a solar eclipse.
Yeah, he's doing it all ass up. The beginning of the scientific method begins with observation of the dependent variable, and it's not going to be, oh, there's some stars there. It's going to be, look what the stars are doing. I wonder why they're doing that.
I mean, at the very best, you can conclude during an eclipse, for some reason, the luminaries changed position slightly. I don't know. But space-time and gravity, it wasn't a part of the experiment. But do you have those pictures, Velociraptor?
Oh, there we go. Fine. Muted again. I love it. I'd like to answer Jaeger first.
I want to see.
Every time you make a snide comment about getting muted or moderated, or me even fucking yelling at you, you asshole, I will mute you again.
Shut up.
So what's your next fucking language?
He left, I think.
Good.
Okay, let's just chill. Did he leave?
No, we're not gonna chill,
bro,
Taylor.
Relax, bro. Try to humble you.
No, that's all right. No, Taylor's cool.
I just wanted to see that paper.
I guess I'm a little confused. I don't know the terminology. Like, what is it again with the dependent variable? Like having to establish it with gravity and stuff. Can someone enlighten me on that?
Yeah, so that's going to be the observed phenomenon. So you were out in nature one day and you saw that, something naturally occurring, an event, something happening in nature, without your intervention, without your interference, right? Without any other human's interference, right? Just it was happening all by itself, right? And you go, wow, I wonder why that's happening. What's causing that? He didn't do that. He started with his hypothesis, then went looking for a dependent variable. So by rights, what he should have done was, okay, all right, well, I observed the stars in this position this one night when the sun wasn't there, right? And then during this solar eclipse, when the sun was right where I saw those stars one night, the stars weren't there. They were to the side. They were surrounding the sun, displaced from their position where they were. That's a natural phenomenon. You can say, I witnessed this. I didn't mean to. I just was observing the solar eclipse, and I remembered from that other time when I saw the stars there and I measured their position, and so that's a natural phenomenon, okay, shifting of the stars. Then you'd walk away wondering why it occurred, and you'd develop your hypothesis from that point on. Eddington went into that with bias. That is not science, that's pseudoscience.
So if Velociraptor said that, what would the rebuttal be? Like if he worded it that way, if he worded it the correct way, like what's the explanation to that?
He wouldn't be able to. What's he like? For a start, like even if he came up with a hypothesis and proposed an independent variable, which is going to be the assumed cause of the thing that you observed changing in nature, he's not going to be able to physically manipulate it. He's going to say, "Oh no, what we do is just observe it again." Just go back to just appeal back to the observation that was. That's the thing you're trying to figure out. What's causing that? He's just going to appeal to the observation as proof of his assumed cause. He didn't do anything. He's going to say, I waited for the sun to come along. Right?
Yeah,
That's not
so there's other
that's not
variables
manipulating an independent variable. Yeah, there's no physical interaction involved apart from him holding a camera and taking some photos.
No, Velociraptor
Hasn't done anything. He didn't take away the independent variable or do anything to it to change it.
Right. He was just presenting his hypothesis as evidence. He's just saying, I think this is what's causing this dependent variable with no evidence. Like, that's not science.
Like, oh, gravity, therefore, versus like, okay.
Yeah, well, that's what Taylor's pointing out, that he's introduced these other variables, right, which really shouldn't have been involved whatsoever unless that was part of the proposal of his hypothesis as an independent variable. So his independent variable actually has all these tagged add-ons, right? So it's not just the presence of the sun, because like Taylor pointed out, you could say the presence of the sun seems to change these things. When the sun's not there, they're in this position. When the sun's there, they're in a different position. All right, there's a correlation involved there, right? That's an observation that you've made, right? That's the thing you're trying to figure out is the cause of, right? That's the dependent variable again, right? So what are you going to do? He's tagged on, well, the sun is this giant solar mass, right? And because it has solar mass, it distorts space-time, right? And because the stars are sitting in the background behind the distorted space-time, they get like refraction, right? It shifts their visual position from the observer's perspective, right? That he's added on all this stuff that he's not going to be able to verify to be true in the first instance, and he's going to use all he's going to do is go back to the dependent variable, which was the observation that he should have started with, right, as confirmation of his bias. This is classic pseudoscience affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Where were the stars supposed to be? Because normally during the daytime you don't see them. How do we know
Supposed to
how
be
much
behind the
that they
sun.
were off their path?
I guess
Yeah, so
it would be the logic of like if someone's shining a flashlight 2 inches from your eyes, like you wouldn't be able to see a fly that's flying.
So how do we know that they're off their path? How do we know during the daytime they aren't right? I mean, you know what I mean?
Because the stars have a set position in the sky.
Well, then, Sam, why can you see the moon during the day?
No, that's not what I. Right, the stars have a set position in the sky. Right, we observed that. We know that. Yeah. So when they appear like not where they should be behind the sun, but they're actually next to the sun. This is how they say that we observe, this type of observation. Now it's interesting. Taylor asked a really good question earlier. I'd like to see the pictures, like what was actually observed. I think it was about 30 slides in black and white that were taken. I think 9 were selected, and at best maybe 1 or 2 showed anything at all, because they were really blurry black and white images. At best this is fucking shit, but we should observe this in all solar eclipses, right? Not just this one back in 1919 or whenever it was. So the question should be, do we observe this all of the time now?
Are there higher quality photos from a few years ago? I guess we don't know, right? We'd have to find that.
I've always asked. I've never seen like the most recent one.
Yeah,
the stars appearing next to the sun. We should all see it, right?
Yeah, that's hard. We gotta find it.
That turned out to be a decent debate, not gonna lie. From my eclipse question. No, it was good to hear from both sides. So
that wasn't a debate, bro.
Oh, but was that guy? Was he a globe earther guy or?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I'm sorry if I got all excitable and hyped up, but that guy was really pissing me off with his snide remarks and his continuous wanting to just slide past these things, he just like sneak in these things during his rhetoric, right? That he just expected us to just accept to be true on face value, right? Like and then when we wanted to stop him and address those things, those fallacious, the fallacious reasoning or any clarification questions, he just continued to talk. He was an asshole.
Even for myself, when I'm asking questions and whatever, I say like, I'm not trying to troll. I'll be clowning around at times, but at the same time, because I'm not a flat earther or a globe earther, I'm trying to learn off both sides, like what you guys believe and then what they say. So it's just good hearing. It's just good hearing the debates because I'm just trying to decide. Like, I'm still doing my own like individual research on if the world is flat or not or whatever.
So could
whatever the
T-Dub,
answer is. Yeah, cool.
Could T-Dub and Velociraptor even, if you think about it, could y'all even debate logically if you don't have the same like baseline assumptions about reality, right? Because let's pretend that let's pretend that gravity, like we all agree on like what gravity is and its function. Then technically in that debate, couldn't you like kind of put that to the side as a variable? Like you wouldn't have to necessarily include that. Or isn't that like why you and y'all kept disagreeing, because there were just so many extra layers that like weren't even established? Because like Velociraptor was trying to just assume gravity, assume this, assume that, but that's like, isn't that kind of the issue? Is that there's not an agreement of like those baseline whatever?
No, the issue was the agreement of what it fucking was. It was supposed to be, because this shit, when we dug into it, it's not science, even though he said it was. This is what we try to point out with this bullshit, right? This, Einstein and whatever it is pseudoscience. It's mathematics, mate. It doesn't fall into the category of natural science. So the problem was the definition of science, not gravity.
I see.
And it was supposed to be proving what causes an eclipse to occur. And he just started out with Eddington's experiment, which was, confirmation bias, looking for evidence of the warpature of space-time, right? That's all that was. That didn't tell you about anything about the cause of the eclipse.
Can one use math to describe natural science, or is that not how that works?
Yeah, you can use mathematics language to explain the results of experiments. For example, went into gas, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Brownian motion, right? All of these individuals conducted different experiments that went into the formulation of that, the expressive function of the science. P, pressure, right?
Yeah.
P and V, we understand that pressure is solved by force over area within a particular volume. It's just that expression. That's all it is.
So it's an expression of a natural occurrence. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you look in the side chat, that's the experiment in 1919 that Velociraptor was talking about. If you look in the circle on the top right, where you can see the two dots are different spaces, that's exaggerated by 600 times. So basically those dots are barely perceivably different. And based on just barely perceiving those dots at a different place, they're saying that gravity is displacing the light, which is just stupid.
So what explains the difference in position? What would we think of?
Refraction.
Okay.
Okay, difference in position compared to where the stars were the same exact, because throughout the seasons they'll kind of like shift, right? Not the North Star, but
do that.
They say in different seasons they have their paths, But what is okay? So they shifted compared to when?
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to find an instance in time when you're observing those stars without the sun being involved, and measure the exact elevation angle and your zenith and azimuth and all that. Right ascension, blah blah blah. Get those coordinates down for those stars on that particular moment, and then so then you're going to have to wait for an eclipse to occur, right? In exactly the same spot, when you know for certain that those stars are going to be in that exact position. How are you going to know?
Yeah.
In the exact same place on Earth, too. That you're recording it from.
Right.
Yeah, you usually have to do 3 trials of every experiment.
And you could see how you can see the photo I sent, right? Like how close those are together, and that's 600 times exaggerated. So how can you say that that's not just error, right?
Dude, it seems like how zoomed in you are, what camera you use might make the difference. I'm a little skeptical.
Exactly, and it was 1919, before computers.
So is the idea that stars... So there's an agreement on both sides that stars would, in theory, change. You see different stars depending on the time of the year. I guess there's just a disagreement of why, but
that's because of the sun's placement background stars. Right, that changes throughout the year, right? And the sun's location as relation changes. So we don't see the stars that are behind the sun. We see the ones that are left out in the night sky. But that changes throughout the year. They move slightly differently to the speed of the sun.
what about nighttime? Whenever the sun goes away, is it the same stars as earlier in the day, 8 hours earlier, or is it you know what I'm saying?
No.
I see.
Hmm.
I think you can get apps and so on, like Stellarium, where it can show you where the sun is, and it shows you the stars relative to the sun, even though when you look up at the daytime sky, you can't see those stars because of, somebody pointed out earlier, right, how much light's involved, really brightened out by the sun. Can't see the background of stars, but apparently they're there.
Well, here's the question I have for globe earthers is, they say that the tides are caused by the moon's gravity. So the moon has enough gravitational pull to move the water, to slosh the water around. But why doesn't it slosh other matter around? Why doesn't it slosh dirt? Why doesn't it move humans? Why doesn't it knock humans down when there's high tide?
Did you just say gravity?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just feeling it. Nah, you good.
I guess I would say, I mean, it does move, right? But the difference is I guess they would argue that it's extremely slightly, right? Water looks different because it's it's liquid, right? It can flow and pile up versus because I guess the argument
It doesn't matter though.
Sure. No, I don't know for sure, but technically, right? The moon would move everything equally, and so that's the point of why does it move the water?
There's a misconception about it though, because there is no real correlation to do with the moon and its position in the sky and tides.
Right, but that's what they say.
I mean, there is, right? You can observe that. You can observe that based off of.
No, there isn't.
You can see that the tides are different.
Yeah, no, there's it's not correlated to the sun's to the moon's position.
No, but Sam, they're saying that because the moon is so big, that at certain times in the day, its gravitational pull, because it's so big, sloshes the water around. That creates the tide.
Yeah.
So there's water inside of our bodies. Why aren't our bodies getting sloshed around?
Well, I mean, how much water is in your body compared to the ocean, right? It's not even remotely.
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter how much, right? The molecules of H2O in the ocean weigh the same amount as the molecules of H2O in us.
Yeah, but if you're moving a 1-pound rock versus a 100-pound rock, there's quite a large difference, right?
I hate to talk to you about this.
So you're saying India and China would move slightly because there's so many people there?
Well,
Of
we have
that,
to remember too, like
It's proportional, by the way. It's proportional to the size of the body of water itself. Your body is so
Correct.
small compared to that of like the ocean. It's legitimately microscopic. It moves, but it's so microscopic you can never feel it. So
No, according to what they say about gravity, gravitational pull is applied equally to the same mass, regardless of what that mass is.
No,
The
right.
molecule in the ocean, a molecule of H2O in the ocean,
No, you're right.
is affected. Should be affected the exact same by the gravitational pull of the moon as a molecule of water inside of our body.
No, yeah, you're right.
You're not taking into account the volume.
Mass.
If you take the actual volume of what's inside a human being versus what is inside, if you took the same amount of water from a human body and the same amount of water from the ocean, the tide of the water inside that container you have, you're not going to see, it's going to be a microscopic tidal change. It's going to be literally not even on the scale you're using. So that's a very moot point right there. The tides aren't about uniform acceleration. So.
And you're right, like you actually genuinely are right, like it should be the same, but it's the same like idea of like force is mass times acceleration, right? So it's gonna be a much larger force because there's just so much more mass, right?
There's only 42 liters of water in the human body. Do you really think you could see tides changing with 42 liters of water? Absolutely not.
Oh.
And that's why and you know, it could be wrong, right? But if we looked at the data independently, I would have an issue because I'm like, it makes sense on a spherical shape why it happens, right, in the locations, but I don't understand in like a flat Earth model how that would work if you assumed gravity worked the way it did, right? And if you disagree that it works,
seems counterintuitive to me. All right, it seems like when that whole idea with gravity, right? It seems counterintuitive to me that so it can easily pull down like a large thing quite easily, but it's more difficult for it to pull on a smaller mass. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
It isn't more difficult. It is that.
Why aren't the lakes affected by the tides in the moon?
It's not difficult. It is pulled equally. The problem is though is that the amount of water is not
demonstrate that, please?
Taylor, Fawcett's talking. I don't know if you can hear him. His mic's still low.
He is all quiet for me. I mean, but it just doesn't make any. Why can't it just rip that little butterfly straight to the ground, prevent it from flying?
Are you talking about tides?
Yeah, I know, but it's like it's the similar part is you wouldn't feel it affecting any salt water in your body, right?
Just because of the amount. So yes, I think Taylor asked a great question, which is, does it not affect lakes? And the moon pulls all water, including lakes, right? But the tide only, as we mentioned earlier, it depends on how much water. So obviously, there's going to be a tidal difference in force between me and a lake, and then a lake versus an ocean. But they are observable, right? Like if you look at the Great Lakes, those would move probably like less than 2 inches overall. Like I just researched that. It's 1 to 5 centimeters. It's so little. And then the Great Lakes are huge, right? So compare the Great Lakes to our body. I mean, it's not even it's quite literal. It's basically knowable.
Imperceptible. It's a completely imperceptible.
Do we see the water? Like where does it go whenever the tide's up?
I'm sorry?
Like a low
I'm not sure what
tide.
that means.
Does it go the other side of the lake? Does it get higher in the center? Like what are you proposing?
I'm just saying that would be true for an ocean, right? Like what do we see with regular tides in general? It's all the same.
Can you send me that about the... I want to see the tides change, please.
Okay.
Like, have you been to the beach before?
The Great Lakes.
Okay, yeah, I can send the link to.
And are they connected to the ocean?
No, they're not. Oh, they're in they're not connected to the ocean. They're lakes. That means they're not connected to the ocean.
By river, but that's just technically.
No, they're not. They're like lakes.
You can go ahead and check out the NOAA's real-time tide gauge at Battery Park. The water levels rise.
Oh, you got some about lakes.
They rise and fall every 12 hours and 25 minutes. So I don't know what you want us to give you.
Great Lakes profile. Okay. St. Mary's River.
So Fawcett, you believe that gravity affects the gravitational pull affects objects of the same mass equally?
Of the same mass equally, yes. Yes, 42 liters of water in a human body would be tidally changed at the same rate. Yeah.
Okay, so is gravity consistent in that way though?
Is gravity in what way?
I'm not sure what you're asking, but I think I'm not sure.
I'm asking you: Does
Yes,
gravity
gravity is
affect
totally-
objects of the same mass equally?
Yes, it is the same rate for every object,
Okay.
regardless of mass.
Well,
From a
no.
grain of sand-
Well, yes,
Oh,
yes,
from
but the only
from a
difference.
grain of sand.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the difference would be, right, if you look at the mass equation or the gravity equation, if I'm way closer to the moon, it's going to have, right, like that's because it's divided by the radius.
So Fawcett,
Yeah, or the.
then why does a pound of iron fall, but a pound of helium floats?
That has to do with density.
I thought you said gravity was consistent though.
Yeah, gravity force. Yeah, you're spot on though. Gravity force drops with the square of distance. But the issue that you're having though is that, again, helium is buoyant. It doesn't have weight. Like, for example, okay, how come a ship doesn't sink? Oh, but a log stays afloat. Wow, it's about buoyancy. Helium rises because helium's less dense than air. Is iron more dense than air? Yes or no?
So what I hear when I hear those
It's the
inconsistencies,
Archimedes principle. Like, come on now.
right? Well, when I hear those inconsistencies and those exceptions of buoyancy and density, I hear that there's an invisible force that can be used conveniently to explain a lot of things, right? Like something falling. But
no, sir. It's
but then it's totally fine for it not to be consistent when it's inconvenient for gravity to be consistent.
You have an object. Let's pretend there's a vacuum, right? Like you're gonna have the exact same 1 pound of. You're right. You're completely correct. 1 pound of iron, 1 pound of helium. They both feel the exact same downward force from gravity. The difference is iron has no upward force of buoyancy. Air is a fluid, which means it exerts an upward force called a buoyant force, which is calculatable.
No, the difference is the gas has got energy given to it by T. It's got kinetic energy. When you drop no kinetic energy.
Yeah, so
you cut out a bit,
and that's the issue is that if you're comparing something with no buoyancy versus something with buoyancy, yeah, like obviously a square cube of iron's obviously going to sink to the bottom of the ocean. But if you take that same square of iron and mold it into a boat, they have the same mass, just one's a different shape. One of them has buoyancy while the other doesn't. Like, come on now, this is like, come on, second grade.
So why does gravity need to exist? Why can't the principles of density and buoyancy hold up without gravity?
Because anything with mass has gravity. It's just I guess like
you'd be removing a principal part.
Sorry, anything with mass has gravity. What's mass?
Do you observe that, Sam?
What's mass?
Like yes, but it's so minuscule, right? It's like the same
What's
principle.
Mass?
Sorry?
What's mass?
Mass is how much matter an object contains.
So the amount of substance in a space. How do we count that?
Sorry, is that an idiom? I don't understand. Is that an idiom or something?
The amount of substance in a space is what you said. The amount of matter.
How much matter an object contains? Yes, sir.
Yeah, the amount. Yeah, exactly. How do we count that?
How do we calculate mass?
Kilograms. It can be
how do we count the amount of substance in a space that will equal mass?
We can do like mole, kilograms, like.
No, I get what he's asking. I get what you're asking. You're asking a good question. So we don't literally count how many atoms. Like you don't literally count how many atoms like an object has. It's impossible. We all agree with that. You measure mass using its effects. So you either can use it. Yes, sir. You can either use it as a force or as an inertia.
It's conceptual, isn't it?
What?
Mass.
Yeah, everything is arbitrary, right? In the same way that seconds are arbitrary.
No, sorry. This concept you're saying has physical properties, but it's a concept at the moment. You're saying the amount of substance in a space does something. Okay.
Correct.
But how?
How what? I'm confused.
How does it do what you're going to say it does? The acceleration of mass towards another body of mass. How?
Yeah, it's not real or measurable. The point is that it's a concept that we define for measurable behavior, right? How objects respond to other forces. So you can't literally see force, you can't literally see energy, but we know that when we pick up an object, there's a certain amount of kinetic energy, there's a certain amount of potential energy. Correct.
Yeah. and we can describe it in different ways. But I'm asking,
sir, you're right.
But I'm asking you what it is and how it operates, what it does mechanically. And no, not you, but no one answers this question, dude.
Breathe, baby.
What gravity's measurability? It's incredibly real and measurable.
Okay, but how does it operate? What does it do? You say mass attracts mass, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because mass has gravity to it.
How? You've got one body of mass over here and another body. Say that it's going to exert an acceleration instantaneous on each other. How?
Because mass attracts mass according to
No, don't tell me because. I'm asking you how.
Mass bends space-time. I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking.
Brilliant. Thank you, dude. So this is where we get the convolution. Because this is going...
Bro, your mic's breaking out.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think he's actually asking the idea of how does gravity, or how does mass, first off, get gravity, and then how does that gravity affect other things? Not the why behind it. It is literally like how. Why does mass have gravity?
Well, it's kind of slightly counterintuitive, right? Because having mass is what creates gravity.
And that's what sucks is that, like, when you explain this to people, it's like, yeah, it's a core fact of physics. Mass generates gravity. How? I don't, like, go talk to God. You don't need to know the ultimate why. You don't need to know why gravity is made by mass. You just need to know it does. I know that sounds stupid, but I don't know is a great scientific thing to say. Like, there are limits to human knowledge. Why does mass have gravity? Yeah, that's $1 trillion fucking question. I think people in Geneva, Switzerland would give you $1 billion if you could figure that one out.
Just say it's a great question. Like, I'm genuinely
it's literally
it's a
unsolved.
wonderful question.
He's asking an unsolved question.
It's a great question. I just wish I had the answer. I mean, I don't there's not a single human that's ever existed.
You'd literally be a billionaire. You would be legitimately answering one of the greatest questions in physics. But that's the problem. Flat earthers, they don't take I don't know for an answer, when I don't know has been a perfectly acceptable scientific answer for a very long time. What happens when we die? Oh, we don't know. Have you found a religion that you feel comfortable with? No, I want the actual reason. What happens? Why?
Jedi, you're still muted, Jedi.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd only just come back. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Now we can hear you.
Right, sir, if we couldn't hear you, my fault.
Be honest with you guys, can't even fucking remember what I was talking about. I'm also doing my polishing at the moment as well.
Why does mass have gravity? And we were talking about how if you could answer that question, you would literally be a billionaire, because that is
yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, mate.
Wait, Jedi. So before you left, Jedi, while you were gone, Sam said basically both the chicken and the egg. He said the reason mass has gravity is because of gravity, and the reason gravity attracts mass is because mass has gravity.
Right, okay, so we understand both different ideas about thinking about gravity, both Newtonian mass attracting mass and Einstein bending and warping of space-time. So when we sit in these conversations and say the mass of the object is creating a force on the other object, like I described earlier, and I asked the question how, then we stop talking about mass attracting mass, because it's a stupid idea.
No, I guess for me, it's a good point. For me, like, the issue is I would rather talk about literal proof of the relationship and the math behind it and the observable reasons behind it versus just why. Because why doesn't, to me, that's like kind of a red herring to the real debate at hand, which is like,
yeah,
you know what
that's what we do with science, though, isn't it? That's what we do with science, isn't it? Try to figure out the how and why things happen.
But the beauty is that, like, we can literally, instead of focusing on that, which is a valid point, right? That could probably be 50-50. But the reality is the other 50 should and has to go to proof that it exists, right? I would rather show proof of why something exists rather than why it exists. I'm not God. I wish I had the answers. I don't like. I didn't create the fundamental laws of physics. I would rather talk about proof of them existing versus like why they exist. You know what I mean? I guess that's more quantifiable. That's more quantifiable.
So what's the question that you're trying to answer?
Well, I guess the last 5 minutes was this whole how debacle.
Wait, right? so Sam, you're talking about proof, right? So do you think that the shape of the Earth is proven?
Science cannot be proven. It's an inductive statement, not a deductive statement. Like, again, from all the science that we have, we can be 99.9999999% sure that the Earth is a sphere. If you cannot retest it, because science is never a deductive.
But you just said everything you believe, when you get down to the why and how, boils down to an I don't know. So how can an I don't know make you 99.999% sure in something?
No, because that's a core nature of science is the ability to retest. For like a lot of like anesthesia.
Okay, so what tests show that water can stay on a spinning ball?
When balls have enough mass to hold on.
What test is that? What test is that? When have they tested that, Fawcett?
When have they tested that? It's called centripetal force centripetal force is in. I know it's tiny, but it's enough to keep.
No, well, hold on. You just said they tested it. So when have they tested that water can stay flat on a spinning ball?
Flat on it. First off, you can't have it flat. It's going to curve on a spinning ball.
Level.
Yeah, level. Great. Have you ever seen footage of
but you're not answering my question. I know. You said they tested it. When have they tested that?
Yes. Have you ever seen on the space station when a scientist takes a glob of water out from a pouch and it coagulates into a perfect sphere because gravity is affecting it in all directions? This shows that even without a solid mass in the center of the water's even without a solid piece of mass in the water center, water will naturally coagulate into a sphere absent of land.
So now a video of something you didn't see with your own eyes, that you didn't do with your own eyes, where you weren't at, now the video is proof?
No,
that's 100%.
Another great example would be.
Again, first and foremost, that's a very bad argument because yes, I naturally trust anesthesia, even though I haven't tested it myself and actually gone through and verified.
Well, hold on. But you said that we've tested that water can stay level on a spinning ball. I asked you what the test was. You said a video of a water droplet on International Space Station. That's a video of a place that you weren't at, that you didn't see with your own two eyes.
Yeah, I understand.
That's the test, that water can stay spinning on a ball?
You can also run it through even just the most basic physics questions. First and foremost, the Glenn Research Center, I don't think they have a monetary,
What's the test? You're saying run it through theoretical. You run it through theoretical ideas. What they test?
What are we talking about here, bro? Come on now.
What's the test?
Even on a calculator
of water staying level on a ball, on a spinning ball. What is the test?
Yeah, the NASA. Yeah, from the Glenn Research Center at high altitude. What do you call it? They used high altitude balloon releases showing water hugging in a globe-like fashion. They literally had centrifugal force tests that proved that water, surprisingly, will stay in a balled form when not succumb to gravity. When it's just allowed to do its own stuff and just waddle around the space station, it stays in a balled format because gravity is not holding it down to a surface. Like, come on now.
Jedi, do you know what the studies he's talking about, or the so-called tests he's talking about?
Sorry to briefly interrupt, but you're describing centripetal force, not centrifugal force.
Yeah, sorry. Same thing. Well, not same thing, but sorry for my...
Yeah, and they're not real forces. They're imaginary force placeholders for observable reality. It's not an independent force in and of itself. It's a description of the change of the force based on what the object is doing. So like spinning creates a series of changes, and we describe it by calling it a force.
Well, Yeah, for the sake of this argument, though, the Earth is first and foremost rotating, and there is gravity to it. So yeah, when we speak about these forces, I can use the words like centripetal force, centrifugal force. Like yeah, unless the Earth was not spinning or not moving.
Wait, you observe the rotation, Facet?
Of the Earth, yeah, every day.
Oh, how do you observe it?
How do I observe the rotation of the Earth every 23 hours and 56 minutes?
Yeah, how do you observe it?
Do you like? In what way do you want me to even begin with
The sun may be moving across the sky. The moon may be moving across the sky. At night time, the stars moving across the sky.
Yeah.
You
don't observe it externally, right?
I mean, externally, you mean from the outside, like from the space station, in which they've done multiple times?
They don't even observe it from there. No, outside the Earth system.
Fawcett, I didn't know you've been on the space station.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, you don't though, you don't. So you don't observe it. You don't actually observe it, do you?
No, hold on.
You don't experience it, do you?
Okay.
No, it's not about explaining. It's about observing at the moment. We'll get to explanations in a minute. We'll deal with explanations in a moment.
Okay.
We're talking about observation, bro. We want to get it down whether or not you observe and experience the Earth's rotation.
You don't need.
Wait, so I just want to. But Fawcett, I'll let you talk.
Do you have to interpret what you experience as being rotation, or do you experience it directly and it's obvious to your senses?
Yeah, so before Fawcett's answer, I just want to reiterate.
Obvious to my senses, but I still experience it every day.
You're interpreting what you experience as it being that, even though it's antithetical to your experience. Let's get that clear.
Yeah, so the two claims that Fawcett has made so far is that one, they've tested and proven that water can stay level on a spinning ball. They've tested that. And the second claim he's made is that he observes the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because I can observe, for example, when I'm in a car moving, relative to me, my car is not going anywhere. My car is at zero.
Yeah, but you know the cars. You know the car's moving, so if you apply that same logic to the Earth, it's circular reasoning because you don't have formal knowledge that the Earth is in motion. All your experience is something else being in motion, or not knowing whether the thing you're on is that thing that's actually in motion or not. So to say it's definitely that because I see this other thing moving, it's definitely the Earth moving, would be just pure circular logic.
No, sir. Because there's a few tangible examples that you and I can do, right? Because you and I, none of us work in labs. None of us have the ability to ever, even if, I'm going to take y'all's position and assume it's not possible to go to the moon, or not possible to go to space, right? None of us are ever going to be in that position. But what can we do tangibly to observe the Earth's rotation? There's a bunch of different things. Number one, watching shadows move. Right? Stick something in the ground, mark the tip of its shadow every 30 to 60 minutes.
Did you hear yourself? Did you just hear yourself? You said, watch the shadows move. So is it the shadow moving?
Sir, can I explain?
Sam. If I stand in a warehouse and I put a giant light above me and I have that light move on wheels, then I can observe shadows moving.
No, the point is,
that can occur with a moving light source.
Guys,
that can occur with a moving light source, bro.
Not one that's close because the light rays aren't parallel.
Yeah, it'd be great if I could finish my point. I was literally 10 seconds away, and then.
All right, go ahead. Finish your shadow thing. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how shadows moving. Demonstrate the Earth's rotation.
Notice how quickly this becomes the angry Aussie show.
No, I'm not gonna. It's okay. They can speak. They're passionate. I respect them.
I'm not angry, bro.
But let me just explain before I finish, right? I'm not talking about BS, regular shadows. Let me say this specifically, right? You stick something in the ground, or you take yourself, right? You mark the tip of your shadow on the ground. You mark the tip. This is important. Why? Every 36 minutes, what you'll see is the positions of your tip move in a smooth arc, right? Why this matters, the ground is rotating relative to the sun. So you can literally watch the Earth rotate by tracking a shadow, by tracking the position of the tip of the shadow.
So how do you know
circular reasoning?
Rotating?
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
do that in a warehouse, Sam. I can do that in a warehouse.
Circular reasoning.
So just hold on with your warehouse thing, mate. Sam, at the moment we've got, it could be the sun moving or it could be the Earth moving. Now you've got one of three options. Number one, it is the sun moving. Number two, it is the Earth moving. Or number three, it could be both moving. So how are you going to separate those three items to guarantee that it's only one of them moving?
it's less about me assuming. I mean, we know, right? And you're gonna say that this BS, right? I mean, we know the point is that the shadow moves in a smooth arc, right? And so the idea
smooth arc, jagged arc. How do you know which one's moving?
Yeah, how does that exclude the light source being the thing that's moving?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying we don't know necessarily that it's either the Earth's rotating or it's like the sun moving in a position, because those could exist in both worlds.
Excellent. That's what I'm trying to get out of you.
Right.
Okay.
How are you going to separate that?
Let me think.
Take your time, young fella. We don't want to cook you too early.
No, you're not. I'm just trying to think about how I want to explain this.
Sam, I think the answer is you draw that conclusion based on assumptions that you assume are true, but assumptions because someone told you it's true, not because you've observed those assumptions.
Okay, so let's pretend that. So I guess y'all want me to pick a side of like whether or not the sun is moving in a circular motion above us, like above a flat Earth, or whether the Earth is moving in a
I don't care which way you go. I just want to know how you've proven that is true or false. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So if you did this experiment in every location of the globe, right? And they've done this, right? If you do the exact same.
So you're assuming it's a globe. The whole purpose of this experiment is to prove it's a globe, not assume it's a globe in the first place.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not argue semantics. Let me finish my point.
He had to assume it was a globe.
No, we're not because we're not going to.
What they were just testing was the circumference, but they did assume globe. They were just assuming. They were just trying to figure out their circumference, and they also assumed that the sun was distant, very distant.
Let me finish my point. So the point is that if you pick, we're not going to talk about globe or flat. I apologize for bringing that up. We're going to just assume nothing. So if you do this experiment in different parts of Earth, right? We'll call it Earth. Everyone would agree the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, right? But the point is that the angle of the path changes with the latitude that you have, specifically with where you're located, right? And this only makes sense. You can only assume this based off of modeling, right? You guys are sending some. I remember seeing some of these messages in the chat about having.
False. How about this? Go and pick any street in your neighbourhood, and then what I want you to do, you know where that street is? Just say it runs north-south. I'm just picking a random direction.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you were to go further back, instead of standing in the middle of that road, if you were to go to the east 100 metres, wouldn't that change the angle of the lights running along that street? Then you go back 300 metres, wouldn't that change the angle of the lights? So your analogy of your positioning on a globe only happens on a globe. This is false, because we can show you that happening on a flat surface. You get the same result.
I see what you're saying. But the issue is you're talking about angles changing. But if the sun was just circling above a flat, if the sun were just circling above a flat surface, angles wouldn't match globally. But they do.
What are you assuming about the sun? What are you assuming about the sun in order for that to be true?
I'm assuming in y'all can correct me because I don't know as much about the mentality or the model of flat Earth, right? But my assumption would be, and please correct me right now before I say something stupid, is that the model assumes that the sun is spinning above the flat Earth, correct? The sun itself is moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't say spinning or circling. I'd say it's moving.
Because I saw that message.
It's not a model, bro. It's just what you observe in reality.
Yeah,
that's what we observe in reality.
Because someone sent a GIF earlier where there was like the flat Earth and there was like a flashlight and you could see like the. Do you guys remember that?
That's just a visual conceptualization to help people try and get deal with it mentally, because they need cartoons and things and diagrams to be able to understand. But we're not even talking about that. We're not presenting a model to anybody. We're saying go out into reality and have a look around. That's what's true, not what you see on the screen, not a cartoon, not pictures in a book, right? But you go out and experience it in reality.
But if
now listen, there's something. It's not just that the sun is moving over the Earth. For the angles to not work on a flat Earth, right? For the angles of your shadows and things to not match on a flat Earth, you'd have to assume certain aspects about the sun. Not just that it's moving or not moving or whatever. There's something else about it.
Such as?
It's light. The way the light's reaching the surface of the Earth. Right. So light can be parallel, or it can be divergent, or it can sometimes be convergent. Right. It can appear to be convergent. Anyway.
So the pattern of the light hitting a person and like affecting their shadow, you could argue that other factors would make it so that the angles are the same, right? Because what I'm telling you is that if you did this experiment, the angles would match globally. They do match globally, right? And if the sun were to be just circling above a flat surface, and I know this isn't the correct model, but we can literally see in this GIF, and maybe I shouldn't be assuming that that's the model, right?
Check the side chat, bro. See those cans there? Shadow's different. That's on a flat surface.
Whole point. If you and I did this experiment, we would have the exact same curvature. We would have the exact same angle matching.
Depending on the mathematics that we used.
And that does not exist.
Okay, so Sam, what you're saying is incorrect. I just asked AI. It says the angle of shadows do not match globally.
I'm not talking about the angle of shadows. I'm talking about if you mark the location of the tip of the shadow and you notice its curvature as time moves, right? As the sun moves, right? The angle of curvature is going to be the exact same globally.
So all that's proving is
I
that the
apologize
light
for saying globally in the Earth.
all that's proving is that the light source is consistent in its path.
Correct.
Yeah, the Chinese did this.
That's it.
Same thing.
You're not proving that the Earth is moving. You're not proving the Earth is a globe. All you're proving is that the light source that's causing the shadows is consistent in its path. Why does that prove that the Earth is a globe or that the Earth is moving?
Because it doesn't work on a flat model, you would get different angles, and then you're going to mention something about but light
only if you assume your lights are parallel.
Oh,
your light rays are parallel.
But why can't we just assume that the Earth isn't flat, right?
Well, not
I mean,
only,
you guys are getting mad at me for assuming that the Earth that the Earth is a globe. And
why would you make Sam, check it out. Why would you make the assumption the Earth is anything other than flat when that's what you see out in reality? Like when you go into reality,
you angles.
And in reality, like if I go outside and I see the Earth is flat.
You don't observe the rotation. When you're on a bus, you feel the movement. When you're on a plane, you feel the movement. You do not feel the movement of the Earth. You do not observe rotation or movement.
If you were born in a box, right, like a box, like a completely void of light.
That's an admission. That's a concession that you don't experience the motion that you're claiming exists.
No, let me explain, please. Please let me explain. If you have two babies, right, and one of them is born on a moving train that stays consistent for the entirety of its life at 50 kilometers per hour, right, and then you take the exact same baby and you put them on the floor, those babies would feel essentially the exact same, right? They would.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would. They wouldn't be perceiving the movement because that's
you admitting that we don't feel the motion that you say is happening.
Yeah, I'm giving an example of why we don't feel the motion. Like, how could you possibly feel
I know, yeah. You're giving an excuse. Yeah, an excuse.
This motion that we're said to have, this motion that we're said to have, is it straight line linear motion or is it curvilinear motion?
The point is that the Earth is so large is that it's imperceptible.
No, it's not. No, the point is to answer the question. So is the Earth's path straight? No, you're going to ask me something. Fucking hell, dude.
I apologize.
You're trying to use the analogy of being on fucking trains that are going in straight paths and trying to figure out if that's analogous to the curvilinear path of the Earth.
Yes.
The answer to the question is fucking no. Of course it's not. So why you're talking about it, I've got no idea.
So Sam,
if you went to
asked us,
I could please say this really quickly.
Yeah.
And then you'll speak after. Yeah.
Before you distract from what the point is. You asked us why do we assume the Earth is not a globe? So we asked you, why do you assume the Earth is a globe? Because you self-admitted that you don't observe the rotation, you don't observe the motion of Earth.
Correct, it's imperceivable.
Which means you are assuming, making an ass out of you and me, you are assuming that the Earth is a globe. Why are you assuming that?
Like what? I'm sorry. What?
Why are you assuming something?
Because all realities point toward that notion. every scientific observation / recorded observation points to the notion that the Earth is a globe, right?
Like what?
Anything ever, right? I mean,
okay. So why haven't you spoken about them then?
I'm actually interested in talking about this. And
if it's anything ever, you just said anything ever. That's a huge statement. So
correct,
name a couple.
Yes.
So why haven't you spoken about it then? Anything ever?
What do you mean? Well, the issue is, right?
We failed to understand if we can disprove or prove that the Earth is in motion. We know the way that we do that is moving ourselves outside of the reference system,
yes, sir,
which we're not doing.
Yes, but humans
so can you speak about the obvious things then? Because that wasn't.
Humans have done that, though, have they not? I mean, I assume you're going to say
this would okay, dude. So this wouldn't be your first-hand experience, would it? This would be an appeal to somebody else's experience, wouldn't it?
I think if we all lived our lives,
why don't you answer questions?
Can I answer? I think if we all lived our lives,
he's not going to answer straight, is he?
Only basing our entire lives' observations on our own individual observations, you and I wouldn't be alive here today, sir.
But that's a really interesting point, dude. But we're still talking about the experience of you, and you don't experience any motion. You're already appealing to somebody else experiencing it for you.
I'm sorry, I've got to add this in. No, it's the reason we are alive.
It's not. So I guess. So
you never got yourself across the road safely.
It's a terrible note. Let me explain. I guess everyone would assume here that not trust any of the live observations, the recent Artemis missions, any.
How do you know they're live? So Sam, check it out.
Videos, you know what I'm saying? Because that's okay.
What did they show?
I would totally What did they show? If that was the
what did they show?
That was the argument. Yeah.
What do they show?
A globe.
Okay, so that would mean by consequence I'd measure the surface of the Earth to be curved then, wouldn't it?
You can't physically measure it by just standing outside. The Earth
I'm not going to just stand outside, dude. I'm going to survey the land with the appropriate frigging tools.
And you've done that.
Just by consequence of surveying the land with lasers and theodolites, I will measure a rate of change of slope as depicted in those images, won't I?
In theory, yes.
In practice, I would, yes.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, cool. Unfortunately, when I go out to measure the curvature, I don't measure any curvature. The water is measured to be horizontal. There's the problem.
And what tools have you used?
Okay,
lasers, theodolites, long-range optical devices, binoculars, telescopes, high-powered zoom cameras.
Yeah, give me a specific experiment you did.
Sam, the easiest one is your eyes, okay? So this is an equation that we don't calculate. This is an equation that NASA gives, okay? So NASA gives an equation for the amount of curvature that is visible from the Earth based on per mile. Okay, so you calculate the height of an object. For example, you calculate the height of an oil rig that's 20 miles offshore.
Yeah.
That oil rig, using NASA's own calculation, should not be visible when you're standing on the beach at level ground. It should not be visible 20 miles out because if the Earth had curvature, it would not be visible. It would be below the curve. However, you can see that oil rig plain as day.
Is that just anecdotal? Do you have a specific example?
No, that's true. I've done it many times, so has many people in this chat.
And what was the height of the oil rig?
If you look in the side chat, Sam, I've just put a drop chart for you there to make it a bit easier.
I see 20 miles.
Go down to 20 miles.
Yeah.
Should be 266 feet of curvature. So that means at 20 miles, your oil rig has to be higher than 266 feet or you don't see it. Not negotiable.
Is it? I'm seeing it. 266.74. Yeah.
That's NASA's equation, buddy.
Yeah. I think. How much of the oil rig do you see whenever you all did it? I'm just curious. I'm not arguing. Just curious. How much of the oil rig was perceptible to that?
Just to add that. Sorry to interrupt you. Just to add, though, you're already mentioning flat Earth measurements when you mention the height above sea level and the distance will be linear. The distance will be linear to the rig. So you're talking about flat Earth as you speak.
What's up? Good to see you, my friend. We see all of the oil rig as depicted in the image at 36 minutes past the hour. We shouldn't see all of the oil rig because the horizon should be in front of the oil rig at a distance of 3.46 miles based on the observer height of 8 foot. Now, the horizon is clearly beyond the Oryx. The reason why the Oryx are here is because we've got distances to them that are approximately 9 and 10 miles away. So we can say the horizon is at least 10 miles away, if not further. This is what we mean. We see all of the Oryx where we shouldn't.
Including the base. Where's the video? I lost it.
It's inside chat.
Curiosity. Is anybody in here a skydiver? You ever jumped out of a plane?
Well, can you not interrupt this real quick? I want to hear Sam's response.
When we watch the video, you could speak on it. I won't leave. I'm here.
I mean, it's not a video. It's a short that Jedi just posted inside chat of an oil rig.
Yeah, like send me the actual video. I don't want to just rely on anecdotal evidence. I don't know factually that's 10 miles. I don't want to know.
What I'll do is I'll send you the guy's channel, and then I'll get the video from it. There's multiple observations, but of course, in good faith, I'll get you the channel, but please accept it in good faith for the time being.
I just don't know. I guess if I showed y'all a video, right, of let's say somebody skydiving or somebody like shooting a rocket really high and then it's showing the Earth curving, like you would argue that it's like CGI, right? So I'm gonna just take that assumption as well that's not.
No, we wouldn't. No, don't assume. Don't assume, man.
What we would urge you to do, my friend, what we would urge you to do, dude, what we would urge you to do is make the observation yourself, because this is verifiable and falsifiable, right? You should be able to do this yourself.
That's why I asked if anybody's jumped out of a plane.
I can't go on a rocket. You can't go on a rocket. I can't go to the quote-unquote International Space Station. Neither can you. But both of us can go to the beach. Both of us can get the own equation from NASA, not an equation we create. The equation from NASA. We can pick an object. We can mathematically see how far away it is from us. We can mathematically calculate whether it should be visible. And then we can see whether it's visible or not. When you do that observation yourself, you can see that there is no curvature.
Do those observations account for refraction?
Yeah.
You can if you want.
Yeah.
You just modify the formula and adjust the numbers.
So this is what we do in all good faith, right? We give you as much leeway and as much credence as possible. So if you want to tell us to add something to it, we'll add something to it. The thing is, things like refraction, right? They're only going to do certain things under certain conditions. You're going to need absolutely magnificent conditions to make it do the thing that you're suggesting it does. So, for example, in the image that I gave you, the one with the Oryx from the 8-foot observer height, if I give you 16% refraction, you're still not going to get a horizon anywhere beyond 4.5 miles. It's not going to extend up to beyond 10 miles, dude.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, let me keep looking at these videos. This is good content. I'm not disagreeing. Ask your question. Whoever else is going to ask, I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
I was just asking.
And when you're back, Sam,
out of an airplane.
Yeah, we'll continue.
When you're back, Sam, I'd like you to answer why that's not proof that the Earth is flat.
I'm not a contrarian, right? I'm not just gonna try to disagree blindly to anything told to me, right? I'm gonna take everything, like you said, in good faith and try to, But yes, continue y'all's conversation.
I don't know. I don't think people are interested in answering if they.
Someone asked a question about skydiving.
Yeah, I asked if anybody here has skydived.
No, but I've flown a plane.
I highly recommend skydiving.
Awesome, dude. Yep. I wish I had. Haven't so far. Probably can't now because of my heart condition. So, what's it like?
It's quite fantastic. And honestly, it's quite interesting to be able to see the entire curvature of the Earth unfiltered with your own eyes.
So check it out. Hey, Ducky,
do you wear goggles?
Did you? That's what I was going to ask. Thank you, Jedi.
Do you wear goggles when you jump out of airplanes?
No, I just wore my normal sunglasses.
Okay, you just wear your normal sunglasses. It's weird to me, right? Being as you've got an unobstructed view, 360 degrees around to the horizon. You must understand that when you're flying around and rotating 360 degrees, that horizon is not higher or lower than at any other part. It's just like an optical phenomena, based as the horizon is curving around you, the observer, right? It's not the curvature of the Earth, one part being higher or lower than the other. I thought you, being as you in this unobstructed view, would have pointed this out or obviously noticed this. Right?
I'm just saying, in my everyday life, things don't curve around my eyeballs.
No, but the horizon when you turn around is around you, isn't it? Man, he jumps out of airplanes.
Does it look like a McDonald's sign, or is it the horizon connecting all the way around?
No, you just see the curve when you're up high enough.
No,
I think you're missing what we're trying to put down. You're in the sky. You have the capabilities of spinning 360 degrees. Does the horizon bobble up and down as you're looking at it, or does it just connect, making one perfectly straight line?
No,
Does it bubble up and down while you're looking at it?
Okay, so if it curves, so if you happen to be flying through the sky and looking north, you look at it, it's got a very definitive arc, and you can see that, yes?
Yeah.
Excellent. So all of a sudden now, you're facing south. It has a very definitive arc, and you can see that, yes or no? Excellent. So let's just say we rotate and face to the east. Can you see the dip where those two other arcs join together?
What do you mean? It's a continuous arc.
Oh.
There we go. That's what we wanted to hear.
Yep, now I'm understanding. Now I'm understanding what he's talking about. No, there is no dip or seam. It stays in one smooth, continuous rotation.
Yeah.
The globe has uniform curvatures. Again, you wouldn't say the same thing if you were standing on a baseball, if you were standing on a soccer ball, so why would it be any different in a round Earth?
Right.
You clearly, if you put your eyeball...
Mathematically, you're not high enough. That's why.
Okay, so then how high do we need to be in order to see all 360 degrees of the Earth with a curving aspect to it?
You know the claimed height of the ISS?
What's it, like 120 miles?
You might want to be higher than that.
All these altitude references are in reference to a horizontal base, 0 degree baseline called sea level.
Correct.
Yes.
I'm just saying, jumping from 20,000 feet, you can see the curve, 360 degrees around it.
Nope.
That's
I've done it with my eyes.
That's a height above sea level. That's the 0 degree baseline for all elevation profile.
So just real quick, the actual height you need in order to see the whole 360 degrees with the curvature is about 10.5 kilometers. And we see that all the time. When you're on an airplane or a Concorde.
The ISS can see about 3%.
Yeah, we're not debating how much Earth it can see. We're debating if it can see a curvature. You can see curvature even in a plane.
No, you don't.
Dude, this is why we keep pointing out to you to turn the fuck around.
So for
noticing that horizon is not higher or lower than at any point when you measure it around you. This is called a dip angle correction. We use it in celestial navigation. Make 4 measurements, as Matrix is pointing out, north, east, south, and west, and you will measure the same dip on the horizon, measuring no part higher or lower than the other. So the curvature you observe is not the curvature of the Earth, my friend. It's probably something to do with the optics, and you've got an unobstructed view to the horizon that when you turn around is circling around you. The fuck?
I get that. The issue is, though, is that, again, the dip angle correction in celestial navigation, it precisely tells us what the horizon dip would be at any height, like 3 degrees at 35,000 feet.
Oh, good. So this is a concession that the horizon isn't curving then. As soon as you bring up this measurement and you make those measurements, we'll have the dip around you, measuring no part of the horizon being higher or lower than the other. Welcome to the class.
And you'll also need your horizon to be geometric if you're going to claim that there's a dip due to geometry.
The horizon has never been defined as geometric, ever.
So what are you measuring a dip to, friendly Glober guy? A mirage? An optical illusion? Something not physical?
You're referring to the black swan?
It moves
No, I'm referring to your dip angle measurement. Dip angle to the horizon measurement.
Yeah, the horizon.
The black swan that was noted 3 times. In the
No, for that, to do that and imply that that somehow is representative of, or you can derive geometry of the surface of the Earth from that, or fit it into the globe model somehow, you're invoking a geometric horizon, not an optical one. Not one that's the result of optics or weather conditions or anything like that.
So I'm not allowed to
pure geometry.
I'm not
pure geometry. You brought up the black swan. Yet if we did show you the black swan, you're going to appeal straight. You're going to appeal to refraction, right?
I'm not allowed to talk about refraction, or rather the evidence of where the photo is. I'm not allowed to talk about that.
You can. If you can. Like I gave you refraction earlier, 16%. Like standard terrestrial refraction.
I guess it's sad because...
Sam, here's the thing, though. They could test this right fucking now, and it sucks. How much is it for enough helium to get to 100,000 feet up in the air? What's it cost? What, $2,000? Oh, yeah, you go to the balloon store. Like, you could so easily test this, and we've tested it.
I know, and there's loads of hot air balloons that have been up into the sky, even helium balloons, and they produce varying results, horizontal horizons, curved ones. So the way that we confirm this ambiguity with what is observed at high altitude is measuring the surface of the Earth with the appropriate equipment.
Yeah, the temperature gradient, which is what causes terrestrial refraction, the predominant factor, is not of the entire troposphere, like what they use with hot weather balloons. That temperature gradient is completely different than the temperature gradient near the surface. This is why you get things shifting throughout the day. And practical temperature measurements done by Henry's 2006, for example, would actually make things drop over distance on any given day because the sun's heating up the surface of the Earth. Hot air lowers density. And you know the rest if you know basic snowfall.
Meanwhile, like Jedi was pointing out, we've got measurements using sea sextants, using sea level for elevation angles to measure latitude with. It's measured flat, my friend.
Okay, it's measured flat.
Yeah, latitude measurements from sea level to and from Polaris.
Yeah, they don't want mountains.
Sextant is a pretty low resolution manual instrument.
It's not it's the optical ability, it's its principle.
Well, I've used a theodolite and I actually incorporated refraction in Snell's law by, measuring the atmospheric conditions. My measurements were closer to the flat Earth prediction.
Yeah, theodolite just measures angles and distances. It doesn't measure curvature. Statement of facts.
It's good to see you on deck. Been a while, man. Hope you keep well.
Damn, why did that guy Lisette leave? Because he was losing the debate?
He left earlier. He came back.
No, he left again, though. He came back.
He'll be back. He'll be back.
Maybe he was listening and he realised his claims of refraction that he was going to lay down were nothing.
I have to find a helicopter today.
What do you need a whirlybird for?
To go to Coachella.
Can I ask a question?
Why are some people so loud and some people I literally cannot hear at all?
Oh, I'm naturally loud. Don't feel bad.
Am I overly quiet?
No, you're fine.
What's the question, buddy?
If the sun and the moon are much closer, but they are the ones that are moving, which I believe is the argument that that the flat earthers make, just based on our observation, we observe that they are the ones that are moving, but they would have to be much closer.
Possibly.
Why?
We're not really making a claim, but
How
go
come
ahead.
I, as somebody in the Western United States and somebody in Japan, can only see one side of the moon?
Good question. Maybe it's the same excuse within the globe model. Distance.
But if the moon is much closer, but it's the one that's moving,
that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so much closer.
Japan would be able to see. Somebody in Japan would be able to see a different portion of the moon's surface.
I get it. It's like having a disco ball and being able to observe different sides of the disco ball from different ends of the disco floor. I get it.
This one would actually be more for the globe model than the FE model.
It's not a problem.
You should be able to see much more of the top and bottom, considering the Earth is much larger than the moon and a much larger distance.
Oh yeah, Flandering. According to the globe model, Flandering, why can't you see an entire half of the moon? Why can you never see the entire dark side of the moon, Flandering?
What do you mean, why can you never see the entire dark half of the moon?
If it's a full sphere that's rotating, why can't you see an entire half of the moon?
Say it's tidally locked.
Yeah.
But from the northern and southern,
I would assume you guys are familiar with mainstream science.
Yeah, outside of the idea that it's tidally locked, if you have two observations like stereoscopic view from one side of the Earth to the other, then you would observe, like we pointed out, different sides of the moon. But within the excuse, what is that excuse that's given?
But that's not what's on trial here. What's on trial is the question that it's close.
Yeah. So the relationship, the size, say for example, to the sun to the Earth might not be the way that you've told, where the sun is much bigger than the Earth. We would probably suggest that the sun's relationship to the Earth is different, where the Earth is larger than the sun. Moon, though, that's always been the closer out of these two mainly seen celestial bodies. And again, the excuse could be just the distance to the object. Don't know the distance. Actually, don't know what the friggin' object is to be telling you. But within this paradigm that it's three-dimensional, then it's probably just a distance, right?
Yeah, if it's three-dimensional physics.
But it's demonstrably different, because even if you ignore that the moon, the argument that the moon is tidally locked, the fact is that somebody in California and somebody in Japan can both only see one side of the moon. But if they both take a telescope and they look at the sun, they can see different portions of the sun because the sun is rotating, but we are orbiting around the sun, whereas the moon is orbiting around us. The sun is not tidally locked, obviously, because that wouldn't make any. We're not tidally locked to the sun, and the sun is not tidally locked to us, which is why we can see different portions of the sun's surface.
Flandering, you observed the Earth's rotation?
Okay, so you're just going to ignore everything that I said.
Well, no, you just said that by looking at the sun through a telescope, you can observe the Earth's rotation, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay. So
I said that you can see different portions of the sun's surface because the sun itself is spinning.
Okay, and so how does that prove globe?
I'm talking about the distance between us and these objects. I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth at the moment. Because the claim is
nobody's making a claim. Nobody's making a claim about it.
What are you talking about? You guys make this claim all the time.
Well, no. Some may do. A lot of us here, no. We're not going to make a definitive claim about it. We're not making
smaller but closer,
no,
or is the sun
we're not making a definitive. We're not claiming it. You know what? We're not claiming it.
Oh, okay, well that's convenient.
Are you claiming something, Flandering?
Claim it when it's not on trial, and then don't claim it when it is. That's fine.
Are you claiming something, Flandering?
No, not at all. You guys are hand waving away inconvenient evidence. That's fine.
So, do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I do.
How sure are you?
Definitively sure.
What's definitively? Can you give me percentage?
I'm effervescently sure.
Okay, so 100%.
I'm ecstatically sure.
Okay, so
So
why are
he's not going
you?
to give you an answer. Welcome to floundering, Jaeger. That's what floundering does. He just flops around and doesn't give direct answers. He won't. Don't expect one out of him.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, were you able to look at those videos and photos?
What's up?
I said you said you were going to go look at a 2-minute video. Did you end up looking at
Yeah,
those videos?
I've been
and
reading.
photos?
I've been researching into it.
Okay.
Like, I can link the article. I'm sure you're going to disagree with the math. So I don't really know what the point of this is. It's just going to go into a circle. We talked about our point. You know, I don't think we're going to agree. Like, I'll send the article if y'all want. I like to hear what y'all are talking about. You know, I've spoken enough for now. I can chime in later.
So you believe an article you found rationally?
You believe a YouTube GIF you found?
No, I believe an observation that I've taken for myself and that everyone can take for themselves. Using NASA's own equation.
But the issue is, like, depending on like the time of the day, the visible horizon can be different than what the geometrical horizon can be, right? And so, yes, you could argue that, but it's super easy to cherry pick relative data, or for you to have been cherry picked by your own specific specific examples, right?
Okay, so even in
the photo, like of the same photo I've seen up here multiple times, there's literally other photos that disprove it, right? Because it literally just depends on the time of the day / atmospheric refraction / all these variables, whether or not your geometrical horizon matches your visible horizon. And the person that originally made this post, right, literally deleted his comment because he said from his original elevation of 510 feet, the geometric horizon ought to be 22.5 miles. But if you do the math, it's 32.8 miles, right? So I mean, but I understand that you have your observations, right? But fair enough from my point of view, like I can't corroborate that, right? In the same way that, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're going in circles. I mean, I'm okay tabling this for now. Let's keep hearing what Floundering was saying. I wasn't paying attention to it. Or I guess what y'all were talking about, you two.
No, we were done. They were just hand waving away everything I was saying, which is fine.
Okay, so about the skydiving thing, so like, couldn't that curve just be from this? So if you look in the side chat, you see these CDs. They're flat, right? They're not spherical. But then if you look at the edge of it, as you know, if you were like a miniature person falling towards the surface of the CD, it'll look curved, even though it's
you can't
flat.
see the edge of the Earth, right? The Earth is way too large. We can only see observably from our eyes a certain distance, right? Surely you wouldn't think from skydiving you could see the literal edge of the Earth and see it curving. That makes no sense.
Wait, so Jedi, are you there?
I don't know. I think it would look like the horizon. Though. It would be like a curved horizon.
What would you?
Edge of a disc is the equivalent of a horizon.
No, it's not. It's not the actual horizon, but it would look like it as you're falling from the plane. It'll look the same.
Why? Are the properties the exact same? The way it interacts with light? Is a horizon a physical solid object like the photo that you zoomed in on? There's too many variables. Apparently in this chat we don't like changing these variables, right? Like I don't.
Well,
this isn't a very good analogy. And I'm not discrediting your entire argument. I just think you can think of a better analogy than this, like a more relevant analogy.
I'm just saying, like you would see like the water or land, and then on top would be the sky, and it makes a horizon. It's like a line, and that line will be curved, the same as with the CD and not CD.
Okay. The CD is curved because it's a circle.
Yeah. I think most flat earthers think the shape is like a circle, though, as well.
Yeah,
like
but the point is that we can tell the shape of the curve because we know that there's a wall. We know that there's that white space behind it, right? But you can't see the end of the Earth because it's too large. So
Yeah,
this
flat earthers don't
evidence
claim an
doesn't
edge,
work.
though. I've asked everyone in here. They don't claim an edge.
Perfect.
And then when I change from edge to boundary,
even
and
further
then when I
to my
change from
point-
edge to boundary, they're like, "Well, no one's ever found it." It's like, okay,
yeah, but
well, that's
even
convenient
further
again.
to my point, let's pretend that you couldn't see the edge of the CD. So what? The CD would take up the entire photo. You wouldn't even notice any curvature. So that once again throws out your analogy / your argument. Doesn't make any sense.
No, see, I don't believe in the infinite plane flat Earth. Mine's more like a modified disco Earth, disco ball.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Disco.
Oh, I explained it. I explained it before, but here
Isn't a
I'll show
disco
you.
ball like
Yeah, I'll show you an image. Kind of, if you look in the side chat, kind of like this. The ball would be bigger and have like more sides, more like a disco ball. And then like space exists. It's also like in space and everything.
Well, that's controversial in here, though. Good luck with that one, buddy.
The water is just falling off the side.
So yeah, how does the moon orbit work in your model?
What's keeping the water on
Genuinely.
on that disco?
The issue is that these
Earth?
models match like any of the laws of physics.
Oh, I
Any
see it.
example
So
of
the sun is very small, and the moon is like half the size of the sun. Okay.
So either
So how
either
far
like
away is the sun on your model?
hold on, one question at a time. So you asked about how does the water stay there, right? So you can either think of it as like the downwardness, like
Yeah,
the
we're not
downwardness
interested in your retarded model, Naya.
What's
Please take it elsewhere.
You guys asked a bunch of questions.
Naya, I'm going to break it straight away. Your claims of gravity, holding it all together, that means gravity on the outer ring would be weaker than what it is in the middle.
Yeah,
Fail.
that's true.
Straight away.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is, because it's not spherical. It needs to be a sphere in order for gravity to be even the whole way around. It's not a sphere. Fail. So, ball tart Earth gone again.
But that's not how you pronounce their name.
The ball is quite a bit larger. It is yeah. But the ball is larger. It's more like a disco ball. It's like
Either way, though, the farther you are, the gravity is weaker.
Can we shut Naya up? She's just trolling, bro.
It's
Nah, she's actually giving more facts. Like no flat earthers ever give like a model, like or unless somebody in here has a model.
We don't need to. Just go and measure
At least you
reality.
got a model.
Go outside, measure that shit. That's
You
it.
don't need to, because any example that disproves it, like, it doesn't work in your model, right? Like, in my opinion, it should be the job of the flat earther to provide a relevant model that can explain every single phenomena of nature.
Okay, Sam, the whole purpose of this, Sam, just hold up. This is not model versus model. We don't give a fuck about models. If you want to put forward a model, or you want to be a part of a model, that's all well and why are you talking, bro? Like, seriously, that's just rude. Anyways, if you want to go and compare a model, grab the model you've got, go outside, do some measurements, and confirm that is correct.
Well, yeah, we got to get on that then, because I haven't been playing that shit for a minute.
Of course, I couldn't replicate the Earth, the sphere, the sun, right? Because everything would just fall to the ground because of gravity, and nobody can do that.
Yeah, you're not measuring gravity, you're measuring for curvature. That's all you're measuring for.
How do you measure for curvature, though?
Drop over distance.
Yeah, you look over distance, but there are too many variables, right? And it's been disproven.
None of the variables affect you to the extremes that you need to claim globetardia.
They
so
do.
Sam, explain that though. Explain how you can see an oil rig.
I already explained it to
Hey, Jaeger, can you do me a favour? Jaeger, just hold up. Hold up, Jaeger. If you're going to use the oil rig example, for Pete's sake, get it right.
It's fair, yeah. Get a picture y'all agree on.
The oil rig is orbiting.
No, it's not. You can shut up.
Guys,
Okay, so Sam, what are these variables that are a problem?
With what?
You claim there's all these variables that are going to stop us from doing measured drop over distance.
You assume a flat Earth with a sun above it and a moon above it.
Well, hold on. Let's just start there. Why would I assume anything other than what I see?
Jesus, because it's observable and calculable and reproducible. That's all science is. That's all science
if it's observable, hold on. It's what? Yeah, cheers, bro. If it's observable, where do we see this curvature?
When we go up, when we skydive, when people go to the moon, or when people go to space.
You don't see it. You know that as well. Yeah, and when have you been to space? Tell us about it.
Oh, when have I been to space?
Yeah, that was an easy shutdown. So don't make claims to things you haven't done.
So
I could say the same thing. It's a good argument, bro. Like, seriously.
So you assume
that one there.
Every single variable of your... I'll be quiet. Every single variable...
No, not you, Sam. It's the other one.
Okay, my fault. Every single variable of your life, you only believe it if you observe it literally yourself, right? You can't...
So what variables? You're telling us about all these variables. Step through them. No, Sam, please. Stick to the subject matter. We're talking about the black swan. We've made the measurement. What are these variables that are a problem?
Two things. First one has to do with let me find it right here. Yeah. Okay, perfect. There's two things. First one has to do with your observable versus your geometric horizon.
No, it doesn't.
Second thing has to do with
I just want to know what your problems are for you not being able to do that.
The issue is there's distortion. You don't know that the data that you're getting is truly right.
What distortion? Okay, hold on. Do you even know what the argument is about? Because if you're claiming distortion, that means that distortion must be affecting the argument. So the argument is a comparative, hold on, the argument is a comparative of where the horizon is in relationship to where the oil rigs are. Now, if you have a look at the refraction band, that's above the horizon, so it doesn't affect it. So tell me again how refraction is a problem.
What was my other point? Were you listening?
I'm waiting for your second point now, so first one, we'll kick that out the door.
My first point explains your response to
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Try again.
Your geometric horizon is sometimes different than your visible horizon.
So what you're saying is it's not geometric. So if it's not geometric, that means it's optical.
No.
You've just sold away your curve. Congratulations.
I haven't, right? You're coming.
So where is it then?
Can I explain? You're coming at it from the right point of view, right? You've probably calculated what you think you'll see, right? But the issue.
Okay, this is not a calculated what I think I'll see. This is the claim on the table is it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. At 1 foot elevation, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles.
Yes.
Right. Why is it not there?
There are a million factors as to why your visible horizon is sometimes different.
This is what we're trying to get out of you. The factors. Factor number one. Let's go through them.
What are the million factors?
Dude, you can
factor number one. Let's go through them.
Listen, you can take the exact same photo, and by the way, I've seen multiple different photos of this recreated black swan, right? You literally have taken it from the exact same spot.
Literally. Okay, so what's the problem with it then?
On most days.
You're just complaining about refraction. I've just grabbed your refraction and kicked it in the nuts. You've got no claim there.
What did you say to kick it in the nuts? I can show you.
That just shows you weren't even listening. You don't even have the intent, Sam. Sam, that tells us you don't even have the intent on listening. You're just here to preach.
No, I can show photos from the exact same location of your black swan photo, and it'll show different horizons because the visible horizon, it does not always match what the geometric horizon should be. There's distortion from the photos, and there's also atmospheric refraction.
There's distortion. So what are you saying? Refraction allows us to see further. Sam?
Was that a point?
Refraction allows us to see further, yes or no?
Refraction allows us to see below the curve, Sam?
No. Refraction allows us to see further, yes or no?
In the context of this argument, yes, I can link the article.
Excellent. So explain this then. When it loads.
Yes, sir.
So you're claiming refraction allows us to see further. That's awesome. Yeah, it's halfway loaded. There's two images coming. Shawing. Have a look at that. An inferior mirage running across the two of them. And the horizon is in front of the oil rigs. So your claim of refraction, allowing us to see further, is now null and void because it's shorter than where it should be.
Because of what? What's the difference in the second photo?
Your claim of refraction allowing us to see further is now null and void.
Because of what in the photo?
That is more refraction, bendy cranes and all, than the normal one, and we see shorter horizon distance.
Because your anecdotal photo bends to your perceived eye, you think that means that it should.
Hey, Sam.
Of atmospheric refraction. That's just a photo that's curvy and bendy. I can make that an AI right now if I wanted to. What are you talking about?
That's an actual film of the oil rigs. That's not AI or Photoshop or any shit like that.
Is it now?
Yeah, it's actual part of video footage.
So because I can draw a little lines on the
Sam,
photo,
let's just talk about your claim of refraction. This is you trying to make this non-falsifiable. So I've still got my globe because he can't falsify it. Stop doing that shit, kid. Stop making up stupid excuses. That there is refraction, and it's a fucking good example of it.
A
really good example of it.
Oh my god.
The horizon is in front of the oil rigs. Still further than where it should be, just to add insult to injury.
I'm an expert on refraction and how it affects cameras and the specific camera you're using and what happens if you zoom.
Oh, so now this is you making excuses to try and swim out of it. Sam,
I'm not.
You're neck deep in shit and you don't even know which way to go.
The typical effect of atmospheric refraction is you can see 7 to 50.
You're looking at it. I've just put 2 images up for you, son.
Oh my god. If we can't agree...
He's not going to help you.
Hey, who's speaking? If we can't agree on a photo that truly shows atmospheric refraction, then what's the point?
So you're telling me one of those 2 photos I put up there does not, in any way, shape, and or form, show atmospheric refraction. That's what you're claiming.
What do you think? Do I need to say it again?
From what I've heard so far, you seem to think that it's modified, that it's photoshopped. Oh, I can do that myself in Photoshop right now.
I don't think that it's photoshopped. Do you want to know why? It doesn't have to be. There's too many variables. It could have to do with the camera.
So now you're back to variables again. Sam, is there refraction in those images? Yes or no?
Obviously not.
You're a fucking idiot. You shouldn't be in this conversation.
Hey, define atmospheric refraction, buddy.
How about you define it, since it's you lot that claim it all the time?
Define it and how it affects the photo, because you're the expert of this photo. Explain to me the link.
Define it. Okay. You can't have. Hey, I'll define it for you. You cannot have atmospheric refraction without proving curvature first. How's that for a definition? Because of the fact that there's a R value required in the formula to get your atmospheric refraction. So when you turn up with an R value that's measured, proven, validated, and repeatable, then we can continue the conversation.
By R, are we referring to radius? What are we referring to?
If you want your atmospheric refraction, you've got to get measured curvature. Run along and get it.
Oh, you got me. What are you talking about? The definition of atmospheric refraction is that you can literally see distance 7.
How do you calculate it? Okay, fuck the definition. I'm going to give you your atmospheric refraction. Now, how do you calculate for it?
Let me look up the exact calculation and how it works.
And when he finds a little R there, he'll wonder where the R comes from, and then he'll be like, oh, shit.
R equals 1.02 divided by tan H. I mean, I don't know.
What was that letter? What was that letter again? What was the letter again?
R standing for refraction, buddy.
No, that stands for radius, dumbass. Where'd you get the radius from?
Okay, dude, you might be. Hey, can someone step in for this guy? R means refraction. R is equal to.
No, R in this context means radius. You don't have that yet.
No.
He's not going to help you. We've already told you that.
Wait, can I explain to everybody what the formula is? Right? Can I explain it? And then you can respond.
You can.
Yeah, you can respond. I'll
Would you like to talk to someone else? Because obviously you're struggling with me.
I'm not. You're just retarded and don't know the difference between R and what. And R can stand for radius or refraction.
Struggling with Maury.
It's a variable. Let me explain the definition to everybody.
What about Maury?
Sam, send a photo of the equation you're talking about.
Yeah.
In chat later.
Yeah. It's on my other thing. I'll look it up here and send it. This is gonna be so funny.
Amazing. Refraction. I put up a photo that's even more refracted than the original one, and oh no, that's not refraction, and you've
expert in refraction, away from it. Ladies and gentlemen, expert in refraction right here, and how it looks on camera photo.
Oh, I don't have to be an expert. I've just got to do 5 seconds worth of research to know more than you.
Yeah, that a photo's squiggly.
You still think R stands for refraction?
Dude, I'm literally
that's the level. That is the level of incompetence we get coming into this room. Kids coming in going, "Oh, R stands for refraction."
R is equal to the equation.
Yo, Sam, before you argue back, can you just send the equation so you can prove that R doesn't equal radius?
New tabs. It was on my iPad. I can't put it on Discord. Discord's not downloaded on my iPad.
Okay, so now there's an excuse that you can't send the equation.
I'm sending it right now.
Yeah, refraction equals R.
No, refraction is equal to an equation. Refraction parentheses R.
And what's the equation? That's the bit we want to know. The
1.02 divided by tan parentheses H plus 10.3 divided by H plus 5.11. There's no R in that equation, buddy.
What do you have to say about Jedi?
Crickets, Mike. Crickets.
Yeah, are you gonna say something, flat earthers, or what?
When he posts his proof, that's what we're waiting for.
He just said the
Purdue
equation.
University, by the way.
Yeah, but look, we don't even know if he can read or not, so if he just posts it, that'll be safer for him.
Fault, Professor.
Dun 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 dun.
How do I send a photo? I put Control S of the copy of the file. I'm not a Discord user. Why can't I copy and paste it? The file. How do you send files? I'm in the right tab. I press plus. I can send the link to the website if that would be easier. Would that be easier? Am I muted?
No, you're not muted. We can.
I don't know how to
hear
send
you.
files. I promise I'm not trying to waste time.
Why can't you just take a screenshot?
No, I did. I did Control Shift S and I pressed copy, but when I press paste, it's not
Hold on.
pasting.
What level is he? He's a level 2. No, he probably doesn't have the skills yet. You got to be a level 3 apprentice.
Hey, send the image to me and I'll send it because I have perms.
Yeah, or DM me.
Keith or
Yes,
I'll do
yeah.
it. I'll do one of y'all. Yeah. Is it Zodiac 4 to 420? Is that the person?
That's me.
Okay, bet. And I'll send the. All right. See if that sends. Might be low quality, but hopefully. I can send the article as well if you want. Whatever's easier for you all.
All right, it's inside chat. Sam's equation for atmospheric refraction.
Oh, so it's a modified one. Times pi divided by 180, so half a circle. So why are they assuming half a circle?
To account for degrees. That's how you calculate degrees. You multiply something by pi and divide it by
you're
180.
begging the question. You're inserting a fucking circle into the equation.
No, in the same way that you guys assume a circle.
Yeah, no. You're inserting the circle into the equation. Why don't you just use Snell's law? What's wrong with that? Taylor told you about that earlier.
In both examples, we assume, right? Because whenever you guys sent the thing,
You assume what? You assume it's a sphere. That's not good. You don't know it's a sphere yet, remember? You haven't done those measurements.
Ban, were you one of the people that said that you went to the oil rig and observed it, or was that Jaeger? Who was that?
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
What accent do I have, and where are the oil rigs?
Well, the oil rigs are...
Jaeger. Yes or no? Jaeger?
Yeah. What's up?
Jaeger, yes or no? Whenever you did your calculations, and I know you already sent this in the chat. I'm not trying to catch you in a gotcha. What did you assume? Which data points from NASA did you use? What did you assume using the data points from NASA?
The Jedi already sent the equations for you. Did he not send you the equations?
No, I'm asking you, what did you assume? I know what you assumed. I want you to answer it out loud so they know I'm not lying. What was in the NASA data? What was assumed by degree switch? By each degree, what was assumed? Because Ben doesn't like that I'm using degrees, right? But we have to remember that you also used degrees whenever you did the oil thing, right? Because you were trying to calculate what you thought the geometric distance was.
No. What you're not understanding, Sam, is we assumed it was a ball. We're given mathematics from the ball model.
Right, and it disproves
that you adhere to. So we're using that particular mathematics to calculate where the horizon should be.
I agree. Yes.
Excellent.
I agree.
And what's happening is we're measuring the distance to the horizon and it's not where it should be.
Correct. And does atmosphere...
Excellent. That means the horizon, when tested, is beyond where it should be. Yes. You're claiming the cause of this effect relationship is refraction.
Yes.
Now, when we do the calculations for the refraction, you don't have enough. That's the problem, dude.
And you did these calculations, buddy.
It's been done multiple times, pal.
I love how you got mad that it multiplied by.
I'm not mad. I've just got a mad, loud voice. Seriously.
That's okay. That's fine.
Like it normally operates like 78 decibels and up.
That's valid.
Don't feel bad. That's loud.
Okay. But I guess my issue is I don't even know why we went on this side tangent about me asking.
It was you making an excuse. What it is for some reason Globers need to make the ball unfalsifiable for whatever reasons. Whether they had aspirations of being a fucking rocketeer when they were a kid, who knows what their reasons are. A lot of guys seem to have this necessity to make things unfalsifiable. And if it's unfalsifiable, I can't take the globe off you. When you go out and test for this globe that's supposed to be there, it's not there, dude.
I don't
That's
care
the
about your
problem.
rant because
and there's multiple ways. There's multiple ways you can test it. Whether you're testing light intensity and you find out that the intensity given from that little ball of fire in the sky isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. Whether you go and measure directly for curvature. Who cares how you do it? Whether you use a theodolite or lasers. It doesn't matter. None of them show curvature.
No, but Sam, the point is that, using NASA's equations, that I just posted again in side chat, using NASA's equations, that is assuming that the Earth is a ball.
Correct.
When you check that with observations.
With your observations. Yes, I agree. You're right. You're right.
The math doesn't check out. It is not. It does not prove curvature. It disproves curvature.
Whenever you made your own anecdotal.
Okay, let's go this through step by step. Because Sam's struggling.
Did you account
and again, see, why do you throw refraction in there? Refraction's going to give you, at best, 10%. The formula to work out the Jaeger, silence. Sam, the formula to work out where the horizon is. The square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22 or 1.225 if you want to be more accurate. Now, you add 10% onto that, it takes you up to 1.34. So do the formula again. 1 foot high, square root of that is 1, times 1.34 equals 1.34 miles. You are still well short of the 10 miles that the horizon is, and that's being generous.
Yeah, but they're all flat Earth measurements anyway, what you're talking about. That's calculated from flat Earth.
So even with calculating refraction, Sam, and again, being generous, like Ban said, the observations still disprove curvature.
How do you know that? Did you account for refraction whenever you had your own?
We just did.
Example?
Wait, Sam, listen carefully. No, we just added it. Sam, I just did the calculations for you live on air, and you're saying, did you account for refraction? We just added it in, bro.
No, but Ben, can I explain the example for Jaeger? Let's pretend, and please, for this thought exercise.
Is he a bit slow on the uptake or something?
My favorite thing about you, Ben, is you don't let me. I know exactly what you're saying. I know that you're saying, listen, I'll explain what you're saying. Let me know if I have it correct, right? You're saying that even if you account for atmospheric refraction, it's basically not giving enough for me to support my argument, right? It doesn't
even if we're accounting for refraction.
You understand.
Yes, I understand, right? And now
even if we're accounting for refraction, you can still see objects many, many, many more miles than you should be able to see if the Earth was a curved globe.
Correct, right. So whenever you were seeing your whatever it was, an oil rig, right? Whenever you went to you tested it yourself, correct?
I've tested oil rigs. I've tested
whatever you tested. Yeah, I'm not going to assume whatever you tested, right?
I've tested many different objects
under the assumption that atmospheric refraction, right, was working in whatever the most generous capacity it can, because we're not going to be unrealistic about it. Did you calculate that percepted height, what you thought it would be, including atmospheric refraction, and compare it to what you literally saw? No.
Well, if you're assuming refraction, hey Sam, think about it. Sam, stop talking. Here's Sam standing out in a paddock. He's got the latest and greatest theodolite, the best that money can buy. If you're claiming refraction is everywhere, how do you know you're aiming at what you're aiming at? You may as well throw your observation in the shithouse.
What are you talking about? Like, if you're aiming for an oil rig,
you're looking through a theodolite. You are observing the oil rig. Now, if you're going to be accounting for refraction, when you looked at that oil rig, there'd be wavy shit going on everywhere. How do you know that you are looking at exactly what you're aiming at? Because of this refraction stuff.
You can't empirically
Wouldn't it be messing up your observation in the first place?
Yeah,
and if that's the case, and it's so bad, what the fuck are you even doing there? You'd throw the towel in and come back another day.
Yeah, but the point is, you don't necessarily know the atmospheric refraction. Like, you can't technically tell.
Yeah, but Sam, if it's that bad and it's so extreme, you are going to see Fata Brumosa, Fata Morgana, inverted images. You will see that. It doesn't magically appear after you take the photo. You will see it on the day. If the refraction at the levels that you're claiming are actually there, doing what it is doing, you will throw the towel in because you won't be able to see the image. It'll be all wobbly and shit. You'll be able to see that in real time. That is the issue that you can't comprehend. If you're seeing that on the day, you're not taking measurements, brother. Because it's so fucking hard to see through. And you're sitting there going, but you're not accounting for it, but you're not accounting for it. Mate, if it's that bad, you're not even going to do the job in the first place.
Ban, may I respond?
Please make it part of the conversation because at the moment you're pretending I'm not talking.
I'm not pretending I'm not talking. This is the one thing that I need to say to disprove your argument. What was the wordage that you use whenever you talk about seeing atmospheric refraction? What did you say? Wiggling, wobbling? I don't want to misquote you. Repeat what you said.
No, thank you. That means you weren't fucking listening. And now you're going to laugh because you've just realised you've shot yourself down.
Nope. Let me explain. I was trying to catch you and got you, but I'll just say it regardless because it's true either way. Wiggling and wobbling. Nope. That's not what atmospheric refraction does. What it actually does is lifts
bullshit, it fucking doesn't.
Upward. It lifts objects upward. Look it up.
I take photos of this shit for something to do.
Anyone can look it up. Look it up right now on your own. What does atmospheric refraction do visually? It lifts objects upward. It doesn't angle.
And also it makes objects appear down. Hey, look, how about we'll check this out. I'll just post a few things here. AMS. Right, these are all the cool things that refraction can do when they line up here. This will keep you entertained for a while. Is it AMS?
Problem is, guys, you're all skipping past the fact that the distance to the oil rigs have already been measured, and that's a linear distance called miles. It's also got a height above sea level. That's the horizontal 0-degree baseline that we use for all elevation profiles on Earth. So the distance to it and the height above sea level is flat Earth prerequisites. End of story.
He's got a point, Sam. Miles is calculated flat and linear.
And height is height is in reference to a level baseline.
Yeah, a level baseline. Yeah.
So Earth's flat.
Do you think? Would you think?
Place, mate.
Correct, but let's look at the
Correct. Yeah.
Correct. Let's look at the.
Correct. It's flat. Yeah. Correct. It's flat.
What's the distance that they used in the equation? The NASA distance. What's the equation? Someone said square root something.
It doesn't matter about that. The oil rigs are on
Answer
maps.
The question. Answer the question.
You've seen a map, have you?
Answer the question. What's the equation?
I'm not talking about.
It doesn't matter what the equation is. Look in the side chat, kid.
What is the equation?
I'm interested.
It doesn't matter, Sam. Look in the side chat. Sorry, one deck.
Sorry.
These are all different refraction effects. It doesn't just make things jump up. Up,
in the
down,
case of the
squashes
oil rig,
things, stretches
things.
things.
The Black Swan, it did. And there's proof in articles. Look it up. In the case of the
Black Swan, BLACK. This is the original Black Swan. 3, 2, 1. Where's the one with the Modus Tollens? There. Loading. There's the original Black Swan. The horizon, crystal clear in the background. The refractive bands are clearly above the horizon. There is nothing affecting the horizon there. The oil rigs are there for demarcation only. Nothing more.
You're only saying that it caused looming because it breaks the globe geometry. You don't have any other evidence. So your evidence of the Earth, your evidence of refraction is it looking flat and not matching the globe. That's poor argument, man.
Wait, so Sam, respond to what Ban just said about the Black Swan photo he just posted.
I'm finding the photo online.
It's in the side chat. You don't have to really go online. It's right there. That's the original one.
Yeah, but just as I would show an image, I want to make sure that I can find it on my own and confirm that it truly is 9.
Would you like the associated video that goes with it?
No, I want that specific article, like where you found the yellow text, the green text.
Oh, really? I don't think you want to go there.
No, what's the evidence that the
Black Swan is important, right? I'm not going.
What's the evidence that the rigs are lifted up? What's the evidence that the type of refraction you're talking about is in that oil rig image, in the Black Swan image? What's your evidence that everything's being lifted up? What's your evidence?
Check it out. Definition.
Yeah, what's your evidence? Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say the definitions are above it from AMS. So whether he wants to go for inferior, Fata Morgana, stooping, towering, I don't care which one he goes for. The definitions are there. So let's have a look at the image. You're claiming it's what? Looming? Sinking? Superior Mirage? Which one are you going to go for?
And why are you saying it?
Listen, this all can be thrown out.
I want to know why you're saying it. I want to know why you're saying it.
Listen, because I want to make sure. Please tell me if I'm incorrect. Okay. Once again, I'm not a closed-minded guy. I'm willing to change my opinions. Okay. Let's just calm this down, right?
No, I just want to know why you're saying that there's that type of refraction.
Do we know for a fact that platform habitat and platform hill house are at the correct distances, and that the observer height is the correct distance, and that the photo was taken perfectly flat?
Yes.
According to a hostile witness, yes.
According to a what?
A hostile witness that you would have to agree with.
A witness,
Google.
yeah.
That I would have to.
Google's the hot. Oh well, okay. So you're saying that it's not based on the globe? You don't agree with Google's measurements?
No. I'm not. I'm saying, like, show me the data and the proof that photo was taken in that exact spot, so that I know for sure that
it's not a photo, kid. Hey Sam, it's not a photo. It's one frame out of video footage.
The oil rig thing, that's from a video?
Yeah, that's video. That's one frame out of video footage.
Correct.
You know when I asked you if you wanted
the video taken? Where was the video taken exactly? Like where specifically was marked the exact longitude, latitude, position in the Earth? Where was that video taken? And let me see physically.
Can I ask you a question? Do you scrutinize ball planes with as much veracity as you do this?
Sam, what kind of question is that? Like, is there a human being that's 100 feet tall that's taking the photo 100 feet tall? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? If you're on the beach, on the ocean reaches level. Water reaches level.
No, all I want to know is where was the photo taken? I don't think that's an unfair, because I just want to make sure that this isn't. I trust y'all. Your good point, but I want to make sure that this photo isn't under the guise.
Santa Barbara, it's not a photo. It's film. It's a video.
Taken from the
Miramar.
It's taken from
Miramar Beach.
Okay,
Miramar Beach.
That's great. That's good information. I appreciate it.
It's taken from the sand beach.
It was taken from the beach?
Yep, from the sand.
Let me find the video online. Black Swan thing.
I think that's amazing. He's going to go looking for the video when it was offered to him. I love it.
You can send it to me. That's okay.
Oh, too late now. You said no thanks. You still want it or not? I can go and get it for you.
Listen, boys, this is not, a vicious argument, right? I'm willing to open, you know what I mean?
I think you, as soon as we point it out.
Because the same scrutiny that y'all would have towards, like, a NASA video, right?
No, reverse that. The same scrutiny that you're applying on us, apply it to your ball model and see how you go. You're going to come out of that hating us. I'll tell you that now.
But do you apply the same scrutiny to your flat model? But I don't think you guys have a model.
No, we don't have a flat model.
Sam, what we're talking about.
This is Sam. This is how it works.
Or is that not the point?
You were taught something at school, whether it was taught in imperial or metric. No one gives a shit. You were taught the Earth is a very specific thing, a sphere. Yeah. You were taught that it has very specific numbers: radius, diameter, circumference. Okay. Go and test for those. That's all you have to do. This is not you arguing against flat earthers because you think they're fucking stupid or they drag their knuckles when they walk. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with it. This is testing the claim that you were sold at school. That's all we're doing. We're going out and testing the claim that we were given at school.
Yeah.
The numbers that we're getting from our measurements don't match what we were taught at school.
So maybe you should call yourself maybe flat earthers if you don't know if the Earth is actually flat.
Well, if there's no curvature, what would you call it?
Well, you should just call yourself maybe flat earthers. Like,
planar?
You can't prove that.
No, you've misinterpreted anything that was said. You've misinterpreted. You misunderstand what he said. You misunderstand what he said.
Yeah, I understand what he said.
No, you misunderstood.
Because every country is lying about the shape of the Earth.
No.
Well, he said
do
there's
know.
no curvature, but
It's
that's not the
knowledge.
claim.
It's
the claim
knowledge.
is there's
It's
no
my
observable
knowledge, it's
curvature
your
from the
knowledge, it's
Earth.
Maybe you should change
everybody's
your name to
knowledge.
maybe flat earthers.
No,
Can we be
it's
precise
knowledge.
about what the claim is by flat earthers? It said
Shut
there's no
up,
visible
bro.
curvature from the surface. That's
Oh my god.
Hey, I'll be back in
Shut
5.
up, Henry.
I'm watching the video.
So
right
go
now.
ahead. Go ahead. You misunderstood anything he said. He did not
Now-
give you the indication that he has doubt.
Sam, which video
I
are
can
you
have
watching?
doubts
Can you
about-
flip it in side chat for us?
But
Just
Sorry,
in
did
case
someone
you're
say
watching the
something? I
wrong
didn't
one.
hear. Someone said
Yeah,
something?
can you post the video you're watching in side chat? Because there's quite a few videos on it, and yeah. Anyways, there's a really cool nighttime one. There's another.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I been
daytime
muted
one.
this whole time? Have I been muted this whole time? Sorry.
I don't know. Have you?
I've been looking
Yeah,
for it.
just-
Yeah, I can't quite find the video. I might need help. You might have to send something to me or something.
Hold on, I'll go into my file pile and I'll drag it out for you.
But yeah, keep saying what y'all were saying. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I just want to watch and stuff.
Why is everyone quiet? What happened?
Dumb cunt run out of fuel.
There you go, Sam. Side chat.
Yep. Boys, I'm not gonna lie. Right before you sent that video, I just started watching. This could be like a confirmation bias type video, but it was like quote unquote debunking the Black Swan. Should I watch? Should I send it in?
Yeah,
chat
you
or-
might want to actually look at those claim debunkings.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like you're more of an expert on this. Would it be worth me giving it to you and you're seeing your response, or is that stupid?
Which one is it, Professor Dave?
Probably seen it.
No, it's called because I looked up if you go on YouTube, Black Swan oil rig video. That's all I looked up, and it was the top video. It was from Blueprint.
Yeah, seen it.
Yeah, so I guess summarize it for me. Like, why is he? Actually,
It's just an appeal to refraction, and their evidence that refraction is the cause is that they just know the Earth is a globe. So any observation that of this nature is just refraction. That's their argument. Because the Earth has to be a globe. It has to be, right? It's got to be. They're not going back on that stance. This isn't going to falsify it for them. So they're just going to make up an ad hoc excuse.
Yeah.
As to why it doesn't fit globe geometry. And like Matrix pointed out, because they'll say, do you deny there's refraction, right? And like Matrix pointed out, oh, well, what type of refractive effect is taking place here then? They'll have to be specific and say it's looming, right? Even though it doesn't even match the definition of looming visually, right? And, right, why are they saying that? Because they can see the oil rigs and because the horizon is beyond the oil rigs. That's why they're invoking looming. Not because they can see obviously that it's looming, not because they measured anything in the image that indicates that it's looming. Nothing. That just because it looks flat. Just because it goes against their geometry, their claim geometry, that's all it is. Their proof of refraction is how flat the Earth looks.
Yeah. To the expert on the, well, I guess not expert, but you said the things earlier, ban. In this video, it mentioned this thing called Fata Morgana. Why is that irrelevant in this case? Just curious. Like, genuinely curious. And you might be muted, but yeah, you might be sure if that is. All right, I'll move on. I'll keep watching the video for now.
Thanks for unmuting me, whoever did that. It was very nice of you.
Keep your tongue in. We've already run out of cloths.
I thought I was making a good point when I got muted, but
No, you probably got muted because you're talking through someone else again. But that's alright. You'll get used to it.
All right, boys. Good dialogue. I'll be back probably soon, but I gotta go right now.
Sam, you did a great job.
Hey, Floundering, shut up for a second before he runs away. I just posted up a whole heap of other shit for you, Sam, so check those laser tests out.
Yeah, where is that? I couldn't find it. I saw the alert, but I didn't.
Just scroll up. There's a whole lineup of them.
Oh, in the chat.
Side chat. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Take your tag so you can find it. So.
Yeah. I see it. Okay. Yeah.
Cool. Cheers, man.
All right. Cheers. Peace out.
I think Sam did great. I think the Flurfs got owned this morning.
Yeah, that's why Sam left, because he's realised that he's just got himself in a pickle.
Yes.
Floundering for not
Well,
noticing
the conversation was never finished, so nobody won.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, because Sam had a little bit of a look into it. That's why he left so quietly.
Yeah.
There wasn't much of a fight when he went out, was there?
I was thinking the same thing, Ben. I was thinking that we planted a seed in Ben. Or not Ben, Sam.
Oh, what the fuck are you talking about?
What are you planting seeds in people, you fucking pervert?
Bro, you know what the fuck I meant?
No, I didn't, bro. That was weird.
That's disgusting.
So, Floundering, why don't you bring up a topic?
I brought up a few. They got hand waved away, so.
Nah, ban the cognitive dissonance in Sam was hitting hard there.
Well, now that Sam is gone, you can talk about it.
Yeah, but he dumpstered you guys about refraction.
So does anybody? So am I under the opinion that you guys are skeptical of the spirit? I can't even speak today. But you guys are agnostic on the ball Earth or globe Earth, right?
You can say
Can
it.
we try that? Can we try that again?
So
just
all you got to do is
do you guys believe the Earth is flat? Yes or no?
No, we don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat.
So what do you guys believe then? You just like globe agnostic?
He's just saying that they don't believe it, that they know it's true, as opposed to like thinking it's true.
Go ahead.
Okay,
do you believe?
If you don't believe that the Earth is a sphere, right? So then, what evidence can you prove? Or wait, hold on. Can you prove that it's like? Well, what do you think it is if it's not a sphere?
Do you believe the Earth
is? It's a globe. What do you think it is?
It's
yes, I want to answer because it seems like nobody wants to answer that.
It's planar. Do I need to draw it with fucking crayons?
Yes, talk to me like I'm a fourth grader learning about,
Well, he answered.
about science.
He answered you several times, and you just continued on as if he never said anything.
I wasn't even listening because you guys have
Little Hova, do you believe the Earth is a globe, Little Hova?
Well, I'd advise if you have questions to make sure you listen.
What you believe in? I don't.
No, I'm asking what you believe.
I'm an empty vessel. and I want to learn what you guys believe in.
He's empty, all right.
I don't think you're an empty vessel. Do you believe the Earth is a globe? Be honest.
No, it's not about what I believe.
It is about what you believe.
No, just talk to me like...
It is about what you believe because you're in here questioning our beliefs.
Little Hope, just entertain his
feelings.
No, because I'm tired of this endless critique on like the globe Earth, right? So,
wait. You're tired of a critique about something that you believe, but you expect...
No, I don't believe... no, I'm a flat earther. I believe the Earth is flat. Now, I don't have any proof of that. Now, I'm asking you guys to prove me, to show me that the Earth is flat.
You're bad faith. If you can't even admit that you're a globe Earth,
about how flat it is.
How do you know he's a globe Earth?
I'm agnostic. I don't believe one way or the other.
Yeah, all right. What about how flat it is?
No. What I'm thinking, Little Hovey, all you're saying is that you want to critique our beliefs. You want to critique our beliefs without having to defend yours.
No, but you guys you don't actually give me anything to like critique. That's the issue.
Well, there's a whole pile of laser tests in the side chat. I'll get a timestamp for you so you can scroll back and have a look. Posted up 42 minutes past the hour.
One guy showed me a model of the map of the U.S.
Are you at least going to address what I'm talking about? Timestamp 8:42 or 42 minutes past the hour. Go there, scroll down. A whole pile of laser tests. Maybe you can argue about those after you've had a little browse through them.
I think he needs to be able to say spherical first. Can you say spherical?
Spherical.
Close enough.
Spherical.
It's probably easier if you just say ball tard.
So we're just ball denier. What are we like?
So for us to discuss this, Little Hove.
Just tell me what you guys believe in. Are you guys
right? So for us to discuss this, though, do you even understand the globe model?
A little.
How about?
I'm a little rusty.
Go ahead, Little Hove. Here's an idea. Why don't you ask us why we believe it's flat?
All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, what?
Why do I have to ask? Just go ahead, bro.
Why we think it's flat? It's because it's measured that
just
way.
Go ahead.
It's because when we measure for the curvature that's supposed to be there, we can't find it.
Okay, so is there a model that you guys can show me other than just saying it's flat?
When we go to measure for the curvature that's supposed to be there, we can't find it. Nowhere in that did I mention anything about a model.
give you one.
Yes, but to
Elevation
prove this,
profiles.
you have to have like,
Elevation
models to
profiles.
show like why the sun.
Yes. Bro, do you know how to shut up when someone's talking and trying to answer your
Bro, I
question?
was no. Hold on. He
So
stopped talking.
shut
What the fuck are you
up
talking about?
and listen, because I'm attempting to answer your question. Do you understand me? I'm starting to doubt the space between your head is filled with anything. Between your ears.
Yeah, I said I
Now
was
listen.
an empty vessel. I just want to talk about the
Okay.
flat
All right. I'm going to
I'm an
tell
empty
you.
vessel.
How does an elevation profile sound? How does elevation profile sound for a
I
model?
want to learn about the flat Earth. Go ahead and teach me.
Yeah, elevation profiles. That would be determination of topography with consideration to a flat horizontal baseline. You've never seen one before?
Nope.
No. Okay. Maybe I can find you one. I'll post an example.
Wait, I'll take his bait. So you're asking us why we believe in the flat Earth model, or not flat Earth model, but why we believe the Earth is flat. But you won't answer why you believe the Earth is a globe, right, Little Hope?
Yeah, I'm agnostic on it.
Okay.
You guys convinced me. I'm agnostic.
So I step outside, and it feels like to me the Earth is stationary. It doesn't feel like it's moving in a ball. What does it feel like when you step outside?
Yeah, it feels like it's stationary.
Okay, so do you believe the Earth is flat?
Not just off of that.
Well, what else do you need?
Like an actual model showing like where the sun's at like a certain time.
Oh, wait. Oh, so what you're saying is that you need somebody else to tell you what is true or false? You need someone else who's smarter than you to tell you it's true or false? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he would. Exactly. Hey, bro, I was under a misunderstanding. I thought you meant a model of flatness of flat Earth. I didn't realize you wanted a model of the entire universe and everything, because we're just talking about the surface. No. We're just talking about the surface. No. We're just talking about the surface. No. We're just talking about the surface. The geometry of the surface that we live on. Right?
Okay.
It's an examination and investigation of the surface we live on. It's not an attempt to explain what the fucking sun is, or the moon is, or why there's eclipses, or why there's seasons, or any of the other fucking shit that you and your fucking dumb ass fucking cunt friends have been in here all day demanding. How many times do we have to get it through to you guys and your thick fucking skulls what flat Earth means? Yeah, I'm sick of you bastards. Sick of it. I'm over this game. I know you're LARPing. It's a sea lining attempt that has been exposed. You're done, bro.
Okay, so just point me to a real flat Earther.
No, you're going on mute. I'm not interested.
Coming in here doesn't stop hearing you, darling.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
Can I make a point?
I don't think you've.
I don't valid.
Okay. Yesterday was Pascha, and I had a really good time. Christ is risen.
So Floundering, will you answer my question I asked you like 3 times earlier?
No, I don't answer questions.
Based.
He's just a troll. Has Floundering ever not been a troll?
I'm not trolling.
No, that's just.
I actually think he doesn't
His
answer
name sums it all up. Look at his name, Floundering. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, the name is ironic, dude.
It's definitely not ironic. Yeah, Ban. I thought we made Sam really think about some things there. I don't know. What do you think?
Sam went out pretty quiet, which is a good thing. So that means he actually thought about it, which is more than I can say for a few others. But anyways,
what are you guys pro flat Earth?
What are you anti flat Earth?
I'm kind of like I'm like agnostic.
Oh my god, no, you're not. Okay.
No, I am.
Why are you agnostic?
I'm just like on the fence. Yeah, I just need evidence.
Why are you on the fence?
Because it's like, who's to say? Like, who really knows?
So,
well, why don't we just measure it and get an answer?
Yeah, but didn't they? I mean, like going up into space, isn't that an answer? But then you'll say it's
that's
fake
not. That's not measuring what we're talking about. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
I can measure it with my eyeballs.
Well, you can. You can go and do observations.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into space and look down.
So no. You don't have to go to space. The claim on the table is we're supposed to be, Davey. The claim on the table is we're supposed to be on a sphere, correct? True, false?
Yeah.
Yeah, true, yeah, false.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that as a yes. So if that's the claim, they also tell us the numbers at school. Radius of 3,959 miles. So if these conditions are true, then we should be able to calculate distance to the horizon based upon our elevation above this so-called sphere. So if we're 1 foot high, the formula to work it out, square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.225 or 1.22.
Yeah, I really don't know about like all this like math stuff, but like
yeah, that's great. You don't have to know about it. You didn't have to comment on it.
Just go
you didn't have to comment on the maths and stuff. And troll, go away. Why did you just have the necessity to talk through this math stuff and then divert straight off to Artemis bullshit? Nobody cares, dude. Well, you've just proven it to everyone that you weren't here for a good faith conversation or to learn anything. For someone who's another agnostic clown. There seems to be a common trend. All the agnostic ones are the Muppets. Maybe you should come in here and just say, I'm a diehard globetard and I just want to be a friggin' idiot.
Is Keith a troll?
If all these numbers match up, mate, we should be able to measure this curvature quite simply. It's not rocket surgery. All you kids seem to think that this is some exceptionally hard task. It's actually quite easy.
No, Banhammer, they claim it's a hard task when the evidence disproves curvature. Then it becomes super complicated.
Well, then they just throw excuses out there to make it non-falsifiable. And the most common excuse is refraction. They just blurted out. Oh, the last idiot blurted it out and did a runner and got away with it. No, he got away with it because he ran away, not because he blurted it out. You missed that bit. You aren't too sharp at putting 2 and 2 together. So, Davey, are you going to be a human now or are you just going to be a clown again?
I mean, I feel like I can't even speak. I feel like you're very emotional, very defensive.
No, I'm not emotional. This is just me on a regular day.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I just don't know how you can just discount the people that actually went into space unless you think that's just all a big hoax. If you just want to say that out of the gate, then that's fine.
Let's just see how you're going to do this. How are you going to verify? Why are you fucking talking through me again, dude? That's why you got muted in the first place. Okay, we'll just mute you. That's easy. Question to you, with your so-called space guys, how are you going to verify for the good panel that those guys actually went to where was claimed they went? How are you going to do that for us? It's your turn to talk now. Davey, hello?
Oh,
given the opportunity to answer.
Tantrum? Are you done your tantrum?
That wasn't a tantrum. That was a question.
I respect the room here. I mean, I posed a question to
Dave is the usual suspect. He does this in every room he goes to. He just yaps. Just striving to be annoying.
Davey, go away. If you're not going to be here in good faith, mate, you're not. You're just a clown show. You're claiming that your spacemen are proof. All I want you to do is verify, validate, or prove that your spacemen actually went to space. How are you going to do that? This is your last opportunity. You're going to get red flagged again. Just mess it up.
Well,
how are you going to verify this?
I just want to clarify out of the gate.
No, there's no clarification required. You're the one that needs to clarify how you're going to prove that these gentlemen and lady went to where they claim to have gone to. How are you going to prove that to us? Because the TV said so? And you're happy just to be a believer?
Baby, it's 6 o'clock.
So, Davey, the answer is you can't prove it. Can you concede that?
I can actually refute that. You can prove it because people went into space and they witnessed it. And
that's a great claim. How are you going to back that up?
How can you prove that? Were you there?
That's true. I wasn't there. I wasn't the people that witnessed it. So you're saying? So you believe it's a hoax? You're saying?
So, Davey, check it out. Davey, check this out.
It might be a hoax.
No, I didn't insinuate anything about your claim other than you can't back it up. Davey, shut up, or you're going to get muted. Okay, let's just zip your silence. He's going to learn eventually. I don't know if it's going to be today, but he will learn. So, Davey, check it out. About 400,000 people witnessed a rocket go up into the sky. It went up, it dumped its boosters off the side, and it sailed off into the distance. Now,
It's okay.
Taylor, mute yourself.
Taylor, why do you hot mic so much?
If you're up,
Be careful, Taylor. You probably don't want to make horrible sounds in here.
She doesn't know she's talking right now. She can't hear us.
Yeah, we might just do that for our own safety. If she wants being unlocked, she'll just punch a message up there. So, Davey, your little rocket took off, flew up into the sky, dumped its boosters, leant over and flew out of visual range. Outside of that initial rocket taking off, leaning over and flying out of visual range, you have absolutely no verifiable proof of what that rocket may or may not have done. Nobody does.
So, Davey, you're unmuted, Davey. Why are you typing in chat now? You're unmuted.
Probably safer for him.
So he's trying to just get us to say that he wants us to claim that the all of space is a hoax. That's what he wants us to claim.
Well, I wanted to show us that
is
it's real.
Is it or no? I'm just confused. Is it or no?
Well, I've not questioned that. All I'm questioning
I'm asking you just
outside of you haven't answered my question.
Is it or no? Okay.
How about I just go quiet so we don't have to listen to your fucking stupidity?
Hello.
What adults do.
Hey guys,
adults do. They have coherent conversations. Don't just ignore the replies that were just said to them. He asked you first, "What is your proof that people went into the cosmic black
this
void?"
Gregory guy hates me. He always overtalks me. Bam, can I ask you a question?
You just keep evading that question, Davey.
Yo, Bam, can I ask a question real quick, or can I give you guys some information that actually confirms?
Before you do anything, you better not have just said what I fucking thought you said.
What?
Whilst Gregory was talking.
What did I say?
If you said something naughty, I'd suggest you leave before someone yeets you.
So listen, the biggest evidence for flat Earth existing is satellites. If you Google an image of a satellite, there is no images of satellites in space. Absolutely zero. All of them are Photoshop. All of them are CGI. Not a single picture from space.
So how does Wild? Just question: how does no photograph of something prove something else? So if I go out my street, so check it out. If I go out into my street and I point my camera down the hill and I take a photo and there's no cars in there, does that prove that elephants exist in China?
No, but if satellites were in space...
Excellent. So how does no photos of something prove the shape of the ground?
So if there were satellites in space, why is there no images of satellites in space?
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground?
That's nothing to do with the shape of the ground. It's showing that
Okay, so like I'm saying, if you are in space, the satellites.
Because the reason I question that is right at the start. You said this is a mad flat Earth proof.
Yeah, it is.
Well, how does photographs of no satellites prove the shape of the ground?
The fact that the satellites is what most people use to prove that there's an orbit and that we're in space and that we orbit around a circle.
Oh, do you think satellites? Do you think that satellites prove curvature? No, they don't.
No, we believe that satellites prove orbits.
Well, an orbit just means to go around something. In nowhere in the word orbit does it mean the thing you're going around is a sphere. So you can have a flat plane and then draw a circle above it. So even now, hold your finger above your table and do a circle. That's an orbit.
You explain to me how everything in the world is a circle, but except for Earth is supposed to be a square. Explain that to me then. If your logic, this is your logic, right? Everything.
No, I never mentioned squares.
Stars are
Where the hell did that come from, dude?
Shut up.
Why is you not
Wild, slow down. Wild, slow down. This is 24/7 flat Earth, not 24 seconds flat Earth. Just slow down and think before you start yapping.
Exactly. I brought up an actual conspiracy of no satellites, and then you brought up.
Yeah, that's great. No. The reason I questioned you is because right at the very start, you said it's a flat Earth proof. A null photograph of something doesn't prove something else. Sorry, dude.
Okay, then you prove flat Earth to me. Then, in that same context, of that same understanding, there is no.
Why would no? You're misinterpreting. This is not an attack on you. I'm trying to help you, bro.
It's not an attack on me. It's an attack.
If you take a photograph of something, okay. If you take a photograph of your car, does that prove what color your house is? No, it does not, because they're not related.
Okay, so
things in the sky don't prove anything about the ground. So you saying that there is or is not photographs of something in the sky still doesn't prove the shape of the ground, bro.
Hold on. So the theory of a satellite is that it orbits the Earth, correct?
That's it. It's just a theory.
Okay, so do satellites orbit the Earth?
Okay. The problem is you don't understand what I mean by orbit.
You don't have to change the topic.
So hold on. You're spazzing out, dude.
Yeah.
Slow down. Let me just explain something to you again, because obviously it didn't sink in. When you say the word orbit, you have this idea that it must be going around a spherical item. This is not true. The word orbit just means to go around. You can draw a circle. Okay, if you walk around your city block, you are orbiting your city block. That doesn't mean you're going around a fucking sphere.
You understand how orbits work, right? Like the moon.
He's not even fucking... Bro, listen. Go for a fucking walk around your city block. That is an orbit. Does that mean your fucking city block is a sphere?
No. Does the moon orbit the
And he jumps to the moon.
Exactly, because it orbits. There's something that...
Wild. Honestly, bro. Gregory, can you translate? I can't simplify it any fucking less than that, man.
No, there's nothing to translate. Like Wildman and Davey, like you're not going to get any better replies from them. It doesn't matter how patient you are, how many chances you give them. Just stupid.
Wild.
There's short story that there's shit in the sky. Whoop-de-doo. They're not going around a ball Earth. They're not going around a ball Earth. Too bad.
Yeah, Wild.
So
Stop
sad.
talking about shit in the sky. Wild. The question is, the claim is that the Earth has curvature. So you can go and calculate curvature. So when you go and calculate curvature, it's disproven. With the own calculations that the globe model people give us.
Taylor's ready to be unmuted now.
So if you want to know if the Earth has curvature, why don't you just go calculate it yourself? Right? And that's why Davey's point is so fucking stupid. Because, Davey's not even here, so never mind.
Well, he's here, just not in the VC. He's chat skanking.
Nobody's ever seen an orbit, Wildman. Not one single time in history has anybody witnessed a thing in the sky go around something.
He seems to think, though, T-Dub, that the word orbit necessitates a sphere.
Orbits the Earth. What are you talking about?
No, nobody's ever witnessed that. That's
Even
not an
if you
observation.
have a flat Earth model, you would still need a moon to orbit it.
No. Nobody's ever seen an orbit occur.
So what is the moon? How does the moon work?
Don't know. It's just in the sky. It moves across the sky.
So I actually brought an actual thing that disproves the orbit, that disproves the round Earth, that just
What orbit? There is no orbit. Nobody's ever witnessed an orbit. Nobody has ever witnessed an orbit.
What about the moon? We watch it orbit every day.
No, you don't see it orbit. No, you see it move across the sky. That's what you see.
So how does it do that? Explain that to me.
I don't know. You tell me.
So you don't know how to explain to me how the moon moves across the sky, but me telling you that it orbits the Earth, it's going over your head.
No, it doesn't orbit. Nobody observes orbit. When did you see an orbit? When did you see an orbit?
Yeah, bro. Can somebody else ask the question? Because we already proved that the moon orbits the Earth, and you're just
when did you see it? When did you see an orbit?
Said, the moon moves across the sky, but we don't know how. I'm like, it orbits the Earth.
When did you see orbit? When did you see it do a full 360-degree revolution around something?
Probably whenever there's like a lunar cycle, whenever there's like an eclipse.
Okay, Wild. The only thing that you observe.
You didn't. Nobody has ever witnessed that.
Wild.
So
the only thing
you observe how the moon moves across the sky.
Wild. The only thing you observe is the moon at different shapes in the sky.
One sec, Jaeger. One sec. I don't need to explain how it moves across the sky, like the functional working mechanism behind it, in order to tell you and for you to realize that nobody has ever witnessed the moon orbit anything.
So you don't need to explain anything that backs your credibility of anything that you believe. But
I'm pointing out
even though you can't even explain the basic function of the moon.
I'm pointing out a fact. That fact is independent of being able to explain the working mechanism.
How is it independent when you can't even describe what you believe in?
I'm not saying I believe in something. I'm telling you a fact.
Because you can't describe how you believe in something. The inability to describe what you believe in is what makes you discredible.
Do you deny that you witnessed the moon move across the sky?
Yes.
You deny that?
No, I'm not denying that. I watched the moon move across the sky, even at the same time as the sun. Sometimes the moon and the sun are both in the sky at the same time.
Okay, Wildman. Do you agree that you've never seen it do a full 360 revolution around anything?
What are you talking about?
Have you ever had the privilege?
The moon every day, bro. The moon moves around the hold on. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you. Like you're not trying to listen.
Your explanations are nothing without something to back it up.
I'm going to get this out.
And frantically just trying to push what he wants to say.
Wildman, have you ever had the privilege of being in a vantage point of witnessing the moon do a full 360 revolution around another object?
I'm telling you, the explanation that I have for
it's not what I asked.
We don't want the explanation of what you have. Just a yes, no, because it was a close-ended question.
The answer is no.
Let him answer.
That just comes on to Discord and just frantically, radically push.
Can I explain now? When I see the moon,
no, you can answer the question honestly, right? And if you can, then we can move on.
Okay. So when I see the moon move up.
Have you ever witnessed the moon do a full 360-degree revolution around another object, yes or no?
Yes.
No, you haven't. So you don't get to speak anymore. Nobody has. You've never had that.
Why? Yes. Are you?
Hold on,
You've never had.
I actually.
You've never had the privilege of. You've never had the privilege of having that vantage point where you can see the Earth and the Moon do a full 360-degree revolution around it. Never once have you ever had that. So you're lying.
So
you could just be honest and say no.
I know, but I think Wild is literally too dumb to understand the question you're asking. So let me dumb it down for him. Wild.
All right.
Wild. If you are in a helicopter above a building, okay, you can see the entirety of the building below you. And you watch a black car go completely around the building. And at all times, you can see the car. And at all times, you can see the entirety of the building. And you see the black car make a circle around the entirety of the building. You have watched that car orbit that building. Wild. For the question T-Dub is asking you, which is, have you ever observed yourself the moon orbiting the Earth? For that question to be a yes, you would have to be so far in space to see the entirety of the Earth and see the entirety of the moon to be able to see the moon completely go in a circle around the Earth. That is what would have to happen for you to be able to see the moon yourself completely orbit the Earth. Do you understand now that the answer is no? You don't see the moon orbit the Earth yourself. All you see is a object in the sky that we call the moon. You see that object look like different shapes at different times.
So can I respond now? This is for what T-Dub says because I was trying to
first,
respond.
do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I understand what you just said. And there's certain parts on Earth where you can go look at the sun and it never leaves the Earth orbit.
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. That's great.
I want to bring up the moon. Let me respond.
Wild. We're talking about the
I wasn't
moon.
able to respond. When I watch the moon move across the sky, that is when I watch the full rotation of the moon because it does the same thing the next day. It does the same thing the next day. And it does
You only see one small component of it, and you're too stupid to realize that.
The moon move across the sky.
You only see one small component of it. You're too stupid to realize that. Wild. You're too stupid to realize you only see one small section of it.
That's why I told him, can he explain to me how the moon moves across the
Where he doesn't have to explain anything. You need to let it sink into your thick skull. You only see one small component of it.
Credibility because you can't even.
One's credibility means nothing. You are not smart enough to understand when you see the moon pass over your small portion of the sky, you only see one small component of its entire path. You do not see its complete revolution. You think you do. You do not. So the answer to T-Dub's question is a very clear no.
No. And you lost credibility when you've had to answer it, honestly.
Wait, let me try to dumb it down for him one more time again. All right, Wild.
Jaeger.
Okay. Yeah?
Jaeger, you don't have enough crayons for this one.
No, wait, let me try one more crayon drawing, okay? One more. All right, Wild.
He's going to eat them.
It's unnecessary. It's not going to work.
Wild, imagine a square building, okay? A big square skyscraper. And I stand at one corner of the four corners of this building, okay? So it's one block of one block, right? This building takes up one block. I'm standing at one corner. Someone in a black car goes straight, they turn left around the building. I can no longer see that car. Then eventually, a minute later, the car comes back into view on the other side of me, right? On my left side, on my right side, right? It comes around the other side. Do I know for certain that the only thing that car did was go around the building? Yes or no? How do I know for certain that the car didn't go down another road, didn't stop at Starbucks, didn't drive another circle around another block, and then come into my view again? How can I know for certain? Can I know that for certain, Wild?
You actually expect him to answer all that? He can't even answer a yes-no.
Yeah.
It was a waste of breath. He was not listening the entire time.
But we do have other visitors in here. We've got Fennec. I've never seen that one. I've probably heard his voice or her voice. Still got Snow up the top. Floundering's having a rest. Joe Spades still making claims. What have we got? Taylor has graced us with her presence. The Earl. The Earl of what? The Earl of Sandwich? Wild man still flipping about. And the rest are our usual troublemakers.
Just a stupid weirdo. The stupid impulse that he just refuses to. It's just weird, just warped. Like these type of people that come into these places and they just erratically and frantically just push whatever they want to say, not paying attention to any conversation, not even giving coherent replies that go along with coherent conversation. They just push what they want to say. It's stupid. Warped idiots.
So Jaeger, check the side chat. He did answer your question. I don't know how that was relevant or not, but anyways.
I don't understand Wild. How do you not understand Wild? That you do not see the Earth rotate around Earth. You do not see the moon orbit Earth. All you see is an object in the sky. That's it. And what you're saying is, well, why do I see an object in the sky in the same place at a certain day? Who knows? All you're seeing still is just an object in the sky. I don't know why you can't concede that all you're seeing is an object in the sky, then assuming a bunch of bullshit.
Jaeger, that is exactly the problem there. They don't want to concede. It hurts their feelings. Because as soon as he concedes to that, all of a sudden is, oh shit, there's a lot of other things that don't line up properly.
But notice he began as though he was giving a defense in favor of
FE. He said some stupid shit about satellites. And now Joe Spades says moon phases are what show the moon orbiting Earth. Again, Joe, for you to observe the moon orbiting Earth, you would have to be in space so far away from Earth and the moon that you can literally see the moon going around Earth. Otherwise, you concluding that the moon is orbiting Earth is just a bullshit assumption based on no evidence. The only evidence you have, which is not evidence for that idea, the only evidence you have is you see an object in the sky. That is it. You don't see an orbit, you see an object in the sky. Period. All right, then mic up, Joe Spades, mic up. If moon phases show the orbit, explain.
He's just going to repeat the a priori interpretation of the phenomenon.
And then he says, no, I'm good. He doesn't want to mic up.
There's nothing to say besides just the notion that it is the moon being obstructed by the Earth. Doesn't have any evidence for that. It's just an a priori interpretation of the phenomenon.
Yeah. TW, you see what Wild said to you? I mean, he's beyond hope, dude.
Forget it, man. He can't comprehend that he doesn't know which way the moon goes after he can't see it anymore. And him not being able to see it anymore, testimony that he doesn't witness. He can insinuate that he saw a partial orbit, like that takes assumption that he's living in fear.
So Wild, your contention in chat, you said flat earthers don't believe the moon. I do believe that there's an object that I see in the sky.
We don't believe in the moon. I've got photos of the bastard. How can I not believe in something that I'm taking photos of? Would you like to see them?
When did any of us say the moon doesn't exist? none of us ever said the moon doesn't exist. I mean, this guy, I don't even know if he can process
he's
the
warped.
most basic of thoughts.
He's warped. Replying to shit that was never said to him. He's either a liar or he sincerely believes that.
Wild, because nobody has witnessed the moon orbiting Earth. Nobody has been far enough in space to see the moon orbit Earth completely.
I'm sick of these questions on a flat Earth, over a flat Earth. Just ask the question. Like, I'll fix that question for you, Joe Spades. What is the purpose of the moon?
Question mark.
The calendar.
That's it. That's where it ends. You don't need on a flat Earth behind it.
And that's why every month should be 27 days instead of 31.
It's
Well,
the
I'm
clock
not
the Lord
Christian.
made. It's a part of the clock the Lord made.
Hi, Gregory. It's good to see you.
Hey.
All right, Floundering, are you ready to answer my question now? All right, that's a no.
I don't like your question.
My question is, what percentage are you sure that the Earth is globe?
I know, I don't like that question.
Why?
Well, we didn't say you had to like it.
Because I'm not
We're just asking
sure.
you to answer it.
Okay, so would 95% be fair, Floundering?
I don't know.
Joe, mic up. Tell us what those words mean.
What's up, Outlaw?
Where is the freaking scientism believers that can just have a decent conversation about the goddamn worldview? Instead of all the damn antics.
We had one of them, but then Ban made him realize he was wrong, so he kind of ran away.
Are you talking about Sam?
Yeah.
Sam didn't run away. He said he had to go.
Yeah, with his tail tucked neatly between his legs.
He did run away. He couldn't refute the fact. He couldn't refute the fact that we were able to see an object beyond what we should be able to see if the Earth was curved. So then he said, well, it's because you didn't account for refraction. Then we accounted for refraction, and we could still see an object miles past what we should be able to see it. Then he said, oh, it's because the photo is distorted with refraction. And then Ban showed a photo that proved that refraction didn't make you see the object farther than you should. And then he was like, well, it must be millions of other variables that make this happen. Some
It's just
imaginary
flagrantly
variables.
stupid. Refraction doesn't distort the photo. You're capturing the refraction in the damn photo.
Exactly.
And the further we can see beyond what's possible on the globe, the more asinine the appeal to refraction becomes by orders of magnitude. There's no such thing as what is rightfully mocked as superlooming. The sun and the atmosphere are not conspiring to make the Earth seem flat even though it's a ball.
Guys, Wild just posted a bunch of selfies of him in the chat. Thank you so much, Wild.
But will you agree that the R in Snell's law refers to refraction, not radius, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, sure. Wait, the R in what? Snell's law.
The Snell's law formula.
Where's the R?
Why'd you mention that? What variant does it have?
Well, because that was the original claim by Banhammer. That R referred to radius because it was assumed.
No, it's not. That was not my claim. Thank you very much. At least you can do is get it right.
Well, we have it on recording, so.
We do have it on recording. At no time did I say the R in Snell's law is radius.
You did.
Yeah, you did.
I mentioned nothing to do with Snell's law. My claim was that the... Oh, so now Joe wants to speak up. Joe, I'll get to you in a minute. I quite clearly stated, which is recorded, that the atmospheric refraction formula has an R in it. And this claim is a falsity because you've got to prove the radius of the Earth prior to calculating for atmospheric refraction. Oh, why have our girls gone quiet? Joe?
Sorry.
Floundering?
The R, yeah, I do incorporate radius into terrestrial refraction. Whenever I did my readings, I didn't incorporate radius. I just did Snell's law.
Look, Joe, either produce the audio recording of him say that or just be quiet.
There is
go back and forth like a damn child.
There is no R in
Goddamn adults.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. Ban literally just pointed out that in the equation for refraction, they already assume that the Earth is a globe.
Which equation?
Which refutes Sam's claim, which was
the one that Sam posted up. He got someone else to post it up because he doesn't have post privileges.
So Sam claimed that the equation for refraction proves curve, proves globe, and then Ban just pointed out that they already assume for globe in the refraction equation, which is just circular.
Right, but Banhammer said that the R was inconvenient because the R assumes the R is for radius.
No, he didn't say that.
R is going to be a problem for globers. R is always a problem for globers. That's what you said.
So floundering,
or just stop.
Floundering. T-Dub has just posted up Snell's law formula. Where is the R in that? You clown show.
Like, no one's going to respect you if you just keep asserting things and not proving them. People are rightfully contemptuous against that.
I also just posted the refraction equation that Sam gave me himself, and there's also no R in that. So
R is in the terrestrial refraction equation, but not in Snell's law.
Isn't that so funny how both Joe and Floundering were like quick to chirp you, Ban, and then they're just shutting the fuck up? Like,
oh yeah, they're pretty quiet now, aren't they?
They're such pussies, dude. It's crazy.
All you've got to do is lay the facts down. And now that idiot wants to talk. How come Joe always wants to talk
so
and the other one? Yep, you're a fail also. Why is it you pair, anytime you get the opportunity to lay down some facts, you make an absolute dog's breakfast of it, but when oh, it's not even worth my effort. Fuck it. Seriously. The pair of them decide to talk whilst Gregory said something. It's like, really? Quiet the whole time. You get called out, Joe. You could have defended yourself, had the opportunity to take the stand, and you sat there in silence. I don't know, maybe it's too windy and your skirt was going to blow up. Who knows what your excuse is? Floundering's just
you might want to
inconvenient times.
You might want to ban Wild. He just like posted some like pedophilic stuff in the side chat.
What's in there? What are you saying?
You just deleted it.
Disappeared. Wise choice. Yeah, what I am going to do is we're going to make him so he's not putting stupid stuff in.
He's basically a screenshot. Never mind, I won't say it. It's fine.
Yeah, there's no more screenshots. Okay, Wild Man, I'm going to ask you once and once only. Please turn off your camera. It limits our room. 5. Good choice. If it comes back on, I'll just kick you out, bro. If you want to sit in here and listen, all well and good, but you're not going to be posting dumb shit in the side chat, and we don't need your camera on.
Yeah, I mean, he literally posted proof of him saying PEDO stuff, but yeah.
Well, don't worry, it's recorded. It'll show up.
Even the side chat is recorded?
Yep.
Perfect.
So, let's see if Joe wants to put forward his claim, or is he just going to talk shit again? Hey, Joe, the floor is
Make
yours.
you seem smarter.
You make me seem smarter. You have no idea by how much.
You still need to explain what a lunar eclipse and moon phases are.
No, I don't.
I gotta mute this child.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Yeah, why? Why would we?
Can you explain how the sun and the moon are the same size in the sky? How they ended up 400 times further away and the sun's 400 times larger? How did that end up happening? Coincidence?
Jeez, that was an ill-advised shot. God.
Can you explain that, how that happened? Is it just a 1 in a million coincidence?
Coincidence, one of the few in the universe.
I don't know. I know a lot of.
Can you give me another example?
His whole entire
of
world is all one big coinky-dink.
Oh, click. There goes Gregory.
Yeah, can you give me an example of one other planet that has a moon the same size and distance proportion to the sun?
Do.
I don't think so. I don't think any other planet is claimed to have a moon as big as ours in proportion to it.
It does.
I just want the planet's name.
Planet has a moon just under half the size.
Planets have moons. A planet.
Again, the longer the noisy clowns are allowed to just continue being noisy, no one's going to even remotely perceive this channel to be serious about the subject.
We know, Gregory. But they're entertaining. what it makes for is great recordings, so we can play back their stupidity.
What's up, Ron? Ron just joined.
So you ready to hear about Snell's law, or are you going to mute me again?
Ron's a friendly.
Yeah. We want you. We want you to point out the R in Snell's law, Floundering, as you claimed.
I would be happy to. Can I post things in the chat, please?
Well, T-Dub's already posted Snell's law formula there for you at 35
that's the one from the
minutes past the
1600s.
hour.
That's not the modern equation that's used.
For Snell's law.
Oh, which one's the modern one?
The one with the subscript to account for indices.
Are you talking about the terrestrial refraction equation or Snell's law equation?
I'm talking about the modern Snell's law equation that has subscript to account for indices.
To account for what?
It says to account for refractionary indices.
Whose mic is buzzing like that?
T-Dub, you're buzzing.
Not mine.
Taylor, I guess.
This is not my mic.
No, it was T-Dub. It's all good.
Okay.
So okay, when you say modern Snell's law equation, are you talking about applying it for terrestrial objects?
So the sine, So the sine 1 over sine 2 is the constant refraction. That's the one from the 1600s. That's the one that T-Dub posted.
No, I'm going to need you to send it, Floundering.
I can't.
Why?
I do not have permission in this channel.
Just DM it to him, dude.
DM it to me.
What does this one add? The refraction indices.
Subscripts today account for absolute refractive indices.
If it's not Fermat's principle, you're posting the wrong thing, dude.
This is the...
So let me get this straight. A formula for refraction has to account for refraction. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm telling you that we use one over another for accuracy.
It is not outdated. It is still taught today and used.
Dude, your refraction formula, if it is the case, then you would see the sun from everywhere on the earth at all times because you have these magical bending lines. So that's not what's happening in reality, so your refraction formula is not correct.
I haven't even posted one yet. You disagree with the original Snell's law formula?
No, I don't disagree with that.
You said this was the updated one.
Said if you have an updated version, right, that allows for light to bend at a rate of curvature at 8 inches per mile squared, then you're ignoring the first law of refraction.
Why would it do that?
Okay, so it doesn't do that?
I didn't suppose that it did that.
It doesn't do that?
There's a more accurate version of the Snell's law formula that has subscripts to specifically for...
Why have you not sent it? Send it. DM it to me.
So just to get some clarity and some purpose to this back and forth, okay, what is your point right now, Pondering?
His point, Gregory, is to not make a point.
No, my point is that there is an R in the updated Snell's law equation, and the R is the 1 and 2 subscript. One is I and one is R, but they're taught as 1 and 2 or I and R, depending on what we're trying to calculate for. R is absolute refraction.
Okay, so you still haven't sent it.
It's the subscript for absolute refraction. I know because I'm screenshotting them, and I keep getting asked.
Yeah, is that using the coefficient of K?
I keep getting asked questions. I'm screenshotting them. Would you like me to do one or the other?
Can you put the citation?
I'd like you to be faster.
A link?
I don't see why it's one or the other. I don't see why you can't do both.
Right, it's like...
Because they're different. They're more accurate for different purposes.
Wait, you said you can't both answer questions and take screenshots at
I know,
the same
so shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay, so you have a hard time doing that?
More links.
Are you that weak-minded you can't answer a question while getting a screenshot?
It's
just decide
hard.
to do one
Well,
or the
no,
other.
because I'm on push to talk.
Can't chew bubble gum and walk at the same time.
Well, then you can't just decide to do one without and not do the other. Do one and then the other without being belligerent.
What's going to be your point, though, when you bring up this new,
Yeah, he just said that there is an R in Snell's law. I don't know what bearing that has on anything. Why bother making that point? I don't get it.
So wait, did you send it yet? I mean, how long does it take to screenshot something? He's floundering. He's floundering.
At any length, it's a total red herring because it's not the R that would have been being referred to. It wouldn't have even been Snell's law being referred to. It would have been the standard formula for atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction.
I sent it to Jaeger. These are the 3 different ways to write it. The original that T-Dub posted is the outdated 1600s version.
So
why do you keep claiming it's outdated when it's still taught in uni?
Yeah, it's irrelevant anyway because that's not what would have been referred to, right? What was being referred to was standard terrestrial refraction formula 7/6R, in which the R does stand for radius. Right? That's what would have been being spoken about. So it's just a total red herring. He just doesn't want to be wrong about something and blah, 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 or some shit. This is just pointless. It's pointless. Absolutely pointless. Okay, so there's some modern notations that are used now. Right? N1 and N2 and all that, that's still applicable. And like Matrix just said, is still used and taught in schools. And you can apply it. It works. It's not outdated. It's not like some ancient 1600s bloody thing. Like, yeah, sure, maybe that's when it was first developed or written down, but it's still applicable today.
All right, it's inside chat.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean radius, and it's not what was. We weren't talking about the R in that formula. My God, it doesn't matter.
Pi r squared. That's the right equation. Hello? Guys, the equation you're talking about is pi r squared. Radius times pi.
Has that been 40 minutes already? Well, I'll be damned.
Must have been.
Where were you guys, by the way? The 24 Flat Earth channel wasn't in politics a couple days ago.
Yeah, we move around over in English Hub.
Different servers.
Yeah.
What was the server that you went to? The other one.
So is it like the rodeo or the circus where you guys, go to like discourse?
Oh my God, this guy.
Definitely was 40 minutes, 2 from 2.
The server was called English Hub or what?
The English Hub, yep.
The English Hub. What's up, Maz?
Hello.
What brings you to the chat?
I'm bored.
Maz, are you a ball believer? As in, the Earth is a ball?
Sure.
Why? It's 2026, dude. What's wrong with you?
Dude, honestly, can I be honest, man?
I'm hoping you will be.
The world is not.
Oh my God.
The world that you think is the planet, right?
Yeah.
Go on.
It's just a. Hello, friendo. Anyways, man, Earth
I don't
is
think it's a
nothing.
planet.
All right, you're almost there, Maz. You're almost to a thought. Go ahead.
Grab another sugar cube. Keep going.
Well, Earth is nothing, man.
Nothing?
It's nothing.
Nothing in terms of what? In that you believe there's trillions of planets?
Hang on a minute. We used to have aero bars, and their slogan was "It's the bubbles of nothing that make it."
The bubbles of nothing.
I'm sorry, are you from Australia?
Don't apologise. We don't.
No, they're not from Australia. They're from America.
I'm in New South Wales.
Merca, fuck yeah.
That's a Texan accent that you're hearing, Maz.
Okay.
Have you ever heard a Texan before?
No, yeah, so here's my theory, right? Let's say the Earth was flat, right?
Okay.
What is your guys' theory about the moon landing? What is your thoughts about that?
Fail.
I think it was shot in a Hollywood basement.
Fake AF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if I told you I know a guy with a we call it microscope in Danish, right? With a microscope, and he saw it. He saw what's it called again? I forgot the name of the amethyst or some shit, some weird shit, right? Like he saw it in space by the moon with his microscope. But that doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
Wait, he saw something by the moon with a microscope?
Yeah, he saw what's it called? The what's that shit called, man?
It's like Artemis.
Do you know
the Artemis? And then I think
Artemis.
he means the telescope, dude.
Yeah, he saw it. Yeah.
He saw Artemis by the moon with a telescope.
Yeah.
Your friend.
Yep.
Did he take a photo?
Yes.
Can you send it to me?
No, because I'm on the PlayStation.
Oh no. That's awful,
But I'm
man.
sure I'm sure you can find a
Why can't you
dozen
send it to me? Why can't you send it to me?
I'm sure you.
PlayStation.
I'm sure you can find a dozen of pictures, man.
Well, no, I'm relying on you and your friend. Why can't you send it to me?
First of all, because I don't give a fuck. Second of all, because I'm on PlayStation 5. Third of all, because who the fuck are you, dude? Like, who are you, dude? Why should I care to give you a picture, dude?
Wow, that jumped up well. Hey,
But let's talk about it.
Man, yeah.
So somebody is like, I don't know, somebody's getting electrified, dude. Somebody's getting electrified in a chair, dude.
That's you getting cooked. No proof, just all yup.
Sure, even if I got caught, dude, why should I care, dude?
Why should you care?
What the fuck?
If you didn't care, you wouldn't be here.
I'm here, dude.
That means you care. That was easy to work out.
Yeah.
Gregory's shaking his head.
I'm
What's
here,
up?
dude.
What's up, Raiden? Do you have a mic, Raiden? Raiden. What about Dutch? Mic up, Dutch. What's up, Dutch? Do most people just join the server or join this channel and not talk?
A lot of people, if you're on the other server, when it's quiet, when they jump in and you say, "Hey, John," or whatever their name is, a lot of them freak out because they think they're getting called out, and it's just like, panic button, out, and they freak out and leave. But some of them are also known trolls, so they don't want to speak up because they'll get called out anyways. Raiden's a known regular.
Like a known troll or a known what?
Well, if you can get him to talk, you can find out for yourself.
What about Bruno? Yaga Bruno.
Yeah, I don't trust that one. No, he's alright.
Dude. Dude, can I say something, man? I love Jägermeister. You guys enjoy Jägermeister? Do you enjoy Jägermeister?
Putrid poison. That's some of the nastiest shit going.
What is your drink of choice, man? You like beer? You seem like a beer
we
guy.
only eat
Well, technically it's all poison, so...
What's that gross fucking rum that's like spiced with cinnamon?
Oh, Captain Morgan?
No, not that one. Oh yeah, all we drink is Fireball, Maz. All of us.
Oh my god, what the fuck? How old are you, man? You like a fucking 17-year-old? What? Nobody drinks Fireball, man.
Yeah, that was kind of the point of the joke.
Ew. Ew, dude. Ew. Just ew. Nah, I think he really drinks Fireball.
Alright.
So the earth is flat and somebody is... Who is controlling the flat earth?
The Jesuits.
The who?
The Jesuits.
The Jez?
Do you know what a Jesuit is? A Jesuit priest?
No.
Yeah, that shit's normally associated with the mute button. Hint, hint.
They're Catholics.
God is controlling all things.
So has your YouTube channel ever been striked?
We do our best to make sure it doesn't.
Nice.
Du Russisk? You from Russia? You from Russia, man? You got a Russian name.
No, I'm not in a hurry. No Russian here.
Oh.
Yo, Tarky. What's up, Tarky?
What's up?
What's up? What are you doing?
Just woke up, bro.
Good morning, man. Yo, let's say, okay, dude, let's smoke a joint, man. You down to smoke a joint, man?
Yeah, they go through the computer screen. Fancy that. Like, huh? You do what you got to do in your spare time, bro. You don't have to advertise it.
I would never break the law, Maz. I do everything the authority tells me.
Well, I think you have 4 joints. You have a joint in your knee, you have a joint in your other knee, and you have a joint in your elbow, and a joint in your other elbow. So I think you have 4 joints, man. I think you have
What about your
4
wrist?
joints. The wrist, I mean, you can say that's a joint too, but that's just, I mean, tell him about it.
What about your
Tell
shoulder?
him about it.
So I guess that's more than 4 joints, huh?
And what about your shoulder joints? Or your ankle joints?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't like you.
I think if you don't like me, that's like a compliment. Like anybody that you don't like, that's a compliment.
Dude, have you ever thought about, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude, are you interested in men? Have you
This
ever
channel is
thought
not
about
a dating service.
No, I just want to be like a good person and be like, are you gay?
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was?
Sure, dude. Hello, friendo. Mr. Davion.
Hey, Floundering.
Yes, sir.
Is that your dog in your profile picture?
Yeah, that's my doggy.
Do you think your dog loves you?
Oh, that's so cute. Aw,
I know he loves me.
Why do you think he loves you?
We have a very professional and loving relationship. I feed him and I pet him and I go for walks with him and I play ball with him.
Aww.
And he gives me hugs. He's a good hugger.
Aww.
God, why did I ask?
He'll give you a hug too. He'll hug anybody.
Can I ask a question, man?
Indeed. Please ask.
Have any of you guys ever watched the YouTube show called Lolcow Live? Have you ever watched that?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
I have watched it before, yes.
Yeah. What is your experience with the show?
Watching it.
Yeah, what is your thoughts? No. You think that's funny, dude?
Fucking hell. You just asked the question, he gave you a straight up answer. That shit was funny.
You thought that shit was funny, dude, but you're really slow. So what is your thoughts about it?
That's not what your original question was.
My thoughts about it?
Why are you gonna break my
Flannery's
balls?
still laughing, man. That shit was a funny fucking answer.
Why you gotta break my balls, man? Come on, man.
What? You like balls? Ball Planet, bro. Ball Planet.
Your dog likes balls.
Yo, what's up over fences?
My dog does like balls.
Oh wait,
I throw a ball for him and he
they're a
catches
flat
it.
earther.
Hello, friendo.
They're a flat earther. Never mind. Yoder. What's up, Yoder? Oh, wait, you're a mod too. God damn it.
What's wrong, Jaeger? You just realised something. Okay, Maz, what proof of curvature have you got? Let's find out what you know about your
I'm really neutral. I'm neutral.
What, so you just stay in mum's basement all the time and you don't go outside at all?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a shame. I call bullshit.
Why don't you interest me?
Right, let's try another question. Aside from your mobile phone, your computer, and your television, do you see any curvature that you can name?
Okay, so the one time I saw some curvature, man. What do you call it? Curvature? Dude, I did some mushrooms, and I was looking.
That doesn't count.
I was looking in the sky, and the sky looked like a. Okay. No, I never really thought about it, man. But yeah,
that's all I want you to do is have a think about it.
I think it's respectful to have an opinion, and I think you guys just have an opinion. Me myself, I don't really.
Based
care,
on what? Okay, that's great. What do you think our opinion is based off of?
I don't know, man. I think you think the Earth is flat.
And why do you say we think that? So from your perspective, you hear us saying it's flat. That's great. Why do we say it's flat? Why do you think that?
Maybe because you have a terrible fucking human society that's basically just like built to self-destruct.
Ah, bullshit. That's got nothing to do with
Matrix, you know what he's saying to the world? He's saying, you guys just need to do a whole bunch of drugs. Just do a bunch of drugs like I do, and then you'll see the true nature of reality.
Why not? Let's do it.
Wait, Maz, let me ask you a question. If you knew the Earth was flat, do you think you'd care more about life in the world?
Sure, dude.
He'd probably just go and get more wasted because he doesn't want to believe.
Dude, I have lost so many people in my life, dude. I went to Ukraine. I saw people die, dude. Got home. I seen people die just from natural causes, family members. I seen people die from drugs. Dude, honestly, dude, if the Earth is flat, where does people who's died, where do they go? Where do they go, dude?
Well, that probably means there's a creator, wouldn't you say?
Some people bury them, other people cremate them. I guess it depends.
Dude, dude, I'm really drunk, dude. I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Maz, are you sober? Are you sober?
Yes.
Okay. Because you sound drunk.
No, I'm sober, dude. I'll be right back.
Yo, Ares, are you Christian?
Did you say me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Are you Christian?
I mean, yeah. Why?
Well, I'm just curious about your thoughts on the part in the Bible where it talks about a firmament.
Talks about what?
A firmament. Hello.
Hi.
Ares, did you hear my question? Lovely.
I heard your question.
Sorry, bro. I literally woke up 45 seconds ago. The Genesis firmament thing.
Yes.
I don't honestly have I don't have any opinions on that. I'm a very new Christian. I just read Genesis a month ago.
A new Christian, praise God.
So what you're saying is you're impressionable to other ideas as well.
I mean, besides acknowledging that's what's the case written in the scripture. What else is there to say? What other opinion is there to have?
Gregory, did you have a nice Pascha?
A nice what?
Pascha?
Pasta?
Pascha with a CH.
Pascha. Yeah, I celebrate Pascha too.
Yeah, Pascha. Resurrection Sunday.
Yeah, that was all right.
Oh, good.
You Orthodox?
Yes.
Me too.
One of my very good friends was baptized. It was a wonderful time.
Yeah, it's great. We've seen lots of baptisms recently across the board.
We had a record for the church. We had 48.
48, wow.
Yeah. Whereas last year it was like 6. So that's a huge jump.
Wait, Fondering, you're Christian, Fondering?
Yes, sir. Praise God.
Oh.
Christ is risen.
And so you believe
He's risen.
You believe in space, yeah?
Yeah.
And you believe there's trillions of stars, trillions of planets?
Sure, why not?
Why do you think God made trillions of stars and planets?
Are you trying to invoke doubt into this man's religion? What are you doing?
Well, it is a flat Earth server.
Oh my God.
Channel. Excuse me, it's a flat Earth channel.
Remind me, I was reacting to something else.
Jaeger.
The fact that he could read.
Jaeger, are you asking me this line of questioning so that you can?
That was quick. That was
move
quick,
us
Matrix. Very
towards a conversation of trying to get me to reconcile my Christian beliefs with my scientific beliefs?
Oh no, I don't have any motivation.
That's usually where this goes, right?
I'm just curious.
If Earth is round, why no firmament? If firmament, why no round Earth? Like, I've been here before.
No, I'm just curious, like why you think your creator made space so vast and made so many stars and planets?
That's a really good question. I'm gonna take it up with Jesus, and I'll get back to you.
Well, I mean, you agree with the cosmology that God taught in the scriptures.
Dude, how long is your nose, dude? You ever like?
That's a real question.
Out loud, knock it off.
Do you believe in Do you believe there's life on other planets, Fondering?
No.
No. So you believe that there's no life on other planets, but that God decided to make trillions of galaxies and stars and planets? But then you decided the only planet that's going to have life is just this one planet?
Are you saying that's impossible?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Look, I don't care if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is round, but do you believe in spiritual beings? I'm talking about like interdimensional, like they
demons?
come in perhaps, yeah.
Well, the Bible describes demons in various different ways, so yeah. The Bible is entirely true and correct, so yes, demons exist.
So you believe in
Why
demons?
don't you agree with the cosmology therein?
You mean the cosmology established before the fall or after the fall?
That clause doesn't make any sense out of the question. It's just the cosmology in the scriptures. The fall is in the cosmos.
Oh, I agree. The fall affected the entire cosmos. Did the cosmos have entropy before the fall?
What bearing does that have on what I just said?
Because the cosmos may look entirely different after the fall.
That has no bearing on what I asked you.
Well, it does, because I don't see a contradiction.
What did I ask?
Okay.
Then why don't I believe in the cosmology of the Bible?
Right,
let's step back.
I do accept the cosmology of the Bible. The Bible's entirely true and correct.
What does entropy have to do with my question? It doesn't have anything to do with my question.
I just answered your question.
You didn't answer my question. You started talking about entropy.
Right, but then I answered your question immediately after that.
No, you didn't.
I said I accept the Bible as true and correct in its entirety. So yes, I do accept
But
biblical.
you don't. You believe a cosmos that's not taught in the scriptures.
I do.
Guys,
where's the passage that teaches that we
Maz,
exist in a
please,
black
Maz.
void?
Let them talk, Maz.
Where's what?
What passage conveys we live in a black void?
A black void?
Yeah, that's what you believe we exist in scientism cosmology. Everything is flailing around in a black void. Where passage teaches that?
I don't believe everything's flailing around in a black void.
That's exactly the cosmos you believe. We live on a ball flailing around a black void.
Have we covered that ground yet?
Humongous balls.
Yeah, you literally just said you believe that in outer space,
That
you believe
space
there's
exists?
trillions.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said there's trillions of galaxies and
Yeah,
stars.
the
and
black
planets.
void. What is so? That's very specific. What is to be confused about?
Well, you said that we're flailing around in a black void.
Yeah, everything's flailing around a black void. That's the scientism cosmology. What is there to be confused about?
Well, I don't know your name, man, but he joined and he was
Hey,
me
Maz.
and him.
Maz,
We were
just
talking
hold it.
about spirituality, and he believed in God.
That's great. How about you just let him
So,
and his
so
beliefs get
Fleming,
crushed?
what passage in the scriptures teaches that we exist in a black void?
He never said anything about that.
Okay, I tried to help you, dude. You're just not helping yourself.
There isn't a scripture that describes a black void.
Okay, so then you believe a cosmological doctrine that's absent from the scriptures.
Nope.
Yes, that's exactly the entailment of your answer. If you believe scientism cosmology, and you supposedly believe that the Bible teaches scientism cosmology, but there's no passage that teaches that we exist in a black void, which is a part of scientism cosmology, then you believe a cosmological doctrine absent from the scriptures. Obviously, the entailment.
Nope, not really.
Okay, you just instead of actually saying an argument. You believe scientism cosmology, which includes the notion everything exists and is moving around in a black void. And you think the Bible teaches scientism cosmology, the cosmology that you believe, which is scientism cosmology. Then you just told me that you just admitted the Bible doesn't have any passage that conveys we exist, that everything exists in a black void. So then you believe a cosmological doctrine that is absent from the scriptures.
Are there things that are true that aren't in the scriptures?
Okay, so how do you know that we exist in a black void then?
Well, are there things that are true that are not in the scriptures?
Sure, so how do you know that we exist in a black void?
Thank you.
So how do you know we exist in a black void?
The
No, you
evidence?
don't. What evidence? Right, no evidence. You don't know.
You've seen the evidence. You've seen it.
No, I haven't. No one has seen the evidence. No one ever.
Okay.
There is no evidence. There's no
So
evidence that we exist in nothing.
The people that are in space right now, they're just faking it.
What do you mean? Everything is in space.
Well, the
What do you
people
mean
that are
space?
the people that are orbiting the planet right now, they're just faking it. They're just lying.
Orbiting the planet.
Yeah.
Orbiting the planet is not identical to being in a black void. Even in that paradigm, it's two different propositions, two different things. Orbiting the planet and existing in a black void are not the same thing. They're two different things, two different issues. You're not tracking.
Never mind that the whole heliocentric globe cosmology is a Western religious concept that's completely foreign to Eastern Orthodoxy.
Sure.
So the so-called evidence is something that's categorically different from the issue that you're supposed to be proving.
Not really.
Yes, orbiting around the planet, even in principle, is not the same as existing in a black void. Those are two different things. You can orbit around a so-called planet without existing in a black void. Those are two different things.
True.
So then the so-called evidence, which is quote unquote the people orbiting around the planet, is not evidence of the black void.
Gregory,
It's not even an argument.
Okay, so what's the space where are they in that they're orbiting the planet?
You tell me. This is your cosmology. This is your false cosmology.
I thought you said you understand the scientism orthodoxy.
Yeah, the one I don't believe. Why are you asking me about a worldview that isn't mine?
If you understand it, then you can steelman it, right?
What bearing does that have on me scrutinizing you?
Because it's not about me.
Yes, I've been scrutinizing.
I'm not the one that's in. I'm not the one that's orbiting. I'm not the one that's orbiting.
That has no bearing on what I just said to you. I'm scrutinizing your worldview.
Are the people that are orbiting just lying? Are they liars?
What bearing does it have on what I've asked you? What you're doing, you're just trying to distract from my scrutinizing questions to you.
Did they break through the firmament, or are they not there?
Again,
yet?
what you're doing is you're just distracting from my scrutinizing questions to you. You're not engaging in good faith. You're being dishonest.
Did they
You're
break
just trying to
through the
distract from my
firmament,
scrutinizing
or
questions
are
to
they
you.
not
That's what
there
you're
yet?
doing. Right, so you obviously don't have any evidence of the so-called truth outside the scriptures.
No, there's
after
plenty
you
of
just admitted
evidence.
That the
You
so-called
guys just hand wave it
black
away.
void
Flat Earthers
is
just
nowhere
hand wave
in
it
the
away,
Bible.
which is fine.
Stop yapping through me.
You're allowed to hand wave it away if you want.
Stop yapping through me.
You're allowed to present it if you want.
Number
been
one,
presented to you
we
guys
already
many
admitted
times.
that there's no passage in the Bible, right, that conveys that we live in a cosmic black void, for instance. Okay, so that's completed. And so you admitted, you conceded on that point. Then you tried to say, well, aren't there truths that are not in the Bible? Sure. So how do you know this is true? Then you tried to appeal to the evidence. I said, what's the evidence? Then you said, the people orbiting the planet. People orbiting the planet, even in your worldview, it's not the same as that being evidence of existing in a black void. Now, because you don't know how to parse these things out analytically, you think they're just identical.
No, I didn't say they were identical.
You think that they are identical or that they entail one another.
No.
That if you are orbiting the planet, then that entails that you are flailing around in a black void. Those are not the same things.
If there are people that are orbiting the planet, then there's a height we can get to. And if there's a height beyond that, the farther you go, oh look, hey.
Increasing your height above the so-called planet is not the same as existing in a black void. You can orbit a planet without existing in a black void. You can increase your height above the planet without existing in a black void.
Oh, okay.
You haven't thought this through.
What's outside the atmosphere of the planet?
This is your worldview.
I know. I'm asking you to steelman the position.
If we are orbiting a planet, then we exist in a black void does not follow. That's the point.
Can you steelman the scientific orthodoxy of what's
They're not outside of the atmosphere. No one gets outside the
I'm
atmosphere.
gonna get to the point. You're just obfuscating and delaying and stultifying. The point is that orbiting the planet does not indicate your conclusion. Increasing your height above the planet, so-called, does not indicate your conclusion.
And what if we increase the distance of the orbit?
Again, the distance of the orbit or the height above the planet doesn't lead to the conclusion that we exist in a black void.
Would you agree with me?
At best, it's a weak inductive argument. This is the point.
Would you agree with me that it is within the scientism orthodoxy? That if you increase your height enough, you leave the atmosphere, yeah?
Floundering, at the start, you made it very clear that you believe in the Bible wholly.
I do, yeah.
So, where in Genesis does it mention that there's some magical black void?
We've already been through this.
Yeah, we already covered that. He already conceded that he's wrong on that. That there's no passage, so that he believes the doctrine is entirely foreign.
So it's game over then. Why?
No, it's
from
not
then
about
on,
me
there's no
being
more
wrong.
conversation.
There are truths in this universe that are not required in path.
Right. So go back to the latest point that we're at. We're on this point.
There are
where you're
truths
just
in the universe
ignoring and trying to obfuscate. We're
doesn't
on the
make me
point where
wrong.
the point is, you so-called orbiting above the planet, or increasing the distance of the orbit, or increasing the height above the planet, which is just three versions of saying the same notion,
Right,
does
and then
not
we keep going.
indicate your conclusion. Now you're just being noisy through this clarification, so we don't actually get to the end of this.
And then we
That
keep
is the
going.
problem. This is the point. It's a weak inductive argument at best. You can increase the height of the orbit. You can orbit and increase the height of the orbit or the height of above the planet without existing in a black void.
Okay, what happens if you keep
Existing in a black
increasing
void
the
is
height
not a
of the
necessary
orbit?
entailment of any of those notions.
What happens if
That's
you
the point.
keep increasing the height of the orbit? Keep going.
You can keep increasing the height above anything, including the planet, and that doesn't entail that you exist in a black void. That's not an entailment.
Well, let's just keep increasing the height of the orbit. Keep going. Now you're orbiting from really far away.
Like, you're just repeating the thing I just rebutted. You're not grasping it. You just don't want to grasp it.
Well, let's
You
double that.
increasing
Now
the
you're
height or the
really
distance
far away.
between you and the
No,
planet.
you're not doubling
going
back.
further and further away from the planet doesn't entail that you exist in a black void.
You're still orbiting, right?
Floundering. You're not doubling back. You're doubling down.
You're just being dishonest.
Yeah, I'm not.
You just don't want to acknowledge that your argument is obviously wrong and fallacious. It's a weak inductive argument and non sequitur, or affirming the consequent. However way you want to phrase this. If you want to phrase it as an inductive argument, it's a weak induction. It's not even strongly indicative. If you want to phrase it as a deductive argument, it's affirming the consequent. Rather than just admitting you're wrong, that your argument is obviously fallacious and insufficient, you're just going to keep repeating the same retort as though it's doing anything in the conversation.
It doesn't
to get
matter
us to the end.
I don't need to compartmentalize it or reconcile the two. It doesn't. It's literally irrelevant.
So you just don't. You just don't want to pay attention to the conversation. Then you just forfeited. You just threw up your hands, threw a tantrum, and just ruined the whole flow of the conversation. Just wiping the pieces off the chessboard.
Well, like I said to Jaeger, I don't care about compartmentalizing the two at all. It doesn't change
so
how
you just wipe the chisel. You don't have anything else to say.
Change how I view Jesus.
Churlishly talking back.
How I view the Bible. It doesn't change anything.
You're just churlishly talking back. Just stop.
So your beliefs,
off your feet, wipe the pieces off the chessboard, and throw a tantrum. Just stop.
Floundering, your beliefs.
You believe a doctrine that's entirely foreign to the Bible and contrary to the Bible, and you don't know it. You don't have any knowledge of this fact. You don't even know how to articulate a single sound argument.
I know that you believe that. I'm hearing you say that you believe that.
No, I know this. I know this. I just proved I know it with the scrutiny that I just said to you, and everyone just heard it.
It just doesn't bother me at all.
Too bad. The fact that you're not bothered when your errors are being shown to you exposes a flaw in your character.
Also a flaw in his beliefs.
Sure.
And his belief system.
Earth is still round.
He admits contradiction in his beliefs. So you don't believe the truth, Floundering. You don't align with the truth if you're contradicting.
You're obviously not trusting in God. You're not trusting in God in any way to reveal this fact to you. He's not your ultimate authority concerning this cosmology. It's these creatures who, in the first place, are antichrists through and through.
So he's not a real Christian.
Like the very first instance of people believing the Earth is a ball came from Pythagoras, at least in recorded history. It did not come from any disciple of the Lord at all. It came from a stupid pagan, Pythagoras, in the first place. And it wasn't based on any empirical observations. It was based on a stupid aesthetic opinion that the sphere is the most perfect shape. And of course, the gods would make the Earth, the most precious thing that we know about, to be the most perfect shape. That's where it comes from. This whole thing began from a stupid aesthetic opinion.
An aesthetic opinion, by the way,
classical antiquity.
An aesthetic opinion, by the way, that is contradicted by what's said in Genesis.
And then for more than 2,500 years, the most stupid-ass and weak inductive arguments up until a hoax in the 1960s that has deluded people.
Genesis 1:14, and God said, "Let there be
20th century
lights."
psyop.
Genesis 1:14, and God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be there for signs and for seasons, for days and years." What part of that says that we're in a black void?
It doesn't, but we've covered that.
How about this? See if you're going to display the same stupid flaws again. Where in the Bible does it teach that the stars are humongous balls of solid, liquid, and or gas?
It doesn't, but we've been over that, haven't we?
Right. Okay. So there's another admission on that. Here's another thing. Where does the Bible teach that the sun is a humongous ball of gas?
It doesn't, but we've covered that.
Okay. So
again, we've been over the fact we've been over the fact that Genesis covers.
So how about this? Where does the Bible teach that the moon is a big ass rock?
It says it's a clock. The Bible says it's a clock. Doesn't say it's a big
rock. That's my latest question. So where does the Bible teach the moon is a big ass rock?
Why are you gish galloping?
I'm not gish galloping. We are moving from one question to another. I went through 3 questions so far, and you said, nope, Bible doesn't teach that. Nope, no passage says that.
We've been over biblical.
The latest question.
We've been over biblical cosmology.
And so the moon, where in the Bible does it teach that the moon is a big ass rock?
Asked and answered.
So what you were saying, Floundering, is you don't
is your
accept
answer
the
that it
Bible.
doesn't? Is that your answer? It also that
asked
no
and
such
answered.
passage exists.
Okay.
Yes.
Where in
No.
the Bible does it denote how long grass is going to grow?
Yes. Hello. Yes or no?
Hello. Do you believe in grass?
If you're going to be churlish, right? Will you just be spiteful and just
How long does
obnoxious,
grass
not
grow?
actually be engaged in good faith? Then you're going to get
This is good
chastised, and
faith.
eventually you're going to get censured.
It's the same
Right? This
kind
thing
of
you're
question
doing
you're
right now,
asking
that
me.
you're being churlish.
Floundering.
Right now, the thing you're
Does
doing
the
right
Bible
now.
cover how
The thing you're doing
grass
right
grows
now.
or
No, not continue digging your heels and doing it. The thing you're doing right now, just churlishly talking back snobbishly as though I'm the one being ridiculous. You're going to continue being chastised for it and or censured for it if you don't stop. Now you can just clearly answer the question, or
Is
just say
grass
I would
real
just
even though
decline
it's
to
not covered in the
answer,
Bible?
but not just distract from my question.
I think you've hit the limit with him, Gregory.
Is grass real even though it's
But I
not covered in
have.
the Bible?
Floundering, what
As
you
a
have
rhetorical question has any bearing on what I've asked him?
exceptionally
Right?
clear to the
He's
panel.
insinuating the false analogy that there are facts that are not in the Bible. But again, the problem obviously is what he thinks is a fact is not a fact. And there's obviously a contention, a contradiction, a dialectical tension, pick your synonym, in his worldview. You believe a cosmology and a whole set of metaphysical doctrines, not just cosmology, that are entirely foreign to the Bible, while you espouse the Bible. And
Bingo.
unbelievers, they see that contradiction, and they don't respect it, and they shouldn't.
I did find it interesting at the start. He claimed that he believes the Bible wholly and complete, and yet may as well just grab Genesis, rip it out, throw it away. And Gregory has pointed that out quite clearly.
And also, Gregory, something that you mentioned, which I think is really important too, is that the people that Flounder is listening to about this, like, this cosmetology that doesn't come from the Bible, they are literally people who are spending their livelihood trying to prove the Bible wrong, right?
Or just ignoring it, even if not actually focusing attention on it. They just ignore it, just throw it away over their soldier, and then just move on to something else, like everyone has graduated beyond the Bible.
Right.
These people you trust in for your cosmology.
Just pushing these like fake AI videos of being on the International Space Station, like, does that make more believers in the Bible, Floundering, or less? You think that's God's work to make less people believe in the Bible? Or is that Satan's work?
How's this for a laugh, guys? Just scrolling through Facebook, nothing out of the ordinary for me. And there's a short meme here. God, what are they doing down there? Angel replies, they're making milk from almonds. God, what? I gave them like 8 animals to get milk from. Angel, they don't like that milk. Ah, yes. And there's a not so nice picture afterwards.
And again, like people like Floundering with this emotional commitment to scientism, cosmology. Why? Or what? What is at stake for you if you say, yeah, scientism, cosmology is wrong? What's at stake for you individually? Like everyone who has this emotional commitment needs to ask themselves that.
Well, they look for their
what is so bad as a consequence?
They look for a lot of that.
Some people.
Well, yeah, a lot of that is them looking for validation from outside rather than finding it within themselves. So then, therefore, if they go against scientism, others might make fun of them, and that causes them to lose. They're very insecure, basically.
Exactly.
Wait, can I ask?
Believers acting as though they stand upon the rock.
Can I ask Floundering a question?
Being cucks for the approval of unbelievers in more ways than one.
Word.
Can I ask Floundering a question?
Is that your question?
Oh,
sounds like you used it.
Is he allowed
Are you
to be
expecting an answer? Ask him the question because he'll hear it better if he can't talk to you.
Okay, Floundering, the question is, so you already stated to me that you believe that space is literally like infinite, right?
Space is not real.
It's infinite. There's trillions of stars, trillions of planets, trillions of galaxies. However, there's only life on our planet, but space is, you still think space is real and it's infinite. So then where is heaven, Floundering? That's my question.
Heaven's right above your ankles, dude. The birds fly in it.
Where's heaven foundering?
Yeah, as in, where is the realm that the spirits are native from? Right? The Lord said, I descended from heaven. No one has ascended into heaven except he who descended from heaven. Makes no sense in scientism cosmology. It's not as though heaven is located up there above the earth in scientism cosmology. But that's exactly how the entire Bible talks, and only God knows how many dozens upon dozens of ways.
Floundering, you're unmuted. Where's heaven?
You know, in the Garden of Gethsemane, the Lord said a prayer, and it specifically says in the passage that he lifted up his eyes up to heaven. He's God. He knows full well that he just made a bunch of matter flailing around a black void. So it's not like the spiritual realm of the Heavenly Father is actually up in an upward vector or upward direction above the surface of the earth. Why is he looking up as though the Father is actually up there? Makes no sense.
Crazy, man. And he literally said that the only reason he believes it is because, like, yeah, an authority figure that's not God, right? Like, because NASA shows him a video of 3 people, like some grainy video of a so-called orbit, that makes him throw away his faith.
He's not throwing away his faith, dude. He just has a different understanding of it. I mean, I wouldn't want to make a Christian doubt their faith. Like, that doesn't sound like proper behavior.
To be specific, their faith in the Lord and the truth, he who is the truth. But I have no reluctance to make people doubt their faith in falsehood.
Yeah, it's not
Like
doubting
teachers.
it's not doubting his faith in the Bible. It's doubting his faith in other things that contradict the Bible. And you can't claim to be a Christian that believes the Bible is completely true, but then believe a bunch of things that don't align with the Creator's truth.
Hey, yeah, I agree with that. But there's churches right now that say Jesus died so you could be gay.
I have a belief, a personal belief that I would like to just, I guess, put out there, and maybe you guys can, I guess, help me out with it. Imagine if when in the beginning the heavens and the earth were created, and it looked like imagine when you spawn into Minecraft, and there's this infinite realm that goes off infinite in all directions, right? That means that the world would be flat, and above it would be heaven. Imagine if heaven and earth were interconnected at one point, right? And we're in the garden of wherever, right? And God is up in heaven, but he is able to traverse and communicate with his creations, right? And at some point there is a war in heaven and a war on earth, you know. Whoever the first man was tempted on earth in the realm beneath heaven, and God was displeased with the uprising in heaven, right? So my belief is that the adversary, whoever he may be, Lucifer, Satan, right, whatever, and he was passed down to earth like lightning in a split second. It was big and it was loud. Now imagine if that was straight down into the center of the earth, right? What if both the earth is flat and round because God was displeased with the adversary, cast them down into the center of the earth, and then separated the earth, a part of the realm from the rest of the realm, and then cast down a curtain of space. So imagine if space, the outer space, is just beneath the firmament. And I would have to backtrack. The pillars of heaven do exist. They existed in the realm around us, around our current land, outside of the firmament. But on earth, there were actual pillars that led up to heaven, that held up heaven. But once God cut off a certain portion of it and then turned it into a globe and then laid down a curtain of the heavens that we see, like outer space, that both exists and doesn't in a thin layer, right?
Is anyone else tracking all this?
Like, I'm just going from like different scriptures that I've read, right?
No, I got stuck at him saying that the earth can be flat and round. I got stuck at that.
Now imagine in because you can do this in Blender, like in 3D like programming applications where you can create a globe in an actual real space. So imagine if you load into Blender and for some reason you're inside of like a VR chat style home area where there's like chairs and stuff, right? But that's just what you see. And then in that space, you then can create a globe that you can, when you take the camera outside of the globe looking in, it looks a certain way. It looks like Earth, right, from afar. But then when you go inside of it looking out, you've programmed a thin layer around it that looks like space. It's I can picture it in my head, and I would be able to program it if I had the know-how, right? It's entirely doable, but when you go inside of it looking out, you've programmed that thin layer around this globe to look like outer space.
Like the firmament could be round?
Yes, I believe all of that. I believe that God separated a portion of flat Earth and then made it round. Like, I believe that there is more around us, but it's so hard to describe. Like,
I'm not comprehending this. This is not coherent.
it is a very difficult concept. Like, I wish I could like go into Blender and then actually like create everything that I'm describing.
Like I can't even give a single reiteration of what you said. I can't even reiterate what you said.
I know. So picture yourself in Minecraft in a super flat realm. That's where we start. Super flat realm, but above the flat realm is heaven. Like there is literal heaven. And in this realm there are pillars. There are pillars, there's land, there is sea. So you can be on Earth, on the ground, and then you can ascend up into the heavens. There is no space, because in the beginning there was heaven and earth. Right? There were the heavens and the earth. So, and then at some point, imagine if when God crossed down, is if we picture the flat Earth map, right? If we picture flat Earth map, there is a hole in the middle, right?
What map are you talking of? Post it in the side chat so we can all be on the same page.
Like,
so the
this
map
guy yapping too much, dude. Get to a point. What's your point?
Outlaw, all I want, you can keep yapping. Outlaw, you can keep yapping. All I want you to do, if you're going to tell us about our map, I just want you to post it in the side chat so we're all on the same page and we know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is one of my friends. I'm a flatter, but this is one of my friends. Well, I'm a tourist, I'll say, but this is one of my friends. He's expressing what he feels. So I'm gonna let him.
Is there any way you can fix your mic? Your mic is like barely audible.
Yeah, I got it. Here we go. All right.
So what's he doing? He's handing the microphone over to someone else. This will be interesting.
Yeah. So, okay. So you can hear me?
Much better.
We can hear you quite clearly.
All right. So, this is one of my friends. His name is Ezekiel. I've been in the flat Earth community, the flat Earth Discord for a while, the 24/7, and I've done my research about the this all about this, how we can see too far, and
see, is this not the map?
And breathing pressurized gas, as in like,
is this the map?
Living within contain
and at the edge is Antarctica.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on one sec. I'm sorry. So this map right here is, well, basically we don't really use a map model because there's really not a mod. We don't truly know what it is yet. But there's a lot of depictions. That's why they were getting at. But they were trying to say what map.
Imagine this is Earth, right? And it's flat.
All right. Wait, would you guys like to hear him speak again?
Boom! Straight into the fucking center.
Not particularly, because
that's the fucking hole that fucking dude's cast down into. That's my belief, and that's where the fucking Aurora Borealis is.
Like, so he's playing a video right now.
Creates the.
I see what you're saying. He's saying that like on the maps they show like the middle part, there's like a hole.
Yes.
On all flat Earth maps because there's like something in the center.
Like imagine
what we're asking your friend to do,
or someone else
in the side chat. Yeah, there's two of them in a car or something. What we'd like you to do, Outlaw,
is post up an image in the side chat of what you're talking about.
Okay, he's just handed it over to his friend, and I'm going to send him the image to post into the chat, if that's all right. Yeah, it's a Gleason's map he's talking about, guys. Has a
Yeah,
black
it is
dot in the
Gleason's.
middle.
It's Gleason.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Gleason.
Is that an incorrect map?
No,
or?
no. It's just.
It's a globe projection.
It's just a prediction. It's just one of them.
Okay, yeah. It's just what if that's where like they were cast down into the earth, and I don't know. It is flat. Like, but it just looks a certain way from afar, and there's a curtain on it.
You ever use a water level? Simultaneously being horizontal and convex, that would just be the surface being horizontal, and then it's distorted by some other lens.
Yeah, because it's like,
at least in principle, in your notion.
It's like if we are witnessing something that is ever changing through different dimensions or something, but to us, it looks static. Like being
not
like
a coherent notion.
It's difficult. Anyway, I digress. Yeah. That's really all I had to say.
I was gonna say, maybe. Well, one thing is about vanishing points, or like about horizons and all that. Like, there's a lot of things we could you guys could probably teach him or tell him about, or like I know you guys be teaching a lot of things on here, but it's maybe there's some few things that he knows with like a few things about the Bible, how the Bible speaks of the firmament, or how it could be flat in the face of the earth, and as well as that, the circle of the earth as well, and the four corners as it speaks of, but not speaking biblically, we can also see things that we can see too far, which is things like that, way beyond what they say the drop over distance would be. But guys, he doesn't really understand. I really haven't talked to him about the stuff, so I was expecting that you guys were like going to bring some stuff up about that, but it would have to be, I guess, a specific conversation.
You want someone to talk to him about the observations and measurements?
Yes, absolutely. Because I was trying to tell him the other day, but I really wasn't explaining it too well.
I mean, in a nutshell, I think you just said it correctly, right? We see further than what's possible on the sphere, right? And when doing laser tests, at the measurement, the surface isn't curving downward away from the laser, as is the entailment of the Earth being a ball. It just remains parallel with the laser.
I'm in. Yeah.
Now the other day they were trying to not him, but another guy we were with were bringing up gravity and how gravitational field was was real and is a thing, and I guess how there's a center of gravity of the Earth. So again, that right there, how would you guys go about that? Like debunking
Is it?
that? Is it?
What, the gravity?
Is it real and a thing?
It's a theory to me. Gravity's a theory for sure. I would rather use density and buoyancy to explain that.
So concerning gravity, right? I'm going to be as cut to the chase and simple as possible. So the notion is, if matter exists, then matter pulls other matter, all other matter, right? Because the notion is that even the most irreducibly complex particles, the smallest particles, indivisible particles of matter, all right, so-called subatomic particles, they just inherently pull, no matter how far away, they just inherently pull, right, all other materials, right, all other particles, okay? That's the MAM, mass attracting mass notion. That's been abrogated since the first decade of the 20th century, right? With the advent of so-called GR, general relativity. So the current rendition, or the current scientist dogma about this metaphysical issue is that if matter exists, then space-time curves. On the first one, if matter exists, then matter pulls all other matter. Then the other one is the same false cause if matter exists, but the different effect. It so-called curved space-time. Okay, so that's all there really is to it. So the errors of this doctrine are, number one, it's espousing a non-cause of locomotion to be a cause. That which is not a cause of locomotion to be a cause. Right? Just existing or just being a material thing, just being matter, it's not a cause of motion. You have to do something. Everyone knows the equation for force is ma equals F. Mass times acceleration equals force. Right? When you want to open the door, you don't just stand there. You don't just let the door just sit there. You move, you touch the door, you push the door, or pull the door. Right? If you want the car to go to your destination, you don't just sit there. You don't just stare at the car just sitting there. You actually have to move, get in the car, start pressing buttons and pedals and moving levers to make the engine go da-da-da-da-da and start moving. But their so-called gravity doctrine is basically that. It's basically opening a door without moving, moving a car without moving, producing motion without moving, just existing. Stupid. So that's error number one. Number two is the space-time notion. Space-time is just one of two things, because there's two different versions that they usually flip-flop back and forth between. They can't even make up their mind on which to consistently stick with. You ask one, and they say space-time is just a mathematical concept, so it's abstract. But it's abstract. You ask another, they say space-time is concretely real. It's a fabric that matter actually contacts, interacts with. Okay, so then now they're saying that it's concrete. If they say it's concrete, then they're implicitly admitting the ether is actually real, which they don't want to admit. And if they admit the ether is real, then they're admitting the reigning misinterpretation of the Michelson-Morley experiment is wrong. Why does it matter? Because the Michelson-Morley experiment was supposed to refute that there is an ether that the Earth moves through, because they decided to interpret the evidence that the Earth is not moving ellipses through the ether. The evidence really just showed that the Earth is not moving, right? But then they wanted to add on the clause, it's not moving through the ether. Okay. But if you go again with the space-time, so-called space-time is concrete, like a concrete substratum that occupies all volume, that's the ether. That's what ether is. It's the omnipresent concrete substratum that occupies all volume, that permeates all space. So they don't want that. If they go with the abstract notion, then they're just reifying an immaterial thing as though it can interact with matter like the way materials do. Because the notion is that if matter exists in space-time curves, well, what sense does it make for an immaterial abstract idea to curve? It makes no sense. Unless you're talking about the illustration of an idea. But again, you're not talking about the illustration of an idea. That's not their point. They think that this is some real thing, some rock solid factual thing, just like you and I. But the entailment of saying that it's a mathematical concept, mathematical paradigm, is that it's an abstract thing. It's an abstract entity. Abstract entities don't do tactile contact with materials. Mathematical concepts don't do tactile contact with materials. You don't touch or knock your fist against or bump your shoulder against math. That's stupid. It's not the type of thing. So that's a destructive dilemma concerning that notion. It's either a reification fallacy if they want to say that space-time is abstract, or it's an implicit concession that the ether is real, which they don't want to be real because they don't want the Michelson-Morley experiment, the way they interpret it, to be wrong either, because they don't want to admit the Earth is not moving. as the results showed.
Right.
And of course, the third thing, if they go with the space as concrete, matter existing is not curving anything. Like curving a verb as though the matter is doing that, the curving. Matter just existing, just being there is not an action of any type. Curving, straightening, swirling, spinning, nothing. Matter just being matter, just existing, is not doing anything. At best, if you want to use the verb existing, that's all it is. Existing. But just existing is not doing an action. And they've never been taught to think their worldview through. It's an embarrassment every time I've scrutinized them. I ask them these coherent, a succinct line of step-by-step scrutiny, following their answers, and you end up exposing that all they do is just spout off these poorly phrased notions. It's not some rock solid fact. So that's the refutation of the gravitation doctrine. It's a false cause. It's a reification of an immaterial thing, such as allegedly a mathematical paradigm, space-time, or it's a concession that the ether is real, implicitly conceding that their interpretation of the Michelson-Morley experiment is wrong, implicitly implying that their doctrine that the Earth is moving is also wrong. So really, what they really believe, to accurately describe it, disregarding their malformed rhetoric, really what they believe is perpetual telekinesis. And I chose those words very specifically, right? Because it's perpetual. It's happening all the time. There's not a moment when it's not happening. And then telekinesis, kinetic, right? Kinetic motion, kinetic energy, right? Billiard ball rolling across the table, crashing into billiard ball, right? Kinetic motion, kinetic energy. But it's it's over a distance without direct contact. So when you watch Star Wars, I know that the user Outlaw left. I'm just continuing on. When you watch Star Wars, they're using telekinesis, using the Force, so-called, to actually contact, to touch other things without directly touching their hand onto the thing or whatever. Telekinesis. So they think all material particles are doing this perpetual telekinesis to each other with MAM, mass attracting mass. But that's what then they knew that. That's why they themselves called it they themselves call it in writing a spooky action at a distance. That's what they're talking about. It's a silly metaphysical notion that all material particles are just exuding this force where they just pull on each other. What's causing that? Or it just does. And they're making the weak analogy to magnetism. Now, when they relapse to magnetism, they're at a loss because it's supposed to be perpetual and all matter is doing this all the time. But they know from the well that not everything is magnetically attractive. Not everything is pulling or pushing. Not everything. Some things are neither pulling nor pushing. They just sit there. Or they don't move until something directly contacts them. All right. Newton's first law of motion. So-called Newton first law of motion. So it's a weak analogy. Well, it's not a weak analogy. It's an analogy that is nothing more than that, an analogy. This real phenomenon of magnetism type of phenomena, magnetism, is like their imaginary notion of so-called gravity. But they, in principle, want to maintain that they're two different things. But what they end up doing to try to protect gravity is to just relapse to this analogy that basically obfuscates the difference. They end up using rhetoric that pretty much conflates them with each other just to try and save the one. You lose gravity when trying to save gravity by appealing to the weak analogy with magnetism. I think the ancient Greeks had their type of espoused that type of notion too. I have to refresh my memory. I don't think Newton was a novelty. I don't think he was the first ever to coin such a notion, but to espouse such a notion, rather. There's a little introduction to this notion. Little screenshot there. In the 7th century AD, Brahmagupta, in the 7th century AD, the Indian astronomer is credited with being the first to describe gravity as an attractive force. He wrote in 628 CE that what heavy things fall down to the earth by a law of nature, for it is the nature of the earth to attract and to keep things. Aristotle, 4th century BC, he proposed an early concept that heavy bodies have a natural motion, quote unquote, to move downward toward the center of the universe, which he identified as the center of the earth. However, his theory was based on the nature of elements rather than a universal attractive force. Plutarch of the 1st century AD He suggested that gravitational attraction was not unique to Earth, predicting that other bodies like the sun and the moon held their parts together. Bhaskar II in the 12th century AD, another Indian mathematician, he described gravity as an inherent attractive property of the Earth. Leonardo da Vinci, too. 15th through 16th century recent analysis of his notebooks suggests that he analyzed the acceleration of free fall and attempted to describe the, quote, mother and origin of gravity, end quote, as a form of energy. Okay. All these pagans contriving these notions because it makes sense to them. Not as though anything in our experience strongly indicates this notion or necessitates this be considered, necessitates this to be true. Not everything is being pulled down to the earth. Not everything's being pulled down to the earth. Not everything's being pulled to each other. Not everything's being pushed from each other. Some things are being pulled. Some things are being pushed. Some things are neither being pulled nor pushed. That's all there is to it. That's what we observe our entire lives. And again, in the first place, we all know why this gravitation notion was contrived in the first place. You have to account for glaring discrepancies. How the hell do you think stay on the ball while it's flailing around the black void? Or why isn't pretty much damn near everything flying off? Not only is not everything moving at the same speed, not everything's moving in the same vector. Not the same vector nor trajectory. Moving in vastly different directions at different speeds. So in light of these little facts we just went through, the people before Isaac Newton, obviously Isaac Newton was pretty much just espousing the same notion. He just decided to use more technical rhetoric than the intellectual predecessors before him. Like just because people use a bunch of mathematical technical jargon to describe their notions does not mean it's a fact. You can use mathematical technical rhetoric or anything. You can then form an equation about anything, coherent or not. But we use gravity. No, you don't use gravity. You believe you're using gravity. You're doing something, some action, some type of action, or however long, and then you believe this thing while doing it. And you believe that you are somehow applying this notion to different things. You're not applying ontologically erroneous notion. There's no thing at all in the history of human society and practicality whatsoever that requires us to believe ontologically erroneous notions in order to successfully complete any given task that's worthwhile doing.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.